Kasha, are you rewriting your Tinder bio while your girlfriend's in bed?
My bad, I got a call, bro. I don't know if you're talking to me.
No, I was talking to Kasha.
What up, Don?
I
You got some Solar Babies remixes cooking?
No, there was a few good sci-fi pads in it. Nothing remix worthy.
Yeah.
Play some of your songs, man.
No, it's an assault to the ears and the brain. My songs.
Yeah, like yeah.
I was listening to Nicholas Shrek last night, and he said, "All art, all music is ritual. It's all invoking."
What?
All art, all music is ritual, invoking the spirit world.
Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. I don't know about that, but I think Solar Babies is a fun thing, and the more I think about it, it sounds like something Austin Powers would say as a pickup line, like "Hey, Solar Babies, yeah."
Yeah, I definitely see that.
I guess yeah. If you're at the heliocentric like singles bar, you just call them Solar. What's up, Solar Baby? How you doing?
I can tell you why it's called that. It's because there was an eco war and rain has stopped, so they live under the sun. They were born orphans under the sun.
In the movie?
Yeah, no parents. They escaped an orphanage, and
Oh wow. Oh,
they,
so it's like really wow, huh?
yeah,
Maybe this movie deserves a watch. And there's space hockey.
yeah, that's the best bit. The scenes with the synth wave while they're skating around. It's great. There's another film you could try search for me. Snacks. I don't know the name, obviously. Some girls have to escape boarding school orphanage place, and there's a ginger one with curly hair that I had a crush on. And at one point in the film, she has to climb across a beam on the top of the building while they're escaping. I think her name was Bonnie.
Jeez, that's very specific, and I have no idea.
I had a crush on this Bonnie because of the curly red hair, because she was escaping the bad guys.
Hmm.
Then that crush morphed onto a real girl with curly ginger hair in my middle school called Bethany. I probably wrote a Valentine's Day card for her before it was banned.
Can you help me out with the time period of the movie?
Probably 80s, maybe
Well,
early 90s.
I was like when it was made, but like, is it set then?
No, I think it's set in the past. The orphanage was very dirty and wooden, and they all had like shitty gowns on.
Okay.
You know, Bethany is a Hebrew name, and it means house of misery or house of affliction, house of pain, or house of figs, depending.
When I grew older, I grew out of white girls with freckles and ginger hair. I started fancying almond brown girls, foreign girls.
Was it a Hollywood movie or was it like a TV production?
Could well be TV.
All right. Well,
Can't
my
remember.
not too thorough research has got me to Orphan Train, 1979 movie. Is that possible?
Let me look.
Rather than me watching it and looking at it for oh yeah, it's on YouTube. And it says it was one of the person's favorite movies when we were a kid. So
There's a lot of talk about orphan trains and Tartarian groups.
No, I think it was later than that.
okay,
And I can't see Bonnie.
yeah, I don't see Bonnie either. I'm looking at the characters. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, you just wait.
There's some creepypasta stories, like creepy stories people write about lost TV. So they'll write about them remembering a certain show they watched that creeped them out when they were kids, but actually they're making it up. And other people read it and they half try and think, I think I saw that. It never existed.
Like the Mandela effect.
Yeah, that's a creepypasta does that a lot. They try and write things into reality. Like a great example is Slender Man. It was a monster created by the internet based on the fear of shadow people,
And
and it eventually ended up brainwashing two girls that stabbed their friend.
you know, when I think about that,
Go on.
you're talking about archetypes, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes like we think about archetypes and like our imagination, our conscious power, things that were originally fictional but became reality, right? Somehow, some way, like they were manifested. Well, what's making these things manifest? Is it because our consciousness has the ability to bring things into existence that never existed, or is it because there's something in the ethereal realm that's taking advantage of these archetypes? Because they are shapeshifters, you know, they can.
I think it's both. I think it's supernatural, but also humans create fears for themselves, don't they, out of the unknown. And
That
then
too, yeah.
that'll become real. But these girls actually believed if they did this heinous act to their friend, they would be taken with Slender Man to the palace in the forest.
Yeah, I mean,
Because they'd read comics, watched the internet, and listened to stories.
Slenderman was an epidemic, dude, for a little bit. Like, a lot of
Yeah.
kids were doing crazy stuff because of it.
Slender Man was an epidemic, a huge meme of fear.
My son, who at the time was like 3 or 4, he knew about Slenderman, bro.
Yeah.
He asked me about Slenderman. I'm like,
Terrifying.
dude, kid's like 4 talking about Slenderman.
You could see it as just that's the meme of the devil in modern times. People say, "What is that monster, Daddy?"
The thing with Slenderman, it was the idea of like this really tall figure or a giant. He's been part of the human subconscious for like thousands of years. Like, I have a friend who, when she was little, she seen like this really, really tall figure, like a spiritual being whose head was like proof. Like, and so like these tall, flanky figures, they've always been part of like our subconscious.
Yeah. And the Shadow Man, the No Face Man, long arms.
Yeah.
Yes, I would say that the Shadow Man at the end of the bed is Slender Man is the modern version of that fear. Then you get people like Grant Morrison, the comic, who's now writing from Hollywood, showing off that his prophecies come true.
What's that one famous writer where they get who wrote a book, the Necronomic? Forget, man.
Can't remember who wrote that.
Necronomicon. Yeah, that guy.
Oh, what's his name? Lovecraft.
Yeah, Necronomicon, also referred to as the Book of the Dead, or under a purported original Arabic title of Kitab al-Asif, is a fictional grimoire appearing in stories by the horror writer H.P. Lovecraft and his followers.
That's obviously copying real grimoires,
Exactly.
real books of demon names.
Yeah, so, yep, you already know.
So that would be it. Yeah, a fiction writer redoing the Book of Demons, and that he can add in whatever he wants. He can add in Cthulhu, the big octopus god that he made up.
The Kraken.
Yeah, I mean, even Cthulhu is from the old myth of the Kraken, isn't it?
Yeah.
Slenderman has tentacles as well coming out of his back. There's a new creepypasta that I watch that's just been an epidemic. Not as scary as Slenderman, but it's called The Back Rooms. So this idea that there's an elite corporation opening up 3D space that doesn't take up any space in our reality. So it's all in another dimension. But it was already there, and some people can fall into it by different ways. They can fall into this back rooms, and then they're stuck in this half real world of random rooms. And in the creepypasta, we're learning more and more about the corporation that has gone in to try and figure out what went wrong with their design. It's a bit like a labyrinth. So as young teenagers watching these stories and they're thinking about it late at night, the idea that you could just slip on the sidewalk and phase into a labyrinth forever.
You ever have phantom vibrations, dude? I keep getting it.
Yeah. Normally when I'm on the toilet or really hot, my brain goes. I feel a big vibration. I hear it.
I'm like, I feel like my phone's vibrating, bro, and I look and there's nothing there. Like I don't get no messages, nothing, and I keep feeling it, bro. It's like, what the hell?
Oh, that no.
Keeps playing games on me.
But there is the theory that sometimes they make it vibrate at like 10% of the strength, so that you remember to look at your phone again soon.
Weird.
Same with messages and updates. Sometimes it might go beep, and you'll think, "Oh, that's my friend messaging back," but it's not. I've got a movie to recommend you guys. Matt Walsh's "What Is a Woman" on Twitter. It's an hour and a half long. The best bits are when he asks experts in the field what is a woman, and they blatantly lie to themselves and him face to face.
Hey, Don, there's a movie called Annihilation I thought was kind of interesting.
Okay.
Natalie Portman investigating some kind of weird anomaly
Oh yeah,
you can walk into.
I
Shit starts
saw it.
all
I watched
wacky.
it years ago. Then recently, my dad recommended it to me, and I watched it again, and it's cool. The idea that it doesn't want anything, even though it's destroying us. It's just growing. This new type of life is just growing, and we're in the way. Yes, it's great seeing when she comes back out of this horrible thing, weird thing, and they say, "What does it want?" And she said, "It doesn't want anything. It's just growing."
Yeah, it's like a weird like energy some sort.
There's a great scene where this weird energy pool has turned bear into a monster, and it's given the other humans screams of mercy to the monster, so the monster's breathing her friend's voice. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that sounds scary. It's probably a scary movie. Can't recommend it to everybody. You maybe get nightmares. Don't want that. It's just an interesting sci-fi piece. Actually, you know what I like about it is it took a lot of artwork to make a lot of that stuff look interesting. So almost like some weird ass sculptures or some shit. Yeah.
Well done.
It's like kind of like some Damien Hirst type artwork or something in there. Good luck having a name like Damien, right?
Yeah.
Good luck. Coffee's on the way, bro, but I don't think that I'm not giving myself a good odds to figure out your orphan movie.
Oh, don't worry.
I don't think it's in the brain. I don't think I've ever seen it or heard of it. So it's a little.
A lot of my friends are orphans. Not a lot of them, but I knew like best friends, like 3 or 4 best friends. They were orphans. Like they lived in foster homes in childhood.
Yeah, my girlfriend was fostered by her parents. Her mum was one of those weirdos that hurts their child and pretends their child's ill. Munchausen's.
My friends' parents were just not fit. They were on drugs and shit. Crack and freaking dope.
I was thinking something about plants and stuff and sunlight, and how plants really like sunlight a lot, even more than all the high tech lights you might kind of throw at it. I don't know if you guys agree.
What?
But,
What?
just that plants have a different and natural reaction to sunlight that we actually, even with the fanciest lights, are not really reproducing.
Yes.
That's
I
crazy, huh?
couldn't. I mean, I couldn't tell the difference. To be honest with you.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure there's differences between indoor and outdoor, but you can't tell. If anything, the indoor looks better than the outdoor. Like indoor weed.
Oh, with cannabis, but I think Snacks is saying you could never replicate all the nuances of plant life properly.
No,
Like,
yeah, that's a
well,
fact.
it's well, I mean, you know, like we talk about like spectroscopy and stuff, but there's something in the oh yeah, coffee. Okay. There's something in the spectros that actually worked. There's something in the spectroscopy in the spectral lines of sunlight where even though it's supposed to be all like a burning ball of gas, there's still calcium in the signal, which is weird, right? So like that means that in order to replicate sunlight, you need to burn those gases you think might be in the sun. You also have to add calcium, and so that means that calcium has a wavelength of light that like its emission is equal to, and that is purple light. And it's interesting that a lot of well, that's purple, and then that would equal like what, like a vegetative state of a plant. You want it to have calcium for that, as it's like building itself. But is it possible that the sunlight is somehow just photocalcifying it somehow? Is that sounds crazy? I'll have another sip of coffee now. And if you think about like the other things you might throw in, like phosphorus, you know, for the fruiting or flowering stage of plant, um, you know, that has its own wavelength too. So like you know, even the elements that we're adding to these have analogs that are in light frequency, and I wonder if that is somewhat why things just tend to grow in this very naturalistic way, you know, plant life and stuff, you know, off the sun. Like it's got emission of light spectra that we can't really replicate the same thing that it's doing. I don't know. I might
I
just
mean,
be wrong, but I
no,
might
you're
be
onto something. You're onto something. But like, it's just photo HPS, high pressure sodium, happens to just help. It happens to be more. How do I say this? it's not good for vegetative growth. It's more good for flowering, not because of any of the elements that's inside the bulb, like sodium, but like because of the color of it. I don't know if that's what you were talking about. Like it's not because of it's using sodium or phosphorus to produce light
Mhm.
that the plant also needs phosphorus to produce flowers. I mean, there might be a connection there, but I think it's more had to do with the color spectrum.
Right, and so it's like what I would look this up yesterday. I think does that come out to be like blue or something, or it's like I don't know. There's just something interesting about it to me. I'm gonna look more into it and finish this coffee. But I just find it interesting, you know.
But yeah, so like when light bulbs were first being made, like LEDs, and they were trying to experiment, you had all these purple LEDs that was like the rave for a little bit until they realized like
Mhm.
purple LEDs aren't actually that good at all.
Right.
But they look cool in the grow room, having all these purple lights. So they sold a lot on the internet, but they
Yeah.
kind of sucked.
Yeah. I watched something with a guy growing lettuce for like with a compact fluorescent, and then all red, all blue, and a mix of whatever like grow lights like that. And it's just interesting. Like none of them are perfect, so it's like yeah, you definitely need to mix it up. But I don't know, man.
It's fascinating though, because when you try to replicate the sunlight, so you add photo red, you add deep red, and then you have the full spectrum white light that includes all the colors, um, including the green. Because at one point they didn't think green was important at all. They thought
Right.
because plants were green that green was useless, that it would just reflect.
Yeah.
But then they realized actually green is very important because it allows the light to penetrate deeper into the foliage somehow. I don't know the mechanisms why light can penetrate deeper into the core of the plant, because all these leaves, they kind of capture light and they prevent the light from like penetrating. But the green in the white light allows all the other colors to penetrate deeper somehow, bro. And I don't really know how, but maybe it has to do with the reflection. Who knows? Um,
Wow.
and then yeah, then you got UVA, UVB, UVC that all play their own individual roles in the production of plant chemicals and shit. This science, bro, they're on top of this stuff right now. Like people are looking into it, especially for the weed industry.
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you. Um. Yeah. I don't know. It's if you just try to grow a plant without like adding a bunch of minerals to it or adding any minerals to it, it's like well, it's interesting to see like what occurs with that.
Just light with nothing added to the soil.
Yeah, like just like a hydroponic setup with like no added nutrients to the water. Just kind of see what goes on.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, it just like it sort of just feeds off like light, I guess, in different ways. Like it more depends on it rather than like you're backing it with a whole bunch of nutrients and you know biological agents that are doing all that. Well, like you could take vitamin D, or you could go out and get a suntan or something like that. So like something about the sunlight is triggering vitamin D to occur in our on our skin or something like some. Well, I don't know, man. I got like seasonal anxiety or seasonal whatever depression or whatever. Or I used to have it worse. Um, and I've got like a whole bunch of different like therapy lamps for that and stuff, and I don't really think that they work very well. It's just you know
I got
it
this.
could
I
just
get
be a
that shit too.
circadian rhythm thing. I don't know.
It just has to do with the days being shorter, bro. There's something depressing about living in the northern hemisphere. where it gets cold, and then your days are shorter, bro. Like, damn, what's like the whole point of life?
Yeah.
It happens to me every year, dude.
I get it's psychological, but it's physiological too. Because if I just go out and get sun all the time, like I just feel much healthier. I just feel better.
Yeah. The shortest day of the year is the winter solstice.
Yeah.
And then from then on, everything, the days start getting longer. People start feeling better.
Mm-hmm.
It's depressing though. You get out of work and the sun's already going down. You get home, it's dark. It's like, what the hell?
Or it's like that other thing with calcium. It's like how does like a chicken give make an egg every day when it doesn't really have that much calcium in its body? Uh,
Yeah, eggs are amazing, bro. They have like everything to sustain life, dude. Eggs. Eat like 10 eggs a day, you'd be all set.
Whoa. 10 eggs a day? Yeah.
No, yeah, there's some bodybuilders that will literally eat like 10 eggs a day. They'll drink it in their shake, dude.
I don't think I could do that.
You got 3 in the morning, 3 at lunch, and 3 in the afternoon.
I don't even like eating cooked eggs.
I've drank egg with Malta. You know what Malta is? It tastes pretty good, bro. Some sugar.
I mean, my eggs taste good. I can cook eggs that taste good. I just like they don't make me like super happy. I'm like, oh yeah, I just ate some of those. Super. Now I have tons of energy because I don't feel like that after I have a little breakfast with eggs.
Eggnog.
I don't know. I've had good eggnog. I've had bad eggnog. But if I eat too many eggs, it's like a problem. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't want to get into it. I don't know how people be eating 10 eggs a day. I have no friends. You know what I mean?
I had
Ugh.
friends, dude. I cut them off. They're toxic.
That's not, I mean, I just be passing wind a lot, I think. Nobody want to be around me. That's why I cut my egg consumption down a little bit, you know, so I could maybe have a friend one day.
I got friends that would pinch out of my bag, dude. I'd walk away and come back. They're like, "Where all my weed go?" Those are the kind of friends I have.
Good friends like that are hard to find. Oh, Dawn's gone. Kosho's sleeping. He sounded pretty tired anyway. Oh, so he's sleeping. Now we can post hypnotic suggest dreams for him. Should make this like a daily segment. Man, that if there was some way that we knew Kosho was sleeping and listening, that would be so great. How do we do that?
I don't think he's listening, bro.
Yeah, he's listening.
I mean, I can't fall asleep with a headset on. I mean, unless you're sitting straight up.
I don't know. Maybe he's got it on an iPad or something. Who knows?
True.
I was watching like some ultra super slow mo of like just a germinating seed, and you know, obviously they look like they're still when you look at them, but if you look at them like all the images connected, it's like well, it's not like a clam and like a gooey body sort of gets out of the clam, like when a seed like splits, like it's that clamshell, and then it's just like a something reaching out, like a slug or something. But that's the taproot. It's interesting.
Not thinking about flat Earth and stuff.
Uh-huh.
How the plant realizes up from down. You should probably look into that because there's like when the taproot comes out, well, at least with weed, you'd think that it would pop out the bottom, right? But it doesn't. It pops up the top, pops out from above, and then it reaches down, starts rooting itself. But it doesn't. Yeah, naturally it pops up from the top.
Yeah. Well, it like that root starts to gain moisture, and as it gains moisture, it gains mass, and then it sort of like tips the whole joint.
Yeah, it flips over. Counterintuitive, bro. It's like, why does
I wouldn't
nature
have
do
thought
that?
that. Be interesting what like, and even if you like locked it in place to where it had to grow a root up, it would still the root would just go bend back down or something. Seems like it'd be mean to try that.
Nah, they're hardy. Whatever you do to them, it makes them stronger, bro. Like
Nice.
I used to abuse them, bro. I used to literally like simulate a storm, and I would shake the stalk with like a high powered fan on them and blow water on them and just shake them up, beat them up, and they get thicker and hardier. Their branches get thicker, and they produce
Yeah.
bigger buds. And
Yeah,
then
that's a
if
weird
you,
thing too. Like, so if the lettuce that was growing all red, very delicate, thin leaves, but stretched out a lot. It actually had the most biomass of the top part of the leafing structures, and the blue one was the same weight as the red one, but it had a lot less vegetation. But all the leaves were thicker and weird and bendy and stuff. So, or some mutation had occurred, but it's like these things they will like mutations occur with plants sometimes. We're just like, oh, well, it just got shocked. That's what you say, right? It just got shocked, and
yeah,
that's why it's only throwing out like these weird 3 leaf leaves or whatever. Not fives or whatever. But yeah, genetics fucking interesting shit, man. It's like it's referring back to some other I don't know, like traits, some other type of trading or whatever, where it's like, oh, this is more similar. Let me adapt this way.
I used to cut their heads off at 3.5 weeks, sometimes 2.5 weeks from seedling. I would cut their heads off, dude. And
The
you'd think that,
entire thing.
yeah, I would completely cut the heads off at the third node.
Oh,
And,
okay.
bro, I've experimented second, third node, fourth node. And what it would do is instead of having one King Cola, you would get 8 King Colas. And then you could train those colas by tying them down
Mhm.
so that they would have an even skyline, for lack of a better word. So all the colas were the same height. It created these beautiful, like you. The thing is, if you cultivate plants, anything like it's almost like they need human. Um, nature sometimes needs humans to help it out, bro. Like the marijuana plant by itself will not achieve what I was able to achieve by cultivating it and tying it down. It's called low stress training, LST, where
Yeah,
you literally tie the branches down and you manipulate the plant and it just grows bigger buds, bro, and it just looks better. It aesthetically looks better.
that's like a real time consuming because it should be something you do like every day for only a short period of time.
No, you don't have to do it every day. You do it like once a week. You tie the branches down once a week, because you got to keep
Oh, yeah.
tying them down.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Just tying down branches is. I mean, other people like get in there, like massage the, twist the stalks, and do all kinds of weird business. Yeah, you can do that too, like where you basically rotate the stalk of the. Well, at least I know that it works on cannabis, but like you just rotate it, and you'll hear it like pop, and you've actually like broken something inside of it. But then you just like release it, and it'll fill itself out better.
Yeah, I've done that, but I don't like. I'd rather just top it.
Yeah,
I forget what that's called, but what happens when you snap a branch without actually cutting it off completely? You just snap
well,
it a little bit.
you don't snap it. You don't snap it off. You just kind of like rotate the branch until you hear it like pop, and then, but you don't actually break anything inside, like to where it's damaging the structure of it, like in the outside.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and
Okay.
there's like the stem of the plant gets fractured a little bit, and what it does is for whatever reason, when the plant heals itself, it produces a whole nother set of like highways for nutrients. Like, so instead of having just one set, you'll have like, instead of having a 2-lane highway or whatever, you'll have like a 4-lane highway or an 8-lane highway. Like, why does the plant do that? I have no idea, but maybe because of the healing. But then what it does is it produces bigger buds. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the more you abuse the plants by cracking them and twisting them and tying them down, and dude, it's like they just get better, bro.
Yeah, interesting.
You step on them and shit.
I mean, it works with that plan. I don't think you do that for I don't know, a number of other things. Maybe you wouldn't want to do that.
True. Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I know like napalm does the orchid. I could barely keep an orchid alive. You know, it's almost like somebody buys one as a gift or whatever. It's just like, oh man, that's gonna die. But thanks, it looks pretty. Um, I don't know. Some plants are more delicate than others, but yeah, like marijuana is very hardy. It's like basils, you know.
It's a weed, dude, basically. Like, the thing isn't, it's very hardy and it grows very quick.
Yeah,
Very, very quick.
it's kind of cool how like tenacious life is, man. It's like better than any program you could program some shit to. You know what I mean? Like if you tried to make robots that were like, we're fighting for ourselves, we're doing our own things, you know. It's like,
You
oh,
want
tree fella,
rights.
I'll fix you. You know, like all that stuff. That's all. It's fun to think about, but like you could never create a system with enough vigor and willpower and motivation to just keep like living. You know, it's interesting. Some kind of X factor here.
Yeah, but I'm all about lighting in your house too. Like, if you can stimulate sunlight in your house, that's your best bet, bro. In the kitchen, like, I think the future, that's what they're gonna end up doing. Like, right now, yeah, we have these LED bulbs, but they're not like, they're kind of shitty. If you could replicate sunlight in the house with all the spectrum that the sun has, and keep out the negative ones, like, some of the UVCs, you can have UVA in your house too. Like, I think these bulbs would be awesome, bro. They don't have them yet. I haven't seen them marketed yet. You can make a ton of money. Like include the photo red, the deep red, all the color of the sun, and some of the UVA, bro, and sell them, bro. I know for a fact that you'd make a ton of money because it looks better, bro. Everything looks better, brighter. All the colors pop.
Or I think when I looked up phosphorus and it's a spectral emission, it looks like sky blue. And I just think that there's some kind of way in which it's like the minerals and stuff like that are somehow being like synthesized somehow and with light. That sounds crazy, but I don't know how shit works. Um, or is this the secret way things work? I guess in some way that it's like that the plant can use nutrients, but it can also like take light and synthesize the chemicals that it needs to grow. Like if it, like maybe not all plants can do that, but like the certain types of chlorophyll might be able to do that. Or why else do they mutate and stuff, trying to adapt? Right? I don't know, bro. Well, it's like I don't. Well, I don't know. We're talking about like can plants have memory and all this stuff, and but like, can they just like see? Maybe like they don't need eyes. They're just like light. It's like a pretty important thing to them. So maybe they just like have some sort of weird plant vision. That's crazy sounding.
I don't know, man.
That sounds nuts, dude.
I think if they can see, it's not like how we see. I think it's more through like auras. Like they would be able to sense our auras. I see our auras
I
somehow.
mean, maybe
But
they can't see very clearly, you know what I mean? But I mean, you would think that at least they'd be able to understand shadows and stuff, right? Because it like has to, if it has to understand like what, or is it just a naturally dying off process, like where undergrowth doesn't get enough light, and it's just like it doesn't. Is it weird? Like it seems like sometimes when a plant's injured, it's like it just sends a message. It's like self destruct that part. We don't need it. Fuck it. You know what I mean? Like
no, yeah, that's a fact.
that does happen, right?
Yeah.
And like
The lower branches that don't get enough light start like decaying, necrosis or whatever.
right. Well, if they just die, then they die and then they fall off. But like it's almost like sometimes like just for survival, like it'll just like automatically like say like we don't even need that part of it. Let's just focus on the rest of everything here. We'll just like let that branch die off, right? Um, maybe it doesn't work like that exactly, or maybe I'm kind of confusing it with how like Paul Stamets talks about like how mycology works and stuff, and like that there's. I mean, it might just be chemical. It might not be any kind of like I guess whatever intelligent decision of any kind. That sounds nihilistic, though.
Give me a second. Let me type it in here so I don't forget. You have a broom by any chance?
A broom, yeah.
Broom.
Second.
You said it was what?
1958 star.
Star. All right, thanks, bro. Yeah. If you can, please find me a broom. If not, it's all right. All right.
What? Sweeping it up. All right. Now I can just talk nonsense to myself. Dope.
I'm here.
All right. Okay. Thought you was busy.
I'm dealing with plants right now, actually, dude.
I'd really
Irrigation.
like to try to see if I could grow a plant. Well, I'd like to see if I could actually create a limelight, I think, first. And then I would like to see if that works. Because that to me is very interesting. Because I think it's like pretty much full spectrum light. Yeah. Even though we call it limelight, it's not lime colored. It's made from lime.
I haven't heard about that yet.
I don't think anybody's tried to grow a plant with it on YouTube. But it's like so bright you like need to kind of like shield your eyes. It's like a very energetic light. So I don't know. I think you probably could grow with it. It'd be cool. Yeah, you should be able to do all that tech with like HHO stuff. And like eggshells or something. Okay. Yeah, it just seems like a cool like loop system, you know, because like HHO is sort of like something you might be able to figure out like a looping system for that to work continuously. I don't know, like I don't know anything, any way to make light is kind of interesting.
I know eventually when I get my studio, bro, it's gonna be full spectrum light with the UVA, with the photo red and the deep red and all that in my room, dude. It's gonna be popping.
You would run red light all day.
Well, no. Not only when I'm filming, but like, yeah, just have it on, bro. You can't tell when you mix it all together. You can't tell. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
It
actually,
just
I
looks
can
good.
like when if I just have like a full spectrum light on, and then I throw a red light on, the plant itself will like appear to be more green or like more bright, and it looks really washed out and just full spectrum. So I'm not really sure how all this works, but
Yeah, bro. I've noticed that like just when I used to mess with lighting, bro, indoors, like I would look at my clothes and like it just everything pops more. So you don't have to do it in edit, bro. You know, if you can do it, if you can manage it, without having to go into the camera settings or go into the software, bro. Why not? You know, you get the colors to pop.
yeah, I don't know, man. It's just color, you know. We take color for granted, you know, because it's just like it's everywhere, I guess, unless you like are in the desert and everything's beige. But color's like some really interesting shit, you know. Especially the
Yeah,
stuff that stays around forever and it's like it's forever going to be that color. That's really interesting to me, you know. It's like holding some type of energy to it. Does that sound crazy? Um, you like people like have favorite colors and things like that. Sometimes people use colors for comforting reasons. You know, it's just strange that it can do all these kinds of things. You know, to us like psychological impressions of different things. You know, I think probably men are a little less into this kind of thing. Maybe generally speaking, you know. Um, but I think women are more into colors. Like they get something more out of it. I don't know. It's weird. Go ahead. Somebody say something? No? Okay.
What is the correct method for punishing a friend for not keeping to time schedules that you set together as friends?
That's like such a good question. Shoot him?
You can't punish the dude, but you could be like, listen, buddy, like, I don't appreciate you showing up late. I still love you, but can you stop doing that?
Ooh. Or next time, set up a date and then but have people ready to jump his ass and be like, "Hey, you're late. What's up, mate?" And then you crack their knuckles and say, "Oh man, I didn't mean to be late." And he'll never be late
Just
again.
riding my bike, and the best method I could think of was next time he asks, just say no, and then leave it till the time after, and then say, "Remember when you didn't keep to it before? That's why I said no last time. I'll say yes this time and give you another chance."
I shoot him.
If he's really like sorry for being late, then it's whatever.
Oh,
But if he acts like smug about it, like, why are you being such a bitch? I was only late an hour. You know what I
he's
mean?
sorry, but he's also happy to avoid the whole topic and never mention it, which is a different type of sorry.
A different type of sorry. Okay. He's not taking accountability for his actions, I guess.
Yeah, he's sorry, but he'll do it again, and he's not accountable.
Fair, most drug dealers are late when it comes to that shit.
Yeah, I don't know if being a drug dealer makes him like that, or it's the other way around, but they do go together a lot. Yeah.
Like they tell you they're gonna be there in an hour, and then 2 hours later you're still waiting.
One Christmas, I biked around the city, freezing cold, ill, to find drugs. And the man never turned up. It was probably the worst night of my whole life.
I feel it.
Yeah, there is worse. There's worse than nights. That was one of the worst.
Thanks for sharing. It can be tough.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't had a chance to look for me.
All good, bro.
That dude sounds like Tora for Ya. That's who I thought it was before.
Yeah, you could hear that.
Yeah.
I got one earbud in, dude. He was like 8 feet away from me.
Tora for Yar and you exist in the same physical space.
I don't know where he lives.
No, they're too far apart.
Have you heard of Pendulum Snacks? Band.
What?
Have you heard of the band Pendulum?
No.
Oh, I really love them. They're a drum and bass metal live band. Anyway, the guy did a good quote. He was talking about his performance at the Glastonbury before Madonna. Yeah, before Madonna, I think. And he said, if I wasn't in that band and I heard it, I wouldn't like it. So that's my reason why I'm changing our sound.
Yeah, I never heard of them.
It's quite ballsy to make your best work ever and then totally denounce it and say that was shit. I wasn't even trying.
That was quite ballsy. I used to check out this band. Saw them live a couple times. Just like a duo playing like drum and bass music, but the drummer was like on crack, basically, just like, like going crazy. Just it was. It's so satisfying to hear somebody play like break beats on an actual drum kit. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah.
It seems so hard to do somehow.
Yeah, it's not easy to play fast drums.
Well, you playing them, but you're also trying to make it sound like you're so exact. You're like a drum machine or something.
Yeah, the repetitive thing, that's an extra skill.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I could be a drummer.
A channel I follow called Witch in the Working. It's just uploaded a half-hour video about Crowley's influence on modern paganism and witchcraft.
It was peer reviewed.
Yeah, is it peer reviewed?
Peer reviewed by one Wiccan.
You ever heard that he stayed in the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid overnight?
Yes, he invoked. Oh, he said the Bornless One prayer for his wife Rose to impress her. Some people think the world's never been the same since.
But there's like a history of historical figures that have done that. What he did. Aleister Crowley wasn't the first one.
Plato claims to have been initiated in the Great Pyramid as well.
Yeah, there's an occult tradition going back who knows how long where they would stay overnight in the Great Pyramid and all kinds of weird shit would happen in the middle of the night.
Temperature, sound, and just feeling like you're inside the God Mountain built by gods.
Yeah, it's weird. Like I've heard that like I don't know how true it is, but there's just this idea that like shamanic people would go into caves a lot of times to where it was dark, and then it would just like your eyes start to see some kinds of lights here and there. I know that there's another story like this too, but
like a float tank, isn't it? You can isolate the senses, and then you can have a trip.
I think the science people will say that it's like a.
No, leave it outside this door over here.
Oh, got interference.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. Sorry.
Give you.
Yeah, and that thing I was saying.
Yes, I think the chamber is similar to caves. Same feeling. Same to a basement, even a temple. Occultists do a pilgrimage to Egypt. This is very common for a Freemason occultist.
Didn't Aleister Crowley, didn't he leave some writing on the walls in the Great Pyramid, like that are attributed to him? There's like some freaking
Sure.
Yeah, there's some writing that he left behind. Some evidence that he was there.
I'm sure he tried to, or he did, but I've never heard the story about someone finding it.
No, yeah, there's images of it. There's like I have to look it up, but I mean, it's fascinating if you take this to heart and you believe that Aleister Crowley really stayed in there overnight, and his experience is legit. He didn't make it all up.
Yep. Well, I'm willing to go with it because that's my religion. So,
I mean, I believe he really seen what he's seen, and that's like the first alien archetype that we can find on record, like the big head with the black eyes and the big eyes.
yep.
Before Roswell.
After he went to the pyramid, he was in a hotel in Cairo, and that's when the Book of the Law was channeled.
Yeah.
His girlfriend said his girlfriend told him that the saying, "He's waiting for you," and he was saying, "Oh, what's wrong, Rose? Why are you being crazy? Who's waiting for me?" And she pulled him around the museum in Cairo, and they got to the last exhibit, 666, and it was the statue of Horus. That's the story.
Yeah.
Just wouldn't it be funny in like I don't know, 500 years from now, people start attributing all kinds of science to Aleister Crowley and saying like, yeah, he was kind of into magic, but he was also like a scientist.
Dude, Aleister Crowley was like big though. He's infamous.
Yeah, his ego made him huge. Jack Parsons, who invented rocketry, or helped bring the theory of rocketry to Americans, whether they go to space or not, they at least blast off from the Earth. Those machines were invented by the man in Crowley's cult who was talking to Crowley in letters.
Wow. Yeah, and then
That's
when you
like
talk about JPL Labs and all that, bro, it's like you get this.
Yeah, that's the guy.
I don't know, man. That's a little crazy. Bro.
I think they're the first pictorial reference of the alien head.
Yeah, I think so.
Aleister Crowley is.
It's.
At
I mean,
least
it might have been from other. I mean, maybe Crowley was the first, but like, yeah, what's his name? Jack Parsons and that other fellow.
Crowley would have heard about the grey alien concept from other people, but he might have drawn it out and said, "I spoke to this last night."
Right.
Apparently that's what happened.
But couldn't you just be a good wizard if you're like? Is he a wizard, by the way, or what is he?
He's a witch.
He's a witch. Is he?
He called
is he a
himself
warlock?
the greatest magician of all time. That's what he called himself.
I wouldn't say he was the best, but he's definitely in it. Deep.
In the modern day era, he's the most famous magician, I'd say.
Yeah. Him and it would be between him and Albert Pike, right?
Yeah, I guess John Dee as well. Albert Pike's probably smarter than Crowley.
No, Manly P. Hall. I meant Manly P. Hall.
Yeah, Pike and Manly P. Hall are very racist elites with a lot to say. They're not quite as mystical and magical as Crowley.
I think they just didn't demonstrate what their abilities. They just kind of kept it under wraps. But I think Manly P. Hall was up there too, bro.
Oh,
I mean, he was a 33rd. He was a 33rd degree Mason. You don't just get up there if you don't have some sort of ability.
Yeah, I believe so. He just didn't present as a manic magician the same as Crowley.
Yeah. Aleister Crowley was like Charles Manson, kind of. Like, he wasn't really. They didn't take him serious. Like,
No, yeah.
Manly P. Hall was respected.
Yes. Crowley was a troll, even to the people in his group. Manson is fascinating. Did he kill them, or did the CIA kill them? And is he responsible, or is there some type of CIA cult and he's just a front man?
Yeah, I believe in the latter. There's a CIA cult. The CIA push to create like this.
Yeah.
MK Ultra victim or whatever he was. That pushed that narrative.
It almost seems like
the LSD was bad.
He was working with MK Ultra. Almost seems like with the Beatles shit.
I think so. Definitely, he used LSD and the MK Ultra conditioning programming techniques. But one thing he said to the girls when he said to murder, he said, "Make it look witchy," which is a really weird sentence.
He got out of jail. Like, how many times the government would just release him? Like, yeah, this is our guy.
Also, when he was in prison, he got friends with neo-Nazis and got the swastika on his forehead, which changed his appearance a little bit.
You think?
Is John Wick Wiccan?
Yes. I mean, I thought you meant John D. No.
No, I meant the character John Wick. It's just really funny. Well, like Wick, Wicked, Twisted. It's like caduceus. It's it's like a lot of things
Yeah,
in that way.
yeah, I think you might be right.
Prester John, they call him too, right? The other guy, Prester, is that what they would call him? John D.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
But
it's like
no,
Prester John.
what do you think about John D working with Mercator on the Mercator map? How's that? How's that particularly?
Yeah, he might have been into it. I haven't heard.
Yeah, I don't know much. It's been a long time I read about John D. When I
I
was in
know
Tartarian groups, they used to talk about him a lot.
he was the magician for Queen Elizabeth, the first Queen Elizabeth, I think.
Yeah.
He wrote his own Necronomicon, a version of the demon books, and he also invented the Enochian language to speak to
Like
the angels.
kind of like seems like a little bit of BS with that one. I've got kind of looked into that one.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he created it, bro. To be honest with you.
Well,
Even if
there's
he
another
found
there's a
Enochian
system.
in the past, tried to copy it, you're still grasping at straws, aren't you? Trying to find a real angel language and then write it down. Obviously, you're going to make half it up.
Yeah. But then why would you? I don't know. It's like if they did break the code on it, then you would figure that they probably wouldn't write that shit down where everybody would be like, oh yeah, they
I
actually
agree,
did it.
Max. It is bullshit. But I
In,
think if you're LARPing to talk to angels, you need a language. Why not make one?
in my opinion, like the Lesser Keys of Solomon, they got the Greater Keys of Solomon, which are like compilations. But I think John D had access to writings that we just don't have access to today. Like he was, you got to think about it, like what he had at his disposal, like he could get
Definitely.
a hold of, right? I don't think he made this shit up.
No, he would have been inspired by something. Other people's Enochian.
That painting shit that he did is the paintings of them are crazy. Have you seen those? Like the scans underneath what like the paintings look like what they look like, which is like maybe him in a church or something like that. But they do a deep scan of it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, there's a bunch of skulls around him and fire and shit." Like,
That's
you
cool.
seen that?
That's the type of magic, isn't it? Hiding a painting behind a painting.
Well, I mean, they might somebody else might have like redacted it later or something. I don't know. Or maybe the artist was like, "This guy's evil as fuck. I'm gonna fucking paint all this stuff underneath it, and then I'll paint over it." I don't know. Could have been a fuck you to the guy. Who knows? I don't know, but isn't it's just like magician shit? It's like it's kind of like if you can bullshit somebody else, like somebody else that thinks they're a magic user or whatever, then it's like you win. You're the greater magician. You beat them in a psychological battle of like, you're the real one. No, I'm the real one.
That is what
Some shit.
Crowley did with his friends, with others from Golden Dawn.
Right. I would figure that. Like, it just, like, if you're just really competitive and a psycho, like, it'd be easy to be the best magician if you're into that stuff and you spent all your time at it.
The thing is, do you believe that magic is real or not? Right? Because most magicians today are just tricksters, right? They use mirrors and smoke screens, and they're not real like sorcerers. They're just tricksters, bro. Now, me being a believer, right? I believe that sorcery is legit. Like, it's real. It's not just tricks and angles and mirrors and shit.
Oh.
Sleight of hand. But these guys nowadays, like David Blaine, they're not real magicians, bro. They're just tricksters.
I don't know if I have any evidence of like real magic happening, but I do believe in degrees of things that are sort of magical and that people could utilize to like make people believe other things. Because like if anytime like you're sufficiently like even if you're out of your head, you know what I mean? Other people might be like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, it's like that." And especially if you're respected, like in your community. So I don't know. It just seems like it's too easy to manipulate other people if everyone is in like some kind of like other brain space. You know what I mean?
I agree with both of you. I think magic is real in the sense people believe it and do it, and then things happen in the world. But I don't think you can quantify this ritual made this happen, and we can prove it.
Well,
And
it's like
I also think you're correct, Snacks, that a lot of people are bullshitting each other and they're just using their wit and controlling methods to control each
Yeah.
other, one up each other.
Word. I'm glad you'd see it that way too. That's cool.
Yeah, I see it that way too. And in New York, in New York, they have like these witch doctors, bro.
Isn't it? What are you saying?
There's witch doctors in the Caribbean, bro. Like I come from a family of, you know, I have an uncle who's also a witch, bro. And I've tried talking to him and showing him spreading the gospel and this and that. I mean, he grew up Catholic and then he became a witch.
Right.
And in the Caribbean, you have all kinds of witchcraft that at first might, you know, oh, these people are stupid. Like, how can they believe in that shit, right? But like when you start seeing shit happen, bro, it's like at what point is this just a coincidence, right? Like when you put a hex on a pregnant woman, right? Oh, you want that baby to die, and then she has a miscarriage like a week later. Like at what point was that just probability working in the universe, right? It gets a little odd, bro, when you're specific. Like people go to you just to put hexes on pregnant women, right?
Yeah.
That like they pay you hundreds of dollars so that you cause people to miscarry.
I could
right?
explain that scientifically and technically by they tell the village this woman's been hexed, or they send an email, or they put a letter on the back door, and the fear makes the miscarriage, or they actually poison the woman. That could be how they pretend to do magic and still get the same result. But it could also happen naturally where you just know you've been hexed and it affects your mental state and that affects your body. So it could be real, but it could also work not being real. So what if the witch doctor's actually a serial killer and they paid someone to poison the poor lady?
Well, yeah. I'm not talking like, yeah. There's like logical ways to try to rationalize what seems to be a supernatural phenomenon, right? Like, yeah, like you could definitely poison her, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like from a distance putting a hex on a woman, and her baby dies, bro. Like,
yeah, no, I believe
over and over again.
Something to that, I believe as well.
Because she's obviously not protected. She has no hedge of protection over her, so these things happen. But like though you talk to these people that are proclaimed witches, and you know they were initiated at 11, 12 years old by their parents, by their fathers. They had them drink blood, you know, at a certain age and all this weird shit. And they put a necklace on when they first became initiated. And then like, I don't know, you don't have to believe it, but bro, these people have like communications and fellowship with like the evil ones, bro.
I did. I got a necklace when I decided I was a witch. Yeah, the kids going into it is different because they don't have as much choice. I believe in sorcery to a point. I believe the fear of it makes it more real as well. I guess science would be if you're hexed, but by a proper magician, proper hex, but no one tells you. Could that affect you or not? Or do you have to know and feel the pressure to make it real?
No, I don't think you have to.
Some people explain how magic works. Magician understands all the different planes of existence, so not just material, but all the planes, spiritual, mental, and other made-up ones. And then stuff corresponds and has the same laws in all planes. So you can use your knowledge of one plane to affect another plane because you've decided it's followed by the same rules and the same correspondences.
The best sorcerers, though, best magicians or witches, they get the ability not from themselves, but from something that's beyond them, right? So they get these abilities that they basically have workers in the ethereal realm that do their bidding, right? So the reason that this baby dies in the room is because they sent like a minion, right?
And that's pretty dark, right? To do that for money. Because you can't ask a Catholic priest to make a bad prayer on someone. They're not going to say, yeah, okay. They're going to say, no, we don't do that.
There's a witch that he's from New York who basically he tried, turning against darkness, and he wanted to stop it all, and he lost his sight for like a month. He went blind. He says that the devil took his eyesight because he wanted to turn against the devil.
Shit.
Or a devil took his eyesight.
My mate is from London. He's half black, Rasta. He's got a ghost story where in one of the flats similar to mine, there was another family, a couple. The guy looked into witchcraft, started worshipping demons, and then they had supernatural activity and poltergeists and shit in the house. But he says, be careful, because if you do stuff with the devil, you'll get a poltergeist too. Then they report.
Hey, Don, you almost done trolling?
I'm not trolling today. Would never. Remember,
I think he thinks you're too rational to believe in that stuff. You might be trolling.
I'm not that rational. I just believe it.
You know what they say, Don? You worship the troll gods, you're gonna get a hemorrhoid, guys.
Do you think that's why I'm a worship Crowley? That made me a troll.
You worship Crowley, dude?
A little bit.
I can't be your friend. Sorry.
I hold him up high, and
Can't be friends.
I honor his teachings. I don't say his name when I pray at night. I say the God's name, it's not his name. He's just one of the prophets.
Unbelievable.
If it makes you feel any better, I've heard I look like Anton Levine or whatever his name.
Oh, I'd like to see a picture. Anton LaVey. Big ears, big bald head.
Did you guys know that Anton LaVey was Jewish? Just random fact, but yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He was. Yeah, he was.
A lot of evil Jews out there, bro.
Crowley was born into Christianity. So, Plymouth Brethren, his mum and his dad.
Did you know that Anton LaVey said, I think it was him, he said that birthdays are one of the most important satanic holidays?
Yeah, it's the most important holiday in Satanism because they worship the ego, yourself.
Yep.
It's the second most important, though. Halloween is the first.
Yes.
Samhain, as it's called, the Druidic Samhain.
Yeah. Celebrating your birthday goes all the way back to Egypt. I guess Egyptians were like the first ones to celebrate. I mean, historically speaking, we only have a verse in the Bible that talks about Pharaoh celebrating a birthday.
I'm not that into
Also, what's weird,
I like Christmas.
The Hebrew culture would say, like, if you turn 25, in our culture, then in Hebrew culture, they would say you're entering your 26th year. They call it the 26th year.
Yeah.
The whole idea of blowing out candles on your birthday, it's like, why would you blow out the candle? It's like blowing out your life force, right? You're gonna blow out you're gonna blow out candles.
That's why I
And
don't
then
celebrate
make a
my
wish.
birthday. I haven't celebrated my birthday for years because I think, why am I celebrating? Getting a day closer to death.
People
Yes.
blow out candles and then make a wish for something materialistic.
Yep. I blow out a candle when I pray, but I do get the symbolism of blowing it out, and I don't know why that's associated with birthdays, honestly.
Because of Satanism.
Probably.
Yeah.
You
know what's funny, dude? Is like, have you guys noticed that females are way more like way more into the birthday thing. Like females like literally walk around like they run the earth on their birthday. Real talk.
Oh, you're hilarious.
Oh my god, it's my birthday week, guys.
Bro, they're like,
Come on.
lady, why are you cutting in front of me in my line? Did you not know it's my birthday? You know, like they'll have like a group of 10 people. It's like they run the world, bro. It's so funny.
I'm remembering the song "It's My Birthday, I'll Cry If I Want to."
Your ungdom's party.
Dude, they'll wear like crowns and like the pageant strips that say like birthday girl and all that. It's like, bro, just chill out. You just came out of a vagina today. You know, like in reality, you were conceived long before that. You know?
Oh, let me bring up this. Do you guys believe, like I believe, that our consciousness stretches back before our birth and stretches on after our death?
Yeah, well, you have to get into what is consciousness, what's the difference in the soul and the spirit, but our spirit exists long before this. Yeah, it's the breath of life that comes from the source, which is Yah.
I heard a Buddhist say it, and maybe they
It's not
think
complex, bro.
you're slightly conscious still, even though your body died. Somehow you're aware of something.
Well, yeah, near-death experiences. That's my go-to to try to awaken the atheist up. Near-death experiences.
Yeah. Weird evidence in that whole group.
Did you guys know that when you get your head chopped off, you're still alive for 10 seconds? So when they used to chop people's heads off in like the French Revolution, they used to say that people used to like grin after they had their head chopped off, and they were actually still alive. You're still alive for like 10 seconds or something. Sorry, completely random, but
Have you guys seen the experiments where the people weighed less after they passed?
Yes, like 20 grams or something. Yeah.
21 grams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Weight of the
Must
soul.
have been-
Yeah, there's definitely debate about that. But
The
like,
thing is, though, it
usually,
makes
like,
sense.
use the bathroom, but he accounted for that, so it is pretty weird. But
The
like,
thing is, it makes sense to me in the sense that when you die, the electric charge that is coursing through your body leaves your body, and that could technically be what's what leaves, because like that's the difference between someone who's dead and not dead, that you have electrical impulses going through body.
Yeah, which makes perfect sense in what I understand, which is that weight itself is just electric. So, and understanding that gravity is not in any way what they said it is, it's actually electric. It does make sense that if all that energy leaves your body, then basically the conductive variable that gives you weight is leaving.
Why would your soul leave your body then? It wouldn't be able to leave then, would it? If it was electric, it would be, or maybe it doesn't leave.
Well, it's light though. So like, no, it's light is electromagnetic radiation. So,
Yeah, I know.
but when in fact it's actually just the ether being excited. But yeah, like what's interesting, bro, if you put an electrode sensor on your head and then you start to think about different things, as you think about more profound, deeper things, your brain makes more and more light. Literally, when we have thoughts, our brain makes light. So it's, so it seems like there is something. I think the soul is maybe what ties our mind and consciousness to our body type of thing. And then the spirit is like the breath of life, the ruach, which is separate. And that's when you die, your mind and your body and your soul, right, leave.
I always say
but
that
the
body is the hardware and the soul is the software.
Yes.
But the spirit is like the actual breath of life behind that returns to
Yeah.
source. So
Yeah. Well, the thing
I
is,
just think
if
it's
you look at conception and stuff, conception when it happens, when the sperm goes into the egg, that flash of light, that like Islamically they say that it's Allah who breathes the ruh. Ruh is soul, the life into the thing, and it's the same thing like when it says that it created Adam. He created Adam and then he blew life in through his nostrils, the ruh. and that ruh is also what leaves you when you die. Then, and the thing is, because I believe the soul is made from pure energy, and if that's the case, then the soul is immortal because you can't destroy energy, can you?
The soul and the body
No,
die.
yeah.
The spirit is what goes back to source.
Yeah,
I was trying to talk to King Los about this. The rapper King Los. I was talking to him a couple days ago, and I was trying to talk to him about, like, you know, we're obviously not just material, because when we think, it produces light, and there's light within our entire body, right? And then you combine that with having out of body experiences, near death experiences, intuition, feeling people around you, knowing people are going to hit you up, all this stuff. There's something outside our material body that's tied to the way that we interpret information. So then you get into, like, what is light, and modern science doesn't properly answer that question. So, like, that's why they say you only use 10% of your brain. What they are really saying is we only understand 10% of the brain. It's not that you only use 10% of it. It's that they can only understand 10% of it. They can't even understand the neural
To be honest,
pathways.
I think for some people that can be true. I think some people maybe even don't even use 1% of their brain.
Yeah, they're
But
called
yeah, I get what
ballers.
you mean. The thing is, when you take psychedelics and you do the thing where you said you hook up your brain to like an electric thingy, if you take psychedelics and you look at it, the brain literally lights up like mad, and it starts
Yeah.
firing in places that normally like there's no activity in.
Yeah, so atheists have less light in their brain. So
I can
there is
believe.
like they do. They did the study. People that have like a spiritual conviction and experience or thought, their brain lights up like a Christmas tree, bro. But like atheists just sit there like really dim. This is
Makes
real.
sense. Makes sense.
Pretty crazy, bro. I mean, now I can come up with a materialistic hand wave, right? That's what the atheists will do. It's like, well, and then just whenever you get really worked up and excited emotionally because you believe in something spiritual, the fact that you believe in it causes your neural pathways to be excited. But it's like, that's why your brain is dim. You know, like, and this is really deep, dude, because in Revelation, when they take the mark, it says that you'll no longer hear the voice of the bridegroom, and the light will no longer shine within thee.
Because you lose your soul.
Yeah, you lose your consciousness and soul, seemingly. Yeah.
I'd like to mention soul is the word soul, which is a word for the sun, which is light.
Yeah. That's not how etymology works, Don. You don't just get to pick one word from Spanish and say that that's somehow connected to our English word for soul.
You don't think soul and soul is connected?
Come on.
But you can't just pick and choose random languages and say that they're etymologically connected. I'm just saying that that's not. They're not related. That's right. That's Spanish. Soul for sun. Spanish. So. What is the word for soul in Spanish? Is it soul? No.
But yeah, I agree. I was gonna say though that the scriptures do kind of distinguish between a regular soul from a regular person and one that's been like awakened. Like this idea of an awakening, a spiritual awakening, like there's something that occurs to the soul itself that once it becomes aware and it wakes up from its spiritual slumber and it becomes aware of the creator, it goes through a transformation. You know, we call that being
That's what
born
the
again or
Hindu.
being born from above. And there's actually a distinguishing word for that. So you have the nefesh and then the nefesh yahad. It's like you're no longer like a regular slumbering soul, but yet you've been awakened to the idea of a creator. There's a transformation that occurs in the soul.
That's why the jab is so. Sorry.
That's similar to what Hindus believe as well. The Hindus believe something similar. They believe that you keep reincarnating until you learn something that you're supposed to learn, and then when you reach the state of nirvana, like that, what their idea of heaven is, it just means that you stop reincarnating because you reach peace. They basically say that this is hell.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
So, but like what's interesting, bro, is that it says that when you take the mark, the light will no longer shine within thee, bro. That's what's interesting. And then you look at how they engineered the jab, and I specifically don't think that's the mark, but like it
But
does
the
track that
genetically
light. It
modified
does
people.
able to track the light activity of the body.
Yeah, and it genetically modifies as well, because this isn't a normal vaccine. It's an RNA vaccine. It actually uses the same. Oh, sorry,
What
sorry.
are you? We love the vaccine. Thank you for rushing that out, Pfizer and government. Thank you for helping us save ourselves from this pandemic. What would we do without daddy government? Don't get us kicked out of here, man. It's disinformation. Silence that man.
Yeah, that's
Ban
this.
that
This.
man.
Sorry, I don't know who said. No, thank
Ban
you,
that
bro.
man.
Thank you
He's
for putting me
going
up. Man.
against the
Thank you.
vaccine. Okay.
No, thank you for that, man. I fucking just let it rip, man. Didn't even think of it, man. I need to.
I'd like to retract my etymology. Soul might not be soul.
Alma. It's
soul
alma in Spanish. Alma is
soul
soul.
might be
Thank you.
spirit from the lakes in Norse. That's where soul might have come from.
Soul is Latin. It means sun. Sun in Scandinavian, in Swedish, Norwegian, and Danish, sol, S-O-L, means sun, and it comes from the Latin soul.
Do you guys not find it very interesting that modern science can't even explain what light is, and that everything seems to be light, even matter's condensed light, and that there's not one square inch in all of existence that doesn't have light? There's just an entire spectrum, and there's one small little vibration that can be perceived by man, and then that small vibration that we call visible light, that people conflate with just the word light, it's actually illumination, actually pops up in your brain when you have thoughts, and when you have more profound thoughts.
I've known that for 10 years.
Okay, I'm just saying that there's something
No,
metaphysical to actually what our body is.
I had a trip when I took DMT, and I met these beings, and they told me exactly what you're saying there, that everything is essentially vibration. It's all the same thing, essentially. At the very basic level, it's just a vibration.
Oh, man, you're one of those met those beings, guys? No, I'm
yeah,
you're one of those
3 times. 3 times.
No, I'm just kidding. Everyone I know that's taken DMT says, like, not everyone, but like 90% of people say that there are these little beings that talk to them.
It's the only psychedelic where that happens, and the thing is that these beings are real. They're not imaginary, because they actually teach you real stuff. And yes, I have seen, I have met them 3 times.
Fairies.
It's not the only psychedelic.
That's
the fae or fairies.
You can see it on mushrooms and LSD.
They look
but
like
DMT is hands down the one that everyone says that little men greet them and say, "Look who decided to show up," you know, and then they don't really want them to leave, or then they think that they shouldn't be there.
The second time I came in, the second time I met them, the first thing they said to me was "Welcome back."
Yeah,
and that was a bit weird.
Right.
Those are familiar spirits,
highly
bro.
suspect. Yeah,
Those are
I
familiar
don't
spirits.
trust these things.
A lot of them have been in your family in generation to generation. They know you. They know you more than you know yourself.
Yes, yes. It's weird because, and the thing is that I met. It was always 3 of them, and now here's the weird thing: they were male and female as well. There were 2 males and 1 female. I don't know how I knew that, because all they were glowing orbs of light. But they, there were 2 males and 1 female, and yeah, I don't know what they are.
Wow, dude, you're saying the DMT beings are bigots?
Yeah.
DMT is about to be excommunicated from the.
Tell us some of the things they told you. What did they tell you? These beings of light.
Me.
Yeah.
Well, right. So let me explain this is without going into, because it's quite long-winded. So basically, what they told me was that reality is essentially like, how can I explain this best? It's like a spider's web, right? Imagine like a spider's web. This is like all of reality, everything that you see. And everything that exists within it, so light, matter, everything, is just vibration traveling throughout the strings of this spider's web, you can say. And so the spider's web is like the existence. God is outside of this, and the existence is these vibrations going through the net, and God is the one causing these vibrations. And that kind of jives as well with what like the ancient Mayans and Aztecs said. They said that the universe was sang into creation, and you know Christians say that as well. It was the word spoke, vibration. So that's what they told me, and then they went into detail as well how it works. They said also that reality as we know it is 9-dimensional. And 8 dimensions we can perceive, and the 9th dimension is where God exists. This is like what they told me, and it's a lot of detail. I have to probably take an hour, so I could do it sometimes in private. We could have this conversation. It's quite interesting what they told me.
Were you having a back and forth conversation or just one way?
Yes, but I wasn't speaking. It was I could hear their voice in my head, like telepathically. They were speaking to me telepathically. And the place where I met them, how can I explain this? So I smoked the DMT. When I opened my eyes again, I was in space. So imagine there's blackness everywhere. There's just black. There's no like void. And as I'm walking, it was weird. It was like I was walking on a transparent glass floor. And every time I take a step, there's like vibrations coming out. Then suddenly I seen these 3 orbs in front of me. They were about the size of basketballs, you can say. And it looked like, how can I explain? It looked like a smaller orb, like a ping pong ball, within a bigger orb, basketball, glowing, light. And there was 3 of them. And they were slightly different colors as well, slightly different variations. And then they spoke to me, but they spoke telepathically. I could hear their voices in my head.
And the general message, without getting too much in detail, what was the general message? And was it different than the other 2 times, or does it seem to be the same theme?
Upon it. No, they're kind of similar. They built upon it. The message was the nature of reality, what the nature of reality is, and how our reality is built up. And here's the thing as well. After that,
did they say the Earth was a globe though? Because I don't trust them if they said the Earth was a globe.
Oh, actually, they didn't say that. However, I wrote a physics paper after this. It wasn't like anything like professional. It was about 10 years back, but I made an attempt at it, and I wrote a physics paper on supersymmetric strings, but I never published it because I was embarrassed. And the information that I put into that paper, I got from what they told me.
So these are like Michio Kaku type beliefs.
I believe it, bro. Smokes. I believe what you're saying.
I've not actually looked too much into him, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's their game, vibrating strings. Yeah, interesting experience
what
you
he
had.
said. I don't know. Yeah, I can tell you in like detail because I wouldn't be able to do it justice in just a few minutes because they told me a lot of stuff.
Well, this is not the first time
everything is vibration.
Here, the DMT people they meet. Usually it's an animal spirit, but you're saying that it was like a light, right? First time I hear that one.
Light, yeah. Orbs of light. Yeah, there's different people meet different ones. Some meet like mechanical. They look like robots. But they're always beings, and they seem to have individual like personalities type. And just one more thing quickly that I want to mention. They did tell me that you know all of these things that scientists say that we don't know, like they invoke dark matter and dark energy and all of this. They explained to me, these beings explained to me how everything works and how you can account for gravity and all of these different forces. It was quite interesting.
Just etheric pressure. Unless the being said it was etheric pressure, I don't trust them.
Etheric pressure, yeah.
They don't. It's not all
That's
true.
what it is.
It's metaphor. They tell you metaphors so your own brain can relate to what might be true.
Yeah,
dude, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I've talked to so many people that took DMT. They all tell me that as soon as they blast off, that little beings greet them. Like everyone I personally ever talked to about DMT.
What happens is it blows you out, and you need to find a conscious agent because nature suddenly is a huge mystery to you. So all your brain can do is find conscious agents. So the tiny little people start talking to you and trying to tell you what you think how nature works. They're trying to say,
the thing is, when you're in
right,
there,
you've nearly got it.
You know what?
One guy told me though that they're like these little beings.
Sense, but when you come back, you get it. Yeah, sorry.
These little beings greeted them, and then they laughed a lot, then they giggled a lot, and then they could tell that he was like really perplexed and kind of uneasy, and he was like, he said that the little beings told him, "You should go back." So after talking to him for a few minutes, they told him that he should go back.
I've heard that, Witz. A lot of times people say they told me that I can't stay here. I felt
Yes,
bad, and they pushed me
they
back.
said that to me.
Yeah.
They said that to me. They said you have to go back now.
That happened to me
third,
too.
yeah.
They told I encountered a being not on DMT on Salvia, where he was like, "What are you doing here? Like, you don't belong here. Don't ever do this shit again." He didn't say shit, but he was like, "Don't do this. Don't ever do it again."
Salvia is potent as well, man. Wow.
I was
So
in a
there's
black.
gotta
I was
be
in a. It was
something
a
to
black
this, man.
void.
I mean, I used to think it's like this chemical activates the dream part of your brain, right?
Yeah.
But now that can't be so because everybody sees the same thing. Everybody sees these freaking beings, right?
Well, SE,
Exactly.
So how could that
SE,
be?
listen to this.
Yeah.
SE, DMT is the only psychedelic I've had where I've seen other people's trips. So I was with my ex-wife once when I tripped on DMT, and she was like and she was like scared and wasn't saying anything. And I was looking at the wall, and I'm like, what is that? Is that yours? And she's like, what? And I described to her what I was seeing, and she started crying. Because it was exactly what she was. She was having a bad trip, and I could see her trip projected on the wall. And I've had on DMT a few times where I've seen the same shit that others have seen. For example, you'll see people's auras. You see what color people's auras are. And if, say, you and your friend smoke DMT and you look at a person, you will both see the same aura on that person. It's pretty cool.
Dude, it's called shared
There's something
hallucination.
else they told me. It's something else they all say, is that the little beings telepathically communicate. That like
Yes.
you have a conversation back and forth with them, but it's just like they can hear your thoughts and you hear them respond to you inside your brain.
Yes.
They all
yes.
say this. I've talked to like
Yeah.
a lot of people about this.
Here's the scary thing, though. Normally, when you have like that happen, you'll hear your own voice communicating in your head. However, when I met these beings, I heard their voices in my head. That was the creepy bit.
That's what they all say. They all say they're also like higher pitch voice.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, your higher self. I've experienced that, bro. Your higher self. But that's really just your soul. That's
They speak like this. Wow, Eloise, wow. Like the echoes. Like I don't have to explain it. Like kind of echoes. It's really weird. Yeah.
I'm willing to say those creatures are in the mind. The fact we all see them every time, that means the plant has got a message, and it's a specific thing it shows you, and then your mind tells you about it while you're
Well,
fucked.
it's not
check
the plant,
this out.
bro.
Yeah?
Not
Let me
the
tell
plant.
you something really, really weird. So, you guys probably heard of ayahuasca, the brew that they make, with DMT brew that they drink in South America. So, ayahuasca is made from two components. Carpi vine root, which is an MAOI, monoacid oxidase inhibitor, which prevents your stomach acid from breaking the DMT down, and then a plant containing DMT. And you mix these together to make the ayahuasca. But it begs the question, how the fuck did the first person knew out of 10,000, a million plants in the jungle which two to mix together? And do you know what the
The
shamans
Watchers
say?
taught them. The Watchers taught them.
No,
I was gonna
the
say,
shamans say that the jungle told them.
No,
The
the
jungle
Watchers
told them what
taught
to
them.
do.
you can
The
work that
Watchers
out
came
by.
down and they taught man the cutting of roots.
Yes, I agree with it, but you could work that out with trial and error, but it would take you a long time, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, like they came down and they were like, look, here's basically think about the sales pitch, because I think a lot of people don't even think about it, even people that are believers and stuff. The sales pitch was like, yo, you guys have no idea what all's here. The one that put you here and made you, he left you in the dark. He didn't tell you what all was here. We're here to save you because we feel bad for you. We couldn't sit back and watch you guys be deceived and be left in the dark. So here is how this place works. You can dig in the ground and find minerals, and inside the ground is all these different minerals and rocks that you can make into different things. And here is how you cut the roots to have different experiences. Here is how you use makeup in the life, the life in the embryo state, right? Like they taught them all these secrets. So they were like, oh, wow. So whoever put us here, like, didn't want us to actually know the truth. And you guys have come, saved us. That's why they worship them.
I think
Facts.
I agree, that's true, but I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's a paradox that we've got good things and bad things from these guys.
I think if you ever come into a situation where someone else knows more information than you and you don't discover it on your own, they just give you the final answer and you don't test it critically or go find it. It's almost always a bad thing. Like someone can always deceive. That's why almost done. That's why most of the big deceptions have truth in them, right? Like the biggest deceptions that work the best have like 80-90% truth. So that's the problem.
You mix it together. By the way, the Watchers are also the ones who taught us how to make beer and consume alcohol.
Wait, Sid, I have a question. For anybody on the panel, has anybody ever, like this person who is consuming this stuff, have you ever talked to a non-flat earther that consumes the same stuff if they get the same like type of result, like the same message?
I'm a non-flat earther.
Yeah.
Almost everyone I talked to was a non-flat earther when they were talking about their DMT experience.
Yeah.
They had the same experience?
Yeah, none of them ever. I've never heard anyone say anything about seeing the globe. They all just have these little beings. All these little beings greet them when they come.
There's a book called The DMT, the Spirit Molecule by Dr. Rick Strassman. Right? It's a 365-page book. It's a doctor's testimony regarding the experimental trials on DMT that he did to volunteers. Like hundreds of volunteers from different backgrounds, firefighters, lawyers, cops, whatever, dude. People that done psychedelics before and people that never done psychedelics volunteered for this trial. And he documents their trip reports, bro. And like over 60%, I want to say 65% of the volunteers all experience communication with entities.
Yeah, and then the other 40%, my friends would say that they just didn't actually blast off.
Let me ask you guys, in the Middle East, are these plants available?
Definitely in South America they are.
Not so much in the desert.
They're not available in Iraq, Iran, those areas?
No, not
I
so
don't know.
much.
I would think
wait. They are. Listen. Let me clarify this. There are over 1,000 genuses of plants that contain DMT. There's, for example, something as simple as Australian variety of grass that contains DMT. There's over 1,000 plants. So yes, there is in the Middle East. What do you think Moses and the burning bush? What do you think that story was about? The burning bush. That's acacia tree. Acacia tree grows in the Middle East and it contains DMT.
Yeah, but every living
now,
thing
the reason I ask is because this could be a tie-in to how man became religious, right? And started seeing things, and this could be a tie-in. This DMT could be the link between man and religion.
Have you heard the story of Moses and the burning bush? I see. You know, when the burning bush comes. The burning bush starts burning and then God speaks to him from that. Well, the burning bush is an acacia tree, so he lets off the fumes. Moses breathes in the fumes of DMT and suddenly he's speaking to a burning bush. You get me?
There you go.
Yeah, we've all heard that. I just want to point out the only thing that actually happened to man over time was that they became atheists. So, like, I mean, with the specifics of religion, sure, because there's all kinds of different ones. Did people trip to come up with specific religion and stuff? But everyone knew there was a God. Everyone prayed to a God. Everyone asked God for their children, for protection of their children. They all showed gratitude and appreciation to some extent. Everyone knew there was a God. The only thing that man came up with over time was the idea of being atheist, right? Like that's what actually was come up with.
That's an assumption, bro. How can you say that? That's just an assumption.
See, the theory that you just put forth.
Just name anyone thousands of years ago. Name one civilization that was atheist.
The theory that you just put forth is called the Stone Ape Theory. Stone Ape Theory. Look it up. I think Dennis McKenna was the one who first came up with it. Terrence McKenna's brother.
That's assuming that our early man were all religious, right? We're assuming this. We don't know this. Like, we don't know either way.
The idea is that primordial men, right, that came out of the trees. They came out, they climbed down from the trees, started roaming the Sahara Desert. That they started picking like mushrooms from the ground. And then when they were picking up these mushrooms, they were having these psychedelic experiences that would lead them to, believe in a God or higher power or whatever.
That's what I think, bro. That's what I'm starting to believe now.
It doesn't debunk God. It just shows a method of how people saw God.
But I don't believe that at all. That's just, yeah.
I'm just saying a possibility. I actually thought of that now because check this out, right? The DMT, right? Everybody, like I said, I used to think it activates the dream state, but this can't be because how could all people from all different walks of life have the same experience talking to beings? That's not by chance, right? There's something to that.
Unless our dream states are more real than we realize, right? Like
Yeah,
unless whenever maybe our dream states are actually seeing something that's more real than we think. So then it would be both. It would be that they're seeing something somewhat real, and it is your dream state. Like I actually think that your dreams can be more real than we realize. It's not just our brain making cartoons up in our head. Like I don't think that. I think you just are tapping into a metaphysical realm. Which is why even the Matrix tells you, he's like, have you ever had a dream and it just seems way too real to be a dream? That's because it is real. Like I think that was like a major truth in that movie. I think that I've seen information that these occultic groups, they actually communicate in their dream state. They actually have meetings at night. So they all go to sleep and then they do certain things before they go to sleep. And they actually have meetings in their dreams. So this is where you can meet with any of the powerful leaders across the entire world because they all meet in their dream state.
The secret chiefs, a lot of Masons and Helena
But
Blavatsky.
think about it. Think about it, guys. Of all the amazing
chiefs. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, they call them the secret chiefs. These men that might not exist that they speak to.
Right. But just think of it, right? Of all the amazing thing your body does, right? The healing, the self replication, all that stuff that our body does, right? When we get cut. But now, think of it. When you go to sleep, your mind plays a movie for you. Like, what the hell is that, man? That's always fascinated me. Your mind plays a movie for you? What the heck?
Yep.
I think you're seeing into something that's kind of real. Dude, I mean, what I guess I don't understand is you think atheists, like, I did a pretty extensive research into ancient civilizations, and I've never found one that was atheist. Like, there's all kinds of different beliefs. There's like all kinds of beliefs. Like, we are gods, all is one, we're the same as the earth.
There are none.
Reincarnation.
There's only one civilization. That's communism. That's been based on atheism.
Atheism is, it's a modern thing, dude. It's like when you look at it, dude. They almost every ancient civilization said that there were gods that came and talked to them and gave them all the secrets.
Yes.
None of them say like that they're atheists and there's no spirituality. Like I've never read any civilization from the past that says that.
I don't think there is any non-God believing civilization. I don't think there is any.
Well, that's what I tried saying the other day is that atheism and materialism are connected at the hip. They're literally the same thing. Like you cannot be an atheist without being a materialist by definition. So with that being said, when did materialism spawn? I would assume probably when the microscope came about, somewhere along those lines.
Yeah, for sure. Because if you acknowledge that everything's not just confined to material, then you can't be an atheist. Like absolutely, like even like say Aristotle and all these people, like which is who were propped up to read. But every ancient civilization, dude, every ancient civilization, even Democritus, the one that came up with the idea of atoms allegedly, and said that this place came into existence without meaning. He still wasn't an atheist though. Like he said that God.
The first time the word atheism came about was in the Bible under the pretense atheos, which is Greek for atheism. And I don't remember exactly where. I want to say it's in Matthew, but you could probably look that up.
It says only a fool says in their heart that there is no God. So it's not that the concept was completely non-existent as much as like there was no actual civilization, right? That was founded upon it. Like every civilization's fundamental belief was spiritual.
Yeah.
What's interesting is the reference with civilizations, like the Greeks had. Who was it that brought metallurgy and taught them things? I forget the name. And these beings apparently teach people. So there seems to be a common theme of call them extraterrestrial, call them mind extraterrestrials, whatever. These beings seem to need to teach us stuff. That's a common theme. Yeah.
Yeah, so either we believe the Rockefellers and their curriculum that brainwashed us, or we listen to every single ancient civilization in the world that said that beings came and taught them the secrets. So it's a tough decision there.
In the book of Enoch, it says that God says that the wisdom that the Watchers gave mankind is worthless. He told the angels that what you taught mankind with it, because you knew, because you were a heavenly creature, is worthless compared to what the wisdom that he has to offer, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, it's pretty trippy, because it's like they basically just came to be worshipped as God. So like you can understand from everyone's perspective, like they came to be worshipped as God. People got all kinds of information they couldn't figure out on their own. Imagine some being coming, and you're like, you couldn't even physically understand how that being exists and floats or whatever, even maybe changes form. And then he's like, dig into the ground, you're going to find something called iron, and you're going to be able to make a shield with it. And you're like, what? And then you dig into the ground and you find it, and you make a shield.
Yep.
But like these things have superior knowledge. Like maybe they are gods.
The Sumerians talked about that ironworks came from the city called Beth Tibira, which was the city where they supposedly smelted the iron ore. And Beth Tibira would be today where Lebanon, well, Baalbek is in Lebanon.
I'm thankful for all the things given to us by the Watchers, but accept the government and the authority worship.
And makeup.
The Sumerians gave us the base 60 system that we use for timekeeping. Most of the stuff comes from Summer. You know, they say all roads lead to Rome, but no, they don't. They lead to Summer. Yeah.
Babylon. So all roads lead to Rome, which just goes to Babylon. Yep. But like, what's so interesting is like it also says they came and taught astronomy. They came and taught the nature and cycle of the sky. Like they came and taught man that, and so they told them how to explain it. But this was funny. What they told them was that they were beings. They told them that there were beings in the sky.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna say something, but don't get triggered, guys. Right? Please don't get triggered.
That's all good, Odysee.
Okay. Some say that the devil in the original place where Adam and Eve was. Some say that the devil was one of those people that wanted to teach men what God didn't want men to know. So I don't know what
of course.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, that's the Luciferian doctrine. Yeah.
That is the good part of the Watchers that I like.
The Luciferian doctrine is that very thing,
the devil wasn't bad, like they're saying.
Yeah,
the devil didn't mean harm.
Yeah, Luciferian doctrine, right? So it's like he saw that man was left in the dark and came to tell us the stuff that God wouldn't let us know.
That's what I believe.
Yeah.
They want you to feel bad for the devil and be apologetic to the devil. Be like, oh, well, poor devil. He just wanted better humanity and tell us these secrets that God didn't wanted us to know. So it's like, the devil is a good guy. He's our hero.
Yeah.
But the father was
king, dude. He throws a little fit. He throws a little fit because he wants to be worshipped. And even though he had tons of power and stuff, he's like, but I want to be God. He does a little fit. He comes down. He like tricks the people because they don't know as much as he does. And then he pretends to be a victim. He's a textbook Gamma.
That's Enki. Enki from the stories.
The victim. And then people go as far to say, "Oh, the devil was actually Yahuwah."
Enki is responsible for enslaving us, but also for giving us knowledge, because the dad didn't want us to know anything, but he did.
Well, it makes it pretty clear actually that the knowledge itself is not evil. It's how they taught us to use it. Like you can use metal for a lot of good things, but they taught them how to use it to make weapons and kill their brother. It wasn't that we were supposed to figure out the knowledge on our own, right? And then it's because you're supposed to go through a process of gaining wisdom over time before reaching certain pieces of knowledge.
Yes.
But they just jumped the gun and gave us the knowledge, and we were not ready for that. And so then we were like little babies, and we were relying on what they said about it to even understand it. And so that's why I was like, you'll never be forgiven. You basically threw a wrench in the whole system.
I think we're still in that baby state now.
You know what's fascinating of all the old stories? The one where the Anunnaki and the gold, right? I'm not saying I believe it, right? But think about it. We're the only creature with intelligence, right? Well, You know what I'm saying? Not the communication, language, right? We're the only animals. So now,
Consciousness. We're not animals.
yeah, consciousness. So like the Anunnaki story is very fascinating in the fact that, you know, the mind story that the Anunnaki came here, they were advanced beings, they needed gold, blah, blah, blah. So they resented that the fact that they were the ones digging, and then they found apes, us, and they made us smart enough just so we can operate the equipment, right? That's a fascinating story right there.
The thing is, though, that it's a little bit more complicated than that, because when they first came to the planet, they were mining by putting like sieves in the rivers in Euphrates and Tigris, and what they're leaving the sieves and then going back and collecting the gold dust after a while. When the rivers ran dry and they couldn't get enough gold out of there, that's when they surveyed the earth and found the biggest gold vein on earth, which is in South Africa, the Abzu, and they went there. Now, when you're mining, it's a very difficult job, as any miner will tell you. And because the Anunnaki were already badly adapted to the climate of the planet, they were already struggling, and they rebelled, they mutinied, they didn't want to work, and that's when they made humans. That's what the story says.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and
Cool
it ties
story, bro.
into why only.
Sorry, I see.
Go on, Doc.
I just want to say the people, they fell out with their own bosses, so our bosses tried to help us. That's the type of paradox we're in.
They didn't try to help us though, man. They just wanted to be worshipped as the heroes, man. It's like not. The story is actually very simple because even like the ancient civilizations that worship them as gods, they end up telling stories about how they deceived them. They end up telling stories how they turned their back on them and deceived them and killed their children and killed their offspring and made them offer up their babies and like ate humans, and that their offspring literally ate humans. This is what all the story says.
It's the whole mess.
You know, they couldn't be gods, right? Those people, they couldn't be gods.
Real quick.
The Anunnaki, because if they were God, they wouldn't need gold, right? So maybe they were higher than us, but they certainly weren't gods.
They never say.
How do you define God,
the
though?
Sumerians never ever called the Anunnaki gods.
This is going to be a fruitless conversation if you don't define your terms.
Well, let's define the word God. What's a god?
Okay, so that's a good question, right? So like, what we would call God.
Listen to this. Can I just quickly say something? The Anunnaki used to refer to God as the father of all beginnings, so they actually believed in a supreme being. But when there's a mistranslation, they never called the Anunnaki gods humans. They called them Lord, as in Lord, I serve you. You know, like you serve a Lord, but not God.
Yeah, Lord means master, but real fast. So like, God, like if you look in Greek, for example, God can be used to describe a lot of things, including like the little g gods, like multiple gods or pagan gods, whatever. It's like something that's metaphysical. It has metaphysical reign. It's not limited to material. It can change form. It can maybe transport and transform. They have like supernatural knowledge and metaphysical capabilities, and seemingly maybe are in an eternal state. They're in an eternal metaphysical state. So you would call them a god. Like you're a man, you age and then you die. So then you see a being that knows way more than you, that's been there way longer than you since the beginning and doesn't die. They're eternal. You would maybe call them a god. And people use that word to say divine. So like in that sense, they were gods.
The easiest way to simplify this is there's gods plural and then there's the Most High singular.
Yeah. Yep. The Most High. Yeah. But this is what's interesting though
that's
about all
obviously
of this
a singular position. Otherwise, it would make no sense. Carry on.
But the guy who just said they didn't call them God, like you're leaving out major parts of the stories. Like you can read the Mayans, you can read everyone. They specifically said that the true creator, they turned them against him. Like meaning they were like, the person that made us, he doesn't really care about you. Like he left you in the dark.
No, well
that's like the common
thing. Yeah.
Okay, well that's important to them. So they do acknowledge that they're not the one true creator, but they say
just
like,
add something.
They suck.
The thing is, I know this, but I never said they created us to work for them. They didn't care, like, you know, if they fucked up our DNA or whatever they did. As long as we did the job that they made us for, they could care less if 1 in 1,000, 1 in 100 dies. Do you get me? And that they didn't create us because they wanted us as cuddly pets. They wanted us to do the work that they did not want to do.
Yeah, but they didn't create us full stop. A created being doesn't create the rest of creation. That's nonsense.
You know that Enki is a Hebrew word, right? And Enki really it means I, and the creator of all things called himself Enki many times in scripture. You should look it up. Enki means I in Hebrew. Even Adam, no, not I am I. Even Adam called himself Enki.
Did he?
In Genesis,
Is this
Genesis
the Torah?
3:10. Yes.
Torah?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's in the Hebrew.
Can you show me it? Anyway.
It's the Aleph. It's Aleph Nun Kaf Yod. Enki. Now, if you add the Masoretic spin on it with the O, it's Anoki. But in the ancient Hebrew, it would be Enki. In the modern Hebrew, it's in the modern Hebrew, it's Anoki. But there's no O there. If you just use the Hebrew, it's Enki.
Do you know what Enki means in Sumerian? In Sumerian, Enki, ki, is earth. En means like the master of, or lord of, or king of, master of. So it means master of earth, Enki. Ki is
Damn,
earth.
you guys are dope. That was dope.
You know what's funny, bro, is like
Really
we had that debate last night. We had that debate last night on Jason Circus channel, and they were trying to tell us that the Egyptians weren't flat earthers. I'm like, buddy.
They
Because they're
were.
like all about the Egyptians were so
Haven't they
advanced
got
and blah, blah, blah,
paintings?
blah. I'm like, bro, they literally depicted the earth as flat with a girl stretched over top of it as a canopy with stars inside of her. I'm like, what are you talking about?
The Sumerians weren't flat earthers, but the Egyptians were.
I believe a few of the
Well, there's
Egyptians,
not even evidence for that either.
I believe some of them knew it was a globe, but generally they were flat earthers, definitely.
There's not even evidence that the Sumerians were globers. Like it's all read into because they show the movement of the stuff in the sky, and they're like, oh, they know they're balls. Like they never say the Earth's a ball.
Well, it doesn't matter. They were infants as far as civilizations.
And then he came in with this really reductive input, like, yes, you're right. 2023, we are the most advanced. Thank you, Rockefeller Foundation, for teaching us the way.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. And what's so funny, bro? It's like any real truther that looks into it knows that the ancient civilizations were grossly lied about and misrepresented and much more advanced than we were told. And now really we're the ones that are deluded. This society is the one that's deluded. But people actually, the arrogance of man is they want to be the special boys, right? So like we know more than they did, but we clearly didn't. Why would they lie about them?
100%.
Why did they lie about them? Why did they lie about how advanced they were?
We know more things, but we also know less things as well.
They literally have the schematics of how to make like quote unquote UFOs using mercury as the primary component in the engine for combustion. And now we've proven that you can actually use mercury and get like incredibly efficient combustion. So like, how do they know that? Well, why do they make like specific schematics of flying devices using mercury in their engine? Like they
didn't.
They were lied about. They didn't have that.
It's all misinterpreted.
So this is where you're also ignorant again. So you
According
never
to you,
even
yeah.
you never even read it. You don't
Like
even
these
know
ancient
what I'm
folks
talking
that
about.
all this technology that didn't actually have the technology, and we actually have the technology.
How do you know what they had?
Well, did they have fucking F-18s? No, they didn't. They didn't have shit.
No, they had way better stuff.
Why would they bother
like
with an F-18 when they have?
You think combustible technology supersedes implosive technology? Is that what you're saying?
Like they didn't have anything. They had horses and carts, and that was it.
Oh my god!
Were you there?
Were you?
Look at some of the stuff I posted.
So why are you talking?
Well, I mean, they didn't have it. That's just the truth.
Do you know what the Bahamas
Were you there?
is? Bahamas. Well, what's it called again, Essie?
You laugh as if you're 10,000 years old and you've seen it all.
If they had it, we would have found it by now. But we haven't found it.
Are you playing a character named Hubris? What's wrong with you? This is a real discussion.
Nega, before you talk, look at some of the Greek tech I posted.
Dude, they had a freaking mechanism to track the sky that we can't even recreate or even understand to this day. Well, what's up now?
They had it all. They had steam engines. They had all kinds of stuff, my friend. They had robots. They had automatic door openers, coin vending machines. Yeah.
When are you going to
get a response? I want to hear him respond to the anti-Cadera mechanism.
That's what we think it was.
What? No, they've even used supercomputers to actually interpret what it was predicting, and its predictions are incredible. And they keep continuously think, "Oh, it was nothing. Oh, wow, it's a little more advanced than we thought." And they keep on moving it, saying like, "We can't even comprehend how advanced and precise the Antikythera mechanism is." Have you even researched that?
If we
Or are you just going to keep
comprehend it, then we can't compare it to what we currently have, can we?
Have you researched it?
Look, man. It's fantasy.
So
it's
you're just
fairy tale.
ignorant. You're basically just, the
It's the
Antikythera mechanism
definition
is
of folly.
fantasy.
He's speaking without knowledge.
I know. No, what he's doing though, he's actually just trying to get a reaction. He's like the girl that no dude talks to, and then like it's like Helga and Hey Arnold. You know, like she picks on him and stuff, but really she just wants to be a part of the group. That's what Negator's doing.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah,
of course it is.
He's banging the door. We're not letting him in, and he's banging, scratching the window. Come on, guys, let me in. Let me be part of it.
Figured out, but they didn't have it figured out, right?
Well, I mean,
but this is what I'm saying. Why speak of things out of ignorance? Like, if you've never even researched the Antikythera mechanism, why would you jump in to say it's all fairy tales? Like that. Think about how ignorant what you're doing is. It's such a low vibration.
It's not, man. Come on, man. Don't talk about vibrations. Give me a break.
But the Vimanas, like that concept, is like it's in some older things, but the diagrams and all that stuff, that's from the Vimanika Sastra, and that's like a mental channeling. So it's not like in the same category as like Rig Vedas or something like that in my book.
No, but in the Vedic texts themselves, they talk about flying crafts and how they make them.
I don't know if they're referring to things in the sky that are just in the sky. I don't know if like
Vimanas. They're called Vimanas.
Well, you know,
I think that was the smartest thing you ever said. I don't know. Good. Take a back seat. Thanks.
I just want to know why Negator. That's what I'm really confused about. So we're talking about the Antikythera mechanism, and he's never researched it, but he knows it's a fairy tale.
But Witzer, that's like asking the cat why
it's a little
why it
simplistic explanation of what's going on here. Obviously, it's a thing. That's true. I believe it. Yeah.
What does that thing do? What did it do?
Well, what if I were to research it? What would that research tell me?
Exactly. So you're talking about exactly. So Negator, we know your game, bro.
No. Cite it for me. Where is it that says that this thing was found to be more accurate than the systems we currently have nowadays?
So this is what you always kind of strawman what was said, but that's what dishonest people like to do. But what I actually said was they admit that we can't even fully understand all of its capabilities yet, and consistently they've been like, oh well, it just predicted like the eclipses, and then they're like, oh man, it also predicts the cyclical nature of the planetary alignments, and they're like, oh man, it also explains. So like it even is geographical. It can even explain like geographical positions and what you'll see. So it's like a very, very intricate mechanism, and this is well known. And they consistently try to dismiss it.
Is it consistently better than our current mechanisms? What paper cites and says that?
We admittedly can't replicate it.
But hold on, Witzer, that's not even the discussion, though, is it?
We didn't say we can't replicate it. The problem is whether it's better than our current systems. And I'm asking you to cite who said it's better than our current systems.
That wasn't the discussion.
I said we can't do it today, and we can't fully understand it. You had to change it because you're a liar.
Yeah, you're shifting the goalposts. We were talking about. You were saying they were primitive, as if they didn't know anything.
Well, didn't know anything is a bit of an exaggeration. They knew things.
That was how you spoke, genius.
Even if we took it to the megalithic,
hold yourself accountable to your own words.
No, I mean I could cite you a million technologies we currently have they don't have, and you know that.
You call them primitive. Yeah, go ahead, Dyser.
I was just trying to say, even with all the megalithic structures that we've discovered today, and with all the tools and the cranes and everything we've got, we still can't replicate them. And I mean, that's just like one minute little piece of the mystery to unravel.
Do you think if more technology they could replicate an iPhone? Is that possible?
It's the world's first computer that they've discovered. And if you look into it, it's a perfect example of the problem that we're discussing here. It's like Man always is so arrogant. They think that they're at the top of everything. So when they first discovered it, they were like, "Oh, this is some stupid will." And then slowly over time, they had to keep on moving the goalposts and admitting, "Oh my God, this is way more advanced than we noticed. Wow, we can't fully understand it. We're using supercomputers to try to understand it. We still don't fully understand it. We can't replicate it. Look at all the stuff it predicted. Oh wow, it also predicts this. It also predicts this." They're finding like crazy, intricate predictions with the Antikythera mechanism more and more over time. So that's the reality of the situation.
It's still not more than what we can currently predict, though.
How do you know? They don't even fully understand it yet.
Then, well, if they can't understand it, then you can't claim that they understood more than we do. It's amazing that you can't put two together.
Dude, Negator, listen, I'm literally gonna make you stop talking if you keep doing this, because everyone here was having like a good conversation. It was like productive. And what you're doing is intentionally twisting what each person says just because you're like a little girl that wants attention. You're acting like a child.
I mean,
so like
I'm just pointing out the bullshit. So
no, you're lying.
Negator,
you're twisting what was said. Exactly. Dojin Pen, where the group
we don't
will be
need
like,
you here, bro. You have nothing to offer us. Bye.
I just want to point this out real fast. Let me finish. What you're doing is you're tactically twisting what was said, omitting what was said so you can make it look stupid. It's called a straw man fallacy. It's the most dishonest fallacy, right? That's all you're doing. So go to a place like that where they'll all amp it up. They'll be like, yeah, you show them how stupid that straw man is. Because here we're interested in intellectually honest exchange, and you're intentionally not doing that.
It sounds like you're more interested in an echo chamber, and you want me to leave to go to another echo chamber.
Ass, bro.
How no? What? There are people here that think the Bible's stupid. People that like the Bible. People that we're talking about everything under the sun. The point is that we're not misrepresenting what the other person's saying, because that just makes it fruitless, and that's all you do.
No, that's not true at all.
It is true. You twist everything.
You just did it. You just did it just then, dude. You can't help yourself.
I had enough of this guy. Come up with an argument or you're gone.
Your name is true.
You're not going to
Go
do
live
this.
up to it somewhere else.
Come up with an argument. Come up with something or you're gone. Period.
I mean, if you guys want an echo chamber, just say you want an echo chamber.
No.
Yeah,
say something of substance or you're gone. That's it.
It's all right. Just say you want an echo chamber.
Bye-bye.
Dude, why are you acting like this? Like, get a girlfriend or something. Like, you said you had a wife.
I've been married for 18 years, Austin.
Okay,
I'm
well,
good, brother.
she's probably like kind of triggered with your behavior, I would guess.
I feel sorry
doing
for
a
your
bad
wife.
job, dude.
Go work that out or something, because like this is not very mature behavior.
I just muted Negator for at least 5-10 minutes. Let's continue. He's not going to do this. No, nobody's going to do this anymore. No, sorry, guys. You're not going to disrupt conversation. Sorry.
Bye-bye.
It is not cool. Yeah, it's bad faith.
Does anyone recall what we were talking about?
Let's just get back to the point.
Genius
like the ancient civilizations were clearly in the know about a lot of things that have been misrepresented by mainstream archaeology, anthropology, and history. They have a lot of evidence that we don't even fully comprehend, and we're consistently proven to be wrong as to the advancement of the ancient civilization. Okay, and so that's what's so interesting is there's this major disconnect between our current understanding of what actually happened, because they were more advanced than when we thought. So in conclusion, when we look at what man thinks they know now, and it's consistently changed because we were wrong over and over and over and over, maybe we should step back, consider where we got our curriculum from, which is the Rockefeller Foundation, and then go back and look at what the ancient civilization said, and then try to corroborate what they say to get a better picture of what really happened. This is just wisdom.
You know what's interesting? We see examples of this even in our modern history, right? Like the antiques that your grandparents would have sat on for chairs, for instance, that they still have them now. But the chairs that you buy from the shops and stuff, you have to replace them like every 5 years or whatever. It's just a minor example of how to assume that we're actually getting better the further away we get from the origin is a stupid assumption. Because you have examples like that people had better care over the quality of what they produced. And then we see that with the buildings of the ancient cultures in an even greater manner, because they've survived earthquakes that these modern Fandango buildings had to let a bunch of people die first before they figured out how to deal with the earthquake, when they could have just opened their eyes and looked back at how the ancients handled it. Anyway, thought that was worth bringing up.
How? I mean, Blows my mind, Negator. Try and be more agreeable with the spiritually woke if you're a Christian.
But it's not even about that. Like, we don't even see. It's like we don't care if he agrees. Like, the reason this room exists is so that people that disagree can have conversations. Like, we don't care that he disagrees. It's like when you're intentionally just antagonizing people by tactically twisting what they say. That's what I agree with SC. We can't just like continually let that happen. It's not. It's just a waste of time.
I think
like some people get off on that.
He honestly
but I mean,
disagreed.
it's
He did honestly disagree with one point, but then it spiraled into no, 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 no.
But no, I'm saying
Look
like
at
say
Don.
you
We've
say
let
something to me,
Don. Look
Don,
at Don,
and I
right?
tactically misrepresent it.
Yeah, look at Don. He disagrees with that 24/7, but he's respectful. Nobody mutes him. But if you think that you're gonna come into a convo and just to make problems and just to disagree, no, that's not gonna happen, bro. No, we know your game.
Well, maybe we should talk about God one day, Negative. Next time you're on mute, let's talk about God and how my religion's better than yours and all that.
Like everything he said went against what we said. He just changes and flips the story just to make trouble. Like, why do we need you for?
We don't. Let's talk about old buildings, man.
Yeah. Go on, Elijah. Tell me your conclusion on all this old tech and old buildings.
Did you guys know that?
Singular conclusion?
What does it make you think about reality after seeing this old buildings and old tech?
That the stories I've read are more true than people are willing to accept. Or at least that's one conclusion.
The myth is truer, more true. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, than the mainstream BS. Like what Witzer brought up earlier, like the reason the conversation somewhat derailed about these guys bringing up that Egyptians didn't think they lived in a realm Earth or whatever you want to call it.
Oh,
so well, you have the examples there.
Well, I've got the compromise where I believe some smart men knew it was a globe, but most civilizations thought.
Yeah, but you're a comedian. But outside of comedy, I think it just goes to
This is
show.
what I actually think. Some smart men knew it was a globe because you can tell when you look around and think. But most civilizations didn't think about that. They're more worried about God and survival. So they did art depicting flat Earths.
Well, that's a funny opinion, but it's just an opinion.
I'm giving you the civilization was flat Earthers, but I still think some people knew it was a globe.
Which people though?
And the very smart.
Did they think this because they had actually proven it to themselves with real evidence, or did they just think this because they were confused like yourself?
It's a knowledge that comes from the archons traveling around the Earth, seeing stuff go over the horizon, and knowing the solar system. Then that's passed on to smart men, and the technology of tubes with lenses, that's passed on to some smart men. Initiates, they're called. And they happen to understand the knowledge that Earth's a globe, and then they make it work and prove it to themselves.
If you're going to invoke the initiate system, you realize from the outside it's profane, and then you go up, you're an initiate. But the higher you go up, you just go back to the start again. It's a never-ending cycle of eating your tail.
I agree.
And I mean, I think people discuss this here, but within their own circles, so that it's flat. But you have to get up to the right levels for them to be able to have that conversation and all the rest of it.
I'm not really saying the elites knew and they kept it a secret. I'm saying they kept it a secret, but I'm saying it wasn't a big conspiracy. It was just smart men worked it out and other people didn't.
You're missing my point. I mean, the conspiracy side of it is not relevant. I'm just saying that you brought up the initiate system. Within that system, they might teach or say, "Oh, we got this hidden knowledge of some spherical Kabbalistic nonsense." But the higher you go up in their system, the closer you get to what's actually true. And then they go, "Yeah, by the way, that was all bullshit." And here we are back again where we started on the level stationary Earth.
I'll give you once you
get. That's the reason I mentioned it, because you evoked the system, and I was just thinking, do you realize the implication?
Once you get initiated into this globe knowledge in the past, as you get higher and get more enlightened, you realize even though you know it's a globe, it can be seen as flat, and you can live as it's flat. And it's hard to prove.
That's one way of twisting what I just said. It's like
that's what I think.
sophisticated negation. It's less obnoxious.
I'm trying to disagree with my
But
real thoughts and wit. I'm not being deceptive.
No, I'm not saying you're being deceptive. I know where you stand, but it's still just negation of the point that I made.
Would you say getting the flat Earth red pill truth is similar to being initiated into a truth?
Say again.
When someone red pills you and gives you the flat Earth truth, and you work it out in your mind, and you think, "Fucking hell, I know it's flat now." Do you think that's similar to being initiated into a truth? Before you know it, you don't know it, and then once you know it, you know it.
Well, it depends how you're using initiated, because initiated, like, you initiate a conversation by saying hello. But in the context of how I think you were using it and how I was discussing it earlier, I was talking about specific, what would you call them? Hierarchical initiate.
Freemasonic oath. Or
yeah. So that's completely different from somebody just telling you, "Oh, by the way, when you turn your car left, it goes left." For oh wow, what a surprise, kind of thing. Just as a mundane example, it's very different. Fundamentally different.
I don't know what we're talking
because
about.
It would just no, because you're asking me is there a comparison between somebody being initiated into a Kabbalistic system, for instance, and somebody just telling you, "Oh, by the way, this thing that you didn't know, here's this thing," and they go, "Oh wow," and they go and check it out.
Can you see the similarity between an old priest Sumerian being told, or an old Egyptian pharaoh being told by another smart man, Earth's a globe, and this is how we know? And think about it over the next few weeks, and you'll know, like me, that Earth's a globe. Is it similar? It's similar to flat earthers teaching each other the real Earth truth. Right?
Oh, can it appear similar because of how certain people operate? Perhaps, but just plainly on its face, no, because it's just the same as you could just go back to when you were a child and you found out about a certain thing that was like appropriate for that age that you didn't know. But the way they told you is they just told you. They showed you, it's like, oh look, when you plant a seed, it sprouts like a few days later. Like, oh, wow, that's cool. But that's not how that's not how initiations work in these systems. They don't just show you what's true and demonstrate it to you. They get you to partake in a certain way of dealing with things. You have to agree by certain terms and all of this stuff. It's a very different process, because otherwise you could then make the comparison that anybody teaching anybody anything, it's like from parents
what
upwards,
I meant was letting you in
is like a degenerate high priest who's initiating people into this secret order.
I meant initiate as in letting someone into the truth, a new truth, a secret truth, not taking an oath, a cult.
Well, that's why I answered what I answered at the beginning. It depends how you're using the word.
I think my proof would be now most of the world, most of the civilizations are globers, but there's some flat earthers who have been initiated into the real Earth truth that Earth isn't a globe. But so I'm saying all that would have to be in the past is the opposite of that. Most civilizations being a flat earther, but a few men being initiated into the truth of the real Earth, a globe.
Oh, so you're using truth liberally. You're not using it accurately.
No, I'm using it as
because you can't
what people think are true. What people think is true.
Right, but the difference is that's one was in a state of understanding the reality and then being seduced into a lie. The other is being raised in a lie and being made aware of the truth.
No, I'm saying
what is truth?
They're only comparable in as much as you're going from one position to the other.
For my example, Elijah, we don't know which is the ultimate truth. We've just got.
Well, how do you discern truth?
What's
the mechanism at which you discern truth, Don?
Tell you guys, I just wanted to finish my point. I forgot it now. So truth to me can be two things: the ultimate truth that is reality. What's real? What's real?
Not what I asked.
Hang on, I'm answering your question now.
All right.
You asked me two questions: what is truth, and then how do I discern truth?
Okay, sorry.
But there's different types of truth for me. The ultimate capital T truth that is reality that no man will ever be able to agree on properly and understand properly, but we all try our best. Then there's the other truth where people decide something is real for themselves.
Yeah, but see, that's just
I'm not talking
stupid
about
use of
personal
language, dude. Why
Yeah,
would
that's
you
I'm
just
talking
use
about
your language from the get
My
go?
I'm
two,
talking
You
about
they're my
have
two
to.
definitions.
like how do
Yeah,
you
but
discern
if you
absolute
just use
truth, not
language
personal truth?
properly, you wouldn't have to play those games. Don, come on.
I try and align my personal truth with the absolute truth to the best of my abilities by using discernment, deciding what I think is real, using logic and thinking about it.
Dude, this
Thank you. That's what I'm
conversation
asking
only-
you. That's what I'm asking. What's the mechanism behind the discernment? You said logic, and I applaud you for that. So you would have to apply that logic upon your personal truth, and I don't know that you've done that efficiently.
Dyslow, it's worse than that. He would have to apply it to the way he's speaking. Because if he's going to say he's applying logic while using truth as if it's something you can personally have different from what truth is,
Elijah,
then you're not being logical. You're being illogical.
Me and you have got different truths now. It's still up for debate.
No,
which one is
we
the
don't. We
ultimate
have
truth.
different opinions. We have different understandings. But
So
we
are
don't
you
have
saying-
different
hang
truths because truths don't belong to us.
Are you saying
Truth
your
is.
opinion might not be true? Is that what you're saying?
Depending on the subject, perhaps, but that's
Okay,
not the point that I'm getting at because you're
I'm more
deviating,
confident than
right?
you, 'cause I'm saying my
Dawn.
truth probably is definitely true. That's
No,
why
you're
I
not
decided
using
it.
language correctly, Dawn.
Oh God!
You can't logically use language like that. If you want to sound like a madman and talk like a madman, then sure, go ahead and use words however you
Listen, we
feel
can
like.
discuss it now. We
Like
can
an
discuss it now.
incoherent, like
You have to
drunk
let me
man who's
finish,
just
though.
babbling.
You have to let me finish. We can discuss it now. You've got a truth. I've got a truth. We've agreed that's not the ultimate.
You're doing
truth.
it again,
Hang
Don.
on. Oh,
You're
why
not.
are you
You're not
interrupting?
using.
Why are you
You're not
interrupting,
using
though?
language logically.
Now you're illogical.
That's not
Now
how.
you're-
That's
now
not
you're
how language
illogical.
works.
Now you forgot how to have a conversation. You're being illogical.
No, I'm being perhaps a little bit assertive and a little bit rude to you because I'm talking over you. But you're doing the same thing that I've already said again and again. So what do you expect to happen?
Can you stop talking?
If you choose to continue using a word incorrectly to make a point, what is your agenda?
Do you want to talk about our own definitions of what truth means? You can tell me yours.
No, it's not an independent definition.
Well, you're
The
saying
language
I
has
have
a structure.
To have
The language
I
has a
need to have
structure.
the same definition as you now. You've decided.
Well,
I
yeah,
never
that's
said
how
that.
it works.
No,
Dog.
no, hold
That's
on.
how-
I never
Fuck
said
that.
that. Number
Fuck
one.
that bastard shit.
Yeah, see,
How do
you're
we
not
agree
you're not
if
actually
we can't even
engaging.
communicate?
I'm done.
Yeah, we do got to give
Of
a little
course you're
more
done.
room.
You're not using the language we're using.
I'll give you my statement again. We can
Doesn't
have
make it
we can
any
have
more-
our own
any more
truths.
logical.
We can try and get to an ultimate truth. We can have our own truths on the way. And some men knew it was a globe in the past.
Yeah, that's fundamentally illogical.
Oh yeah, I'll explain what I mean by logic. What I mean by logic is thinking
you don't-
cohesively.
You don't understand what you're saying.
It doesn't
perhaps.
apply to rules. There's no rules to logic. It just means you think you've thought about something well.
Well, what's the
I don't know
evidence,
if I
though,
agree.
Dawn? That's the
You
important part.
misunderstand.
What's the evidence that they thought it was a globe? Sticks and shadows.
Exactly.
We've got reliefs of solar systems in the sky.
So were you actually talking
were they
about? Because I'm
were
not
they
sure.
spherical? We're not talking about anything.
Andy, I'm just
at the
saying
moment,
some of
Andy.
the ancients, like
Are we going back to Greece?
Oh my
or-
God! Why are you going to
How far-
interrupt me?
Sorry, how far are we going back? Tycho Brahe or further?
Egypt and Sumeria.
Okay,
Plus
okay.
Babylon. I'm saying some men knew it was a globe, even though most people thought Earth was flat.
I mean, didn't they all the ancient cosmologists, they all thought that it was flat. That's what I thought.
Some of the smart men knew it was a globe. I'm saying.
Oh, the initiates, the mystery schools. I
Yes.
see. What
They didn't know it was a globe.
Yes, they did.
You can't know something that isn't the case. That
They
doesn't make
proved it
sense.
to themselves, which means they knew it.
No, they deceived themselves.
We're not deciding if globe's true or if flat's true. We're just talking about what people thought.
Yeah, but you're not talking about that. You're talking about that but using other language to try and bolster your position.
I
This
told
is
you
the
it from both
fundamental
angles.
issue.
I gave you it from both angles, where both truths are true in both ways.
Yeah, but you're not talking sense.
Neither are you when you assert Earth's flat and everyone else is deluded. That's not sensible.
Why is
I
it
mean,
not
we have
sensible? Hold on,
we,
guys. Why is it not sensible for me to point out the obvious about what we're living in?
It's not sensible to
And then
do that
and then
while thinking you're the only one that knows
expect
it.
you to use the words that you're using accurately and not doublespeak.
If it's up for debate and we're putting it on the table to debate, it's not sensible to just assert it. Me being wrong, you being right. Because it's man versus man. It's my word against your word,
it,
isn't it?
though? Who said I'm asserting it? I can assert it if I felt like it, right? But I don't need to assert it to give it validity. I just point out the obvious.
How can you know something that isn't real? I said by thinking it's true. That's the answer. That's how you know something that isn't real, by thinking it's true, being sure.
What are you talking about?
You've not heard of people being sure.
Something.
Have you not heard about people being sure about wrong things before?
Convinced.
Knowing
is different
something.
from convinced of something is different from knowing something, my dude.
You've decided knowing has to be correct now. You decided that's what knowing means. Correctness.
Oh, goodness. What did I walk back into?
Fucking hell, dude. Anyone who has knowledge, it means they're perfectly correct.
Oh, interesting. Just knowledge about anything?
No, this is Dawn just twisting because he doesn't like the fact that I'm holding his use of language accountable.
Can people have knowledge that's wrong?
I mean, that sounds very, very
does knowledge
semantic,
mean?
Elijah.
Why is it semantic? He's the one that's engaging in a conversation like that, where he's using truth in two completely opposing ways. That's doublespeak.
Oh, I gave you my definition.
So if you want to get mad at me, or if you want to raise an objection with the way I'm engaging in conversation, you should listen to the other side of it. But anyway, I'm pretty sure Dysler was waiting in the corner.
God,
or in the queue, perhaps. Corner seems a bit.
we got to be able to agree on the terms that we're using.
Bro, your mic.
Oh, is this any better? Sorry about that. So I was just saying we gotta be able to agree on the terms and the words that we're using. I mean that's like the crux of communication. And if we can't agree on those words, and we need to find a way to get to a compatible measure of which we can decipher things and not just like be stuck in this dichotomy of you think it's one way and I think it's the other, and it's like we can never get to a form of communication that way. Like
we don't have to agree on the definition of truth or knowledge. We just tell each other what we mean by the word when we're using it, if the other person asks. Otherwise we assume what they mean, what most people
but
mean.
if it's not computing, then we're not communicating. Like we have to be able to register what we're saying to each other, and by doing that,
I told Elijah my two versions of truth, and he said, no, that's impossible. That's not what it means. So even though I helped him understand, he denied it.
That's not what I said. I'm simply pointing out that if you're going to do that, you're double speaking, and it's illogical.
It's not. There can be more definitions for one word. There's two types of truth: ultimate truth, that's reality that we try and get to, and then the personal truth, where it's closely aligned with ultimate truth if we're smart, honest people.
Yeah, but what you're describing there isn't truth. What you're describing there is opinion or belief.
I call that truth. When you know something.
It doesn't matter what you call it, dude.
Yes, it does.
It does.
That's what matters. I'm the one that said the word.
Call it. If you want to make up your own language, go ahead, make it. Publish the dictionary, and we'll have a good laugh at it.
You tell me what you need the word truth to only mean. What's your definition?
I don't need anything. You don't seem to understand what's coming out of my mouth.
What do you want truth to mean?
I think that's intentional, though.
What do you want that word to mean for me?
I don't need anything. I don't want anything. I'm simply saying if you're going to use a word incorrectly, then you're being illogical.
Can you tell me the correct way to use it, please?
If you're going to use the word in two opposing contexts, opposing ideas, then you're double speaking.
Can you tell me
And you
the
seem
correct?
you seem to take offense, or at least behave in such a manner that you're taking offense to me pointing that out.
It's like
And
talking
I
to a
think earlier
robot.
you said that you were done and that you're leaving, but then you're still here. So I don't
Yeah, I said
understand.
I'm
Is this
done
just
with
your?
you. I said I'm done with you
Is
because
this
you
is
talked
this
through
your
me.
default position to be contradictory?
Let me try ask the last question. I'll try not talk to you. What is the correct way to use the word truth? If I got it wrong, can you correct me?
Well,
What does it
the thing
mean?
is, Don. The thing is, Don, is you're using truth in a personal sense, which is highly subjective and not necessarily agreeable with everyone.
I
So
know, but I'm
yeah,
afraid that's what truth means. When someone thinks something is real, that's their truth.
well, like I tried telling you, Don. There's two truths. There's the personal and the absolute, which you've already
Oh, that's
seemed
what
to
I told you.
identify.
That's what I told you.
Yeah, and we agreed on that.
Okay, so
So
now
I
I'm
think
asking Elijah, what he's saying we're wrong, and there's only one use for that word, and I'm asking him.
I'm
I'm
not
asking
saying
him
you're
what that
wrong.
is.
The language that you're using says you're wrong.
So you ask him, Dyslow, what does truth mean?
well, there's personal truths. Like it's true that I brushed my teeth this morning, but for you that's not necessarily true because that's not your experience. And then there's the ultimate truth, which is, why did I brush my teeth this morning? Well,
No,
because if
no,
you
no,
don't, then obviously you're going to get tooth decay, and
no,
everybody knows that. We all agree on that.
Are you sure
no.
about
So,
That's not what I meant by truth.
okay, what'd you mean, Don?
The ultimate truth is the thing that is, yeah, and you understanding exactly how it is, perfectly correct for a human perspective. Then there's a truth where you think you've got the right answer. You're pretty sure it's real, it's true, it's your truth. That's the two types.
Well, I don't think truth has like a pretty sure about it. Like it's not like this borderline of like falsehoods and
I'm afraid it
and
is.
truths. I'm pretty sure truth is truth. It's
Humans are
not.
not
It's cut and dry.
humans are not black and white. They don't finally decide this is the definite fact forever.
Well, there must be a truth though underlining it all, like in nature. I always like that with Pro 777, where it's like there's no lie in nature. If you go up to a hot stove and you burn yourself, you can tell yourself all day that you haven't burned yourself. You can have a belief that you haven't burned yourself, but clearly you have, and we can all agree on that
Yeah.
because we
Well,
can see pick your mark on your
Don's
finger.
trying to say that
I can
truth is
smell
ever
you
changing.
smoldering, you muppet.
that truth is ever so changing. Is that what you're implying, Don? Like even
Yeah,
when you
both.
think you got the answer, it's subjected to
Yeah,
change
yeah.
over the course of time.
The ultimate truth is currently always changing, and so is personal truth to try and
But
catch
I
up.
mean that brings us to this like nihilistic, issue of if nothing, then why anything?
How have you jumped to nihilism from personal truth?
No, you're holding truth to be ever changing. That's the problem. Like over time, truth changes, and that's
Yeah,
not the truth we're speaking of.
trees die, don't they, over time? So they're not going to be. It's not going to be true. There's a living tree in the garden forever. That's going to die. So you're going to have to change your truth. As it's dying, you get to decide each day: is it dead yet? So you're changing your personal truth to try and align with the real truth.
What makes you think things die?
But it's normally when they go brown and rot, and the leaves stop growing.
Yeah, but everything has a spirit, and that's what the thing is. It's not the flesh or the material. It's the spirit,
Yeah, well, that's
and
for
that
sure.
and that which doesn't die.
But the truth would still be changing, wouldn't it? From the tree being a living tree to a spirit tree.
It just depends on how you're identifying it. If you're just looking at the tree for what it is rather than what it ultimately is, then yeah, it's ever so changing. But that's not the truth.
The point I want to make that I think Elijah's wrong about is if we only call it opinion, we haven't got a real understanding because we only just think, oh, well, that's just my subjective opinion, instead of being confident that you've found something close to the truth and you're calling it true I think this is true. That you need to be confident in what you're saying, because if it's all wishy-washy opinions, it's either opinions or the authority God fact that flashes and explodes out when people do the perfect scientific method experiment. It's silly.
Right.
The authority is you deciding.
You're twisting the way I was speaking
Just
about
let it,
it.
just let it go.
This is getting boring, dude. And by the way,
Does
it's
anyone have any?
it's not difficult to have a.
That's
Obviously
your
not.
philosophy, and it's broken, Elijah.
No, because you didn't hear what I said. Clearly, you heard what you wanted to hear, and it doesn't stop somebody from having a correct opinion about the truth. That's possible, obviously. So if you're gonna try and use what I said earlier to make a comment about me in general, and not use it accurately, then all you do is make yourself muggish, especially when I'm still in the room, dude. Anyway, Witsit was asking for something that nobody has ever shown, so we'll wait, see what happens.
What did you ask for, Witsit?
I said, do we have any exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun?
Oh, yeah. Let's get away from the flat Earth stuff to this other topic.
So I guess Negator doesn't have anything. Does anyone else know of anything I can look into so I can figure out if we're going around the sun?
Does flat Earth have an explanation for the southern celestial pole?
Yeah, azimuthal grid of observability.
Yeah, that's nonsense, brother. It's a word salad.
You know what's really not? It's word salad. Okay, here's the deal, right? You don't even properly use the term word salad. You just keep saying it, and you
do some
think
semantics
that somehow,
instead of just the point.
Dude, Negator, when I time you out, it's not just going to be for 5 minutes. So you're not going to just start interrupting me every time I speak, bro. All right. So I asked a specific question. You don't like run this place. No one's like beneath you. You don't get to just say, oh, your points are relevant, and then bring up something else. So does anyone have any exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun? All the ballers in here, they believe in a solar system and that the Earth flies around in space. Did they have any evidence of that? Like exclusive evidence?
No,
sorry, I couldn't hear half of what you said because your mic is fucking garbage.
No, he came through perfectly fine. I think it's your ear.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, maybe he mentioned an explanation for the existence of the southern celestial pole. Maybe I missed it.
I guess it's just, dude. This dude is devolving, right? Like you. I used to think that you weren't as bad as some of them. Like you're just as bad as any anti-flat earther. Like you're just not. You have no shame at this point, right? Like
well, maybe he's going through something. Maybe he's having some personal issues, and this is a way for him to vent. Let's just try to be mindful.
Yeah, I get
of that.
that. I get that. But
he can
how
vent
long am I supposed to let
in
it go?
private.
He clearly is going through. He clearly is going through something. He's having a bad day because he came in here being like this from the beginning. But like, does that mean we're supposed to just let him take over the room and treat everyone like shit?
Well, that's absolutely not what's happening, and it's obvious that's not what's happening.
What's
I'm
obvious
saying a
is
prayer
that
for
I
you,
asked
Negator.
Anyway, people that believe the Earth's a ball that's flying around the sun in a solar system, do you guys have any actual exclusive evidence of this? Or is it just like a blind belief you have because you were told to make a solar system model when you were in school and it's what everyone else believes and you just blindly believe it?
Yeah. The southern celestial pole is only possible on a globe Earth.
See, you see, he has no shame. So,
I mean, if you can explain it on the flat Earth, go ahead.
We're talking about something else.
You beg the question, then you shift the burden of proof. Why?
We're not even talking about that. We're not taking the bait because he's trying to change the subject. So we're not even talking about that.
That's what I'm saying. Why would we engage with that?
Yeah, like we're just not going to do it.
You don't have to engage with things that challenge your beliefs. That's okay.
That's blatant projection because what I'm doing right now is challenging your position and your belief, and you're running away from it. You're scared to even answer the question. So, do any ballers that think the Earth flies around the sun in a solar system have any actual exclusive evidence for that, or is it just a blind belief that you have?
So let's change the subject. Change the fucking subject. I got you, brother. Can't explain it. Won't explain it. We'll never be able to explain it.
Then he just shamelessly projects again and claims I'm changing the subject when he literally is trying to do that.
I thought he was gonna say satellites or something.
This is goofy, bro. Like
maybe Dawn has some evidence.
I mean, you could just tell us. Like, you could explain it. We've been asking for like a decade.
Does anyone have any exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun, or is it just a blind belief you guys have? Because that's what you were told. Like that, you were told about a solar system. You saw some cartoons, and everyone else believes it. It's the standard model, so you just blindly believe it. Like if someone would just admit that they blindly believe it, because if you can't even articulate exclusive evidence, that means you haven't even gone through the thought process of truly deducing what you believe. You just believe it. You don't even know why. You just believe it because everyone else does.
The issue is that you've realized you can't prove the flat Earth, so you've moved on to geocentrism versus heliocentrism, right?
No,
like that's why. Well, okay, let's prove flat Earth then.
You're not going to change the subject no matter how desperate you are, because everyone knows that last time you tried to pretend you were going to debate me about this, you got dunked on. Like it was embarrassing.
I didn't. I think I'm like 3-0, right? Magnetic declination, angular size of the
Here
sun.
he is trying to change the subject again, right?
Oh, okay,
like that's
go ahead.
all you're going to do. Dude, if I have to mute you, I will, because you're not just going to keep jumping in and just avoiding the actual question on the table. It's just a waste of everyone's time. You've literally wasted everyone's time for 5 minutes so far. So it's just a waste of time. Like, the reason that I talk about this is because this conversation has many aspects, one of which is motion. Okay, people think the Earth's a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving around the sun. So the flat Earth position says the Earth's actually in the center. So we need to discuss, is there any actual evidence that we are flying around the sun? Or is it just some weird blind belief that you guys have? That's the first step.
Yeah, let's change the topic.
I'm the one that brought the topic up, and you tried to change it.
I think we were talking in chat about magnetic declination, weren't we?
Everyone heard what happened, dude. So I'm gonna mute you. If you don't have something to say about the subject, then just don't say anything. It's just so gay, bruh. The way you're acting is gay.
I mean, you could just defend your positions. If you can't, that's okay.
What I'm trying to get the ballers to do. Okay, so Negator admits that it's a blind belief he has.
It's concession.com.
So does anyone else have exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun? Or is it just a blind belief? Yeah, so isn't like blind belief kind of similar to religion? Like if all the evidence shows one thing, but we just ignore it because we choose to hold on to something else that we believe and we don't have evidence for it, wouldn't that be like similar to religion?
That'd be a faith-based religion.
I'm admitting I don't have the evidence for you specifically to determine heliocentric rather than geocentric. But I'm not giving you blind belief or religion. No way.
But wait, isn't it, if you don't, like, that's what I'm saying. I just had a PhD physicist call into my show. When I asked him this, so I'm like, okay, I heard you believe the Earth's a globe, and you believe the current model. He's like, it's not a belief, it's just a fact, it's just right? I'm like, okay, so then like, what's the evidence that we move around the sun, or is it just a blind belief? And like, he didn't have anything. And so what I was trying to explain to him is, I'm like, if you can't name something immediately, right? As in, you've already looked into it, you've discovered the evidence that shows we move around the sun, and that's why you think that, then that means that you believe it without having actually done that process. So that would be a blind belief by definition.
Yes, you're right. We haven't done that process with it. Just like nobody on your side has done anything to prove Earth is flat.
Why are you trying to flip it, Negator?
Because it's fucking dumb. We're talking about flat Earth, and you guys don't want to talk about flat Earth.
You hear how emotional he is about the fact that he can't prove the Earth's not in the center? So, like, it's funny because, like, what I've discovered is there's no reason to talk to people about how we see things way too far, or microwave transmissions horizontally, or radio transmissions over 100 megahertz that can't go to the ionosphere going 2,700 miles. Like, there's no reason to talk about the flat part if someone can't show the intellectual honesty required to address the first part of it.
He's realized he can't prove flat Earth. He can't challenge any of our assertions. So he's moved on to motion. That's why he wants to talk about motion.
You think you just baselessly
just
like
with
true, like convince people or something?
Just like I educated you on magnetic declination, and you realize that you were fucking wrong. You've realized you're wrong about flat Earth, but you can't admit it.
No, so
No, I don't think
I'm not wrong about flat Earth, but like I said, what I've discovered is that the real thing we're going against is like the spell of the model. Like people have to, the weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So you're going against the spell that people, the weak-minded people, they have to conform to majority. So since the modern model that's commonly accepted and believed is that we are in a solar system going around the sun, people just blindly believe that, right? Because it's embarrassing to them to contemplate the idea of them going against the majority belief. That's it. Okay. So there's no point in talking about flat if you can't even address the motion part first. So we're talking about, like, is there actual exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun? That's the question. It's the first step.
Well, I tell you what, man. I'll be willing to admit to you what you're looking for if you admit to me that you can't prove Earth is flat.
So if you get to change the subject and then shift the burden, then therefore you'll pretend you'll admit it, but you still won't. You'll just make me talk about that for 30 minutes. So does any other ballers in here want to pretend to have some intellectual honesty and address the actual question without blatantly and shamelessly avoiding it 5 times in a row?
Yes. I'm the only other baller. It's slightly faith-based because I haven't done the experiments myself and I can't give you a specific piece of evidence. But I use logic. I use logic and trust and belief to get there.
Okay, well, what experiments could I do, though? Like, say I don't want to blindly believe, right? Because, like, from my experience, the Earth's not moving. From my experience, everything's moving around us. From my experience, when I look into the experiments that show, like, very precise measurements, they show the Earth's not moving. So, like, what would I need to do? What experiment can I do myself? Because you said that you haven't done the experiment yourself as if they exist. So, like, what experiments exist that would show us that we're moving around the sun that I can go out and do?
I don't have one that shows you orbiting the sun, but you could watch another planet rotate to see if you believe in rotating things. Rotating bodies.
Yeah. So if the Earth is in the center, like, whether or not that's true, if the Earth is in the center, is it logical to think that everything in the cosmos moves around the Earth and the Earth is in the center? It's the special position that everything else moves around, but that the Earth would be the same as everything else? Because that doesn't make any sense to me.
I think, I don't know how to put it into words, but the sun being the center makes more sense to me because it takes me out of a special position and it puts suns in a special position. And because we see loads of stars that I think are suns, I trust our suns, it makes more sense that a big hot ball would be the center of a system and small rocks would be orbiting it, or gas.
So because you see other lights in the sky that look nothing like the sun and you blindly believe that they actually are suns, that somehow means that we're moving around the sun. Like, what my question was, because like we talked about this on Jason Shirka's last night. They're like, oh, every other planet's a sphere, but the Earth's not. It's like, other planet begs the question: if the Earth is in the center, then that means it's distinctly different from everything else, right? Like, if the Earth is in the center, that means everything goes around it. It's distinctly different than everything else. So wouldn't it be illogical to say the Earth should be the same as everything else when it's clearly not the same as everything else if it's in the center?
No, I don't think that's illogical for me. Let me ask you, what makes you think the Earth is the center? What's your logic?
Well, that's the default position, right?
Yeah,
like,
but
if
what's
we
your
look
logic?
up,
What's your logic to get there?
This is the only place we know that has life. It's the only place we know that's actually terra firma. Like, when we look in the sky, we have no evidence of life or terra firma. But what the actual logic is that we see everything move around us.
So because you've decided objects in the sky aren't firm and they're just plasma illusions of the ether, that means Earth isn't a globe.
No. I'm saying, if you ask why do I think the Earth's in the center? We see everything. You're asking me, why do I think everything moves around the Earth? And my answer is because we see everything move around the Earth. So if you're claiming the opposite of that, you need to substantiate it. Because
What's the logic for seeing things going around above you, and that meaning Earth is the center of all things? Where's the logic?
Because if the Earth were the center of the entire cosmos, we would see exactly what we see. That is what we would see, right? Like, can you agree with that? If the Earth was the center, then we would see exactly what we do see.
Sort of. I would say that applies to heliocentricity, as explained.
Not really, actually.
Yeah.
If we're in a heliocentric model, that means that we're a tiny little portion of the entire universe. That means that everything has to be expanding in all directions. All of this comes with heliocentrism. And if that's true, then why does the evidence not support that? So, no, the evidence doesn't support heliocentrism.
That's your logic saying it doesn't, but the model says it fits exactly what we see.
No, the model says that we have a 97% discrepancy that we can't account for even mathematically.
Well, I think the flat Earth model is flawed myself.
But we're actually talking about if the Earth's in the center right now. So, like, and then what people do is they try to twist this on me like I'm being dishonest or running away from flat Earth or not trying to stand on my claim. That's not true. But that's nothing.
Like
that's not in any way what's happening. But it's not.
I feel that sometimes, but I'd let you off.
No. I know that you guys feel that, but it's because you're suffering from cognitive dissonance, right? Because in reality, what's happening is we're taking it one step at a time. And since you guys can't actually substantiate that the Earth moves around the sun, you have to just try to start throwing straw mans about flat Earth in there to divert away from the fact that you blindly believe in the solar system.
Are you willing to give me a geocentric globe universe then? As true.
For intents and purposes of this conversation, it doesn't matter. So if you want to think it's a globe, that's fine with me. I want you to be honest about that part first. How am I going to have a discussion with you about the shape if we can't even be honest about geocentrism?
If you're discussing my globe geocentric universe that you're trying to offer me, but secretly it's a flat Earth, that's a trick, isn't it?
No, I'm not. Like the flat part would be the next. The flat Earth would be the next part of the discussion. That would be a separate discussion.
And I'm saying, so if you're giving me geocentrism globe, let's move to the globe shape bit.
Well, okay, so you can see that all the evidence says that the Earth's in the center.
No, I think heliocentrism and geocentrism would look identical, and so would flat Earth. It all looks like it looks.
But there's a distinct difference, though. Like heliocentrism and geocentrism would be very similar based on what we see, based on what heliocentrism says, which is that everything's an illusion and it makes us look like we're in the center, which is super convenient. But they are different, though. Like the heliocentric model has a 97% discrepancy that the geocentric model doesn't have. So they're not even close to the same. One's way more viable than the other one. Yes.
You can't tie all the Big Bang and the dark matter to heliocentrism.
Yeah, you have to, though. If you say that the heliocentric model is true, then that spills over into the rest of the universe. That means you're claiming that we're a solar system inside of a galaxy called the Milky Way, and that these galaxies are all spread out through space. You have to say that based on the observation. It literally does.
No, it doesn't have to mean all that. All it means is you're swapping the Earth and the Sun in the system, in the spots in the system.
No, that's not all it means, bro. If you think the Earth moves around the Sun in a solar system, and the heliocentric model is true, what that means is that we occupy a little tiny fraction of the universe. That's what that means, because we've already made all kinds of observations of the sky. We can't just throw out like 90% of the observations and pretend that that's somehow. Why do ballers always do this? Heliocentrism is not about dark matter or dark energy or the rest of the universe. It literally is, though.
No, it's not.
It is, though.
That's Einstein's ideas about the whole universe. That's not heliocentricity.
No. Okay. Heliocentric means sun-centered. Okay. The current model doesn't even claim the sun is in the center of the solar system, much less the universe. Okay. So technically, heliocentrism is a misnomer. So we're only using the word because everyone knows what it means, and that's what you guys still call it. Actually, your model claims that there's a Lagrange point and that the sun moves around the center of the solar system, and that's why it slightly wobbles in the sky, that not even the sun is in the center, and that that's not even close to the center of the universe. But when heliocentrism was first proposed, they said it was in the center of the entire universe. So that's the point. That's the point.
It's been adapted. I want to ask, on your geocentric model, what are the stars?
What are the stars?
On the geocentric model that you think is possible.
What they are doesn't matter. It's just the fact that there are stars that move around us. Like, it doesn't matter what they are.
Could they possibly be suns going around other planets
If that makes you feel good.
geocentric systems?
No, there's only one that means Earth-centered. How can there be multiple geocentric systems? That doesn't make any sense.
You know what I mean? Far off, other Earth-centric.
No, that doesn't make any sense. What we see is that everything moves around the Earth.
So
that's literally what we see.
You're offering me geocentrism with mystery twinkles that you don't know what they are.
But you guys don't know what they are either. So basically what you're saying is, if I don't come up with a fairy tale, then your fairy tale's true. Like, yeah, okay, I'll come up with a fairy tale for you. So the stars appear to be vibrational resonance, and this acoustic vibrational resonance within a fluid-like medium creates illumination, and it's called sonoluminescence.
Why?
Because they're vibrating within a fluid, and we can prove that that's what would happen. Is it would make light.
What are they there for?
Someone put them there.
Oh my god, this is.
Why are your stars there?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to turn down this. Why are your stars there? This geocentric model is not appealing to me.
Why are your stars there?
God exploded in a void, and rocks.
Oh man!
Gravity made spheres, balls.
But that's not far out. So God exploded into a void, and that's not far out.
No, because I didn't have to make up solar luminescence in a plasma liquid, did I? I didn't have to.
Wait, no, I didn't make anything up. Like, you can actually do that in a lab. You can't do anything you're talking about in a lab.
You can make stars in a lab, did you just say?
No, you can't make little mini suns in a lab. No, you can't.
Oh, stars. Solar luminescence.
Yeah, you can do that in a lab, yeah.
You think that's the same as a star? What a star is?
That is a potential explanation for stars, yes.
Okay, now.
Well, have you never seen the laboratory that did that?
It sounds made up. It's just.
Oh, you've never seen Star in a Jar?
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen it, but I don't think that explains the stars.
But it doesn't matter what you think, right? Like, you said that you needed an explanation because you had a made up explanation. Like, I don't think that the stars being the sun is a good explanation. So
they're all little solar systems like ours, but far away.
That's just a made up story, though. We can't even support the solar system part. Your proof of the solar system is that you assume the solar system. You assume that the stars are suns and that there are other solar systems like ours. Therefore, it proves that we're a solar system.
Well, if I tell you what I actually believe is the Archons told us all of this truth, and I aligned with it, thinking it was true, and I still think it's true. It's not like I've assumed; I've trusted knowledge.
Okay, well, at least you believe it's, or at least you acknowledge it's a religion. So everyone else is claiming that it's science and it can be tested and proven or something. Oh, but nothing can be proven, and then we just get into semantical bullshit. Like, I just want to know if there's any actual evidence. Like, win me back over, I'll be the first one to jump on my YouTube channel. Turns out I was wrong. The Earth's a ball that flies through space. I know you guys don't understand that, but I actually would. I actually literally would.
You're having too much fun to go back right now, but in 20 years, I'll be able to talk to you about how balls behave.
Dude, I would make so much. Dude, I would make so much more money, and I would have so much less ridicule if I just started talking about aliens and Joe Biden's stupid and But that's not the point, though. The point is that the Earth is provably not what they said it is. Like, the model they said it is wrong. You guys believed it, but then I asked for evidence of the first claim, which is that we're moving around the sun, and no one can ever give me evidence for it.
That's not the first claim. First claim is Earth's a ball in space.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But before we get there, clearly what needs to be discussed is the solar system. This is because everyone thinks that the Earth's a ball that flies around the sun, and no one can give me evidence that we're moving around the sun. How can I have an honest conversation with someone about the shape of the Earth when they can't even address the solar system?
But
they can't even address the first part of it.
What if you asked astronomers and astrophysicists? They wouldn't give you my answer. Yes, I'm religious and I trust. They'll tell you for 2 days straight how they know.
No, I literally have them on my show, bro. Where have you been?
Well, I don't watch your show.
I understand. They don't have an answer either.
They do. There is evidence. It's just I can't explain it to you.
Do you even know what it is? You don't have to explain it. Can you just tell me what it is?
No, I don't even know what it is.
No, yeah, so it's just a blind belief.
I know they do, though.
No. Literally, they say stuff like parallax. And then I explain to them the kinematic and dynamic equivalents, and then they just say, okay, well, let's move on. So, like they don't, no, there's no evidence. Like I can already list all the best supposed evidences, right? It's like parallax, aberration, the Lagrange point. Pretty much that's it, right? So.
And you don't believe that?
Retrograde.
You don't believe that's good evidence?
No, all that works on a geocentric model perfectly.
What do you make of the retrograde motion, Austin?
Yeah, so like if the quote unquote planets were moving around the sun as it moves around the Earth, we would see the exact same thing.
Sorry, say that again.
If all the planets were moving around the sun as it moves around the Earth, we would see the same exact thing.
Yeah, it's all works, just because.
What? What do you mean just because? It's just a fact that you would see the same thing. There's a kinematic equivalent.
It's a good excuse to not talk about flat Earth, right?
There we are, back to the fact that you guys can't actually talk about the subject. This shows that you guys are suffering from cognitive dissonance, to be honest, because there's no reason. If I was on your side and I believe that the science had it all figured out and the model was true, why would I ever be scared to talk about the solar system? I would just dunk all over the stupid flat earther that thinks the Earth's in the center. I would just dunk all over them. Well, you guys can't because I'm going to dunk on you.
We just dunk all over flat earthers that think Earth is flat because none of the evidence shows Earth is flat.
Yeah, but why would I discuss the shape of the Earth with someone that can't even comprehend their belief about the solar system?
Well, you can't discuss the flat Earth because you have no evidence for flat Earth.
No, that's not true, dude. We send
then present the evidence.
Okay, well, and I'm not going to take the diversion. We send the radio transmissions over 100 megahertz up to 2,700 miles, and according to the globe model, the radio waves bounce off the ionosphere, but only up to 40 megahertz. Yeah, we can send up over 100, 2,700 miles.
I know. Let's not actually measure Earth or do anything that would relate to flat Earth. Let's go to radio transmissions.
I would love to hear you guys talk about that.
Never actually dealt with radio
transmissions. You're about to be timed out. There's going to have to be another moderator that comes in here and takes him off a timeout, right? Because he's avoiding the actual point. He's done it 15 straight times. This is after he had to get timed out earlier by SC.
Every time we talk about it, you have to time me out because you can't prove Earth is flat.
You're timed out. No. It's because you keep diverting away from the point.
No, it's because you're a fucking coward. You're a coward, Austin. A fucking pussy.
Is that projection?
Look at that, bro. And I'm the one that's in the wrong, though, huh? For sure. This emotional little girl just screaming and cussing and interrupting. So we were talking about the evidence that we move around the sun. You keep on just jumping in and talking about flat Earth, which is not even the discussion right now. Then you said you have no evidence for it. So I gave a piece of evidence that shows it, and then you just said, no, that's not good enough. As in, Negator runs the room, and he gets to determine what we're allowed to talk about. But that's definitely not the case, is it, Negator? No, it's not. So anyway, bro, I just want to, you guys win us back over. Explain to us how we move around the sun. Why do you guys think that, bro?
Have you seen that GIF? I bet you've seen it. I'm gonna post it. Let me find it.
Yeah, geocentrism versus heliocentrism.
But the moving around the sun is a red herring from the fact that you can't prove Earth is flat. Austin.
You're just gonna keep saying it. Are you a robot?
Well, then prove it. Show me Earth is flat. Take a measurement.
It's a little bit like you're accusing us of having an echo chamber here, where it's like I just hear the echoes of you asking the same question.
Because it's not answered. He refuses to answer because he knows he can't.
You're projecting. See, you're refusing to answer because you know you can't. So you keep changing the subject and then projecting on everyone else. Like you probably have
answer
on your
any
shirt.
of the
Like
questions posed to you.
I'm actually currently in the process of asking a question, my guy.
I know. You can't answer the flat Earth question. You've realized it, so you move on to movement around the sun.
No, I didn't move on to anything. That was what I first brought up. You jumped in, tried to change the subject.
But that's the tactic now, Witsit. You know you can't prove flat Earth, so every single conversation around this topic comes to revolution around the sun.
No, I'm not listening to this all day. Like, I like the fact that no one ever calls him out is really annoying. Like, no ballers even say, Negator, why do you keep interrupting and changing the subject whenever like that? That doesn't make any sense. But they like it. They like hearing
pointing
him
out the reality of
gaslight me and
things.
shit.
You can't prove flat Earth, so you moved on to motion.
No, we're not moving on to anything. It was the first thing I brought up. I brought it up.
You brought it up in every single conversation because you know you can't prove flat Earth.
No, it's like, well, I already explained this 5 times. Like, there's no point in talking about flat Earth. Someone that can't even be honest about the solar system part of it.
You're right. There's no point.
One sec. We need to prove the globe first. That's what we need to prove. I mean, we were talking this. What's that guy's name? Warped.
Why do we have to prove the globe first? Why can't
Warped.
we prove
Can you
both
put
at the
yourself
same
on mute,
time?
dude?
You're not on mute. You're good.
Yeah, but it's. I'm just thinking of options, dude. You know. Warped. Are you there?
Who?
You guys gotta admit that it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird, bro. That it's 2023. That these people have been in this conversation for 7 years. They think they know for sure the Earth's a ball that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving around the sun, shooting through space in an ever-expanding universe of nothingness. They think they know that's a fact to such an extent that for 7 straight years they've mocked and ridiculed other people that challenge it. And when it comes down to it, you just pull back the curtain and find out they can't even utter one actual piece of exclusive evidence that we move around the sun, which means you have a blind belief and you just conform to majority and you just get off on trying to belittle other people and mock them and ridicule them. But in reality, it's just a big facade. It's a defense mechanism because you don't even know why you believe what you believe. You handed your critical assessment over to someone else.
Yeah, I was going to mention that PhD you were talking to the other day, Austin. You know, you shot his couple of claims down when you were asking him for evidence, and then where did he go to? Well, he went to a probe on Mars. We've got a probe on Mars. Now, I can't verify that. So it seems right and sane thing to do is to just go, well, I can't verify that. You seem to have a problem with it. You're like, well, trust the science. Just pat me on the head. Trust it. It's fine. No.
Yeah, but even what's funny is even the probe on Mars doesn't actually prove. Even if that was true, it wouldn't prove heliocentrism. So it's like it's weird. Like they can't actually let their mind go to this. So this is why I bring it up. It's not like I'm scared to talk about flat Earth. Anyone that says that is so blatantly dishonest. Dude, I talk about flat Earth nonstop. I have a weekly show about it. I do debates about it constantly. I have another one Saturday. I talk about flat Earth 24/7. Anyone saying that's just blatantly lying, right? But the reason I bring this up, shut up, I'm talking. The reason I bring this up is because it demonstrates their inability, right? Their inability to actually even be honest about the conversation. You guys haven't even truly assessed it. You haven't even actually considered your belief yet, which means you blindly believe it. And so what's the point? You have to break through the cognitive.
Another point is that I don't know what the shape of the Earth is. I've never been in a rocket ship and gone out into so-called space and looked back and seen what shape it was. I'll admit that. I don't know if it's flat. I'm clueless about it, tell you the truth. But one thing you can say is that it's definitely not a globe like that they portray it to be. I don't have to give you a model or prove to you the shape of the Earth.
But you can then say you just said you haven't been outside the Earth to see if it's flat or whatever it is, but you know it's not round. You know that for a fact, but you haven't seen it.
Oh, round and moving around the sun. There's no evidence of that. So I can say that your model's shit, even though I don't have a model. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I don't have to replace your model with something else to say that it's.
You don't know what my model is. You don't even know what my model is, my man. But
dude, I was taught your model. I was taught your model in school from the time I was 5 years old.
You don't even know what my model is. I was just commenting on your contradiction and what you said. But never mind.
I've said my piece.
I think he's complaining you're assuming he's a glober.
Whether or not he's a glober doesn't take away from my point. I don't have to replace I don't have to give you a model to say that your model is bullshit. It doesn't follow. It's not logical. It's a stupid argument.
It's not bullshit, and you haven't provided any evidence that it is.
That was exactly my point.
Like, the existence of your assertion that it's bullshit is sometimes I see too far, which is a fraction of a degree too far. And that's it.
I haven't actually seen one of those that's, really damning. Like they're all within like reasonable refraction limits for the ones that I've seen.
100%. And that's why when we bring up angles, they don't like that. Because when explained in terms of angular diameter, the refraction sounds and is very, very small, and elucidates how silly the argument is, and they try to turn the conversation to something else.
While at the same time offering no actual repeatable experimental evidence of any such refraction. Except for, oh, well, look, refraction happens. No. Experimental evidence that that exact degree and manner of refraction can happen. So basically, replicating on a local scale, light going around a ball.
Well, wouldn't that require that the entirety of the gradient of the atmosphere be compressing like a small scale?
Yeah,
How do you do that?
Why not?
How do you get a 1 centimeter? Let's say.
I mean, they do all kinds of. Maybe I'm talking out of school. You can't do that. It's not possible. For the world's best.
I'm not sure. It sounds extremely difficult and unnecessary.
Just compressing air and like making it really cool because they're claiming the temperature, right?
Give me a second. If you compress air, you don't create a gradient. You have if you a small scale the gradient just by compressing air, you have a very high dense air, but the gradient still like the variance between the bottom and the top is going to be insignificant compared to the atmosphere.
So
you don't scale it down just by compressing it.
Yeah,
That's how it works.
I'm probably talking out of school in terms of how they would achieve this, but like whatever the conditions are that are being claimed, right? Those could be replicated.
Yeah, but you mentioned
fair enough. You brought up a point about compressed air wouldn't create like the layers that you would need. Fair enough. Like I said, I'm no expert on any of this. I'm just saying that you could come up with, since temperature is the positive variable, right? Then they could basically just like do something to create that temperature.
Well, that has been done. Not a complete small scale version of the atmosphere, but you have examples of temperature gradients, small scale temperature gradients.
We
have them here on this.
Yeah, but then the repeatability of it would be to get some values, right? As like what temperature would cause what degree of refraction, and then actually have it happen, so such that something comes around the curve.
I think
like persistently, and such that the image just persistently stays there, right?
Right, or you can. I think the idea is that they would follow Snell's law or the
Sure,
the derived version for gradients of Snell's law.
See, here's where the argument is. In theory, yeah, refraction happens. So in theory, maybe there is something, like, again, like in the abstract, maybe there is something. I'm not even trying to be. Maybe there is some way that refraction can happen that way. Like, if you told me this before I looked into flat Earth and any of this stuff, because I never really cared about physics.
It's not just a maybe. It's quite obvious that that is what you should expect.
I know. Wait one second. If someone just told me in the abstract, I wouldn't expect it because I've never had any experience of seeing around curves. But I would say, okay, maybe it's possible. There are things that are counterintuitive things that happen in physics that I know are true, which maybe this is true. But I just think you need to show an actual repeatable experiment to prove, along with the actual concrete claims, not just that refraction is happening with this. Less than half a degree, less than whatever the fuck, right? You need the values and you need the predictive power of the models. You need the model to be. You need it to be repeatable. You need to show proof of concept experimentally. All these things need to be done, and then
that's the thing. I as far as all I've seen people doing on these communities, I would say what's the word you just used? A viable
repeatable.
No, a proof of concept, right?
Yeah.
That to me, that's pretty much done from people on these communities. Not even highly complicated experiments. There are simple things people did already that are very good proof of concepts.
Is someone proof of concept doesn't mean just proof of refraction.
I'm not saying that.
Proof of concept.
For example, I'm saying, for example, proving that a gradient where you have a denser medium at the bottom causes zooming. That's something that have been demonstrated here. Like all the ingredients that you need for the refraction we claim are easily demonstrable.
Okay.
So I honestly wouldn't say it's counterintuitive.
Yeah, I remember the other day someone posted an image with like some gas being like a flash of gas, and then they could see something supposedly looming around. I haven't verified. I could take that that's true. I'll assume that that's true for this conversation. But I'm not. But that's not the point. The point is there needs to be actual values that they are positing. They need to actually concretize their hypothesis about like this refraction phenomenon. Give the actual values and the degree by which they expect this to refract, and then validate it experimentally. That has to be done. You can't just have the scattered pieces here and there. That's not scientific.
Well, you could, right? So let me see if say let's suppose then if in those experiments they also had the reflected index for the gradient, and they applied it to Snell's law and had a prediction for the amount of looming. Would that satisfy then?
Yeah, they got it. Yeah, and then they experimentally show that it's possible to get it to come around a curve where otherwise it would be clearly obstructed, and then persistently stay there. So that's important. That's another important point: the persistence of it.
Yeah. Okay. We can just then pick any of those videos which there's enough information for to derive.
I don't want to piece this together. If this is a scientific claim that refraction is what's causing this, this has to be laid out in a scientific manner with all the predicted values, right? And then the validation of these predicted values with all the variables being controlled and having the necessary components of a scientific experiment: independent variable, dependent variable, controlled variable.
Okay, I'm not sure where to draw the line between proof of concept and the level of experimentation that you would find acceptable.
A scientific method is pretty simple. So you just need the independent variable, meaning what you're going to manipulate. You need the dependent variable, meaning what.
Okay, so you design me an experiment. You tell me an experiment that you would accept because I'm describing ideas and ideas for.
Sure. But the fact is, right now, this is just this is a hypothesis.
Let me just.
Viability, the refraction thing. So we can call this the globe hypothesis, the refraction hypothesis. All of these are great hypotheses. We just need some validation for all of this.
For what?
Well, right.
What exactly?
Currently, we're talking about refraction, right?
Yeah, but you said already. We're not talking about whether or not refraction exists. So what exactly you're saying we need to?
Specific kind of refraction. It's a specific kind of refraction.
There are kinds of refraction. You have different phenomena caused by refraction.
Sorry, let me rephrase. This specific predicted value of refraction based on this independent variable being changed, aka temperature. unless there's some other variable that people want to throw into the mix, because people are kind of vague on that as
Yeah,
well.
pressure and humidity, for example. You can probably.
So these would be the variables that we're going to manipulate. And since this is going to be a mathematical concern, it's going to be how much is it going to. So that the number one would be how much humidity / pressure / temperature would you need in order to get an effect reproduced on a local scale, which would have to be done persistently, not a flash in the pan, persistently, which would have to be done on a local scale. That would be number one. And number two would be do the experiment with predicted values of how this is going to vary, right? And then again keep changing that. So in that experiment, the independent variable would be how much change in the pressure, temperature, and humidity would give rise to what change in the dependent variable, aka the degree of refraction. And then fair enough. Fuck. One of the
Okay,
biggest.
so it sounds like it's pretty much. Sounds like it's pretty much what I already said. We can get those experiments that people already made and see what would be the prediction for.
Build your own.
You're not letting me to get any sentence.
I know, but you're just saying the same thing. You're not addressing my point. You're like, my point is you have to do the experiment. You can't just piece together, this worked kind of here and this there. That's not a scientific experiment. That's like build your own response.
Data. Well, what you're describing to me is I have I have a prediction, and then I'll have data to test that prediction. Right? If we already have the data, we can just get what the prediction would be for those setups and see if the data matches them. It's the exact same thing. It's just a different order, but we're not designing we're not getting the predictions from the data. We're just getting the predictions from the claim that the model always have claimed, which is how reflection works with Snell's.
I'm personally just a stickler for the scientific method in the most rigorous sense of the word. So
I'm not sure how that responds to what I said in any way.
Because you've just again restated that you want to piece together things willy-nilly from here and there to try and show this.
No. What I just said to you is to do exactly what you described.
Okay.
But instead of doing myself all those measurements, I'm going to find the measurement that people did. It's just quicker. But if you don't accept that, you have to do the experiment yourself.
Why do I have to do it myself? I could just reject it.
It sounds like what's requiring because these experiments have already been done. So
now this is going to be some abductive reasoning, right? To me, from my part of view. I don't know if you're familiar with that term. So far, everything I said was purely rigorous logic, based on the assumptions that were going in. Now this is abduction. For me, and earlier I may have misspoken. I said, pressurize the air. Fair enough. I don't know enough about physics in order to actually start giving a mechanism by which how they'd be able to treat this. But to me, abductively, I don't think it's on me, a layman, to do this experiment when supposedly this is the concrete explanation of how light refracts around a curve, like this pressure / temperature / humidity differential. For me, it seems like for scientific
you can see that it's quite easy to get refraction to happen with temperature gradient. And again, you're speaking over me.
No, I was talking. You interrupted me, so pardon me interrupting your interruption of me.
Sorry. I thought you gave time to respond to you, but I think that's not going to happen.
Yes, right. My abductive case here is that I think it's a bit rich to expect me, a layman, to do what supposedly people who are sending rockets into space and probes to Mars can't just replicate. To me, it seems like a simple experiment. And maybe if I've stepped out of line, maybe perhaps saying, they should achieve this by pressurization, whatever, right? Fair enough. But I'm pretty fucking sure, abductively, that they could achieve this experiment.
Yeah, if they weren't satisfied already with how much data and understanding we have already of how light works, then maybe they would still be trying to spend money trying to do something like what you want. But I don't think that's the case. But if you think that's so much necessary,
I think it's very necessary. With the scientific method having,
I don't think I was interrupting you this time.
Sorry, go ahead. I thought my bad.
I lost track. Go ahead.
I apologize for that. Actually, sorry. Yeah, that was hypocritical of me. I said the reason that the rigorous scientific method laid out in one experiment has to be achieved is because there are people who are laymen. When you follow the actual exact steps of the scientific method, instead of piecing things together from here and there, then you actually have something which even a layman has to accept. Again, all the assumptions are laid out of the experiment. All the predictive values are laid out. Independent variable is calculated visibly. Dependent variable is achieved visibly. Variables are controlled and demonstrated to be controlled, all the other ones. And then it is so that we don't have this compartmentalization where people have to defer to authority, that the rigorous steps of the scientific method need to be performed. That is the...
Do you think Snell's law have been through the scientific method the way it satisfies you? Are you satisfied with Snell's law, or you think it still has to meet some scientific criteria that you haven't met yet?
It's the phenomenon of light bending around from whence it was obscured, right? And the degree to which it does, based on a column of air, humidity, pressure, temperature, what have you, needs to be demonstrated in a single individual, repeatable scientific experiment. Not pieced together abductively. So it could be achievable, right? You could even make it even bigger. Maybe you don't want a really small model. They could make this over like a kilometer, pretty easy. And then this would just they could create like a big ass fucking city, what they call flat Earth debunking city. And they just basically have this big refraction, constantly persisting.
Okay, I'll ask it again. Do you think Snell's law have went through the scientific method in a way that satisfies you? You think it has been scientifically demonstrated?
I don't know. But again, like I said, this is the whole point of what I'm saying is that because of laymen like me who have...
I'm trying to make a point. Can I get an answer for that?
I said no.
You don't think so?
I said
or you don't know?
I don't know.
Right, okay. Because you should start there. Because you're saying this refraction thing of the atmosphere doing what we say it does didn't went through the scientific method. If we have Snell's law scientifically verified, and we have what's the refractive index of the atmosphere scientifically verified, then those two imply in what the atmosphere does. So if those two have been scientifically demonstrated, then the implication logically follows from them. So if you haven't researched the Snell's law, which is the first step, I don't think you could be confidently saying science haven't demonstrated what we're claiming.
That's the beauty of the scientific method, because there's going to be n number of things which each person can't look into. But if a phenomenon is being posited, right, of which no one has had any experience thus far in any local testable setup, then
because this is something. I
didn't interrupt you. Holy crap, man! Then
I thought you're done.
Nah, not that we're done, but like that's the thing. You're not listening to the actual point. Because the point I made is that the scientific method followed rigorously with the independent variable, dependent variable, and controlled variables. You're just not addressing this point. Is the way that we cut through this layman problem, because everyone's going to be a layman in whatever field because of compartmentalization. Even someone with a master in physics of one domain is going to be a layman in another domain of physics. So, and maybe what we're talking about here is something that I probably will look into, like with more detail, and I could look into it, right? But there are going to be areas which are just going to be impervious to me because it's just too niche, to whatever, right? But regardless, if there's an objective effect that is being claimed, then a singular, repeatable scientific experiment showing the actual phenomenon with the actual predicted values is what is needed. And then I don't need to look into it. I mean, I will. I'm not saying this is an excuse for me to not look into it, but I don't need to look into it because we have the evidence present. Last point. The importance of this thing is the manipulability of the independent variable. That's the most important thing here. In order to prove that this degree of refraction is happening, we need to have the manipulable independent variable. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. It's just not scientific. It may be your inference. Maybe you're satisfied with it. Maybe you have so much knowledge about the nuances of this that this is trivial to you. But if it is, then it should be demonstrable with an independent, repeatable scientific experiment.
Yeah, but it seems to me you want an experiment that shows the whole thing at once, not just how light behaves, or what's the refractive indexes in the atmosphere, but that those two things combined would give you the predictions that we're claiming. But what I'm telling you is that if you have those two things, then implies what the combination of them results. If you have Snell's law working, and you know the refractive index of the atmosphere, that implies in what the atmosphere is doing to light. And you're not complaining that either of those two parts aren't scientific. You're just complaining that the two things combined, you don't have an experiment for the two things combined. It seems to me that that's what your complaint is.
That is exactly what I'm complaining, because if I am able to do it, here's the thing. The abstractions of my mind, even if they seem to logically imply each other, which I would actually dispute in this case, but whatever, let's just, since I'm not that good on the details, I'm not even going to wade into those territories right now. But regardless, the abstractions of my mind, regardless of how I put them together, are not indicative of reality. A scientific experiment with independent variable, dependent variable, and control variables is indicative of reality.
Yeah, but I'm not going against it. I'm not arguing we don't need repeatable experiments, or we don't need to manipulate variables. That's not what I'm not trying to get rid of that. I'm just saying these requirements have already been met for those two components, which is the how light behaves and what's the refractive indexes in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it has to be combined, not by my mind, but by reality itself in the form of an experiment.
I understand that's your complaint. I'm just saying, so that's
fine. It should be. They should just put out a grant for someone to do this. That's one of those tests, right? Like, again, here's the reason. The reason that the globe is not believable right now for any thinking person is because of is ultimately at some level.
I'm not a thinking person.
Because the sheer number of experiments which would put it beyond a doubt would be simple to replicate are just too many. We talked the other day about. Go ahead.
The experiments that would satisfy you, maybe we might be liking those, right? But if you're capable of making logical inferences, right? You don't need so many specific experiments you can pull together. Like we don't gather knowledge by this experiment prove a whole chain of things when we can understand them individually with a lot more depth. Those experiments are kind of useless.
Let me give you an example of why exactly these experiments are completely useful. Imagine if you took two polarization filters and put them together. Then based on that logic, you inference what's going to happen when you add a third, without having the information beforehand of what's going to happen, and then creating a theory by which you could predict what's going to happen. You say, well, logically, it should just be even darker. Nope. Fact is, reality throws up curveballs all the time as long as it's not logically impossible. What you think is something that you can inference is not something that is amenable to reality.
No, I'm not.
You can't. You have to actually do a scientific. Like I've just kept stressing this over and over again. You actually have to do a scientific experiment. You can't just piece things together. That's called abduction, which is fine, right? But it's not scientific.
Yeah, but like you can. The implications of those two things, like how light behaves and what's the index of the atmosphere, gives you predictions that you can see with your naked eye. For example, for example, if you have this lumen, and you can look to things that are outside the atmosphere, like the sun and the moon, and you know their shape, like they're circles. As they go closer to the horizon, you would have the bottom of them more reflected than the top of them.
These are experiments. These are observations.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like this is an experiment that goes through the two things at once. It goes through how light behaves, and also what is the gradient of the atmosphere. Those two things are going to impact how the sun looks when it gets close to the horizon, and so does the moon.
I don't want to be rude or condescending, but do you know what abduction?
No. Oh, I know that what are aliens abducting cows, but I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about.
Abductive reasoning.
No.
induction,
Yeah.
inductive reasoning,
Yeah.
which is. I'm not really.
So,
Genuinely, I'm not trying to be condescending. I know it sounds that. I just want.
if that's a one-to-one translation to Portuguese, you have deduction and induction.
Yeah. So you know,
So
and then
yeah, one is when you go from like a universal to a particular rule, or
yeah,
and the other one is the opposite.
Yeah, so that deduction would be the universal to the particular, and then
Yeah,
the reverse would be the induction. So induction basically is when you do something over.
I'm aware.
Yeah, blah blah blah. Then, but abduction is when you like piece things together from here, there, and everywhere, right? And try to make these quote logical inferences, which are not actually logical inferences. They are abductive inferences, maybe based on some criteria like parsimony or this or that, right? But
no, like if it is true that light follows Snell's law, and it is true that we know the refractive index of the atmosphere, then that logically implies what the light's going to do in the atmosphere.
It doesn't logically imply. Just the same way that putting three polarized filters or polarization filters wouldn't. Well, what would happen is the logic is three rules: law of logic, law of identity, and law of non-contradiction. As long as one of those is not being contradicted, you don't have a logical core inference. You just have something which is logically possible. Then, if you want to get more subjective, logically plausible. But you don't have this ironclad. This plus this, therefore this. When it comes to physics, some assumptions.
If oh my god, one sec. If Snell's law is true, right? How the way we describe how light works is true. Then that implies that the predictions.
What is Snell's law? Explain it to me.
It describes that the change in the path of light, given the change in refractive index.
Okay.
Of the medium.
Okay.
Right. So if that is true, then that describes what light does when the refractive index changes.
Okay, cool. So here's what needs to be done.
So if you then describe me a change in refractive index, it also follows that it would follow Snell's law, given that Snell's law is true. That is a logical inference.
All right. So let me then just explain what would need to be done in the experiment. Right. You would need to have this change in the refractive index mapped out over a territory of water, like whatever distance it's supposedly refracting over, and then just show that it maps up with the Snell's law, right? Show that a degree of refraction that would be predicted by Snell's law maps onto the change in whatever across that entire body of water, according to the change in the refractive index. You'd have to like actually show that these variables are happening, right? This would still not be a scientific experiment because you don't have a manipulable independent variable, but it would be at least a better form of observation, a more rigorous form of observation that it at least matches up and it doesn't contradict what's predicted.
Oh, Snell's law definitely works because that's how lenses, like camera lenses, are designed.
I'm not denying that the Snell's law thing works. I actually don't know, but I'm just assuming that you're correct. I'm taking you in good faith. Snell's law, what we need to prove. I'm saying like you're saying that a combination of Snell's law along with the refractive circumstances, humidity, temperature, whatever else, pressure across these bodies of water where you see these black swan type supposed loomed horizons. When you're seeing these phenomena, you then need to take one of these black swan examples, wait for them, map out the actual material conditions over that entire stretch of water, right? And then show, this wouldn't be a scientific experiment, by the way, it's just an observation. We call it a scientific observation. You then have to map out the entire, all the variables that you're saying are, all the independent variables that you're saying are going to cause this type of fraction and show that it matches up with the Snell's law in combination with this refractive index that's being posited. That's what needs to be done. That could be done.
So I gotta leave it. I don't want to leave it there to yourself, but I gotta go. So.
No worries. Yeah.
Well then. What now? Where do we go from here?
Well, the Earth's still a globe, and we haven't proven it to be flat yet, Negator.
It's true. I guess we have no contenders.
Well, we've been talking about the globe for years, but we just the percentage of that conversation compared to talking about the Earth being flat, and that conversation is very little percentage of that is of the rest of the conversations that we've had. Or is flat Earth just inverted commas, just the denial of the Earth being a globe and questioning it and all that sort of stuff?
You guys hear me?
Heard someone.
Sorry, what?
Somebody was on mic. I could hear somebody.
Am I coming?
It's Bounce Truth.
Yeah, you're a bit terrible.
Better now. Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, a little bit better. Bit scratchy. I hear a bit of a scratchy sound. Arul's got a hot mic.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
It's interesting. I think this conversation may somewhat modulate in the coming years a little bit with all the new advances that are being made, being able to produce 3D models based on 2D pictures or 2D video. Being that that's all like run out of a render engine that's going to trace light sources and light paths and stuff like that. Yeah, should be interesting how that goes.
Well, it's a quiet resolution to the evening.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Okay. I had to reset my tablet.
Oh, that's goddamn. I'm sorry, man. I forget your name.
Oh, it's balanced.
Yeah.
What's up, Negator?
What's up?
What was the other guy saying about the globe?
God damn it. Bro, my game crashed as soon as we started talking. It was you, wasn't it?
What game you playing?
Oh, Squad. It's a shooter with lots of people.
Your game is flat.
Well, it's fucking gone now.
Of course, if it's on a 2D screen.
I should reload it entirely. God damn it. Well, it's after midnight, so I should stop playing anyways.
Is it just round because you live in Australia?
No, I currently live in Korea, man, but I'm going back to Colorado.
No, I was talking to the Aussie guy.
Oh, no, I'm not really Aussie. I just play when I'm TV sometimes.
Oh, cool. How would I go about verifying this globe that you guys claim? What would be the first thing to do?
Blast off.
Go to space?
I mean, let's stop doing these half measures. You know what I mean? Like, there's always room for argument otherwise, isn't it?
I mean, common sense should take over at one point, but common sense kind of died with the current plan.
I don't know what that guy, his name was, but he was here before, but he's mentioning abductive reasoning. Yeah, it's interesting. You bring up different types of reasoning, get slightly different results, but try to arrive at the truth with it. So common sense, I guess, is a blend of those things. I don't think there is any one.
Well, the one thing common sense is it has to be something real.
Well, you can be wrong with trying to have common sense or trying to apply it.
It'll only be common if it's actual in the real world. Like, it wouldn't be common. Like, a consensus isn't common sense.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we need uncommon sense. I don't know.
You mean a different approach?
Well, I mean, with our regular senses, it's like, how far are we getting with this whole conversation? So we need sensor.
I think it's one side that already claims to know everything, and that's kind of not even possible to know everything. Gotta admit somewhere.
Right, but if you were in control, you would claim it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
If you want to be the leader, you gotta act like you know where you're going.
Well, you don't want no upstarts coming after your shit. Yeah. You can't prove this. I don't know.
They don't want you to question authority.
That's a bad idea. Don't do that. Yeah, questioning authority leads to challenging it. Ooh.
That's not the chain of command way.
Or what if I'm the authority?
I mean, you play the authority like I played at Aussie. Yeah.
I could be.
You might be, but you told me you weren't. So what do I say?
What if you guys all work for me? What if like we're all in the same unit and I'm your fucking platoon sergeant and we had to go do some shit? Wouldn't that be great?
Only if you would be honest.
It's in your comfort zone. What if I was platoon leader and you were following me, Negator? How do you feel about that? Wouldn't that be great?
I mean, as a platoon leader, you'd be an officer, and I'd have to do what you said, but would respectfully disagree if it was stupid.
Right.
So.
I'd be like, "You're calling me the president now," and you'd be like, "All right, sir, whatever." I don't think that's code, but
hey, sir, you're like half my age, and you're going to listen to me.
That sucks. So it's really just a mindset, right?
I don't know.
Like
I'm going to bed.
Conformity.
Nah. I'll be up in like 7 hours, and then we can argue about it, all right?
No problem, buddy. Get some rest.
All right.
strength through conformity.
I think the program is just working effectively. It's pretty thick.
Well, I don't know. It's kind of like a whole deal. Is the wind bad?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Like you have to have conformity in a squadron, right? Not everybody can't be wearing different uniforms and stuff. Be like, I like pink. You know what I mean? I like black. Whatever.
But yeah, they're on a mission though, you know. Conformity with freedom, or the illusion of freedom. I don't think that's really a thing. Do you think that's a thing? Do you think freedom is real?
It's a state of mind.
Just like everything else. It's like a lot of things are paradoxes when you push the boundaries.
Well, I think we should be pushing boundaries a little, right? Or else everything will always remain the same, or go backwards.
I don't think we can ever go backwards. That's the thing. That's what I learned about this reality. Go like you can reminisce, but you really can't go. Think about it.
Well, yeah, I guess I meant it in sort of a different way.
I think that's one of our mistakes. We want to know the beginning, but it's just impossible. That's where they're most of them go back. And realistically, I don't think we can go back beyond maybe 200 or 300 years and really have a solid record of anything.
Yeah, like the expression, is it to treat something with kid gloves or kit gloves? And we don't even have a consensus on that shit necessarily, right? That's only a couple hundred years ago, probably. We confused the shit out of that phrase. So, yeah, confusion is definitely a part of how this all works. So what do you say? We can't go 200 years back. It's a bad idea to try to go 5,000 years back.
I mean, realistically, anything beyond
I'm just saying we could find artifacts, try to transcribe them or whatever. But we do like struggle with context for a lot of the stuff or what the environment was like.
yeah, because most of it is like symbols. It wasn't really a lot of text. Technology is interpreted, so we can never know what opinion about it. I think if we knew that much, we would be able to build on that level of the past, and we can't.
I mean, we can do better things now, kind of.
Priorities.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Man, that's crazy. It was like a couple days ago where it was like toxic smoke out here and shit. And since it lifted, man, there's such a beautiful sweetness in the air. I can't even explain it. It's not just by contrast either. You know? It's like all the plants are like rebounding somehow. Mic check.
I hear you.
What's up?
Yo. How you doing? How you doing?
Chilling. What's up with you, Snacks?
Um,
Don't you work, dude?
Yeah. All the time.
Since nobody's talking, what do you think about? I don't know if you can hear me. I don't got a lot of reception right now. What do you think about the pyramids in Antarctica? You looked into that?
I don't know. I've never seen any thing that I think that is. Jeez, do you think that there's pyramids in Antarctica?
Yeah, I mean, I was skeptical at first, but then I seen these, and I'm like, I mean, I heard about them. I didn't really look into it. Peep this though. It's supposed to be like 4 times bigger than the Great Pyramid of Giza.
Where'd you post it? Live stream.
I'm not sure, dude. I thought I posted it in the regular chat.
I don't know, man. Like, I'm hesitant to say that that's a pyramid, but yeah, I have other pictures of things that look like pyramids. I'm kind of hesitant to say that they're pyramids too, but I don't know, man. Like the Forbidden Island in Hawaii, yeah, like that's got shit. I'm like, I don't know. Those look like green fucking pyramids. I don't know.
Pretty good. Almost done.
Hey, Snacks, how's you?
Hey, blah blah. How you? I'm good.
I haven't seen you around much in the past couple of months or so.
Couple? I don't know. I took a couple weeks off.
Oh, well, 2 weeks then, there you go.
A little mental health break, I guess.
Oh, you're not feeling well?
No, it's just more mental probably than anything. A lot of stressful things going on.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
You seen the second image I posted?
I'm about to see this image. No, I didn't. Yes, I do. I see it now. It's at an angle.
I mean, do you think that's natural? You think that's natural?
Your square's wrong. I don't know.
It's either natural formation or man-made.
Yeah, well, the Bosnian pyramids, is that man-made? Other people think that they just found things that kind of look like pyramids and then made them, but that doesn't make sense either. I don't know. But this is out of the Forbidden Island, and I don't know, man. It's like flat top hills and some angle, some slope. You know what I mean? It's weird. Like we just don't have much better photographs over it, or maybe it's just the mystique that it's called the Forbidden Island. I don't know what to say, but like I would only expect them to be building pyramids where they could have, and although maybe Antarctica was totally not snowed up there. I don't know. That's all I got to go on it. Yeah.
I don't think it was always ice. I think at one point in history it was temperate for sure, or maybe there was a cyclical cycle where it freezes and then warms up and then freezes. But I'm not sure.
It could be.
I don't trust these ice core sample shits that they try to tell us.
I think it's too south. It's further south than what they call horse latitudes. And I don't know if they would have been trying to go any further south than that, or north. So I think there's a certain region, like a belt, basically, where the pyramids are going to be. Because other than that, it's a useless area.
I mean, I'm hearing through the grapevine, through military operations and shit, that they're finding shit in Antarctica, bro. Like deep in the ice. But again, there's no evidence. Just hearsay. Germans, Russians, American military talk about shit.
Yeah, but is Antarctica even a real one place? Or is Antarctica one thing in one area and one thing in another? And who's to say it's one? Who's to say there isn't 3 different islands that are that people regularly travel to, and they just say like, yeah, this is like the east side of Antarctica, and like, yeah, this is the west side. When really it's just completely different islands that aren't even related at all.
Well, the rim.
What are you talking about? Like a ice wall?
The rim, bro. The rim.
I guess I'll make more coffee.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd buy the whole rim.
The ice wall.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd buy
What do you
that.
think, bro?
There's like a huge wall 360 degrees around us. I mean, I could see certain places with walls, but just a perfect circular wall around everywhere is kind of a big claim.
Yeah, I mean, I believe it. I believe that there's a rim that contains us.
What if
I
we
mean, when
combine a
they
lot
look,
of
when
bad
you look at
ideas
elevation
together?
maps, the thing is, like, if you look at elevation maps, right, from satellite imagery, and again, this comes from NASA, so take it with a grain of salt. But yo, the elevation maps show Antarctica being the highest point on Earth. Like, they say it's Mount Everest, but if you take Mount Everest out of the equation, bro, it's Antarctica. It has the same color and elevation as the summit of Mount Everest, which is like pink. And basically all of Antarctica is pink. So all of Antarctica, like deep in Antarctica, is like just as high as Mount Everest, bro. If you believe in the flat Earth and Antarctica is the rim, then the rim is literally the highest elevation on Earth, showing that we live in like a bowl. Like we literally live in a bowl, and then you got the continents and the ocean contained in this bowl. That's not perfectly flat because you got contour and different elevations throughout the bowl, but the continents are protruding from this bowl, and Antarctica seems to be the highest point on Earth, unless somebody can prove me wrong. I don't know.
What's the lowest? Because it's on the bottom. So it's like it's only high because of it's being pulled down by gravity.
You're trolling me right now.
I am trolling you.
All right.
Yo, I see what you posted there, Lion, and I mean that looks suspiciously like a pyramid, but it could also just be a formation of rock. So
Pyramidalia.
I mean, they say the same thing about the structures underwater off the coast of Japan, Yonaguni. The geologists will be like, "Oh, well, that's just a natural shale formation. There's no evidence that humans made that." It's like, are you kidding me? Go look at it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like you got real people scuba diving there and stuff. Like, I'm good with that. I would love to get down with the idea that there's a pyramid complex sunken in the Gulf of Mexico, but apparently that might just not be happening. But like, I don't know. Maybe it is, dude. I'm not really sure. We don't have submarine power. We need flat Earth submarines, guys. That's the only way we're gonna get under the ice wall.
I mean, they're finding them in the jungle of the Amazon, like covered in silt and foliage. Like they'll admit to that, but they won't admit it when it's off the coast or like in the ocean. They won't admit to that shit, or they won't admit to the ones.
Nobody checks out the hummingbird pyramids. I don't know why nobody looks at that stuff. It's like resonant ringing rocks that it's made out of, allegedly. Like there's like lots of artifacts in there, and I don't know. It's like those rings around in Africa. Those circles of stones that are also resonant ringing stones that seem to be artificially made of some kind. I don't know. There's a place in Pennsylvania too. It's called Ringing Rocks. Whether those are natural or not, they're probably natural. But I don't know, man. It's like there was. It seems like there's like lost secrets to working with stone, and I think pretty much that's not even controversial at this point. Like we don't know how they drilled it, how they fucking like if they poured it, if they could recreate it, if they
A lot of shit I don't get, bro. These maps from the 1500s, they do show Antarctica to be temperate. Parts of it to actually be like desert, like extremely hot. I'm like, were these map makers just making shit up?
Yeah. Well,
That's what
I mean,
that
if there's
General Bird guy said. He said that there's a whole ass land the size of America that's just like there. But then if you take that into account, that kind of dispels the whole ice wall thing.
Well, not necessarily. It's still high in elevation. It's just it can go through periods of freezing and defrosting, like thawing out. I
Well,
just
so
don't
you think the
understand, like,
temperature changed, or like a climate change in Antarctica is what you're saying.
I'm not sure at all, bro. I'm just speculating because it's not just one map that shows Antarctica to be temperate, bro. You got like at least 10 good maps from the 1500s that show the Antarctic region to be warm. And then you even got like certain explorers talking about it, not just like Admiral Byrd, but there was other more ancient explorers, not ancient, but older explorers that made their trips there. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to believe. When it comes to that, I'm not sure. Because how could just 500 years ago Antarctica have been temperate? Like, what would have happened from then to
well,
today?
yeah. Well, I guess so. We got all these like celestial events that go on, right? But it's possible that there's just like something like a greater season, something that just happens like seasonally, but it takes like 500 years to happen, or 1,000 years, or something. Like a maybe there's no reversal of the magnetic poles, but maybe the formations of ice kind of change somehow, and they kind of moves back and forth in a cycle. I don't have any fucking idea. It might work like that. It might it might not, but we just have so many presumptions about how everything's supposed to work that it's like, yeah, we don't even know the right questions to ask sometimes.
Like, yeah, like people talk about polar shifts or that the magnetic field shifted, and then they're like, oh, well, there's no evidence for that. The best evidence we have for that is like magma that's been frozen in time, showing the poles switched. But then that could be like, that could be debunked. So like, we really don't know, man. Like, whoever was talking earlier said, like, I think it was I forget who it was, but they were saying that we really don't know beyond 300 years.
Those balanced truths.
What the hell, man?
Yeah, he said that earlier. I'd say like we probably can,
Nah,
but
I mean, there's family people who keep family records and stuff
yeah,
within, like, this isn't like a government subsidized hierarchy of the monarch or whatever. No, it's just like families keep recorded histories and stuff over the generation. And I bet if you met someone with an old enough family, they have something that goes back 500 years easily.
yeah. I mean, we don't. I mean, I didn't. I've heard like maybe some juicy bits about my great grandfather or something like that, but that's pretty here. Like very scarcely any details about those people. I didn't have any grandfathers growing up, but like, yeah, probably other people did. Maybe for a long time, like what kind of inherited stories would they have? Who knows? Like what the Rothschild, what did Daddy Rothschild say to, come on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, there's people who have like written records all the way back to like the start of America and stuff, like American families. Now, I'll take it that is what, only like 250 years or something like that. That's not like thousands of years, and I'm not saying people have records for thousands of years. I bet you there's a good amount of people who at least have records that go back 500 years. Like especially people from like I wouldn't say like because the thing is people had a higher literacy rate in Europe during like the 1400s, so they would have to be European, but then they would have to be not Russian, not German, not French. It would be like people who lived in like people with families in probably Britain, like people You know, there's probably people in Britain with, because the thing is, other places in Europe got fucking decimated and destroyed. Like, so yeah, those places would have no records. But I'm pretty sure there's British families who can trace their shit back like a good 500 years.
Yeah, I'll give it that. But nobody's going to BC. I mean,
Those
if your
damn
family
white
did, it's
people.
probably. Yeah, I don't know if anybody does that 23andMe, whatever. I had a family member that did, but I take it to be that mine would match that. But
Yeah, I heard that thing is kind of sus though, because they were getting some sort of weird information involving a certain group of people and their relation to Khazaria, and so they had to change the whole data.
yeah, I mean, so yeah, out of nowhere that I would have any historical concept of is a relationship to being a 0.5% Ashkenazi rating. Is that an error? I don't even know. Maybe that's just an error, but that's like weird shit. And then like, I don't know what that means. I don't know. Some people are into it.
Well,
Some
it's like
people.
Khazaria
You're the
dumb shit.
enemy.
But I guess like whatever it is, you.
That's what
Right.
that means.
Okay, so I'll be a 0.5% your enemy. Your enemy. It's fine. I'll troll you. Whatever.
Joking.
I hear you. But predominantly that's if you like. I don't know. Like we're all like a kind of a mixed drink, if you will. Sorry, boss.
They have like fucking things that say that you're a Neanderthal and shit. So like, to be honest, I wouldn't really. I would take anything to 23andMe. I tried it when I was like 18 or something. I tried to do it twice. They wouldn't give. They said both times they gave me back my results twice undefined. So right off the bat, that doesn't make any sense to me, and that's my
Right.
anecdotal experience. Then I went and read. Then I went and read into this shit, how they changed the whole database for the Khazarians and that history. And then at the same time, other people I know that took the 23andMe, it says like you're a Neanderthal, and it's like clearly not. Nobody's a fucking like. Honestly, I find
Right.
that shit really.
Right. I'm also supposed to presume that this ethnotype that I'm labeled as, I've been labeled, is a real like geographical area, or like could that have been from any regions that like could have been, people could have moved or been forced to move, or their shit could have been sacked or whatever. They were sold into slavery, or who knows what, right? To have made it to be like that. But we would say that the location of this place is here. So like, yeah, like it basically doesn't account for diaspora. And that's like, I guess, back to history, which we can only get 300 years of accurate.
But there was like, I'm just gonna say, like, there was like the original. I'm just gonna talk about Europe because, to be honest, I'm not very literate outside of that history, so I'm just gonna spout on that for a bit. But like, there was supposed to be this original Basque, more not like Basque, kind of like more red hair, green eye, Rh negative type in Europe originally, and then they were settled by like Phoenicians that went all over Europe through the water and shit. And then after that, there's supposed to be these like Sarmatians or some shit, like Galatian type of Germanic people. So they, even in Europe itself, there's already like an original populace, a populace coming in from the coast, a populace coming in from where like Ukraine, Russia area is from.
Okay.
And that's just Europe, right? That doesn't even count. Like, man, if you're East Asian or something, dude, that thing is a full on melting pot.
Maybe I don't know what the I don't know. Everything kind of just it gets so widely swept over when the Tartary Empire happens, and it shifts the like and China being so big, it wouldn't have been that big. It would have been a lot of it would have been Tibet centered, I guess. So, and then Alexander the Great fucked it all up because he created like forward cities. So he he'd like go so far, and then just be like, okay, well, this city now I'm bringing my peoples from my lands of Greece, and they'll populate with these people, and we'll create these genetic bridges so that we won't war because we'll be like somewhat connected,
Tartaria.
right?
Right, that's what I'm saying, dude. Is people move around. So like, if I got a 23andMe, right, and let's just say it said like you're French or whatever.
Okay.
How could, like, you know what I mean? Like, how could I
Right.
be
Or like, how
something
about
that
just
hasn't even?
how
Wait,
about
real quick. How
something?
can I? I would just finish my sentence real quick. But how can I be something that was created? How can I be something that was a kingdom created 1,000 years ago when supposedly, according to this evolutionary model, it takes millions of years for traits to adapt and stuff. But yet there was a kingdom of France started 1,000 years ago, but it takes millions of years for people to adapt, and like the whole thing is kind of weird to me, dude. I think it's all kind of pseudoscience at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. I don't. Can they tell like how recent? I guess they just would say by percentage. It would be like that would be a suggestion of the most recent thing, and then they check that with what your purported history is supposed to be. But then how do you like? You can only know like from really royal lines like where everything is like, or I'm 7% like Portuguese allegedly here. So like, what that has nothing like. There's no. I have no knowledge of any of how that would be.
Right? How do you tell the difference between a Portuguese and a Spaniard when they're the same people up until what, like 600 years ago or something like that? It doesn't even make sense. Like these are geopolitical borders that now they're putting on like genetic nations.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Dude, the whole thing doesn't make any sense. It's all contradictory. I don't know, dude. Something about it makes me, especially after seeing that they changed the database. Like that's just really weird, dude. You wouldn't
You're
just start
fucking
laying.
right. You know who's the people that are setting this up are like UN and UNESCO and all them. The people, well, right, like 1984 was written by Orwell, but I think his family had a lot to do with the UNESCO group and basically a catalog of culture.
Well, I mean, what you're essentially describing is just genetic clusters, right? So, like, what you call those things doesn't really matter.
Well, it does from the perspective of, I guess, like what we call a place now, and the people of it could have been, variable.
It's not very accurate because the expensive one that costs like $1,000 gives you more like what do they call it? When they look in your DNA, like the cheap one that's like $150, bro. Like it's not really gonna give you an accurate result. Most people just do like the cheapest ones that they offer.
Right.
But that's That's different. Like, so the existence of genetic clusters versus you've bought a cheap test to identify them correctly. Like, these are different things, right? So, are we really doubting that genetic clusters exist? Because when I walk around Spain, they look very similar to each other. I would say that that's a genetic cluster. And then I go to France and they look similar to the Spaniards, but you can tell they're not Spaniards. Right? And then when you go to England, you can tell again they kind of look like the French, but you can tell they're not French people.
Phenotypes. That's phenotype.
Yeah, that's
First off,
that's
phenotype. That's
So
phenotype.
the
That's not
so
even.
the
Wait,
right. So
real quick. That's a phenotype. That's not even a genetic. I'm almost done with my sentence. That's a phenotype. That's a physical trait that you can see, but it's not a genotype. It's not a genetic. Like, I could have the same genotype as someone who looks different than me, or vice versa. Someone looks the same, but we have different genotypes. So we're having a discussion about. And I know they correlate, but I'm not making it as like a full refutation. I'm just adding this in. You could have someone who looks different from the same mother. So we would have the same genetics essentially, but have a different phenotype, you know?
Not necessarily. Well, it depends, doesn't it? Because if your mother and your father have both got similar genetic clusters, then both the children will look different. But it might be that, for instance, if you've got a Chinese father and a Jamaican mother, that one child will inherit more of the genetic traits from the mother and one will inherit more of the genetic traits from the father. So you have to be a lot more accurate with what you're actually, like, what are you actually stating?
No, it's like the further apart you go, there's more blending that happens. somehow. No, that's the
You
hybrid.
can't. Yeah, you can't really. It's almost impossible, bro. To be honest, in my opinion, to really get like
I
any
think really
accurate
what it is
results.
just like organisms have like a set of expressions, and until they're so different that you would call it maybe something else. But like within our general set of expression, like how many ways are people's eyes? Like we could I could tell that somebody's Asiatic because they have a certain kind of eye shape, or you could tell because of like the shape of somebody's skull or their hairline that they're exhibiting like these kind of phenotypical things. But it's really where the physiology kind of gets into like where you say like, oh, this person has like a genetically inherited disease from so and so's gene pool is tainted or what have you. I don't know, like where you could carry diseases that are only within a certain group. So like hemochromatosis might be one that's just only going to apply to people from like Basque Spain or something like that, where it's like, I don't know, something else is right. It's just
There's
specific
also
blood. Yeah.
there's also those traits that skip generations and shit, where like none of your parents would have that trait, but then you inherit it from your grandparents and stuff. Like it's not even your parents don't even express it. So that's a whole thing. Like I know that I was doing some sort of audio book on like the Deep South or whatever, and they're pretty racist back then. And one of the things that they concluded is that if someone was white and mixed with like a Caucasian mixed with like a Negro or a black person, they would kind of like shun them for 4 generations, because even if on the 3rd generation the baby comes out white, it could still if it could still give birth, or I guess if it was a man, have a woman that gives birth to a black person again. So it could swap all. It could go. You could have someone whose great grandparent was a black dude, and literally everyone else in the family is white, and then the great great grandchild would just come out black again. And so, like in the South, they literally had some sort of protocol where like certain families would not get with other families if when they look far back enough they see some sort of like mixing and stuff. So
Right.
that
Right.
right
So
there is like an example of traits that skip a generation. Or like I, for one, like me personally, like my mom always tells me that I'm like her dad, her grandpa, but not like her. So I don't know,
yeah. Well, like I don't know. It's to some extent you got to wonder like how many is there another set that you're packing behind you? Your genetic information. There's like another set that should be the next generation that's already loaded. Like females are born with like a shit ton of eggs already, right? Their cells that need to mature. Isn't that the deal? Like we just like make infinite things to go fertilize these, and then but they may be like based on like what our now is, like what your present genetic like condition is, like the quality of how well you've taken care of yourself too, or in things like where there's let's say a lot of hunger, like if a kid grows up starving, it's like real skinny and stuff from malnutrition, it's likely that for certain reasons like genetic switches will be like switched on, so when the fertilizations occur with the egg, it makes a stronger version because of all the the gene is like, hey, I'm inferior here, I need to like fucking adjust these things, I need to be bigger and I'll have a better chance because I'm the condition that this is in. Like there's some kind of computation that goes on. It's really crazy. Like genes are in a way.
The gene
like,
isn't making that decision; it's just reacting to its environment. So,
right.
So for instance, you could have like 2 completely different sets of genes, but the expression of that gene is affected by the environment, right? So, a really good example of this is like tanning. So, if you're a redhead and you're in like I don't know Barbados or something, likely your skin will burn, right? So you've got a certain set of genetics. The environment's the same, but the genetic response to the environment. Skin's
Right.
gonna
Well, let's say
I don't know.
somebody from...
First of all, I haven't finished. Second of all, there's someone who has got their mic open. It's really annoying. But for instance, if you were like, go back to the Spaniard that we were talking about earlier, their skin isn't going to burn. It's going to go brown, right? So you've got the same environment affected but the genetic expression within that environment is different, right?
Okay.
Anyway.
On that thing, like if took somebody from your latitude and brought them down there, like a female, with fair skin, and let's say she like gets brutally sunburned or whatever, but she like tries to go through it, whatever, tries to get more sun in her, and then has a child, let's say, with someone else of a similar fair-skinned quality, like a man, who's been acclimated. So do things get like? Do you think there's acclimation so that the child that grows up to like in that situation will then adapt and be more normalized to that?
Well, I think there's an adaptation within the genetics already, but the claim is that adaptation is then passed down through heritability, and I don't know that that's true.
Well, also I think maybe like females might like look to males who are seem to be well suited to their environment, as opposed to the other way. Like females are just more attracted to dudes who seem to be like where they should be.
Yeah, dudes who got their shit together are kind of the boss, or who they fucking. So if you're well suited to your environment, the higher chance you're the boss. If you're the boss, women want to suck you off.
Right. So like I'm saying, so if you're fair skinned, you go down, you're like, oh, this guy's a little bit brown, I'm about to get down, because it's going to make my offspring have a higher chance of survival in here because this one's brutal on my skin. Something like that. No, like that. But all of like throughout all types of climatic changes, right, or like tribal changes, whatever makes like it possible to have the babies, we want to do that. Like that just only makes sense.
I think both men and women are geared to the survival of our offspring, right? So men tend to be more attracted to women who are sort of younger and in better shape because the chances of death during childbirth are lower, in addition to the woman having a higher fertility generally when she's younger and in better shape. Whereas women are much more geared towards what happens once the child's born, right? So she wants a guy who's, first of all, not going to fuck off the second the child's born. So that's a big one. But also, like, he's going to actually be able to support that child both physically and financially and mentally as well. So is a woman really going to consider a guy's skin tone? I don't really think so. If you're in a hotter country and you've got like a fair-skinned man who's a multi-billionaire and you've got a Spanish-looking guy who's broke, I think she's probably going to pick the fair-skinned billionaire. That would be my guess. If she had the choice.
That all has to do with social conditioning and shit, right? Because, like I said, women make their choice off who's the boss, right? And if, let's just say we're back in the slave days, automatically, if I looked at you and I seen your skin color, I could tell if you have the potential to be a boss or you're going to be limited by society for the rest of your life. And so the way women judge us is socially, right? Who's the boss? The boss is a social like category of the leader, right? So
yeah. But then also being the boss shows that you've adapted to your environment anyway, because you've navigated the social environment and become one of the alphas. So, I mean, these things are all kind of the different ways of saying the same thing, really.
Well, people try to imitate the powerful of their groups. So if bucktooth billionaires were a thing, if all billionaires were bucktooth, then we would all be trying to like be bucktooth too.
I don't know about you, but I'm not trying to imitate Bill Gates.
No. That guy's got like bad hair, bad glasses, kooky sweaters.
I'd like his money, but I don't want to be him.
So we've gotten to a point where we have essentially vassal kings, though. Like the people who are in charge of us directly are then
ugly what
getting their fucking what they're gonna do from a higher up. You know what I mean? So like if we're gonna be imitating someone, we'd only be imitating the middleman because we don't even get to see the fucking top man. He doesn't even want to fucking be around or be seen or known about.
But I mean, yeah. What do you guys think about? I guess would you like to maybe talk about breakaway civilization? Is that anything of interest, or are we gonna stick to this?
Well, no, to be honest, I don't feel like it's really been addressed. What I said earlier, like when I came in, people were talking about how there's like French kingdom or whatever, and I don't really know what the claim was, because it was like, okay, cool. So a bunch of people turned up and decided that a land was called France. Therefore, those people aren't French people. Well, I don't really think it matters what you call those people, because they do exist as a distinct group, right? And so then someone came along and decided that they were like ruling that land, and now this land is called France. And so those people then adopted the moniker of French people or whatever. But those people exist. Like, so I don't really know what the contention is with that. Like, do they not exist because a person decided that that land was called France?
Well, I don't know. Like, there's probably like, at least 15 different types of phenotypes that you might have for a region. And another just like a lot. I've looked at some of these for like Ireland and Scotland and stuff. It's like fascinating. Like all these like different descriptions of like these facial features and their blends and so they're kind of like micro races, if you will.
Yeah, I suppose so. But if I was to present you 15 different reds, would you conclude that therefore red doesn't exist?
I don't think so.
No,
but I would say like red is of many reds. It's 50 Shades of Grey for everything or whatever.
Of course. Well, but at that point, it's just a continuum fallacy to say that because there's many variants of something, that therefore it doesn't exist, right? Which is one of the kind of main arguments.
I think it's just about like what we consider like a people to be of a place, and we can only say that is true for some period of time, but not through the time eternal, right? But we can say that some places, as far as they've ever been known, have been inhabited by this type of people, and some places we don't have like megalithic stuff in France that. Like we don't have like a Göbekli Tepe of France, right? Or maybe I'm incorrect in that. Maybe somebody has information on such a thing, but if not, then that's an interesting place to not have that.
The problem with the megalithic structures and stuff is that one type of people, one nation of people could come, build all this shit, and then they could just leave or get conquered or just somehow die. And then someone else could just pull up and be like, yeah, we built these pyramids. It was us. It's like, really? Like, you're running around naked, cutting heads off, and none of you do stonework. How did you build these pyramids? I don't know, but we built them. It was our ancestors. I don't know. Or, like, people move around a lot. People claim a lot of things. Would you not? I mean, the Arabs today, like, oh, yeah, we made the pyramids. Like, clearly not. The Arabs.
Khufu, the pyramid, the pharaoh who the pyramid in Giza is attributed to, Khufu, he actually said that they found the pyramids ready-made and the Sphinx, and it was like buried, like the Sphinx was buried up to his head in sand.
Thank you, Smokes. Thank you for verifying I didn't know that.
Khufu said that.
That's my point, though, is that Arabs today, like I know Arabs today that claim my ancestors built the pyramids. When clearly not. The Arabs
Which is ridiculous.
The Arabs didn't even exist in North Africa until like hundreds. And the pyramids were there supposedly before Alexander the Great even was there. So how the fuck are people who weren't even there from the beginning supposedly the people who built it? People claim all kinds of shit, and that's the problem with these stone structures. Is anyone could have built them, and a thousand years could go by because it's a rock. It's not going anywhere. And 1,000
it could be 20,000 years old.
Come up and be like, yeah, no, I built this. And it's like, do we have any evidence that you built it? You're just standing next to it.
Well, the thing is, I mean, shall I tell you what some evidence is, bro? Look at the other constructions that these people who claim they built the pyramids built, and you can clearly see they're not the ones who built the pyramid, because the later construction, the quality is not even close to the earlier stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, they tried the Egyptians tried building pyramids, and every single time, every generation after the oldest generation were just more inferior and more inferior and more inferior. Like you see pyramids that are like trash compared to the old shit. So either they forgot how to build them or they didn't build them. Those are the two options.
But then in the Americas, or North America, it's just like earth mounds. So. But then we would disqualify anything that looks to be a pyramid, but we would say that it's just a natural thing. And even though that there's like definitely signs of heaven. Like the Bosnian pyramids, it doesn't seem to be that those could have been created and laid like that. You know,
If you look at the ones in South America, even just 100 years ago, that's what they look like, earth mounds, until they were excavated, and a lot of them were rebuilt. People don't know that a lot of them were polished up and rebuilt. Because when they first found those pyramids, dude, like look at pictures from 100 years ago when they found the Mexican pyramids and shit. Dude, they was like covered in dirt and foliage. You wouldn't even.
The pyramids in the jungles now, the pyramids completely overgrown with trees and stuff. Like they look like they're 1,000 years old and they're completely been grown over. Like they look like hills now, just hills.
Well, I feel like it's possible that well, it's shown basically like a lot of these like ancient South American megacities. They kind of set up like a metropolis of sorts like around them. Is like a lot of these lands show signs that they can basically move the earth around to make it so that it would just be more. They kind of groom the land a little bit. It wasn't, yeah.
Snacks, have you seen the ones in the jungle where there's evidence of like big metropolises in the jungle and stuff? It looks like cities that could have accommodated 1 million people, but they're like in the jungle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's almost like they had some kind of forest, like they would spread the forest, but it's almost like the forest. Like, why does the Amazon have so much forest? Like, it's almost like their projects went beyond their management, and nobody took care of it like they had intended or something. It just took over.
It could have been cataclysm as well, bro. You forget to factor in there could have been some event that happened that made these people have to abandon the places. Because in Egypt, for example, with these big unfinished obelisks, it looks like they had to abandon all the shit like mid-construction and just fuck off quickly. So it begs the question, did something happen? And if we look back at all ancient, legends, they talk about floods and, all sorts of stuff. So, it could have been anything that made these people leave. Because why would you leave something that you probably spent hundreds of years constructing?
I
just have a scenario.
Go ahead.
Look at America today. Look at America today, dude. Internal corruption and like just over fucking flooding with what is it called, like immigrants, could destroy a nation. Just that alone, right? So say these guys who built these Mexican pyramids or whatever had their whatever empire there, and then all of a sudden, like, the guys who were in charge became corrupt and lazy, and they just started bringing in slaves from, I don't know, Peru or some shit up to Mexico, and then replaced their entire intelligent workforce with a cheaper, less intelligent workforce to, make some profit. And then all of a sudden, nobody knows how to fucking make the pyramids anymore because they fired all those guys. And then
This
their
happened
entire
in Egypt.
Mexican civilization collapses. And there was no cataclysm, there was no invasion, no war. It was just simply corruption.
That
Like,
makes
there's
sense.
so many ways an empire could collapse.
Makes sense, because that what you're saying there kind of happened in Egypt, didn't it? When they say the invasion of the sea peoples, and when there started coming loads of immigrants from outside of Egypt. So you know what? I've not actually thought of it that way. That's actually, what? That's very plausible.
Yeah. So if you combined like basically like some kind of cataclysm, like even if it was just a bunch of volcanoes smoking the sky out, like to where the plants would start dying, it would seriously, it would get to be like a problem. If anything else happened after that, like if that was accompanied by like, I don't know, like a higher than normal storm season or something like that, or you know what I'm saying, like anything like that, it could have basically just killed off a lot of people.
I just thought something as well. What if it was a pandemic? Because that would make sense where all the constructions are left, but there's no people.
Well,
Exactly.
the archaeologists say that it was because of famine, or they lost resources, or civil war.
Right.
Well, I
But
know
dude,
in South America,
it's
a
all
lot of the
but it's
indigenous
all
people
the way.
died when the Spanish came, didn't they? When the Spanish came and spread measles or whatever it was, and it was like a virus that the South Americans weren't used to, and it like killed off like millions of them apparently, wasn't it? Something like that.
That's already been debunked. Because Okay, so one, we know that the Incas and the Mayans didn't build that shit. That shit was already there.
Yes.
And another thing is,
built
but through genetic testing, they know that the people just mingled with the Spanish. Like that's what Mexicans are, bro. Like they're ancient Aztecs. They should not every single one of them, but genetically, like they didn't just die off mysteriously. They just mingled, and some of them died off through plague and famine. But like you gotta understand that, dude. Throughout the whole world, civilizations just disappeared and left their megalithic structures behind, and nobody remembers how to construct that shit.
Yeah,
So it's not just like one area; it's the whole world, dude.
Okay, so
Go
imagine
ahead.
right now we live in this modern American capitalist Jewish banker world. Like, let's just keep it a buck. We live in a Jewish banker empire. Now imagine it all fucking collapses. All the financial system goes out. America fucking collapses. Britain collapses. And like the whole world has to go through some sort of fucking garbage shit. There's a whole world war and shit. And then imagine we're 100 years from now. New York City is Mad Max. The skyscrapers are still there, but it's just a bunch of heathens on the back of pickup trucks shooting guns and shit. And then they say, "Oh yeah, we're the ones who built those skyscrapers." Like, no, people built it before you guys. Those guys fucking got wrecked, and now you guys just took over the skyscrapers, and you're claiming you built them when clearly you didn't. You're a bunch of Mad Maxes.
The Mad Max hypothesis.
Yeah, like imagine like a bunch of Mexicans riding around in New York saying we built this place. I mean, they kind of did, but like the
In the
Irish built
way
more
back.
of New York. Yeah, the Irish built more of New York than anyone else, I would say, from my research. But like, if you went there and there was a bunch of Mexicans and it was Mad Max and America had collapsed, you'd think, did these Mad Max guys did these gangsters fucking build this? No, it was a bunch of fucking Irish people, but that was like 200 years ago, so nobody cares anymore.
You don't think they built Bartertown?
I'm not even fucking Irish, so.
What are you?
I'm straight German, Eastern European, so.
You're an Edomite. I'm playing.
Polish.
I'm just
Polish and Ukrainian, but yeah. It was, but before, that's the thing, dude, is before World War One, people would like who I would be considered isn't even a Polish person because it wasn't even a kingdom. Like, that's so funny, dude. Like, there was just nations that didn't exist and there were city states and all this shit. And this is just before World War One. The whole border situation, all of that, the whole layout was all different. And that's just 100 years ago. So we're gonna go back 200 years. Imagine what they could fucking do.
Yeah, but you got, all these like lost techniques. They're, we're trying to refine the Roman concrete. You know,
Roman concrete isn't that special, dude. It just used, in my opinion, they
pour it
just
under
had
water. It's dope.
They had volcanic ash instead of regular ash.
Right.
Or whatever. Like it's not. The Romans didn't really build shit like that incredible compared to there's people before them.
But then you figure if they knew how to do it with volcanic ash, then they'd be like, oh yeah, we also do metals, so like fly ash happens too. So maybe we can use some of this stuff.
The Romans were good at. Sorry.
No, you go, man.
I was just gonna say the Romans were just not really good at anything other than copying everyone else, which turned out to be the best skill of all. It's like the X-Men that didn't have any of his own powers but could just steal everyone else's power. Is basically what the Roman Empire was.
The Rogan Empire. Joe Rogan?
I mean, they ruled for a long time though, bro. Like
I mean, yeah, they went after Wolverine first, Greece, and then they fucking proceeded to fuck up a bunch of other people and steal their shit. So yeah.
Right. But yeah, if you follow the sea people idea, like, are the people that we would think of classically as the Greeks actually the Greeks, or are they the sea peoples who took the Greeks' lands over because they was more badass? Like the only like
The Sea
empires that,
Peoples
like,
was before the Greeks, though. That's the only thing.
well, that's what I'm saying.
Greece.
Yeah, that's why like the sea peoples, like they would have been the sea people.
The Phoenicians you talking about?
Well, the Greeks would have been them. No,
Well, well, not really, because the Greeks have their own specific patriarch Yavan. But like, I understand what you're saying. They all mix. They all mingle together over time.
if you look at the Khufu, there's like a little statue that's attributed to Khufu, like his one portrait in tiny stone portrait. Like, if that's even can we even say that's a thing? And it's just like it's one item. It's a one of one. We only have one. The guy with the pyramid he's named after. Like, what the fuck is that? But anyway, that guy doesn't. He looks to be a little Asiatic, and we know that like the Hyksos people were like basically like from China. You know, they were just like inherent like farming peoples, and they got folded into the Hebraic people. You know, and they kind of helped to take over the political leadership of Egypt. They made them soft with a bunch of blue lotus. That's all they used to grow, pretty much, allegedly. And
You ever look? You ever look into Assyria, the Assyrian Empire? It was like a Rome before Rome, dude. You gotta look into this. It's some sort of like Iron Age kingdom that just went around the Middle East and literally just fucked everyone up, like badly. Like
Assyria was
just
in
went around and
Babylon.
fucked everyone up. No, they fucked up Babylon too, but then
Yeah,
Babylon
there,
got their
that area.
and
yeah.
No, no,
there's
no.
north.
They did. They did.
Yeah. Essentially, it's all Game of Thrones, basically.
Over, Paul. Was it Game of Thrones?
Hello.
Yeah, so basically every spring they would take their army and march it out, and that's like the same tradition that the Romans took, and then the English made our third month called March in the middle of spring. That's when the armies would march out and just go and like fucking destroy. Like,
Just
dude, I
take
was
shit.
like, dude, I was reading like this fucking history thing on Assyria. And it just didn't sound fair, dude. They just pulled up with like better weapons, more men, like all like it was like, all right, who's gonna beat that?
Right. Well, that's like that's why they had to start building these like fortress walls around cities, like you know, in the Middle East, like to prevent the summer season of war. Just basically, just we'll take the city, right? That'd be dope. Take the city.
Yeah, bro, there was like a famous story where it was the first time there ever was like a multi-year siege, like recorded or some shit. And basically, people would sit in these walls, right? And they would come in the spring, and by the time the winter would come, they'd already have gone home, right? But it was like the first time Assyria, I guess, had like a really professional army of just like straight up badasses. And so the people thought like, okay, it's gonna be like every other year where they just pull up and then they're gonna leave it winter. And then apparently they stood outside their fucking thing for like a couple years and just waited till everyone starved inside the city. And like, yeah, I don't know. History is pretty interesting.
It's pretty amazing what we got here. As much as it, you know, might have its problems, it's fairly amazing. Yeah. But yeah, it's just like interesting to consider, like if the sea people, like I don't know, man, like there's not enough we know about the sea people thing.
That's what supposedly caused the Bronze Age collapse or some shit like that.
Yeah, and like basically, like it's like the Egyptians had some sort of treaty with them, and the other group that wasn't really touched by them was the Achaemenid Empire.
Babylon too.
I don't know, but then who's like Darius and the whole 300
Persian king. Darius was the Persian king, the king of the Persian Empire. What
So they
became the
would've-
Achaemenid Empire.
But because like everyone else would have pretty. If the invading force takes all the land and like you're left alone, then like you kind of don't get too mixed up in it, so you can kind of like build up. You have advantage over the I don't know, other people that way. So eventually,
What conflict are you talking about now? Which conflict are you talking about?
of like the 300,
Against the Spartans, the Persians
Yes.
against the against the
Right.
Greeks. Yeah, what about me?
Well, I'm just saying, like the Spartans also like sea people that have taken the land, and they
Well,
just
yeah, they were. Yes, they were. They came to
Could be in-
Peloponnese and just enslaved the Helots and took their land, enslaved them, and that's what they did. Yeah, they were sea people. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, sweet.
The Spartans were not the other Greeks.
With the Scythians.
Pardon? The Scythians were Persians.
Yeah.
Well, from
Yeah, yeah.
Persia, a region there in the mountains.
Yeah, in the east side. They were east side, and on the west side have the Sarmatian.
Yeah, these are my
Nah,
ancestors.
And those are basically the most powerful places in that period of time. I think they had horses, steel,
Yes.
pants.
Persian Empire.
That's
They
what I
were
was saying about the
not. They
Assyrian
were above
Empire,
the. They were north of the Persian Empire.
Wait. What year are you talking? What period?
Yeah, that's what we need to get down. Is we're going back and forth between a lot of timelines over a lot of
They're. I think they may be concurrent, and because we've got like Pythagoras is like kind of confused into this too, because he's like the snake thing, and then that leads us to like the serpent culture, which is like the dragon. But the Sarmatian and the Scythian people are they're totally down with snake things and dragons.
Yes, the Scythian people, some of them, Scythians and the Alans, they escaped and finally ended up in on the British Isles. They're the ones who became the Celts and the Druids and all this. The Magi, the Persian Magi, that's where the Druids came from. They originated from there because they are so basically the Scythians, the Alans, and all these Iranian tribes who escaped that area because they used to be in power and then they were cruel and tyrannical, so the people kicked them out and they fled and they ended up on the British Isles. And that's also why the British language and all European languages are part of the Indo-European language group, which is also Indian and Persian, these languages, because it's from the same people. But there's a lot of people like in that area, because what happened was after Sumeria first collapsed and then they turned into Babylon and then the Assyrian and all of these empires, as they happened, people scattered around that area, but they're essentially from the beginning they're all the same people.
Whoa!
I mean, it's a lot more complicated than that, though.
Well,
But
obviously, it's like how can I say it's a lot more complicated than that, of course, but all of these tribes that you see, so you have the Persian Empire. The Persian Empire wasn't concurrently ruled by the same people or even the same ethnic people. So that's why they changed, like the Persian, the Parthian, the this, the that. It was the same empires, but they were ruled by different people. And this way you were talking about the sea peoples. In Egypt, when the sea peoples came there, they made a treaty with the Egyptians first. The treaty was that they could migrate to Egypt and they would let them, the Egyptians would let them. Eventually what happened is they took over the political machine. So all of these empires, you have to also factor in that during any time, regardless of what empire it was, it didn't necessarily have to be run by, those particular people, a bit like Rome was ruled by all sorts of people throughout its, you know, incarnation. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to say is that it's very difficult to like, you know, say this people or that people, because essentially, a, a lot of these people are come from the same ancestral people, and then they just split up, and then they've constantly been fighting with each other, and that's why you have all of these warlike empires, you know, in the Middle East. You know, you have Babylon, you have Assyria, you have, well, Rome pretty much as well, the Greeks, all of these Persian empires, they all very warlike because they come from the same people.
And at that time, you had like Cyrus the Great too. He would have been alive.
Yes, Kurus. His name was in Persian, Kurus.
Right, and he's got like the dope horse knights.
The immortals.
He's got some sweet dudes that like can fucking kill people on horses. You know, they're like.
Yeah, they invented the saddle and pants. The Persians also invented pants.
They armored their horses and they painted them green and made them look like serpents.
And they invented pants, and the reason why they invented pants was so that they could ride horses and shoot at the same time much easier. Because, you know, before they used to wear like kilt-like things like the Greeks used to do. And they invented better saddles. All of their like thing was adapted to fight from horseback.
And they would trip on psychedelics all the time.
Hashish.
Right? Well, like, so the Scythians are pretty interesting. I think they're the most aggressive, like, player in this whole thing at this point in time, because like I think that they're probably the first people to kind of like really figure out like the best steel. Like I think that they're
I don't know, the Asians do.
Right, I think that information spread to Asia too, like, but I think it's birthed there, but. Because it's like the samurai and the Samaritans. It's just like all fucking mixed up in there. Good Samaritans. We got fucking. It's just a weird thing. The Sam coincidences. But that sounds like Shem too. But we wouldn't call them Shemurai, would we? Unless they were imagine Jewish samurai or something like that. But then it's weird that there's like a lot of like Judaica remnants sort of in Japan, but you know, that's probably a coincidence too. And the megalithic structures, that is also a coincidence. Huh. This is like a lot of coincidences all of a sudden.
The thing is, one of the ways you can tie people together as well is by language. So, you know, all languages in the world pretty much have, apart from, you know, like 2 or 3, have roots in other languages. Like you can find relation between them. The only language that doesn't, that people know about is Sumerian. Sumerian is like an original language, and then there's another language in Africa, I think it is, that it's called the click language. I don't know if you've ever heard it. They talk like that. They'll be talking. So I went to the shop, bro, and I'm not joking. They actually talk like that. You can search for on YouTube. That's an isolated language too. But apart from that, all other languages that we speak, European, Middle Eastern, they all have roots in Sumerian. They all have words from Sumerian, concepts from Sumerian. And you know, Sumerian is a beautiful language. It's a very different language to a lot of other languages because it's so simple. So you know, in Sumerian, for example, the word for axe literally translates as that which chops wood, shovel, that which digs the soil, cup, that which holds water. Like that's the words are very straightforward, but all other languages, even Chinese, by the way, has it's related to Sumerian cuneiform.
Yeah, it's all. Most of the early alphabets have like 24 character set. The later expansion of Chinese characters is like because craziness. It's not.
Yeah, well, the traditional Chinese, classical Chinese, has over 1,000 characters. The simplified version, I think it has something like 200. But in Chinese, the characters have a whole meaning. So some of the characters are like a whole sentence.
Yeah, they got into it. But yeah, it's a weird thing. All we were talking about in Theogens this morning, DMT. But just this notion that a lot of these early cultures seem to have had interest in tripping, and they're also pretty advanced. It's like they've got the jump on some other people. It seems like, I don't know. Being able to trip is like being able to have like this crazy insight. Let's say, if you need it, right? I would believe it would appear to you, right? It's like that kind of deal. So, but they're like this draconic kind of culture, right? The Scythians, and they've got it pretty much figured out war wise, which also means that they've got
My
metals.
ancestors,
Yeah.
my dad's ancestors.
Cool. And then the dragon connection with the dragon
serpent. Yeah, the serpent bloodline. Yeah.
Like 1,000 titties that look
Do you
like
know what
maybe
that serpent bloodline whole thing is? So like they say that it's a cult and thing like that. It's not just necessarily a cult. It's also a bloodline. It's both a bloodline and a philosophy. The serpent is, how can I explain this? It's basically illumination, illuminism. What illuminism means, it means that you believe that knowledge can help you attain godhood, i.e., through knowledge you can get closer to being like God by knowing. You understand? So basically, knowledge is the key to salvation. And that's what the whole serpent worship cult is about. Worshipping knowledge and science.
So then, what about the whole stories of defeating a dragon and shit? Like, you know what I'm
That's
saying?
an
Like, there's
allegory.
stories
That's
of
an
people
allegory.
going.
That's a different, but
What did he
that's
say?
well before it, I think.
No, because there's stories, bro. There's like,
Yeah.
they're not even that old. Like, they're not even medieval. They would be like classified as, I guess, the Middle Ages, almost right before the Renaissance, where there's like dragons in Europe and shit, and knights go out to fucking kill them and shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Right,
how
but there
does
would have
that
been like
factor in?
wars based. Like I think the King Arthur, the Arthurian lore is in a way like sort of trying to like retell about like these skirmishes and battles between like these forces, which would be like the remnants of the sea people. Then now we own the shit, and the Scythians. Which am my timelines fucked up here? Storm, could you fucking check me on that? Well, I don't know, man. It's a little bit confusing, I guess. It's I guess the where are all the white people from, guys? I don't know. Are they from the Caucasus Mountains, allegedly, right? But would that mean that they're like the northern Persians, or they're just like really, really white Indians that went north and like hung out?
I have my theories, but it's way too much to like go into like on an open forum. But I have my theories because the thing is, white people are strange in a sense that we people who have white skin, we are almost completely alien to the planet in the sense that we are not adapted. If you are like white, you have very light skin, you go out in the sun for long enough, you will even worse than that. Like, we are very poorly adapted to the planet. Like, I don't know, like I look at other people, and this isn't being racist or anything like that, but take like black people, for example. They seem much better adapted to the planet. Like, they are so much better designed for living on this planet. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, if
Yeah,
I
I'm
was like
telling
out
you, check
working
out.
in heat, some people like can do that fine, but like I know I'm losing like a bunch of salt fucking over it, and you definitely feel that.
Yo, check out Lloyd Pye. Everything you know is wrong. It's like a 2-hour lecture.
Yeah, I've
He's
seen
got
it.
slides and shit. It's fucking awesome, dude. He talks about
I've
how
read
we're
all
not.
his books as well. I've read all of his books. He was an amazing man. He died not so long ago from cancer.
Yeah, but did you ever
Which is
see that lecture I'm talking about?
Yeah, of course I have. Everything you know is wrong. Where he talks about the genetic manipulation, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, and all of this. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and how we're not well adapted for the plant. It was mostly about feet, the way we walk. Yeah.
Walk poorly. Not just that.
Yeah.
What he taught me something, bro. About do you remember this part when he talks about how our DNA is as signs of manipulation? Like our second and third
Yeah.
chromosome are fused. So what they've done is, so you know, our DNA helix, how it looks is you have pairs of chromosomes. You get, you know, you get 23 from your mom, 23 from your dad, 46 in total. So, and they bonded together like pairs, and then there's these protein chains between them called telomeres that hold them together. Now, our second and third chromosome, the telomere has been cut off, the chromosome have been flipped upside down and fused together. Now, you tell me, how the fuck does that happen in nature? And Lloyd Pye talks about this as well, and geneticists know this. This isn't like a fantasy, bro. But you know, no one wants to talk about it. And you know, the reason for it, well, I'm not going to go into it, never mind. But you've seen it, haven't you? So you know.
Yeah, no, I remember that part. That was the good part when he went to the DNA at the end. He went a little off the rails with Zachariah Sitchin, but no, yeah, he went into how we're just not well designed for this planet, for this place to, like, if it's evolution, like it doesn't seem like we evolved
No, we're getting worse.
to be here. Anyways, I don't want to derail the whole thing. What were you guys talking about?
We're the only animal. We're the only animal that has. What was I gonna say? We're the only animal that has to trim our nails, cut our hair, because if we don't, it'll just keep growing and growing. On a monkey, it just grows to a certain length, and that's it. We're the only animal who doesn't produce like vitamin D, like
Bro, you're having some mic issue where
normally.
you keep
Like
like clipping yourself.
animals don't have vitamin D deficiency. We're the
Asmalar.
only animal
Talisman. What's your
that
name?
does. Uh,
Warp
humans
3D.
and pigs
Yo,
are
your
the
mic's fucked up, bro.
only animals
Dude, he's clipping so
that have
hard I can't even hear
subcutaneous
him.
fat. That's when
Yeah, it's not.
you have
It's
fat
not getting better, bro.
underneath your skin instead of on top of it.
Warp, your mic,
Yeah, Jim, your mic's fucked up too.
Oh,
But both your mics are fucked up.
sorry.
Everything's fucked up right now. Just everybody.
Another thing is, I don't know if you guys know about this,
Hold
but
on to your
humans
shit.
have 112, I think, is alien genes. Just call me Smoke. Call me Smoke. Is it? 1 second. Right.
I'm watching like 100 tankers go by right now, all sealed up, carrying mediums. How amazing is that? Love it.
Terrific.
Literally proving second law of thermodynamics.
All right. I'm pretty sure everybody's devices are now going to be reset. So. Probably the lag's gone. The lagging is still an issue. Who knows? Reset.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Mic check.
Hey, Mike, you're back.
Mike, can you hear me? Yeah?
Yeah, you're about 20 seconds late, but yeah, it's fine.
I don't know what happened. My connection went, my internet just went.
Ooh. Yeah.
I don't even remember what I was talking about anyway. It don't matter.
Talking about some kind of alien DNA or something like that.
Oh yeah, the 112 alien genes. Yeah. So what this basically is if you take any animal on the planet or plant, so you can take like a rat and a cucumber, and you test the DNA, there'll be similarities in there. So humans, we have 60% common DNA with the rat, 97 with the chimp, 40 with the banana or whatever. However, the only animal that has DNA sequences that cannot be found anywhere else are humans. We have these 112 DNA sequences that just can't be found in any other plant, animal, any species. We're the only one who have these. And that would kind of match up with this whole, Sumerian story. Yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted to say. I know people laugh at me. They think I'm crazy, aliens, this and that. But look into it, and instead of looking at it like a myth, and look at it from a scientific point of view, and with an open mind, and ask yourself, what are they talking about when they say that they created humans from the essence of an earth female and one of their males? Remember, these stories are over 5,000-6,000 years old.
Yeah. What do you think about the sunken city of Dwarka or the proposed sunken city of Krishna? Those bitches underwater.
Where's this?
Near off the western India.
I haven't seen it. I've seen one on the outside the coast of, I think it's Indonesia, but I haven't seen that one. Is it like big? Like where is it? What did you say it's called?
Is it DVORKA?
DVORK. Dwarka.
Sunken City. Yeah, Google go. Did you mean this right spelling?
Let me have a look. I've never heard of this. Dwarka, DWARKA. Right. India's ancient submerged city. Right, let me have a look. This also ties in with what we were talking about earlier when we said that, what could happen that could destroy a civilization or make them just, uproot and leave. And this could be another thing. Geological events. Oh, this
Well,
is
like, what's
amazing.
up with the Indian story about dude trying to fight a storm with ethereal weapons and shit? Because like a great fucking bunch of
Bro,
smoke.
there's. Haven't you seen when they talk about using nuclear weapons in the Mahabharata? No. Listen to what it says. I'll read you. I'll tell you the quote, yeah, and you tell me what you think yourself. So they say, like, basically the gods used a weapon, a thunderbolt an iron bolt that they threw from heaven that lit up like 1,000 suns, and soldiers were jumping in the rivers to escape the heat from this thing. Trees began to wither. People's nails fell out. All food went off, and animals began to die in the days after they'd used this. Water became poisoned, all of these things. Now, this is in the Mahabharata, so, you can read it for yourself. Like, what do you think about that? What else could it be describing? Because I read that, and I thought to myself, I read this somewhere else. This is the same stuff that I read happened in Hiroshima after the nuclear bombs there.
That's like some Vartaka force of Indra, with divine.
Wait, let me have a look.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, go on, bro.
A cloud of energy or fire. The force is used to destroy or despoil that which displeases Indra.
I'm not sure, because like for example, in the Sumerian stories, Enlil, the god Enlil, has a ship that apparently can shoot lightning or something like that, and Enlil is also the basis for the character of Zeus. Forces, planes, and I can't find it.
Yeah. Anyway, what is that? Weird kind of like a it's like a weird weapon kind of thing, or some people think it's like an energy weapon.
No idea.
It's on the Elon Musk bedside.
The Vajra.
Vajra, yeah, thank you.
Vajra. Oh, all right. I'm gonna have a look.
So, but the Vajra is the holy weapon to destroy the cloud thing, and it's like it had to be made from like a monk's leg bone or something too. It's an involved process to battle the sky. It's a tough one. But anyway, as such, like I just think.
Yes. Here, I found it. Sorry.
Yeah. Nice.
Shall I read it out, bro? Or
Word. Yeah, sure.
The Vajra is the most important ritual implement of Vajrayana Buddhism. In Sanskrit, the word Vajra is defined as something hard or mighty, as in a diamond. It symbolizes an impenetrable, immovable, and indestructible state of knowledge and enlightenment, a weapon of the gods. Vishnu informed him that only a weapon that was neither solid nor liquid could kill Namuchi and Vritra. Vishnu had the divine carpenter Tvashta fashion Indra a marvelous weapon he could use to vanquish the dreadful Asuras. This new weapon, the Vajra, emitted thunderbolts. With it, Indra annihilated Namuchi and Vritra and returned the much-needed light and moisture back to the earth. The Rig Veda describes this conflict thus, and then it goes into it. I'll quote you. I can't be asked reading it, but one second. I've never heard of this. This is amazing. There's loads of this talk. Loads, talking about like all of these amazing weapons that the gods had.
And then the modern Vajra, the petals are kind of folded in to represent a state of peace, and not using them open as prongs to attack with.
Yeah. Yo, Snacks, I tagged you in chat.
But they'd make dope brass knuckles too. They'd make your hand real heavy.
This is, you know why I find this absolutely amazing? Because I was telling you about the Sumerian Enlil, and he's described as having a ship or a weapon like a flying bird that could shoot thunderbolts.
Mm-hmm. This is all out of Rig Veda, so I think that that's a legit text.
Yes, I do.
That other one that quotes designs and plans is from the Vyamanastra Shasta. It's raspberry flavored soda. Anyway, no. Vyamanastra, yeah, which is like aeronautical, but it's like written in 1905. So 1905 is recent. Rig Veda is maybe what 5,000 years old or something, or no, maybe I'm wrong. It's like Googling intensifies.
Is this room dead? What's the topic? Anybody talking?
It's gonna drift on Rainbow Bliss or Memory Bliss.
Vajras, ancient weapons of the gods.
The lightning rod or whatever it is? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's what they're talking about. I've been listening.
I recently found out that there's you guys heard of like Dagobah, a place where Yoda is from?
Yes.
In the science fiction epic known as Star Wars.
Most definitely no Dagobah.
But like a Dagobah is like actually a thing too, because it's like like I think they're in Sri Lanka, and they're like these kind of domic things with little sort of look like big like handbells in a way.
It's funny that you said that because I think also Yoda's house was built in that type of shape.
And he does represent an element of Asian mysticism, I would say.
Yeah, definitely a yogi type.
Well, like or the Chinese characters are read backwards. Also, are his thoughts. Yes.
I always felt he like talked like a Jewish person. Like how a lot of Jewish, especially older Jewish people, speak backwards.
Well, I think there's a contingent of Jews that come through sort of Chinese extraction way back in the way back.
This is going to sound a little hateful, but as far as I know, anywhere where there's communism, there's Jews.
like, yeah, but the Hyksos people are interesting to think about because like they seem to be like from China, where there's like there's their region is like named similarly to like a region in China, almost like it's a like a franchise of farming or something. That they're like because they're basically supplying all the Blue Lotus to the Egyptian culture to have a good time party. Can you imagine how cool that would have been? Like hieroglyphics would have been dope, huh? That would have been some neat stuff. You'd see them animate. Right. Maybe that's why they're like that.
I was under the understanding that hieroglyphics were a de-evolution of language.
Yeah, but if you figure they're really kind of coming out of that the age that we think about them, I think they're well. There's pictorial stuff, but isn't that late alphabet? We're talking actually like the hieroglyphics are late. Like they would have used something maybe earlier. It was different.
Yeah,
right?
previous to Babylonian times or whatever.
But they would also use like Koine Greek or Coptic, at other times.
Yeah, there was the other one too, the Sumerian one too.
Cuneiform.
Cuneiform, yeah. Like you look at the new generation and how they text and communicate, and you could see how the de-evolution of language progressed over time. Because we do it now with emoticons and memes and GIFs.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that. Well, really, we're kind of celebrating. I think their usage of that in a way, sort of enshrining it into our phones somehow. The emojis are inherently hieroglyphic items, and they speak in symbolic language that's universal to people. So that's kind of cool. But I'm just saying that these dudes were tripping a lot, that were checking out these hieroglyphics. So like it would have been a psychedelic. Like, text could have been a psychedelic experience. They had a very, very sophisticated understanding of the music too. So they would have understood modes, and they would have had hot bitches playing harps and stuff, and some ices, hanging out. It's been cool. Like, I'm sure there was a lot to see back in the day. But it's like a trend throughout like all these different cultures, like I can't think of one that really doesn't follow that. And in the north, you have like magic mushrooms,
What do they have in the south? Do they have magic mushrooms like in South America, Africa, places like that? Or is it just a completely different psychedelic experience?
Well, they've got the ayahuasca. They've got the most powerful like entheogens in the world there, and the I don't know, whatever the toad is there, whatever that's called. I forget, the bufus.
Oh yeah, the toad. Don't lick the toad. Yes.
I can sense that Geo is telepathically communicating this information to me. That's helpful. Thank you. But yeah. But it's just interesting that really like there's so much intense stuff in that region. It's like these people were almost farming the stuff to make this happen in some way. They had some idea of cultivating stuff, and I think the beginnings of corn are going to emerge. From blending different types of grasses, to get like something like a maize, and then to like later plains culture is going to use that and have corn and stuff like that. But that's a weird arrangement, right? That's a very strange because it's just grass really so many times over. It's like almost like nature itself is a psychedelic like tunnel in some weird way to have this order and to like express it, and then be able to like trade it and then pass them on or reject it, due to like the short-term memory that it's got, or like reaction to different stimulus and stuff in the environment. What an intense system it is, man. Like just
Highly dynamic.
It's profoundly like it seems like an almost infinitely. It's a system that can almost reach towards infinite complexity forever. You know?
Yeah, it's fractal in nature. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
There is no end and there is no beginning.
Yeah.
It just is.
And this kind of like makes me recall like the stuff that I do with like Fibonacci numbers, projecting them out into these matrices that have like evolving logics, because like, it's just numbers have to push each other harder to make it over the 10 mark or something like that. If you start spreading this out, like I see like binary strings develop. I see like all these different logics. I don't even understand some of them, or to try to catalog them, but it's like, whoa, I ain't that smart.
I
I'm
need
not
you
sure.
to do.
I'm not sure. Go ahead.
For me, Fibonacci for me. Do Tesla stock. I need to know where it's going next.
It's not that kind of. This is Nacho Alfato's Fibonacci. I'm not even looking at like spirals or geometries like that. I'm working with like the. It's like really Fibonacci numbers are like a bunch of like lock tumblers, if you will, to infinity, like an infinite lock combination. But it's all derived off of its first beginning 60 numbers. And it's just generating like the next lock tumbler. It's just like it rolls around. It's like poof, poof.
A pattern sequence.
Yeah, so there's like and they're convoluted in a way that you wouldn't really recognize. That they have incredibly stringent orders and amazing symmetry that like I don't know is not coincidental. But it's just in order of complexity, right? Like so, start out with 60 is the beginning like kind of formation that I call it. Which is basically characterized as like 4 strings that end in a 0. Don't worry about this. They're 15 digits long, and there's 4 of them, and that's what comprises the breakage of the number unit. The unit column, it's like the ones, right? Is like going to hit 0 every 15 times, and that's basically going to be forever. That Fibonacci's zeros or the ones column is all going to follow this pattern, and it's the same for every other one. They're just increasingly large patterns that form.
Isn't that true for the for pi as well?
Pi is like it's never going to stop, but I think it's just measuring. I think that nature of it is really due to the convention of what we call pi, but like, I think it's struggling to in the same way that Fibonacci struggles, because it's just you can never. There's infinite Fibonacci.
It can't be quantified, is what you're saying, right?
Like but we have to like be able to quantify infinity to say like, oh, it's one infinity. Okay, cool, but there's like infinite infinities of everything that's a combination of one atom to another. So superstring theory. If you
no. Apparently, pi doesn't actually repeat.
Did you say that there is no repetition in pi? Is that what you said? I think it was Godric. I'm not sure.
If you can't do Fibonacci for Tesla stock, like what's the whole point of it?
Right. So it's just like there's I can arrive at computationally infinite orders of infinite grids of numbers, like in fields. It makes it so that like, I don't know, I think at some point you have to just think that space itself has intelligence because of the ability we're just talking about units going together. It's nothing complicated. It's just, one thing next to another thing, and then the combination of those things in relation to the next thing, like as all space is connected, it's like there's a grid that could be made in 3 dimensions of the infinite Fibonacci set.
So it's a basic pattern that is too large for us to computate. Is that kind of what you're
Correct me if I'm
saying?
wrong, but pi, unlike Fibonacci sequence has a pattern that repeats itself like a fractal pattern. But pi is not like a fractal pattern. Pi is like a number that never repeats, bro. Like it just goes on for infinity and never repeats.
Yeah, well, that's
Like the
what.
pattern never repeats.
Yeah,
Pretty
but
crazy.
Fibonacci is infinitely repeating cycles of perfect
Yeah.
order.
Yes.
That's the infinity of perfect orders will occur if you project Fibonacci Paisano cycles. They're called, really, because he's not Fibonacci is what we call him, but he's Leonardo da Pisa. To his friends on the hood, that's what he's called. Anyway, but basically, this is just Egyptian number information. This is like out of the probably the Islamic catalog somewhere way back. You know, it's just probably could have been utilized in a lot of places, right? Because it is like it's encoded into the pyramids. It's encoded all this stuff. It would make sense like they teach a school somewhere where they teach this stuff, because that's where Leonardo da Pisa picked this this information up off the street, and then he brought it back to Italy. I was like, look at what I got here. And then nobody knew about him for a long time until some other guy named Lucas tried to examine his work, and then he derived another set, which is really part of the sort of counter space of Fibonacci, is the Lucas series. What does that mean? That there's like a Lucas geometry? Yeah, kind of, but it's like Fibonacci is built around an anti-space of numbers because of the positive value of it. Always is to be asserted that like it only has like a certain space it can be to the next digit. So it's a weird sort of ratio that starts to happen, and like you can see it kind of very clearly in a 60-digit set, but at 300, it's like you have to kind of understand how to form the matrix right. Like just I mean, first of all, you want to have a computer be calculating this shit, because you ain't do it by hand, but you can do mine by like you do the first set by hand. It's easy. All the other ones I've had to like basically have computers do it, because it's in the tens. So it's like any Fibonacci from 10, which would begin like 13, 21, 34, so that 1, 3, 4, right? Starting from the 13 begins a 300-digit repeater. That's what that would be. And then when we get to
Mashio Kaku said that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I don't want to. You go.
No, I was gonna say Mashio Kaku. I was hearing him talk last week when he was on Joe Rogan. He was saying that quantum computers will be able to process calculations that were impossible for human beings or even supercomputers to calculate, regarding like equations of of string theory and all this other astronomical bullshit. But like there's like just the equations go on and on and on and on, and it's like humanly impossible. But like somehow like these quantum computers will be able to finally, for the first time, be able to calculate these long equations successfully. That's what he was saying, and that they'll be able to find out if these equations actually work out or not, or if they're legit or not. Because a lot of these theoretical equations haven't actually been like calculated all the way through to the end.
Mm-hmm.
Now, listen, I'm not a physicist. I don't understand, but he was saying that.
Well, yeah, in any event, I think it's interesting to consider that like there's an infinite amount of digits that can be ordered into logics that you have no clue about how they're going to start forming after a certain gate, like of your ability to perceive it. So like within the simplest form of it, like I can definitely catalog that there's many traits that it has, and that's going to be sort of one cell within the next set, right? Like the structure is still going to occur if you're looking at the Fibonacci numbers like 13, 20, 21, 34, 55, 89, right? And then the 4 of 144 and the 3 of 233. So you're just going to take those. That's a whole 300 digit repeater, but it's built like 5 of the 60s, but with alterations. It's 5 iterations that are different of the first, and like it gets infinitely complex about how it will have to shuffle numbers around to like create the symmetries for these next sets, but yet they have to occur because we're just talking about real numbers, like real amounts of things, like bottle caps, flapjacks, whatever you want to think of in your mind. But like these patterns are emergent, that they have logics to them that are like necessary logics that you can see how it's like wired, like almost like a circuit. Like these matrices have to like shift values like at a reasonable pace in order to work. It's like magic squares. You ever like check that out? Well, that's what every Fibonacci value place is for infinity. Everything is its own Fibonacci magic square matrix. So I'll leave it at that.
Did you peep the Yoda I posted in the chat? This is before Star Wars even came out. The second Yoda is from a 14th century manuscript. The first picture is from like the 1800s, bro.
Oh, that's
Or like
strange.
1900s, where they updated it with color and stuff. I don't know. I've seen it floating around, but apparently both
It's
these
like
images predate Star Wars by like hundreds of years.
yeah. The first one was that John D. on the first one.
It says from the information I could find, it says it's Eliphas Levi or Levi.
Okay.
Eliphas Levi. But Yoda, like somebody said, he seems kind of Jewish, bro. I wouldn't be surprised, man. I mean, even the whole Star Wars stuff, like Jedi, Yeti, the Yahudi, a lot of Kabbalistic symbolism and stuff.
Yeah, this is like a weird where's this from? Is this what language is this? Holy cow. What the heck? What kind of writing is that?
So on the note of Yoda being Jewish, I just thought of this. When they did the parody, the spoof of Star Wars, I can't remember what it was called, Spaceballs, I think. Everybody was Jewish in that.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely like whoever created Star Wars, bro. Like, I'm not a Star Wars fan. I don't think I even watched one movie. I just watched clips of it. But there are definitely Kabbalists, bro. There's a lot of Kabbalists in Hollywood.
Yeah, outside of like what we already know about Hollywood and Jewish control, I completely agree with you. I'm just stating that in the movie, it seems like there's a lot of Jewish themes, especially in Spaceballs when they were spoofing it, like use the Schwartz, and then the guy that plays Yoda is like a well-known Jewish man. The the main character is Jewish. Just a lot of Jewish undertones and themes going on in that movie.
Oh, that's right. He's Lone Star. Forgot that.
Yeah.
John Candy's Jewish? Okay.
I
don't know.
As far as I know, yeah, and Rick Moranis, and I think the guy who played Yoda in that was like a famous writer. Yeah. Mel
That's
Brooks.
the director.
Exactly.
Didn't he direct it?
Yeah, and he's Jewish, so
Okay. He got him on a deal. Boom. Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, sorry, I kind of steered us off track there. I
Star
apologize.
Wars. What a feeling! It was the time of Ronald Reagan. It was long ago. A decade far, far away. Somewhere deep in the 70s. Yeah, my how entertainment has changed. But everything's owned by Disney now. Disney won the world. So that's all I know. Yeah. That must suck for George Lucas to watch him fucking fuck his shit up.
Well, it seems as though they're currently trying to destroy all the old movies. Like they're redoing them, splitting fans up, especially with Star Wars and Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, they're
It
burning it.
has to be intentional. It has to be.
They're burning everything.
Yeah.
Why do you think they're burning it if they made it themselves? Like, plans changed?
The new agenda? I don't know. The new step in the ultimate agenda? Who knows?
And you know, and to some degree they have to. I mean, these plots are like a lot of them are dead ends until they gotta.
I have to get in here on this. George
Okay.
Lucas's dad was Jewish.
I have wondered why they haven't made anything original in years. That's always been weird to me. But I like the burning it down theory. That's interesting.
If you heard that they might be Jewish, when you look it up, they usually are.
Remember that epic movie, The Matrix? That's now kind of a quaint, like little counterweight of good compared to like 75% terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't initially with the Wachowski brothers, sisters, whatever, or whatever their names are, didn't they not want to make the sequel to it? But the whoever it is, Paramount, said that they were going to do it otherwise, so they got on board just so that they could destroy it themselves.
And Neo says that too to the psychologist played by Patrick Harris is big bad.
Yeah, that's right, he does. So it's like an inner dialogue of the director, whoever that
Go ahead,
is.
I'll watch that movie.
Yeah, you look George Lucas up. His dad was a non-practicing Jew, which means atheist Jew.
Not surprised at all.
Yeah, Empire's got a lot of fashion sense.
Could George Lucas be associated with the occult?
Yeah. Yes.
I think once you get to that level, you have to be.
They're Kabbalists, like Lion said.
Just for fun.
Because I think Darth Vader is Lucifer.
Right, yeah, he is a satanic figure. Yes. Maybe
And he's the most loved, popular figure too.
maybe Luke is Jesus trying not to be Lucifer, trying not to follow like in his dad's footsteps.
They cast Harrison Ford perfectly as the actual hero, but Luke is just the guy who's got to bear the burden of being the guy. He's not. He's otherwise you'd cast him differently. He's not.
Is Harrison
He's
Ford?
meant to appeal to like teenagers.
It feels like he's the American Harrison Ford. He turns up with the good luck and normal human skills, manages to win.
He's got suave, fucking manly ass ways. Fucking make the Kessel run fucking under 4 cute fucking parsecs, dude.
Yeah.
Okay. He's got the Force in a way too. I don't know. It's a whole interesting movie. It utilizes a Wagnerian leitmotif as its soundtrack, kind of emblematically is designed to be sort of a copy of Wagnerian opera. That's interesting. And then the fashion sense of the Empire is very reminiscent of another very fashionable bunch of head stomping Gestapos. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it's like,
and then to find out that most of it is Jewish, of course, the bad guy's gonna look like a fucking Nazi, right?
Yes. The idea that fascism was bad and we can defeat it with communism. Which is dialectics, which is Kabbalist.
It's a little bit like Battleship Potemkin too, in terms of its like cinematic quality, like where it's sort of marching at you, like it's got like that, like how famous is the Empire theme, right? That shit is like
right.
the footsteps of soldiers, like coming at you or something like that. That's what it is. It's
I
stormtroopers, yeah.
I used to
Based on
like
the
the
cinematic sort of
stormtroopers.
language developed in Battleship Potemkin. There's like communist era propaganda, so it's interesting to also borrow that.
I was jealous of the stormtroopers' outfits and how they looked cohesive.
Yeah, like a bunch of sperm soldiers.
Because the rebels were just in dirty clothes, and the stormtroopers were in this clean white, perfect costume.
Like the French Resistance or some shit. Ugh.
Yeah, that's kind of what it made me think of too, like the Civil War too, the North versus the South. The North looked real nice and fancy, and then the South just kind of looked all Southern, regular folk.
That's why they lost. They have the uniform.
They didn't have the style.
Well, it's basically like the uniform quality of it is imperialism, versus like whatever populism or something. But
Yeah,
it's a way that we can encode all of these. These are all hardcore philosophical fucking shits right here. There's going to be references to the Bible in the Star Wars, reference to all fucking types of shit. You know what I mean? Film history, cinematic history. Even the sounds of it is sort of like meant to emulate the sounds of World War II dog pilot fucking aero fights and stuff like that.
Yeah, the initial cinematics for all that was actually taken from World War II footage.
Right. So, yeah, it's just interesting to consider like what a piece of perfectly amazing propaganda is. Like this is all generated from other propagandas.
And to think that when it was made, it wasn't far off from the war, so a lot of people would have been able to. I don't even know what the word I'm looking for, but a lot of people would have understood the themes that were going on in that movie at that time. A little bit deeper than just what's being visually shown to them, like on a deeper level, because some of those people lived through it. They heard stories of the war and everything that happened and what led to the war and the different sides and the religious aspect of it. It's all in Star Wars.
Found a fun clip of Keanu Reeves in an interview, and someone jokes Neo is the chosen one, so Neo is Jewish. Keanu looks around and says, "What?"
No. What do you think?
Cool. Was he
What?
disgusted? Was it like a disgusted what? Or, oh no, they're on to me. What?
It looked like a planned skit they both did in the middle of the interview, honestly, like a joke. I can't tell. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like it's been like this world of movies, world of video games and books and references to characters and stuff like that. Every archetype out there fucking cataloged somehow, enshrined into a movie or a film or something like that, meant to influence people or meant to gain the sympathy of the reader. I don't know what, right? So like all kinds of reasons, it's like stories just start happening. But man, it's like this constant war to like like how much money does it take to keep up with the avatar of the human mind? Like whatever we become is going to have to be adjusted by other people's sorts of filmic presentations about what that is. Try to classify it, put it in a box, limit it. And that's just interesting. I don't know.
What about the idea that it's the driver for all that? And if we didn't have that media, we would have a different consciousness, public consciousness.
If we'd be Hicks, let's face it, talking in yokel accents and stuff. I don't know.
You all ain't from around here.
Y'all from around? Y'all seen Star Wars now? I don't know. It's a normalizing factor, and it's also like when movies come out, it's like go see the movie, right? So you go see the movie, but you have a collective experience with everybody else that went to see that movie. So then you talk about it. You got reason to talk about it.
Yeah,
Like
and now we can have that live on Twitter.
I can relate to these people. They understand my language.
So how fast can you change public consciousness now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So like when Andrew Tate does something, or Dylan Mulvaney or something like that, how long does it take for the public consciousness to change? Not too long.
Yeah, it's a head on a swivel.
Yep.
I mean, that's where you'd want the tech to be,
Well, that's a military tactic. Keep them moving.
Yeah, it's like you kill the mind and the body is just, it's not going to be fighting you.
Like I said, most of the wars that Genghis Khan won were primarily based on his prowess and who he was, not the actual battles themselves. People were just scared shitless of this Genghis Khan guy that they heard about. According to history, anyways.
Now, the interesting thing, too, is like he's often depicted as really strong Asian features. And there's also conflicting reports that he was ginger. He was Ginger's Khan.
A Mongolian ginger.
Does that sound crazy, too? Research.
It seems the further south you go, the less ginger you see.
That'd be a dope name for a movie, The Last Ginger. Like, fight.
No hate. I'm not trying to be.
No. I don't know why I said that.
What are you guys talking about?
What the fuck?
If he was ginger, then he probably stayed in a tent to stay away from the sun.
That's intense.
That's fucking intense.
That's really intense.
So he ruled from his tent, from his intention.
He ruled. That's in the past tense.
Hey, was Genghis Khan white, Oriental? Like, what was he? Because I've heard conflicting information. on his
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. He was saying he could be a
race.
ginger.
Yeah, he could have been a Gingerian, but like Khan might have been like a title, you know, or some shit.
I mean, the Asian people, bro, it's pretty, like, you can't just group all Asians one color spectrum, because you got, like, Japanese, bro, that are, like, pale white. And then you got, like, Cambodians that are, like, a lot
Almost
darker,
brown.
more African.
Yeah, this is true. And they hate when they are too, because there's a lot of infighting between different Asian cultures. So they take offense to you not getting their fucking culture or their race correct.
It's just like I think it just feels more normal to kind of like just group Genghis Khan in as like a strongly super Asian dude, but I don't know.
A Chinaman.
I think he wasn't, maybe, and maybe the reasoning here is, I don't know, just like it would kind of create a lot of enemies because I guess I don't know, man. They could probably make they could make a whole people that kind of hated.
A Mongol. He's a Mongol, right?
Yeah.
The Mongolians.
Mongolians, right? And then it's like for some reason we gotta call things like people that are real slow, like Mongoloids too, or whatever. Just for no reason, they're not connected, but they are.
Hey.
But why is that? Like, it's just like there's a campaign like to east-west it somehow, like where it just set up all these natural like divisions to create like nationalistic unity, whatever, you know, with like a homogenous European civil culture, you know, it would have been like, you know, the architecture of somebody's grand design, you know, for social, you know, fucking, you know, that's the whole concept of Europe is to have a contiguous like area, like I guess that's even from like Alexander the Great, you know, in a way, just like that it can be one type of people that, you know, like can really cook on some shit, get things cranked up, start making electric and motors and whatnot. I don't know.
So it seems, from what I've learned, and I'm not trying to be racist at all, but it seems like from history, a lot of cultures that were white would generally have a lot of invention and create a lot of invention. And then a lot of Asian cultures and Southern cultures would get really good at making those inventions and refining those inventions. But when it comes to actual direct inventions, there's only a handful that actually come from the Southern or Eastern Eastern geography, geographical locations. Most of it came from Europe.
Maybe not. I don't know.
There are examples of
America.
like
Most of it came from
fireworks and
America.
explosives and ballistics and stuff like that that were said to have come from China, but I'm not sure.
Well, I don't know, man. The whole like Asiatic eye to the Egyptians like is interesting. Like the makeup that's like to enhance it. I'm sure you're familiar with, you know, that kind of thing. But like, does that like? It's kind of like trying to emulate the sort of Asian ethno profile a little bit, if they were natively Asian themselves. You know what I mean? Like, why would they trying to be looking like that? Do you know what I'm saying?
Not quite. Can you clarify a little?
Like, you know how like when we see like Egyptians depicted, they usually will have like some kind of like heavy eye makeup, you know, that goes to a point at the corner of the eye.
Oh, the eye slits. Okay.
No, I don't mean that, but there's like makeup applied, like, you know, in films and stuff like that to just sort of like enhance that or make it more pronounced, like more exotic than the European profile eye. You know, but it verges on the Asiatic, like sort of eye. I don't know, but it was. It just has something to do with like the involvement of like the Chinese in the firmament of the, you know, the rulership of ancient Egypt, at least at some point, you know. So, you got the Sphinx too, kind of like the sort of like Indo-Chinese kind of culture that would have had to been that to kind of emulate all those things and amalgamate those kind of cultural references, right? If you will, like pictorial references, iconological references, right, which are references to deity and your mentals and stuff like that, right? If the snake's coming out of where the third eye should come out, it's like it's whatever, all that those coincidences, like it, I'm just trying to figure out what's connected to what here ethnically, I guess. Because like other people will say like, oh, the Egyptian, the early lands, it was owned by black people, and then but we got mummies where they're not, and then so, or they didn't start mummification until like such a point was after that. I don't know. It's all very confusing.
There's
And
30
convoluted.
dynasties, bro, in Egypt, and the first ones I believe were black, and then they were usurped by northern people. Probably like Persian type people, lighter skin, Shemites.
Right. So
go ahead.
It's like, well, Persia, is that like, that's Asia Minor, right? I guess.
Well,
or no, not really.
Yeah, I mean, no, not really. What I'm talking about is like the land where you find Syria today. Iran, Syria, Sumeria, all that whole area right there. That's where Persians used to live.
Like people from Turkey sometimes have that look too somehow.
I just heard a crazy hot take I can give you.
Go ahead.
People accuse Crowley of sacrificing thousands of children. He said, no, they accused him of sacrificing children. He said, yes, I sacrificed thousands of children. And the excuse occultists, modern witches use is that he meant I've ejaculated thousands of times. So that was his secret way of saying I sacrifice a child every time I ejaculate. So get your mind around that.
So wait, so you're saying that he was physically sacrificing children, and that was his ejaculation, or are you saying he was using that as a description of his ejaculation?
He was claiming not to have done it. No, sorry, he was claiming to have done it to troll because he was accused of it. So he just said, "Yeah, of course, thousands." But later on, people have tried to make an excuse and said this is what he actually meant: cryptic ejaculation. So I guess I was going to ask Lion, how do you feel about that? Is every bit of sperm a child being sacrificed?
No. According to the scriptures, it's not a human until the sperm reaches the egg at conception. That's when it becomes a human at conception.
Yeah.
Right? I agree, right?
You get a tiny bit of freedom with your own ejaculation semen. You're not like sinning just because you spilled a tiny bit of something.
Basically, semen is really just half a human. So it's just sending the messenger, the RNA or the DNA into the egg where it completes.
It's the merchant. It's the merchant, right? The seaman. He's got to deliver it to port. He has a destination. He's got to travel to it. It's the seaman.
That's a semantic argument.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Isn't it weird that like we look at like our language, our laws, and everything seems to have some connection to the ocean and voyage and ports.
Yes.
Right. Like
I get seasick there pretty
Portuguese.
easily.
We're obsessed with.
I couldn't do it.
Obsessed with oceans, water, fluid, and like adventuring, exploring. I've recently seen some footage of in that film that I recommended, Matt Walsh's "What Is a Woman." He goes abroad to a tribe and walks in, as the rich white man, and they say, "We're so pleased to see you," and they speak, and the elder can speak English really well, and he's translating for the leader of the village. And they said they've never heard the term non-binary. They've never seen anyone with a willy claim to be a woman, or anyone without a willy claim to not be a woman. They've never seen this. So he blew their mind just saying, this is what's happening in my country at the minute. People are confused which sex they are and which gender they are. These tribesmen said they've never seen it.
I can
I mean, to
believe
be
that.
fair, I can believe that, but to be fair, I've seen videos of like Africans bathing in cow piss. Like the cow's pissing and the Africans are literally like just bathing in it.
Yeah, I've also seen them wipe themselves with shit too.
And we don't do that here, so.
Right, so maybe some people being confused about gender is part of progress.
No, absolutely not. I think there's just part of, there's debauchery everywhere, bro.
When I grew up, gender was just another way of saying sex. It wasn't what it is today. They changed the definition.
Yes, I agree. Even when I was a kid, I never heard that term gender. I know it does go further back, but it wasn't used, was it?
I remember gender. It was an M or a W. That's what I remember. Your license, an application. It didn't matter what it was. It was gender, M/W. Which one?
I also wanted to mention, if you're on a beach and you live somewhere and then a new race of people turn up on boats and you don't really know about the world yet, imagine how traumatizing or amazing that would be. What you'd think when these people turn up on boats. Say you've never even seen a boat. Suddenly these people with technology turn up on the coastline. Say hi.
Yeah, it reminds me of the scene at the end of Apocalypto. It's like, whoa, we're not going to try and kill each other anymore. What is that? They're literally in a battle, just about to kill each other, and then they see this ship out on the coast.
Right.
It just changes the whole dynamic.
Need to watch that again.
And scene.
Is it the Vietnam War? I remember what
Spanish.
Okay.
Apocalypto with
No,
Mel
that's-
Gibson.
It's good. The whole movie's in a foreign language, bro.
Yeah, it's all fucking, yeah.
Oh, I'll struggle with that then.
Was it the Mayans or the Aztecs? I can't remember. One of them.
Oh no, I have skipped through it. Yeah, there's some very traumatic
not sure.
ritual tribal scenes, isn't there?
Yeah.
What is that film where that soldier goes crazy in the jungle and meets? That might be the same film I'm thinking of. Well, that was Vietnam.
Vietnam. Thin Red Line.
Yo, anybody there?
Yo.
We're here in the ether.
Yo, Don, you were there last night when we were talking about directed energy weapons, right?
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So I ended up making a video and I posted it. It got 6,500 views in like 4 hours.
Oh wow.
And then it got shadow banned and my comments got hidden, like the comments that people were leaving. And the one comment that got hidden was somebody saying that it was a directed energy weapon. Like I just woke up,
That's
saw
great.
that. I'm like,
Is that the Canada wildfire video you clipped?
yeah, dude, I'm so creeped out right now.
That's a lot of hits though. 6,000 in 24 hours.
Not even 24 hours, dude. This was just a couple hours ago. Like, it's insane. I'm shocked. I'm shocked that because like the kind of words that get censored by Instagram, like the comments that get censored, are things like stuff about the Jays or World War II and the real provocative ones. But I guess directed energy weapon is right up there next to all the other censored topics. My mind is blown right now.
Conspiracy theory, and that will lead to you being an anti-vaxxer. So we have to take that down, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna need to.
Yeah. Just broaden that fucking category.
Yeah, that's just wow.
Do you think it's partly proof, isn't it, that it could be direct energy weapons if they've had to delete the comment?
It's 100. Look, if your stuff is getting censored and fact checked, it's because you're hitting a nerve. 100%.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I hit a nerve last night. But you know what? It's so funny because last night I was like, man, if I reach even one person, I'm happy. My job is done. So just multiply that by 6,600. Which actually I just realized is even creepier that, yeah, when I woke up, it had 6,600 views and it was just stopped dead. It's at 6,610 right now, but 6,600 views in a couple hours. And then since I've been up for an hour, 10 views. It's just like, what the hell, dude? That's so creepy.
Will you link it?
Yo, Platypus. Platypussy. Hey, I saw your alien video. Well, I watched this news thing on YouTube. I watched it for the first time the other day. It's like an off-brand news network. I don't even know what to think of it, but anyways, it popped up on my feed that alien story from like like I said, off-brand news network.
Nice.
I don't
What'd
know.
you think?
Well, I mean, dude, you said that the call sounded like real fear or something. But to be honest with you, if I only heard the phone call, I would have been like, dude, that sounds fake. Because like it just seems like the person was like, it seems like the person was obviously faking it. But then when you see the family, it's like a family, right? So it's like a family is not going to fake that. They probably just were, you know,
I didn't
a
say that
little,
they sounded fearful. I said that they sounded like they were in shock. When people
yeah,
are in
yeah,
shock, hard time of describing what exactly happened. Like if you've ever seen somebody right after a car accident trying to talk,
yeah.
like it does sound fake. If I had just heard like a recording of somebody who had just been in an accident and they're in shock, I would be like, that's not how I'd sound if that just happened to
Yeah,
me. You know what I
yeah,
mean? But you're in shock.
no, yeah, I agree. I agree because, like I said, when I saw like the family when they were talking to the family, it was like immigrants or something like that, and I can't see like I don't see why they would be pranking the police, having them come to their house and shit like that. So, yeah, it just just the phone call sounded odd at first, but yeah, the whole thing's kind of weird. Don't know what to think of it, but
Mad weird.
those cops were the most were scared as fuck though.
Yeah, the next day, more footage came out, or not footage, but like info came out, and apparently one of the guys did grab these creatures on video, but for whatever reason, I don't know, it hasn't been released yet. I don't know what he's gonna do with it. They might take it from him. I don't know, but no, he said that one of the creatures jumped into a loader, bro, like a big construction loader, and tried like running it. Now that's where it starts getting like a little funky. Like what? And then there's like a circle in the backyard of where this craft allegedly landed. I don't know, man.
I used to go on ghost. My buddies, they sold ghost hunting devices. Actually, I designed one of them and made one of them. But I used to go on ghost hunts with them a couple times as like a skeptic, even though I know that they were skeptical themselves. But anyways, one of the brothers, I know he didn't believe it, and he was just trying to sell his devices. But anyways, so yeah, at times like these, I do find myself being I wouldn't say overly skeptical, but I err towards the side that I could believe more or whatever. And it would be a coincidence. Like it would be a coincidence that this people happen to call this and see this thing, whatever they saw. And also in the police cam, they saw what they saw. But the police in their cam, it looked like a meteor. That's what it looked like to me. But it was very bright. But
And it was slow though. It wasn't moving like mad quick. It was kind of slow when it was crashing.
I mean, I gotta watch it again because for me the video was slowed down at that time. So
Well, like meteor is supposed to go like 20,000 miles an hour. Like it's like a instant flash. This thing was like moving pretty slow. Unless it was like debris. Oh,
yeah, like I said, I'm not making a claim. I'm just erring towards the skeptical side. But even still, it is strange, right?
I know it's possible. Like scripturally, like this shit, worse shit than that happened, right? If you're gonna believe it, so like it's not with out of the realm of possibility. It's just hard to believe if this creature's landing in someone's backyard and like trying to get into an excavator. No, a bulldozer. 10-foot tall creature with big eyes. That's what he said it was.
Have you seen this Joe Rogan podcast episode? He had this lady on, She was a lady who interviewed people regarding Area 51, and she talked to people who worked there and stuff, and she was kind of peddling this story, or this this story that she'd been told by like an old man who worked there, that back then that they were going to claim that the Russians were like, basically the Russians were supposedly going to like mutate these kids, like take these kids from birth, mutate them, and then like have them like as they're growing, they're going to like deform their bodies and shit like that, and so that they're as adults they would look like these weird creatures, and then they were going to fake a crash landing to make it look like they were being invaded by aliens. And then she went further though to say that that was the original story, was that the Russians were planning to do this, but then it went on to so the story went on to claim that the United States was going to fake that the Russians were faking that, basically. So they were the United States were going to do this, and then claim that there was Russians doing it or something like that. It was kind of convoluted, but the idea though that they were going to fake an alien crash landing and deform people, I mean, that kind of did make a little bit of sense if you believe like the Roswell crashes and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you guys don't believe in aliens from outer space, so what do you guys think? Like, if what would you guys think was the truth behind this if they're telling the truth, like the cops and people?
Well, I posted a YouTube. This guy's name is Ali.
Bro, I still believe in aliens.
I said aliens from outer space.
This guy is a therapist.
Go ahead,
Lion. So this guy, he's basically interviewed like hundreds and hundreds of alleged abductees, and he's tape recorded these experiences or these testimonies, and like what he's managed to gather from all his research, is that like these things are demonic. Right now, people are gonna be like, "Oh, how do you know?" It's because it's Bible, this and that. No, like really, like if you look into these cases, like it's always like evil, and there's like probing that occur. Like these people have been probed, fetuses have been taken. Like if you believe some of these stories, like pregnant women completely were their fetuses were taken from them, or like gone. Like one day you're pregnant, the next day you're not pregnant, and you're being accused of like killing your baby, or forcing a miscarriage. Like all kinds of weird shit. It's like, why these entities, like why are they probing people, and why do they want semen and ovaries and fetuses? Like what is the whole point? Like what's the bigger picture? If they do exist and they are doing these things. Cattle mutilations. Like what do they want from these animals? Like, what is it? All the blood sucked out of it.
Yeah, I just watched that. Interesting. Jeremy, you were trying to tell us that you believe in aliens?
Joe Rogan had a guy on too. He made a documentary called, what do you call it? First Contact. It's like an hour and a half, and it's him interviewing and people and
aliens ain't real, bro. They ain't real. It's some nonsense bullshit. If they were real, how come our country's like our government's the only one that they interact with? Why would aliens come here and decide we're only gonna fuck with America? I've never heard
Well,
the government
because
of Ecuador or Saudi Arabia or Nepal, or Kuwait or New Zealand talk about
yeah, the
aliens.
other countries, 187. But you know the claim is that well, I've heard this claim that this because nuclear bombs that were first tested there in Nevada, or yeah, right.
Yeah, they're obviously just hiding something else they're doing and letting us run wild with the idea it's aliens. If there really was aliens, why would they be so passive about it? If there really was a threat out there, all of their energy, all of their attention would be geared towards that. You know, like it's
Yeah,
just
but
nonsense.
There's a documentary called Moment of Contact that specifically covers an event that occurred in Virginia, Brazil, like 1996. Dude, it's insane. Like, I recommend you watch it because it's not just America. And the ones that happen in Virginia, Brazil, like the whole city witnessed it, bro. Like,
Do you see aliens in the video? Or what happens?
well, you gotta look at the video, bro. And you
No,
gotta
just tell me, bro. I'm not gonna watch it. Just tell me.
Well, you got people, you got police officers, you got doctors, nurses, all giving their testimony, bro. Like, there was an
Ugh.
alien crash site, bro. They brought the bodies to the local hospital. They had to
Do you
tear
see the
down part of the.
bodies in the documentary?
No, you don't, bro. All the footage was confiscated by the military. But you
How
got to
how
watch
how do you know that? Do they show evidence that there was
again.
footage that got taken?
Yes, bro. There's all kinds of
So
all kinds of credible people that come forth
how do you know they're credible?
because they're doctors, bro. You got military. It's the thing, like it sucks because it's anecdotal, right? And you don't have like actual physical
Yeah, but I
evidence of
mean,
an
you
alien
guys tell
body.
us that we can't trust the authorities every day. I shouldn't believe someone just because they're a physicist, or
But hear me out.
I shouldn't
You don't have to believe it,
I
bro. Just
shouldn't
hear the
believe in the
story.
Rona
So like
just
these
because the
bodies
doctor
that they
says so. But when the
recovered
doctor
were like
talks
still
about aliens,
partly
they're
like
credible.
living, and they decided to bring the guy who grabbed one of the bodies ended up dying 2 months later. He ended up getting some skin infection that he succumbed to. Like they couldn't cure him. He died. And then the bodies eventually died. The alien bodies, they ended up dying. But they brought him to the hospital. The doctors seen him. Like the doctors are like, "What the hell? Get these things out of here, dude!" The smell was so bad that they had to tear down part of the hospital and rebuild it because they couldn't get rid of the smell from these bodies. Like that. Like you don't have to believe it, bro. But that shit's crazy. Watch it. It's
But
called Moment of
why do you
Contact.
believe it? That's what I'm trying to understand. If you don't believe doctors when they tell you about the Rona, why would you believe some random Brazilian doctor when he tells you about aliens?
It's not just one doctor, bro. Hundreds, like the whole city
But there's
witnessed this
millions of
crash, bro.
doctors that tell you the Rona's real lying.
Listen, bro. You gotta have discernment. That's all I gotta say. You gotta have discernment, bro.
Whatever,
At the end of the
man.
day, I'm not the one doing the studies. You know what I mean when it comes to Corona or the Rona.
And you ain't the one doing the studies when it comes to aliens either. You just watch the random documentary with people on it saying this, that, and the third happened.
I
But
get
they
it.
don't provide any evidence.
But it's
You just believe
like
it. And then you want to tell me it's because you use your discernment. Like, come on, bro.
not because you're like the type of person I'd have to bring the body to you for you to believe it. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
you are that type of person. Because you guys want evidence for every little thing. But when it comes to aliens, you are fine just believing what you see in a documentary. But if I tell you about gravity or Earth's a ball or the Rona's real, you want like evidence I can't give you.
Well,
But
I'm
if I give
biased.
you a documentary of Brazilian doctors, you're gonna believe that they really saw aliens. Like, come on, bro.
I actually have footage of this alien.
Yeah.
No joke, dude. Brazilian alien? Are you kidding me?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Any glober who doesn't know about Brazilian aliens, it's not a glober. It's probably a Muslim glober.
I'm biased because the scriptures talk about entities, like fallen angels and their offspring. So like
Okay,
that's
now
why
you're being
I believe
honest.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
but if it wasn't
that's
for the
honest.
scriptures, if it wasn't for the scriptures, I probably wouldn't believe in aliens at all, unless I see one for myself in front of me.
Well, at least you being honest about it now, you know.
Feast your eyes on this, brother.
Mm.
You too can be saved, Nate.
Are you gonna post something? Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, dude.
Let me see this. WikiLeaks, huh?
Oh yeah, dude. Belu, baby. And not only that, these guys who captured Belu, they're flat earthers.
Yo, watch this though. This guy was on the Joe Rogan Experience, and you get a chance to watch it because he's the one who made the documentary.
This is the same guy.
Is it?
Hold on. What's this guy's name? Hold on.
I don't know, man.
Yo, this video's creepy, Kosha.
James Fox is his name.
James Fox is that guy's name? Okay, let me figure this
Yeah,
out.
it's ridiculous, bro. Completely insane.
Okay, let me shed some light. Nate is always, you know, a day late and a dollar short in real life and metaphorically and literally. But Nate, yeah, sometimes you are out of the loop. But in reality, Nate, this guy
Mhm.
Belu is a fake alien. A fake alien because these Brazilian guys that I posted, they're scammers. They are actually scammers. You can ask Bacon. They're well-known scammers in Brazil, and
Okay.
they made this fake documentary trying to solve the flat Earth. Like they were flat earthers doing real scientific tests, and to this day, there's flat earthers who will still uh, post their findings as evidence, even though they concluded that it was a convex Earth. That was the model that they concluded on. That the Earth was convex, and they have this model like by a swimming pool or whatever. But they're just scammers. They're prankers, scammers. They don't believe anything
So
that
these are the guys
they're
that,
showing.
that made the that little
Mhm.
swimming pool on the other side of the flat Earth. It's like
Yeah, exactly.
is a muffin map plus another like place that what's that dude's name went to when you saw the other side. Yeah, those guys were fake.
Okay, Godric knows. But I'm not saying that the guy that Line posted. I think Line's posting something different than these guys. But regardless, these are Brazilian alien finders. You see that? Do you see that alien in the bush? It's so fake, dude. The alien that they it was them fucking with like a costume on. And Bacon says they still peddle the alien thing over there. These guys, but some of the people in that documentary weren't scammers. But the dude who like who ran the whole experiment or whatever, he was basically scamming all of them and the audience. They had a couple of experiments that like they did something with the autolite or something like that. They measured like that plumb bobs were like not parallel, were perfectly parallel. But like I said, their measurements, everything they were doing was a scam.
So now they're doing aliens, and you're onto them.
No, they've been doing aliens before that and after that. Aliens is his main thing.
Do they make fake aliens?
Look at the video, man. Tell me what you think. I forget the name of the scammer, but hold on. I didn't mean to take away from Lions guy because, like I said, that's a different thing that Lions talk about. It's not. I don't even want to conflate the two. Like it's related because this guy's a scammer. It sounds like Lions talking about like people that died and smelly hospitals and stuff. So that probably has more credence. There's a lot of alien stuff in Brazil. It goes back like 100 years, you know. Oh, by the way, since everyone's afraid of aliens and they don't want to say anything, I was watching What's This Debate or Conversation last night, and I had several ideas for experiments. I don't know why we never thought of this before. Tell me what you think. Anyone? So one would be, oh right, the angular size of the sun or the moon, because these can be measured, especially the moon. The moon can be measured at any given night, but the sun can be measured with the solar filter. And yeah, it's one thing to measure the same location, you know, once at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day or something like that, or once at the beginning of the year, the end of the year. But it's something else to measure, because if the claim is that the sun is moving to the outer edge, you know, then back into the inner edge, and it's further and closer, then honestly, the sun should be two different angular sizes depending on if it's the winter solstice and the summer solstice, and you're in the north or the south. So two people far away from each other on the Earth shouldn't get the same angular size for the sun if this were the case. So I don't know, that seems like something very easy that could easily be tested. Just have two people on very far away measure the angular size to the moon or the sun. That alone would tell you how far away it is.
Can you tell us how to do that, Kosha?
So what? What'd you say to me?
Can you tell us how to measure the angular distance of the sun?
The angular distance. I wouldn't know how to do that, but the angular size of the sun. Actually, I could look it up, but I was thinking about this last night. I was like, I want to try to come, because I don't just want to find a way to do it myself. I want to find a way that would be easy for anyone to do it. That way, you can get a bunch of people to do it. So, yeah, I thought of a couple ways on how I could do it, but I'm sure there's probably a
basic like elementary school kid stuff.
So what?
Isn't it just science, Kosha? Just basic elementary stuff.
I don't know, man. Are you been crying or something? Are you sick?
You can look it up. I had surgery.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Are you all right?
I'm getting there, boy. Say a prayer for me.
What surgery did you have?
They removed my thyroid.
Well, I hope you heal up well.
When did you have that done?
On Monday.
You do it? Are you getting better? I mean,
I got back hospital yesterday, but I can't sleep.
That's a bad sign.
I'm having trouble. Huh?
Is that because you don't have a thyroid? Is that why you can't sleep?
No, I had a situation previous to that where my airway closes when I sleep. Is like sleep apnea.
Oh, sleep apnea, no shit.
So like it used to happen on the blue moon. Like I would just kind of like cough my way out of it, right? Like it would just, your airway would just relax and then you would be choking, right? You wake up. But now it's happening all the time and I can't get over it. I hope it passes.
I get that. I get sleep apnea too. I got this thing on the internet. It's like this little strap that goes around it goes over my head and around the back of my head. It goes under my chin and it keeps my mouth shut when I'm sleeping at night. So I have to breathe through my nose. That kind of cured it. It sounds like yours was a lot more serious than what I had.
So you put a strap around your head and then that cured it, huh?
Yeah, this thing I bought online. Yeah, it works really good. A couple months ago I broke my hip, and I had to have a titanium like all put up and attached to my femur, and I always sleep on my stomach, normally. After I had this operation, I can only sleep on my back now because of this operation, or I'll wreck it, mess it up. So I have to sleep on my back. So I was having that sleep apnea problem because my mouth would drop open when I was asleep, and I'd start breathing through my mouth and I'd start choking. But then my wife told me, "Oh, I saw this thing on the internet that is just like this little thing that you wear at night," and it cured me. I mean, I don't have that problem anymore. I can sleep on my back and breathe properly because my mouth stays shut.
With the apparatus.
I think it's called a.
Can you
No,
link
I'm
it?
not the name of it. I don't know the name of it, but I can find out, and I'll. You're always on here. Next time I talk to you, when I find out, I'll find out what it is. Do you have one of those sleep apnea machines, those little oxygen machines, or something for that?
No, I wish I did go through that. I don't have that CPAP machine. No, I didn't think I can. I didn't think I can tolerate it. That's why I didn't bother. But now it's worse. I wish I had it right now.
Do you do you breathe through your mouth when you're sleeping?
Yeah, I'd say both, but yes, breathe in my mouth. Is that the wrong thing to do?
Yeah, that's the problem. You don't want to be breathing through your mouth. You want to keep your mouth shut when you're breathing when you're asleep. Dude, I'll find out what the name of the thing is, and I'll find. My wife got it for me, so I don't really know the name of it or where she got it online. I think it's called a breathing strap or something like that. I'll look it up.
All right, send me to Godric. Thank you.
Yeah.
Keep your mouth shut, Godric. I'm just messing with you, man. Yeah, I hope you heal up all right, dude.
Thank you, Kosha.
But yeah, that test though, the angular size thing. What do you think, Godric? Well,
I think if you weren't bullshitting, you know how to do it. You can show us, Kosha. That's what I think. When you say you gotta look it up, it's like you're here for it's like 5 years. You've been on here 6.
Yeah.
So are you bullshitting, Kosha, or what? Talk to me. Get real.
I could make up a way to do it, and it might be viable. But oftentimes it's probably proper to, just look up how professionals do it, and that's probably going to be the best bet. But if I didn't have that access to, look it up, I would probably just set my camera to a specific zoom, and consider the field of view, and then measure the pixels.
Kosha, you should be in sales, bro. Are you in sales?
Sort of.
Dude, you can sell ice cream Eskimo. I'm gonna tell you right now.
I was gonna say, once you get it to my level, you'll be able to sell a ketchup popsicle to a woman in white gloves. You feel me?
Hell yeah.
Godric,
He's
I
almost
found it on
there.
the internet.
Huh?
I found it on the internet.
Can you put the link in the text live stream chat?
I don't. I'm technically not capable of doing that, but I'll tell you what it is. You can look for it. It's really easy. I just typed in breathing chin strap for breathing. Type that into just, and it'll come up a bunch of pictures of it.
Strap? What kind of strap? Chin strap? What is that?
Yeah, it's called a chin strap for breathing.
Oh, chin strap. Okay.
Chin strap for breathing. Now type that in, and then it'll come up right up. They're like $10 or something. They're really cheap and they work really well. Maybe it'll help you.
Thank you.
Did you do it?
I'm doing it right now. Is it like a black stretchy thing?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna check it out. Well, I guess if your nose closes, you can just wake up and take the strap off. But yeah, your nose is generally open unless you have a cold or something. There's also like a mouthpiece that shoots your jaw forward, and it gives you a little more leeway in your airway. I heard that too, though I thought those were like specialized. I have to give this one a try. Do they have extra large? I have a big head.
Hey, Kosho, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you were yesterday. You were talking about those craters on the moon, and how meteors were hitting the moon, and you gave me some videos to watch.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I watched like 3 or 4 of those, and they were all pretty much the same. One of them was from NASA, and they were all pretty much the same. It's just like a little tiny light you see at different places on the moon. Different people had different, locations on the moon where they saw the little white spot, a little flash of light or whatever it is that you see. And then there was that the one where I think it was the NASA one that had the video about, they had a picture of the surface of the moon, and then they had another picture and showed another crater where that supposed white spot had landed or what crashed or however that was. Yeah, I mean it's you do see a bunch of videos with those flashes on it, and you don't really know what those flashes are. I'm not saying that they're not meteors, but there's no way of really knowing. In the videos, you can't see anything before the flash. You can't see any like object going into the moon or anything like that. It's kind of, it would be hard to like pin a case on that and say, oh, those are definitely places where meteors landed. They could be, I don't know. But and in the video that they show that the surface of the moon where there's a new crater, that could be true too. I mean, that would be really easy to, CGI or whatever, I guess I'm really too much of a skeptic to believe that. It seems like if they just, here these people are watching these eclipses and they're seeing these white flashes. It seems like they could just take a camera zoomed in on a spot of the Earth, different location on the moon, and actually catch a picture of the object hitting the moon. You know what I mean?
Well, no, that doesn't seem possible. You mean like the people who are recording it, the clips, like after the fact, like zoom in to the specific spot?
No, like the video that shows, the before and after crater.
Oh, right, okay.
What if you just took a portion of the moon? Like they say, oh, that crater is a certain distance. It's a certain width. The size of the crater, and they can zoom. I mean, it's incredible how close they can get. Zoom in on the moon and see pretty good detail. It seems like they could just put one of those cameras somewhere, focused on the moon, so that it would be, zoomed in enough to see the actual meteor hitting the moon. You know what I mean? If people can just look up at an eclipse, and I don't know if it was there were different videos of the moon with those little white flashes, and they were happening in different places on the moon at different times. You know what I mean? So they must happen a lot. I mean, think that how lucky it would be that if one of those meteors hit every 10,000 years on the surface of the moon, your chances of capturing it are very slight. But here these guys are shooting, different people all over the world are shooting videos of the moon, and they see these flashes. They must occur quite often. That, what I mean? The chances that you catch that. So it seems like they could just keep a camera in one place on the moon. I mean, even if it took a year, and just to be able to capture that picture of a meteor striking the moon, and seeing the dust and dirt or whatever that would be thrown up in the air, the cataclysm that would happen. Seems like they should do that, huh? I mean, if I had the power to do that, I would do that.
Well, the moon is smaller than the Earth, but just for argument's sake, try to imagine, the Earth. So if like meteors come to the Earth, they burn up in the atmosphere. But if they didn't, they would hit the surface. But there's not that, like, even during a meteor shower, there's probably one every 5 minutes or something like that. So what I'm trying to say is, like, when you're capturing half of the moon, like we are during the eclipse, the entire half of the moon, the likeliness of seeing a meteor hit during that event, it's not completely unlikely, but it is it's a little rare, but it's not like a miracle or something like that. It's cool that it happened, but it's like we're looking at half of the moon. If you were instead to look at a portion of the moon, like I think in this image I have here, it's probably somewhere around less than a square mile. In the thumbnail that I just posted, it might be bigger than that for all I know. Let me think. That's probably, let's say it's 10 square miles or 100 square miles or something. So 10 by 10. Um, if you're looking at a region that small, the likeliness of you observing that region and a meteor hitting is probably slim to none. You'd have to be looking at all portions of the moon in this same detail at all times to attempt to try to capture something like that.
Yeah, I totally see what you mean. In those videos, didn't they capture different little, like those people that are looking at the whole moon during an eclipse? Weren't there aren't there different videos of those things striking the moon at different times?
I don't think so.
You think that was
Go
all
ahead.
at one time?
Yeah, I'm almost certain. Like you're right. It shows different parts, like different. But you said different areas of the moon. But it was the same spot on the moon. But the moon was, you know, was turned or whatever, or what do you say, rotated. So it was always hitting the same spot on the moon, but it looked like a different spot depending on your perspective. But yeah, I mean, if you studied them carefully, you'd see it was the same spot on the moon for all those. And yeah, of course, it was the same. It was the same event, so it was at the same time. I'm sure you'd find that too if you like I said, if you investigated it close enough. Like the video I posted from Kaiser Cube, that was obviously just like a 5 minute. It was like cut down, so it's hard to know what times it were. But if I were to say, it looked like it was about the time when the moon had just entered the shadow, right? Because it was red a little bit, but it had just turned a little red. So I'd say it was like just around that time. So I think it occurred at that time for everyone. Is that
Yeah,
what
I
you
don't
saw
really
as
know.
well? Like it was
Yeah,
the moon was reddish a little bit.
I can't remember, but yeah, I could look at the video again and see. But I see what you're saying. I'm just saying that maybe those things are hitting the moon all the time. I don't know what the likelihood is, but it even is quite it would be quite a coincidence to have an eclipse and be able to see a meteor hit at the same time. That in itself,
Yeah,
it's kind of a coincidence, to imagine that. You see those. I've seen videos where guys have a full frame picture of the moon, a full moon, and you know how and then it gets that wave that goes through it. I don't know what they call that.
Oh yeah.
That little wave that
Lunar
goes through there.
waves. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
4777 called it. Yeah.
Those guys. I don't know how long they look at the moon for, but a lot of guys look at the moon a lot, and wonder how often, like Griffith Park probably looks at the moon a lot. All the observatories and stuff, how often they catch meteors striking the moon. How often does a meteor hit the Earth? Supposedly.
Oh right. Well, they do. I mean, I see them all the time. Well, not all the time, but sometimes I see spectacular ones. Sometimes I see, just meteor showered small ones. But there's that story of like one landing in some lady's lap or something like that.
When she was in bed or something like that.
Yeah. She did get burned, but yeah. So if it's able to reach the ground, that means it was probably fairly big, but it also probably reached terminal velocity at some point, which is probably why it didn't crush her or kill her or blow her house up or whatever.
And when I was watching those videos too, it says that, here's a picture of a meteor hitting the Earth and it's going, you say 42,000 miles an hour. How do they determine that speed?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. I had to see that video.
Yeah, you don't see, like, it's even the ones where it's just the flash, where you just see a little white flash. It'll say, here's a picture of a meteor hitting the moon, and it went 42,000 miles an hour and then hit the moon. But you don't see the meteor before the white flash. You know what I mean? You can't see the real meteor. How do they determine that? Is it? You said you don't know. I wondered that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's weird. They would be able to
It could
determine
be
that one.
it could be like a mathematical assessment based on the impact, but even then, it would probably have to be an estimate. Of course, they could have just they could have maybe been like carefully. They might have something. That's why I'm looking for the highest resolution footage of one of those events, because they
That
may
shit's fake,
have
bro.
better footage. Well, you say it's fake, but that's the one thing I wanted to say was, regardless of what it was and regardless of what happened, um, like it actually happened to the moon, the truth that is undeniable is that everybody who was observing this observed this happen. So it's not just an artifact of someone's camera or just an artifact of someone's local sky, even, because different people in different parts of the world, or I guess in the viewing area of this eclipse, which would be pretty, a significant part of the world. But anyways,
I'm just
yeah,
playing. I was just
they
playing
all
anyways.
viewed. No, yeah,
Honestly, there's no way of verifying if it's real or not. I can't. I mean, I don't know how I would go about it.
the thing is, something really happens. Though something there, that flash that happened on the moon happened in the purview of all the people who observed it. So
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
it may
right.
not have been a meteor, but that event did occur, whatever it was.
Yeah, that's for sure. And they were using different cameras, so like you say, it couldn't be some kind of an anomaly in the camera. You know what I mean? It happened at the same time through different cameras and from different viewpoints all over the Earth. So there was some event. There was some event. I mean, it could even be some kind of thing where, because we don't really know what the moon is, I feel like I don't know what the moon is. I mean, it could be something bubbling up from underneath the moon. Who knows?
I'm just interested. Hold on. I'm interested, right, in the exact location of that impact. If you could somehow find images before that impact, high resolution images of the moon, and then compare before and after pictures of the moon and see if that impact's actually there.
Well, that Kosho did post one there that.
Well, that was a different event, though. I'm looking for the same thing for this event, but the one I posted was actually an earlier event. Same thing. It wasn't during an eclipse, but it was a like a meteor that hit the moon before and after. But let me see if I can find one for that event.
So, Kosho, the one that you posted here, did they give a date that happened? That one that you have on here right now?
Yeah,
What was the date?
It was it says it in the video, but it was 2013, somewhere around there. Let me see.
So one happened, the one you're talking about the one that we were talking about originally that happened 2019 and 2013. That's what's that, 6 years?
Yeah, but I think it's it's much more common than that. But yeah, this is March 17th, 2013, I believe.
2013. So 6 years. I mean, at least if those were the only two that happened, you could say that, okay, a meteor will hit the moon every 6 years, according to I'm just speculating, But it must be pretty often that one of those things hits the moon. If we know that it happened every 6 years, at least every 6 years.
Okay, so this is the way that I would think about it, and it's probably not inaccurate, but the only reason why we don't have meteors hitting the surface is because of the atmosphere. But if a meteor shower, or the amount of times people see shooting stars or whatever, like it's very common. Like if you added them all up, not like a single person, but if you added up all the shooting stars people see, I mean, I think they happen at a frequency on any given night, like I think once every hour, a couple hours or something like that. And then a meteor shower, it's like sometimes once a minute, once every 5 minutes. But if those are the ones that are hitting the Earth in the upper atmosphere, you'd have to imagine that the moon is getting just about the same frequency. The only difference is they don't have an atmosphere. So then it'd be a little bit less because the moon's smaller, but it should still be comparable in frequency or whatever. So they hit all the time. The one that I showed you that made a 57-foot crater, the before and after, they say that was only a foot, 1.3 feet wide. So
Meteor.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So it was 1.3 feet wide space rock traveling 56,000 miles per hour, collided with the lunar surface. Oh, and also here's the other thing: is this event that I posted? It was only possible to have this sort of footage before and after, and I don't know if they have the actual event, but they say people could see it with their naked eye. But regardless, the lunar reconnaissance, it was like an orbiter during this time. It would have been able to it would have been capturing surface pictures of the moon before and after. So it had opportunity to capture that. Whereas the event that we're talking about was when people were watching it while it was happening. So
Yeah, it'd be so cool to get an actual video of one hitting, you know, like a bomb exploding on the surface
well,
of the moon. That would be cool.
in 2016, because I saw this on TV, in 2016, the Indians actually did that. They sent a ballistic to the moon to explode into the poles because they were testing to see if there was water in the poles. And I saw that happen on TV. Let me see if I can find that one. Because that one, they'll probably have the before, after, the. I don't think, I honestly, I think that the actual view of it, though, was probably as underwhelming as these flashes, but there might be, I think there was a high resolution footage. Let me see if I can find it.
I've got a calendar that, every month shows what different meteor showers are going to happen. And I mean, almost every month there's huge meteor showers, They are really regular. And since the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, it seems like a lot of them would strike, like you're saying. I think there'd be some way to capture that if you were diligent enough and had a good enough, telescope with a camera.
Oh, shit. I was pressing the wrong push to talk. But let me see if I can. Well, how much of that did you hear? What did you hear me say? Because I don't. Maybe you didn't hear me at all. I don't know. But yeah, I'm just going to find the Indian thing.
So the Indians shot a bomb at the moon, 2 bombs, I guess you said. They're hitting the pole, the south and north pole of the moon.
Yeah, I remember seeing that on TV. I'm going to try to see if they. So Scott Manley has a video. He says this is the highest resolution images. Hold on. No, this might be something different. Yeah, but yeah. I saw them do that, and that was 2006. Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
To claim that you shot a bomb and you actually hit the moon would be just an accomplishment in itself, wouldn't it? I mean,
Yeah. It's weird that it was the Indians that did it. But yeah.
you wonder, you think about the Tower of Babel and how God didn't want man to go up into the heavens. They were trying to get up to heaven or whatever. And God you know, put a stop to that. And, you know, we can't drill very far down into the earth. You know, it's really cold when we go off to Antarctica or wherever. If there was an ice ring, and then you got the dome. You can imagine a creator saying, well, we got to keep these people contained because we don't know what they'll do. You know, and here these Indians are shooting bombs out into space and hitting a distant object like the moon. It's kind of, it sort of shows the, I don't know, that, that psychopathy of humans, you know, shooting bombs at things out in outer space. Who knows what's going on up there? It's just, humans are really weird.
No, yeah, we're always going to try to explore. But hey, I just found this. I'm not at all claiming this is real. I'm actually assuming that this is definitely fake. This is crazy.
Whoa, that's huge.
Yeah, but I'm almost certain that's absolutely fake. But
You can actually see the bomb approaching.
yeah, but some kid made this, I'm sure.
It looks like Venus. I mean, it's big enough to be Venus in the sky, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, and the explosion is big enough to, you know,
destroy North America.
Yeah.
Whoa. Well, you would have that's with the naked eye, huh? He's not even using it looks like that's pretty much you would have been able to see that with the naked eye from the Earth, huh?
Yeah.
If that plume of stuff was coming out, everyone on Earth would have went, oh my God, someone just exploded a bomb on the moon.
Yeah, you have to remember that's like, in comparison, that's literally like thousands of miles. It's probably like, I don't know, 600 miles high. It looks like the 600-mile high explosion. So there's no way that's real, but it does look cool though.
Yeah, it looks like a sci-fi movie.
I can't find this this Indian thing, but let me see.
Oh, I thought you said that was some guy was. I thought that was the
Oh.
Indian one. No, okay.
No.
That
I
was
was
just some other
I was
guy.
trying to make clear. Yeah, this is just that was just a random video I found. I'm sure. Yeah, that wasn't the Indian explosion. That would have been crazy. See, unfortunately, you know, with the technology now, there's plenty of fakery.
So, Kosha, what do you think about directed energy weapons? Do you think they're a real thing?
I think that term is referring to a real thing. I've read the document. It's a DoD document, 300 pages or something like that, about directed energy weapons. However, what?
No, go ahead. Finish, please.
No. Just say, however, just the way that I hear them expressed by certain people in these conversations, they're not really what I read. At least they're not what the DoD was talking about in that thing, right? But
Now-
they do have.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. So, do you think that talking about the term, or just using the term directed energy weapons or direct energy weapons, do you think that justify, or do you think it poses any sort of threat to like the political power structure or anything like that? Like, do you see a reason why that should be a censored topic?
No, not really. No, I mean, it depends. I guess it depends on the context in which being expressed, I suppose. But on a surface, no.
I posted a video last night of just a beam of light coming out of the sky before an explosion. I don't know if you saw the video. It was posted in here last night by Carnivore. I reposted it to Instagram. It got a shit ton of views, and then pretty much shadow banned right after it got a comment that said directed energy weapons. And so I got my other phone, went on a different account, looked at it. You can't see the comment. I went on my account, the account that I posted the video from, went into the comment section, and it says view hidden comment, and then you click on it and it says comments hidden by Instagram. And I screen recorded all of this. And right there, the only there's all kinds of comments. There was people talking about all kinds of different theories, but the only one that was specifically says hidden by Instagram is direct energy weapon. That is insanely creepy. Because what is the logical conclusion of that? Either that there is such a thing as direct energy weapons. It may or may not have something to do with the video posted, but just simply saying it is a threat to the natural power, to the natural balance that they try to keep. Or it's not true, and for some reason it's still a threat. Because why do you don't censor things that aren't a threat to you?
Well, I was going to say that the FBI has a pretty good stronghold on the social media companies. Like, this was evident with Twitter that the FBI was controlling Twitter and like telling Twitter, like, listen, you got to censor this or else. So, like, I'm assuming if they have that control over Twitter, they probably have it over Instagram and Facebook too.
Oh, for sure. I know I'm playing like this is not my house. I'm trying to kick my feet up on the table, and they don't like that. But I'm going to do it until I get banned. Okay, look, I've literally posted videos mocking, the Jays and the thing that happened in World War II, like questioning the numbers, and that didn't get banned. That didn't get fucked with. That video got a ton of views.
Hold on a second. So the video that you're talking about, did the video itself get censored?
So what happens is the way you can tell if it's being like shadow throttled or like shadow banned, whatever you want to call it, is so I was getting about 10 views every 10 seconds, a view a second. It was going fast. I go take a shit and I come back and it's like, oh wow, 150 people saw that while I was crapping. That's crazy. And then it'll stop. Like if I refresh my my reel screen, it'll be like it'll stop going up. The number just completely stops. And if I have a content creator account, so I can view the analytics. Like of my 4,200 followers, only 60 saw it. The other 6,450 that saw it were non-followers, which means it was just getting liked, and just it started that chain of interactions between non-followers, and then it just stopped dead. Literally, I got up a couple hours ago. It's gotten like 20 views in a couple hours, whereas it got 6,500 in the first like 4 or 5.
You said there's a comment that's completely gone, so it's not
Here,
seen.
Yeah. I'll post it in the video. It's in the chat right here. It's 11 seconds long. A screen recording of me looking at the comments, and you can see it very specifically says hidden by Instagram.
Do you have any sock accounts?
Yes, I do.
Well, you should test it out because you said
I already did. You can't see it from a sock account.
No. I mean, test out. So find like a controversial video and in the comments, try typing in certain words like weapon or even specifically directed energy weapon, because it could be the case that it might automatically pick up on that word.
Yeah, but
and have
doesn't that creep you out? That you're okay. The thing that you're not allowed to talk about on the internet, it's like a lot of the things that we literally can't say in here, right? But now you can't talk about directed energy weapons, like. And while all this Canada fire is going on right now, and I don't know, this is fucking weird. Very fucking weird to me.
Yeah, just to be clear, it is an algorithm. It's not like the FBI told Instagram to personally censor his account. It's like it's built into the algorithm, bro. So anybody that types in that word, yeah, I'm talking to Kosher just in case. I don't want him to misunderstand me. But the fact that phrase is being censored is a problem. regardless of the reason why it's a problem.
Well, I'm just gonna go even harder. I'm gonna make an even better video. But I am creeped out. Yo, Godric, are you there? You know, the funny thing is,
I'm here. What's
yo,
up? What's up?
what's your? If you don't mind telling me over the live stream or just DMing me, like, what's your name on Instagram? I'm just curious. Are you the one that commented directed energy weapons on my video?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay,
It wasn't. I don't remember.
that's tight. You just like post the most based comments in a blacked out fugue state. I love it. I love it. I'm not throwing shade. I'm
That's
trying to
me.
figure out. I'm just trying to figure out what is going on here.
Platypus, are you like equating use of these weapons with fires in Canada?
100%.
I know that when they were having those huge fires in Northern California, up in the Sonoma County area and at Mendocino and stuff, a lot of people were saying the same thing, you know, and they were sort of I heard stories about how the smart meters were somehow tied into that conspiracy. I know they brought smart meters to my neighborhood a couple years ago, and I refused to have it put on my house, and they let me go without it. I have to pay extra because a meter man has to come out and read my meter. People were saying that those meters somehow explode. You know, they can put some kind of a thing in them or make them explode, and it'll catch the whole house on fire.
I don't know about that, but the smart meters do have like some harmful radiation, kind of like 5G. So if you have that in your house, it's going to be radiating your whole family.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to get one. I no way I can prove that they do that, but I watched a lot of videos and read up on it, and a lot of people were saying that those things are really dangerous. And I've heard other people say that they'll explode when there's a fire around or something. It's like, I don't know, they use those, there are all these conspiracies that some entity is using those to detonating those meters, catching the houses on fire in the cover of a fire happening in the area. You know what I mean? I don't know how true all that is.
Possibly, but I'm not sure. But like, at what point do you say, all right, enough's enough? Like, how many different frequencies and how much radiation do you want to be, exposed to on a regular basis? Like, you got your cell phone, your router, the tower on the corner of your house, and the smart meters, and it just goes on and on and on. Next thing you know, you have like an insane amount of radiation just flowing through your body, destroying your DNA. Like, it's literally ripping your DNA apart.
Think Wi-Fi is doing that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't remember if Wi-Fi was. I don't know. There's different Wi-Fi routers, so like possibly depending how strong the waves are. Oh, so like Bluetooth, you got your Bluetooth headsets, like whether they're computer headsets or the AirPods. Like, that's a lot, dude. Like, they put like meters next to these headsets, and it's insane, bro. On top of everything else that's radiating through your household now, bro, it's like you don't want a smart meter in your house. You're just gonna add to it.
Yeah, I'm the only guy around that I know of. After they installed all those smart meters, I went all around looking to see how many people didn't get them installed. And in the city where I live, I was the only one I found that didn't have a new smart meter put on it. And people's smart meters, my neighbor's smart meters are probably close enough to my house to fry me, if they're
I
frying
mean,
anything.
every time I turn on my microwave, I got like an Asian microwave, like that's like 1,500 watts, right? And every time I run that thing, I lose reception, and my Bluetooth starts acting up. So I know that the whatever cage it has is supposed to protect me. It's leaking.
Do you have the ground covered?
What do you mean?
Faraday cage isn't just all around. When you got a Faraday cage, you got to have it underneath whatever you're trying to protect as well.
I'm talking about the
Sometimes
microwave from the factory.
Okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you said you
Like
had built a Faraday cage.
it's supposed to be like blocking all the harmful microwaves, but I know it's leaking because I lose reception every time I run the thing, and I lose my Bluetooth headsets stop working.
Dude,
And
I'm
it's not
wearing
supposed to do
the. I use wire headphones, dude. I got bad vibes about the wireless headphones.
No, I do.
I'm not gonna hard
like
sell
the thing is,
you.
I know they're bad for you, bro. But I just I'm like, what? It's like smoking a cigarette, like whatever, like a little bit here, a little bit there, but like that shit builds up.
Yeah, really.
Basically, it's just gonna make you age quicker.
Somebody talk. I got my microwave going. Somebody talk so I can see if it's affecting my Bluetooth headset.
Mic check 1 2 3. Mic check 1 2 3.
Testing.
No,
Testing.
Testing.
Yeah, nothing happened. Nothing happened. It sounded fine.
You got Bluetooth right now?
I've got a Bluetooth headset on, and I turned my
Yeah. So
microwave on.
mine's faulty. I'll test it when I get home. I'll show you. It's a Panasonic microwave. Bought it at Walmart.
I never use those. I'm kind of afraid of microwaves. My wife uses it a lot, though.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but fuck it. I live in an apartment. My smart meter is about 20 feet from my head when I sleep. It's literally actually 20 feet's probably no, it's probably like 11 feet actually. It's literally in my closet. Big sad.
Like a Faraday cage coffin to crawl into every night when you go to bed.
Right? Seriously, dude. No, I just need to move. I need to get out of here. I need to get on the land. That's my goal. I'm working towards it.
He's got a mean hot bike going.
Sorry, let me mute. I'm at a restaurant.
Is it all quiet in here today? No in-depth discussion of anything?
No, we've been talking about
King.
smart meters and microwaves and Bluetooth and all that stuff.
Okay. What's the topic?
We were kind of just shooting the shit. I was complaining that I'm being censored on Instagram and talking about directed energy weapons. It's a open floor, dude. You want to talk about something?
No, I was just curious. It was just quiet when I came in. I was just wondering what was going on.
Word. Yep. Another beautiful day. We're all here. We all made it. It's Friday, right? It's Friday, right? Yeah, it is. I know my days. You know what I found out last week? Sorry, go ahead, man.
Ed.
No, what did you find out last week?
I don't pay attention too much to my surroundings. Like, I didn't learn my months until I was in like my 20s. I just don't care about the date. But I found out that New Jersey is a state. I was dying. I had no idea. That's hilarious. I literally thought New Jersey was like a city outside of New York City in the state of New York.
You must have had like lead in your system as a kid or something, or like fluoridated water, bro.
No, I just didn't pay attention in school. I'm a dropout. I stopped going to school when I was like 16.
I feel you.
I mean, at this point, it doesn't even really matter. Like, the important stuff is not the lines in the sand that they drew. You know, it's what is this place really? Where are we? Certainly not on a floating water ball in space. You know what? I don't even believe in New Jersey. How about that? I'm an NJ denier.
Dirty Jersey. You don't believe in Atlantic City?
Just don't believe in it, dude. Forget
Jersey
it.
Shore? No, I don't.
It's a hoax.
I don't like Jersey like that. Yo, I've been to Jersey, and every time I go there, it stinks. Like on the way there, on the bridge.
I believe it.
Jersey's the garden snake. The garden snake. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it smells like human sewage on the way there. Every time I try to enter it.
Like you can't carry in New Jersey. I think I heard a story of a old lady. She got pulled over by the police, and she just informed the police officer that she was carrying. And I guess because she drove it across state lines, she ended up in 4 years in jail for it. So make sure you don't carry your weapon across New Jersey state line. If you do, don't say anything.
Yeah, there's no guns in Jersey.
Massachusetts, it's like an automatic 5 years.
Even with a carry permit?
I'm not entirely sure, but if you don't have a license to carry from Massachusetts and you get caught with a gun, it's like 5 years, dude.
Yeah,
and like
see, I got my.
And if it's loaded, like if it's loaded, it's like an extra year for every bullet.
Oh my goodness.
It's like it's retarded.
Well, the reason I live in Tennessee, and we got constitutional carry, but I went ahead and decided to get my carry permit anyway because it is good across state lines, so you can use it in different states. I'm not sure all the states it's good in, but that's the reason I went ahead and got it because if I decide to carry it, I want to make sure I'm legal in other states, not just Tennessee. So. I wonder if it's my carry permit is valid in those states. I have to look into it just for curiosity's sake. Actually, now think about it. I think New Jersey. I think I remember saying that. I think New Jersey was trying. Someone was trying to push through constitutional carry. I think I heard somebody talk about that once. Does anybody know about that?
So I got some breaking news sent to me. I don't know how important this is, but I guess somebody's been tracking on flight radar, and Air Force One has been flying in circles for a while now off the coast of South Carolina.
Is that
I don't
why
know.
Biden's not been campaigning? Is that
I
why
don't
he's
even
not
know how
campaigning?
I don't know, but why would Air Force One even be on flight radar? That's what I'm confused about. That doesn't track with me. That we're you can just go on the internet and find out where the president's plane is. Come on, this sounds fake, and I don't know.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they'd have to have a fake transponder or something to keep it off that. And you probably have, I don't think this radar signature would still be there, but you just don't know what it is. Or at least they'd have a false one. I would guess. But. I wonder if he died on there, and they just don't say, "What do we do? Biden's dead. What do we do?"
Yeah, I don't know. This is
The president is dead.
I was gonna say they could. I just said I'm joking. I don't know if it is true or not. I said they could be it.
okay. Honestly, though, that's the okay. Who's just said the president's dead? That's the only. If he died in the air, yeah, they would definitely not land right away. They'd be freaking the fuck out. There's an insane there's some type of protocol that goes on where it's like they can't just land and like bring the president out in a body bag or on a fucking stretcher. Like that imagery cannot just be leaked. It has to be controlled. It's got to be a controlled release. They need to be 100% ahead of the story. That's okay. That's interesting.
And then Kamala, it's like, oh crap, Kamala's going to be president now. Oh crap. Sorry. Who knows? If it's true, I don't know. I mean, it is funny. You've not been hearing anything from him about it on the news. And I did see somebody say that he has not been campaigning for the election. So that's, because you start campaigning now for the 24 election. So, but of course, he didn't campaign much the last time either. So, or they're waiting for the new clone to be ready. One guy's got to get that clone ready.
I want to make a video about censorship right now. I want to juxtapose all the things that they allow to be posted on social media and then somehow talk about the things that they don't allow. They let pornography on Twitter. They let young children that aren't really age verified post whatever they want online. Degenerate stuff that just corrupts the youth. And then they have the audacity to censor the truth. Sorry, I'm allergic to bullshit.
What do you expect, bro? I expect nothing but the best.
I gotta up my game, dude. That's all it means. It just means that my propaganda has to be stronger than the algorithms.
No, you know what you gotta do is use code words. Like some of the smart YouTubers and stuff, bro, like they know all the code words. are like the words that will be censored, so they just kind of work around the algorithm, bro. And you'll still get all your views. You'll still get your info out. You just gotta work smarter, bro.
I've got a way to do it. I've got a way to do it. Here's what you do: you dress up in drag, claim you're a black lesbian drag queen, and speak the truth. What are they going to do? They're going to censor somebody that's trans. Or they're going to censor a drag queen. If they're speaking the truth, what are you going to do?
I
you'll have
think
a rock in a hard place.
that's hilarious. But if a drag queen was talking about directed energy weapons, that'd censor her too.
But you say, wait a minute, why are you censoring me? You're shutting down trans voices. What you gotta say? You're done. What are they gonna do? Actually, I saw it. That made me think of this. Somebody brought a meme out and said, "What if a drag queen went into a school and read the Bible?" You know what I mean?
Whoa, yeah, that would be weird. That'd be a trip. I mean, yeah, I just don't understand why they have to read to children. Why can't they go read to the homeless or something? You know, like it has to be the kids. I don't know. You don't understand. I chop my wiener off. I have to read children's stories to children with a skirt on and my legs freaking spread wide open with my 5 o'clock shadow and my obscene amount of makeup. It's got to be the kids. I get that. How do people? Oh, geez, Louise.
Well, that's you're seeing the outgrowth of postmodernism at one level, because when there is no truth, it's all subjective. This is the final outcome. You know, I mean, there's nothing by which you have a standard by which to evaluate. If anything goes, then anything goes.
Libertad. You ever heard about the Liberty cult? Libertad cult back in the day?
Uh-uh.
We talked a little bit about it last night or this morning. Like liberty, what liberty actually means in the Statue of Liberty, where it comes from. Like libertas is about having ultimate freedom with no like social boundaries. Like you can basically do whatever you want and not be limited, as long as you don't like hurt somebody. But then again, like you're still hurting people by being that way. So yeah.
Well, here's the crazy thing. You know what I mean? And I know people are going to disagree with this. I mean, especially on the other side. But when you take God off his throne and you take him off the position he's supposed to hold, something else has got to take its place. Take his place. I think it's because of the way we're wired, which means, you know, they cried freedom and equality and all this stuff for all these years. So now that they got it, now everyone has to accept it. So now the true religion of today is all this stuff that they're pushing. And if you say something against it, you speak against it, just like if you speak against some other religion or whatever, you're the heretic. You're the one that's the bad person. You're the unclean. You know what I mean? So they just traded one religion for another, whether they accept it, whether they acknowledge it or not. And that could be said about anything. Didn't mean to bring the God topic up. We've been talking about it too much this week, I guess.
No, it didn't bother me.
Oh, I know, but we've been called out a lot for Bible talk.
Well, you know, I don't know.
I guess, Paul, if nothing else is happening, though, man, feel free.
I don't really. I mean, I think I kind of said it. I don't know. I could create another conversation, but I just don't know. I don't want to generate out of thin air either. I don't think there's anything major on my mind to think about. Just talking randomly.
I was gonna say, when Trump was president, you know how they were taking statues down?
Yeah,
You know, there's a statue of Albert Pike in Washington, D.C.
I wouldn't doubt it. I've been to DC. There's a lot of Masonic symbolism in
And Trump,
DC. I've been there.
Trump was pissed off that they were trying to take it down. It says here, Albert Pike was a lawyer who served as an associate justice of the Arkansas Supreme Court in exile from 1864 to 1865. He was a senior officer of the Confederate States Army, commanding the District of Indian Territory in the Trans-Mississippi Theater. A prominent member of the Freemasons, Pike served as the Sovereign Grand Commander of the Supreme Council, the Scottish Rite from 1859 to 1889, and his statue is in Washington, D.C. The statue that Trump wanted to save.
And the sad thing is, some of the statues they wanted to tear down. I mean, I know what you're saying about that, but I was just thinking on the other topic was some of the people that were standing up against slavery, and like even Abraham Lincoln. I think somebody wanted to tear down Abraham Lincoln's own statue. I'm going like, he's one of the reasons why slavery was made illegal in the U.S. So you want to tear his statue down?
Actually, Abraham Lincoln was the reason why we have, I forget what you know how they talk about the United States Corporation and the United States government? I guess Abraham Lincoln was like pivotal in creating the United States Corporation.
Yeah, I don't doubt that he did everything perfectly. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just more arguing for taking down the statues. Yeah, I went down there. I mean, why do you use the word president instead of, because the president is a word, use over a company, not a country. So why do you use the word president? On the Freemasonic things in DC, I mean, you don't have to look hard. It's not hidden. It's all in plain sight. Like, I mean, just the way the streets are designed around the Capitol building. If you just do an aerial shot, it looks just like an owl. You got the phallic symbol, which is the Washington Monument. What else is there? The pentagram has also worked into the streets, the way the streets are laid out. What else? Can't remember what else I remember off the top of my head. Anybody else know anything off the top of their head?
Yo, what up?
What's up?
Yo, what's up,
Who's
bro?
that?
I guess that Jesus coin I was talking about's up 100% as of yesterday or something.
Nice, dude. Get your profits. Get out of there.
Well, it dipped down probably like a week or so ago, and then it's back up to where like, I purchased it at, so I can't really exit yet.
Yeah, that's understandable. Patience
You
then.
guys,
But
do
Oh,
you
you said
guys?
what up?
supposedly this
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you guys feel any
supposedly
type of way? Go ahead.
go ahead, man.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Vince,
bring this question to the table, man.
I got you. Okay. Look. I'm trying to save you from embarrassing. There you go. You're welcome. Yeah.
Not sure if that's a hot mic.
No, yeah. I just caught a woman that walked out the restaurant with what looked like toilet paper or tissue stuck to her foot.
Oh, that's
I'm like, listen, save her. She's like running away from me. Like, listen, I'm not trying to scare you off, but I'm trying to help you out. But yeah. Anyways,
probably thought
what were
she
you
had a
saying?
weird
North.
foot fetish or something.
We just know a lot of y'all's weird. We just know it. He's weird.
How do you guys feel about this crypto thing, man? I've kind of brought it up a couple of times. You know, to me, the knowledge, the knowing that this is going to lead to a doing away with your physical money, right? To know that and understand that that's the purpose, and that's why people are, you know, getting so many returns on this investment. To me, it's like people are falling for the trap, and it may be a conscience issue. It may be, you know, where your morals stand and how you think things are going to go. But I just want to know: do you feel the least bit guilty of supporting that system to come at all whatsoever? Or do you just think, well, you know, I can take advantage of it, and I don't. To me, I hear a lot of believers investing in it, and you know, trying to justify it by saying, well, I mean, I can get a return, and I'm justifying it by that, and it's going to help my family, and all these things. But what do you guys think about it? Just, I'd love to hear some opinions.
So the current system we're in, the current fiat U.S. petrodollar, is poised to collapse inevitably by design. So I guess once you realize that, this is kind of like the life raft to get off the sinking ship that we're on. Do I think that there's some potential issues to be had down the road with, like you said, as far as controlling the populace with it? Yeah, I think it's possible. Is that going to stop me from profiting off it and putting myself and my family in a better position? Certainly not. We all need money to survive. You know, I got kids I got to take care of. You know, if I wanted to be like completely righteous and, you know, in the world but not of it, then I'd probably, you know, be best off to go find a bush or something to crawl under and try to tough it out like that. But that's not what I'm doing. So I'm just trying to put myself in the best potential situation I can for my family.
Well, another way that I kind of look at this, and the reason I look at it like this is for those believers out there who do invest in it, right? And I present the argument that I just presented, but I also say this, right? When the believers, when they look in the Bible, you know, they look in their scripture and they see this mark of the beast coming, they see this one world economy, one world government, all this, you know, all these things, and you're going to get a mark and you're going to get a number. And people can say today, well, you already have a number. You know, you have a number when you're born. You have a credit card, you have a debit card, you have a bank account. But to me, when I'm reading that in the text, and what do you think the problem is with the receiving this mark, or it's not that the creator has a problem with money in my eyes. That's not the problem. The problem is when you have become totally dependent on a system. And see, our system now, we have where you can take out your money and you can look on it, and this note is legal tender for all debts, public and private, right? So there will be no private, debts being paid. There'll be no transactions that are private in the future. We all know that. So what is it that God is so angry about? Is he angry that you'll just receive a mark or receive a number? No, it's the fact that you are totally dependent and reliant upon that system. And that's what I hear people say, I'm just doing it to feed my family and things like this. And the conversation could go much deeper, but, that's just the very face of it, what I see.
Can I say something? I think if you think about, the mark on your forehead, does it say on your right hand too, or on your hand too? Is it just your forehead? I can't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to go back and read the passage.
Your right hand or forehead, yeah. In them, not on them, in them, yeah.
Right, well, either way. Now, the thing is, that seems like a perversion of God. Because if you go to the Old Testament, he says, bind it on your forehead and on your hands or whatever, from the biblical record. And of course, the Jewish rabbis and the Orthodox Jews have taken it to the point of literally binding the scripture on their hand on their forehead, right? They took a literal stance on that. But if you look at it maybe more, because God's trying to say something to the people from the Old Testament, but also as a perversion of something that maybe the devil's doing in Revelation, binding on your forehead will let your mind be wrapped with God. Like that's God's word should be on your mind, right? Meditate on the word. And the hand represents your action, what you're doing, right?
Well, no, here's something that's really tricky in the scripture, right? So in the book of Revelation, you'll have the people with the mark of the beast, right? At that same time, when you're reading Revelation, those the 144,000, they get marked in their forehead, and they're the only ones out of the believers who get marked on their forehead. All the other believers don't get marked. Now, it's an etching, so it is a literal mark. It's a literal mark. Now, when you go to the Old Testament and you talk about the binding on your right hand on your hand or on your forehead, when you talk about that, that's there. And, that's kind of a symbolic thing. But you also have in the Old Testament where men were marked by angels on their head. Ezekiel maybe 4:9 or 9:4. And that's a literal mark that the angels gave them so they could see them when they went through to, slaughter the rest of the people. And so there are literal marks put upon a few or certain people. And like you said, it's an opposition. It's a counterfeit. It's a copying of God in Revelation when, his system, the beast system, puts this mark. You also have other people who are marked at that same time. So it gets really tricky. A lot of people take it as symbolism in Revelation, but it's really a mark that the people are going to receive from the beast. Yeah.
Well, don't overthink it. I mean, it could be, but I mean, you might be right at 100%. But I'm actually focusing on what would make God. And you asked the question, what would make God mad about that? Like, what would make God so mad or make this such a damnable thing? That's what you asked. So But I mean, if anything, like, whatever man thinks, so is he. And also, God searches the heart, so He's more concerned about what's going on inside the heart of an individual more than what they are. So, and even if you look at just the way things have happened over the last couple, 2 or 3 years, I didn't wear a mask wherever I went. Only time I wore it was when I was at my job. But I knew, I looked around, I'm the only one not wearing it. So in a sense, the mask became a symbol, saying, look, everybody that's wearing the mask is conforming, and the ones that don't wear the mask are not conforming. So in a sense, it's like when you take the mark, you're conforming yourself to the beast system, right? So you're saying, I agree. In a sense, you're finding your dependence and your trust and your hope in that beast system. And that could be with anything, obviously, to take it to the next level. So if this happens like Revelation says, and I don't know if it's symbolism or if it's literal, so I'm not saying either one at this point, but because I've not studied enough Revelation to make that determination. But it would seem to be it's the heart of the matter that's more important. So, like,
Yeah.
Is
You're right.
Dice Flow, is Dice Flow trusting the beast system, or is he using it to provide? You know what I mean? Or is he putting his faith in the system that's in place, or what is he doing? So I think in every scenario, what are you doing? Like, what's the purpose behind it?
To understand, it's like, I started out in the beginning to understand that this is where the system is hidden. If you understand that already and you have knowledge beforehand, and then you invest in it and you prop it up, you see what I'm saying? You build it up. You are responsible for putting the stones there and supporting the very idea of it, right? And the only reason you do it is for gain. I understand that. And most people would do that when they're thinking, this is logical thinking, right? So I'm going to gain from this. It's inevitable. I might as well do it, right? But
Right.
where is the line drawn? Is the line drawn when they say, well, you got to receive a mark to get those funds? Are you going to be like, well, I came all this way and I got like $4 million. But don't get the mark, I'm
I
not going to
find
get it. You see what I'm saying? It's
I
kind of
find
like a fine
I find
line.
somebody that already has it. Find someone that already has it, and then I give them, 20% of my holdings to cash out.
What if they turn you in? So this is the thing. The believer side of it is like, this is a time where you become an enemy of the state. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If you don't receive the mark, you're not doing any business. You're not going to own a piece of land. You're not going to drive down the road. Anything that requires currency, you're not going to be able to do. And that's just, that's inevitable. So in the believer's aspect of things, right? Because they can't buy, sell, or trade. And Paul's right, you can't separate your beliefs from your actions. So it is a mindset. But the ultimate problem I think he has with it is this is total dependency upon that system and upon the name of the system and what it represents. Because right now, you can have any debt paid, public or private, and you can pull it right out of your pocket, right? So when it comes to this beast system, I think a lot of people are not really. I don't know. It's just think about you're
I
propping
just
it
want to
up,
add,
and
real
supporting
quick
it, you're building it.
that in the Hebrew, the word for mark is ot, and in the Greek, it's karagma, charagma. And in the Hebrew, the word for ot basically means like a covenant. It's like a pact. You have to give consent. So whatever mark that you will be receiving, according to Revelation, it has to be like more of like a pact or contract. Like, you have to give consent to receive it, and like you're gonna be conscious of it. It's not something that you can take by accident.
Well, it makes me think when you just said Mark, makes me thinking of one level, another aspect of this, but not say that the forehead or the hand issue, but even in the Bible, it talks about, if the servant likes the master, that if he wants to stay with the master, then he take him to the doorpost and pierce his ear, right? Then he becomes, in a sense, a permanent part of the household. Instead of being set free, he's permanent. He's a permanent servant. and it's the choice of the person, right? It's not that the master forces him to do that. It's a choice that the servant makes himself, right?
Yeah, the word receive is there. Anyone that receives the mark to themselves. Um, so it does imply like a contract in certain terms, and it, it's very dangerous when you know that that's the system. It's kind of like the people who were fooled into building St. Peter's Basilica, right? I mean, every time they tried to pay for someone out to get out of purgatory, that would be another block or another brick for the building. And I'm just saying, guys, just if you're a believer and you're investing in this to get a return, I mean, seriously pray about it. I'm not saying you're wrong. It could be left up to your conscience, but I'm just saying you're propping it up, man, and you're benefiting off of what's coming. Just think about that. Think about where your trust lies and what you're really dependent on.
Well, I'm going to pull a parable out that actually I think it might fit within this category. I think it's the parable of the unjust servant, like when his master called his debt, like, hey, come pay. You're called to an account. And what did the guy do? He went out and says, hey, take your bill, mark it down. He went around marking everybody's bill down, so to speak. And what he did is gain favor with everybody around him, right, before his debt was called in. So it gave him a means out. So if you kind of think of the story, it's almost like that's not good. But Jesus actually said he did, in a sense, he was doing right. From the parable, if you know the one I'm talking about. I'm kind of paraphrasing it very badly, but it could be something along those lines. Like God commanded Israel to flourish in Babylon. He told them to go there and flourish. So to flourish in a city that's not your own, in a country that's not your own, you're probably going to have to adopt some of the system to be able to thrive there. And honestly, another example is Joseph. When he was in Egypt, when he went into slavery, he was probably looked like a Hebrew, but when his brothers showed up, he looked like an Egyptian. But God used that. So there might be something in that. Learning how to walk that line is a hard road to hoe, but I think your warning is valid. You just got to know when to draw the line. Something told me during this last 2 years, this felt like conditioning. That's what it felt like. Conditioning people to just accept something blindly just because the government told you so. Not thinking if you didn't do the thing they told you to do, you're going to lose your job, lose your income. It's just like this is conditioning for something. I felt like, and I think believers should be able to recognize it when it's coming. They should be able to recognize it.
Yeah, you may get some great returns now. You think anything comes that easy? Look, guys, nothing really comes that easy when it comes to this system. And believe me, there's a plan for everything. Think about when you went to grade school. Some of you might live in the country, some might live in the city, right? So a lot of country boys were taught how to do automotive work and things like that. So they'll go to the city. I mean, it's a plan to get you to drive a car. I see guys from 5 or 6 counties over driving here, and I see guys from here going to those counties to do the same work, right? So everything's a plan to keep you diverted from many things, man, from truth itself. It's an amazing thing that people fall for it. To me, you got to put your trust in what you put your trust in, man, and you got to be dependent on who you dependent on. And I wouldn't be dependent on any other men, right? And even the people who are investing in gold and silver and all these things, and they're telling you how great it's. Oh man, you got to invest in gold, and you think you're going to carry around this heavy gold, and you're going to buy food with it during hard times, Oh my gosh, man. To me, it's like I can't believe people are falling for these things. These things will be thrown in the streets, and it's not going to be worth anything. But eventually, it's all the gold and all the silver and all these things are going to one place. And
Well,
I can't say where that is.
Yeah, you make it a good point too, and because how much gold will you spend when you're starving? You might spend all you have, you know, and the most valuable asset might be the somebody that has the most food, you know. And I've even heard that bullets would be good currency. You know, you've got a big stash of bullets, you know, that might be better currency than gold, you know, because if you can use bullets to defend yourself, you know. So I mean, it's just
Exactly.
like, so there's
Brass
anything
and
that, what's
brass and
that?
lead, bro. Brass and lead. You want to invest in something? Brass and lead's the way to go.
Yeah, that's why all this. That's why when all that was going on during COVID, you couldn't buy a 9mm round anywhere. I tried. Of course, I got a good little stash of it now, but you couldn't buy 9mm rounds anywhere. So, yeah, I mean, I think you're making some good points, North. I think it's hard to. I think the line. I think that's where you just got to be in communion with God, so He can tell you how to walk, what to do, and what moment to to do what, and to recognize when He says don't do that. You know, so I think that's important.
Yeah, I'll be quiet for a while, man. I just wanted to get some other people's opinions on it, and I think you guys spoke on it. So, yeah.
I wanted to ask you, North. I was just sort of a dumbed down version. What is the mark of the wild beast according to the Bible? And who's going to give that mark and what does it mean?
I think that's been a controversy for since it was written 2,000 years ago. So I don't think it could be told exactly because no one knows for sure. It could be a simple tattoo. It could be something put under your skin. I've heard it argued that it's a genetic change in your system. I mean, it's like there's nothing clear cut about it.
Well,
But
we've touched on several issues just now, but I'm gonna go real fast. But I'm gonna tell you this: I'm gonna come back in tonight and maybe on live stream too. I was gonna go over some things that directly relate with that, so we can go over that also, maybe around 7 or 8 o'clock Eastern time.
yeah, the only point I was making is I don't think there's any way to know. But when I think the way to know it's coming or close is when you see the effects of it. You start seeing how it's affecting things. Like that's what I was thinking about what happened in the last couple of years when they put you're a condition. If you don't get something, you'll lose your job over it. You know, where you can't do this, you can't access certain things. When it starts coming to that point, I think it's right around the corner or getting closer, whatever it is.
Yeah, I know that, I've read the Bible, that the part Revelation about the mark of the wild beast and stuff, but myself, I could never figure out exactly what they were talking about. And there's so much in Revelation and other, prophecy type books of the Bible. It's really hard to understand what's going on. Like you have to relate it to other scriptures, and then there's your own interpretation, your own bias. And
that's what
the
you
mark of
can't
the
do.
wild beast is the mark of the wild beast seems to be one of those more, one of the things that you really don't. You can't just read the Bible and know exactly what it says. You have to. I don't know.
Well, you
know what I'm
can't.
saying?
There has to be, like you said in the beginning, the other scriptures have to be taken into consideration, and you can't try to interpret yourself and try to say, well, I think it means this, or it's more plausible in my mind that it means this. You have to have the knowledge of those other scriptures to interpret it, because it only interprets itself. You don't interpret it. So it is not very, very hard with Revelation when you consider the prophets and many other texts in the scripture. Just to give you for instance, like a overview, Revelation consists of, like, the first 3 chapters are the letters to the churches. Chapter 4 and 5, you're seeing the throne room and who's worthy to take the scroll. You're seeing in chapter 6 the seals. Chapter 7 is the 144,000. Chapter 8 through 6 through 15 are the trumpets. Chapter 16 is the vials. 17 speaks about Babylon. 18 speaks about Babylon. And you can go on from there. And these things are not very hard. And what's so easy is that those chapters are not put in those places on accident, right? Because when you look at the multiples of 7 in Revelation, like chapter 7, that speaks about the 144,000. 7 times 2 is 14. Chapter 14 is about the 144,000. 7 times 3 is 21, speaks about the New Jerusalem. The wall thereof is 144 cubits. So it's not very hard. And it's just like, the trumpets. The trumpets start in chapter 8. 8 times 2 is 16. The vials start in chapter 16. So even the chapters themselves, the men who put these numbers there kind of gave you a little bit of a code, and it's real simplistic. And it's not that hard, man. There's a lot of people today who do add to it and take away from it and twist what it says and try to make it say something else completely. But when you consider the other, scriptures, it's very easy to understand, and you can. And it's meant to be. That's the 3rd verse, right? Chapter 1, verse 3. Blessed is he who readeth and understandeth and keepeth the words therein. So it is to be understood. The things are not great mysteries that you can't understand.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And as far as the mark of the wild beast, you seem to you talk like you know exactly what the Bible said. What the Bible means when it talks of the mark of the wild beast. Now, I can read that scripture. It says,
Why do you
that,
keep
that
saying the wild beast? Where do you get
isn't
that
that
from?
in Revelation that it's the mark of the wild beast that will be put on people? Isn't that what it says? I thought it was. I thought it did say the mark of the wild beast.
Just
No,
mark
it
of the
doesn't
beast.
say that.
Just mark of
Oh,
the
mark
beast.
of the beast. Mark of the beast, not the wild beast. Okay. So
But
you read
I
about
wanted
the
to say real
mark.
quick for those who've read the scriptures, right? They're familiar with the Old Testament. It's not uncommon, right? Because there's like 8 verses that talk about a mark on the right hand and on the forehead, or a sign on the right hand and the forehead in the scriptures regarding the Creator's mark on the right hand and the forehead for those that take a hold of His covenant, right? For those that take a hold of His covenant and keep His Sabbaths, they will receive a mark on their right hand and on their foreheads. So when you see that in the Revelation, see most people who read Revelations never read the Tanakh, so they're not familiar with that verbiage. But that there's like 8 different verses in the Old Testament that talk about a mark on the right hand and on the forehead, and it's the way the Creator speaks of that is figuratively. That if you keep His commandments and you keep His Sabbath, it will be as a mark on the right hand and a sign between the eyes or in the forehead that we are His people. So if you keep the mark of the beast, it's like you're basically marking yourself as part of the devil's crew. However that can be, we don't really know. But like for example, Exodus 31:13 says, "You shall speak to the people of Israel and say, above all you shall keep my Sabbaths, for this is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that you may know that I, Yahweh, sanctify you."
There is that lion. There is
Yeah.
that with the symbolism and the frontlets and on your hand and your forehead. But there's also
Yeah.
Ezekiel 4:9. I think it's 4:9,
A
maybe
literal.
9:4,
Yeah.
where the inkhorn, the guy with the inkhorn, and he went through and he marked the people who mourned in Jerusalem. And so when the angels went through, they slaughtered the people who did not have the mark. And so when we get to Revelation, we got 2 different marks. We got a mark given to the 144,000, and we got a mark given to those who are in support of the beast system, right? So we have 2 marks in Revelation. And both of those in the Greek are said to, or not both, but the one with the beast is to be etched or stamped
This sounds like what
in
cults
the
do.
hand.
This is what cults do.
Yeah, exactly, man. And that's what's coming, and that's what everybody's supporting with this whole cryptocurrency and all these things. That's what you're building up, man. That's what you're supporting. You're putting every brick in the wall when you invest in that system.
I don't agree that all of cryptocurrency is dark at all. I think they've co-opted it, but I don't think it's all negative in that way.
Well, it's all supporting that kind of currency, that type of system. So when they do that, and you can no longer make money on the side, people have side hustles. There's no longer a private transaction, and everyone can pull out that note in their pocket right now, and it says
It's a blockchain, bro.
legal tender for all debts, public and private. That's not going to be the case in the near future.
Yeah, but the note we have now is already controlled by them. It has their Illuminati, Freemasonic symbolism right on it. So, I mean, they already control that and the value of it. The thing about blockchains is that I don't think they don't control all of the blockchains. Like, I think they've co-opted the technology. So they definitely have created a lot of their own networks that they're going to want to promulgate and push, but they don't control all blockchains. Like, they don't control all of the networks. And so, yeah, I mean, I think actually gives us an opportunity for sovereignty. It's really the only thing that does, because I mean, people are not going to be carrying around chunks of gold, and the dollar, the fiat dollar is already run by them. So it's going to be interesting to see, but.
So you guys believe the mark of the beast is a figurative thing. It's a spiritual thing. It's not some actual mark that's you're gonna put on me, are they?
It's both, bro. I believe it's actual. It's both. Yeah, it's both, but it's actual.
And who's gonna be like handing these marks out?
Who knows?
Well, that's the negative side of the blockchain technology. Like, is that they could use this technology for bad, basically, for a negative outcome. So, yeah, I mean, it does offer them more could offer them more control. But then if there's other blockchain networks that are like transparent and have an honesty backing to them, then there'll be the question of, who will go with which system. But yeah, I mean, they could try to roll out some like digital network that, has a new currency. If they kind of throw the fiat dollar under the bus kind of thing, and then they try to replace it with some central bank digital currency and say, hey, if you've got $100,000 in your bank, we'll give you $150,000 worth of this new digital currency. That'll be the new money. And then, the concept of could there be some kind of mark component linked with that, in terms of that kind of symbolism.
So, North, do you believe that if I trade these currencies, the currencies we're talking about, like Bitcoin and stuff like that, that you believe that I'm receiving the mark of the wild beast if I do that?
No, I don't believe you're receiving it. I believe you're supporting the idea and you're contributing to propping up the system that is inevitable to come. Although it's inevitable, I see a participation that you are involved in. You are participating in propping it up, supporting the idea of getting rid of private transactions. That's what I see. It's going to sound really good, guys. I said this 20 some years ago. I mean, they're going to have your medical records. They're going to have all your currency. They're going to know who you are if you're not supposed to be in a building. So all of these things are going to play a role in it. It's not just currency. It's your complete dependency upon that system. That's your complete dependency, guys.
But we're already in that.
Like everything.
You're
not already there. You can
that's
go
already
out.
the case.
No, it's not. You can go out. I do side hustles. Now, it's not my fault that everyone else is not aware that they can do side hustles and get money.
But the money that you're using to do that side hustle, if they give you $100 cash or whatever it is, that money is still controlled by someone else. That money, they could change the value of it. That could be worthless the next day. I mean, the actual piece of paper doesn't really have any value. It's actually just linked to their system.
Of course, the money goes up and down in value every day, and people. I mean, it's something is only as valuable as you put the value on it, right? You're the one putting the value in it, and so we could get into conversations like that could go back and forth all day long. What I'm presenting to this is believers. I'm really addressing a lot of believers who are investing in the system when they have foreknowledge. They have foreknowledge of what is to come. I'm just reminding them that they are participating. Now, it could be left up to their conscience, as to when to get out. But I'm just pointing out as the lowly little man over here saying, hey guys, you're putting every brick in the wall. You're building the system. You're supporting the very idea of it. Where does your dependency and who are you relying on really? Yourself, other men, or the creator?
But are you putting all blockchains and cryptocurrencies all in one big pile, or are you open to considering that there might be some that actually could be transparent and honest and beneficial? And then my next question, I guess, with that would then link that if you, what would then be the alternative then?
Anything that is supporting a non-physical currency, such as what I just, pointed out. You can pull the note out of your pocket. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private, right? So it's not all public. Some of those things are private, and they're meant to be private. So that's what I would say. Anything that's going to be similar to the beast system, that's what I would not be involved with, and that's just me, my conscience, right?
I would add that money definitely is the root of many evils according to the scriptures. There's no doubt about that. That money inherently propels evil forward, but at the same time, we know that cryptocurrency is not a better option. It's a worse option. At surface level, it seems like oh look, it's gonna free, it's gonna take us off the banksters, right? Because right now the banksters control the world, but the banksters are pushing for a cryptocurrency, and yeah, they might have even released crypto initially to make it seem like a good idea, so that people will buy into it at first. But then eventually, the governments are gonna completely disregard any other crypto that's not the Fed dollar or the Fed coin, right? And you won't be able to use any of that other stuff because they're gonna make it impossible to use through the any networks. They're gonna make it impossible. They're gonna control all networks.
They can't. Sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I'm good. You can go ahead.
Well, that's the thing. They can't control every blockchain. That's my understanding of it. There's certain blockchains that they cannot control. When I say they, meaning, the powers that be or whatever. People have different viewpoints on cryptocurrencies and blockchain for sure. And there's a lot of sort of whatever the media hype and the different ideas, and understandings. My general understanding of it is that the technology is what it is. The cryptography is a form of encrypting information, and then blockchain is a particular technology. And then how that's used, it could be used for good or bad, just like a gun. You could use a gun to kill someone, or you could use a gun to hunt an animal and feed your family. So there's different uses. And I don't have any doubt in my mind that the powers that be are co-opting cryptocurrencies and blockchain to a severe level. They already have with Ethereum. They're building all these networks and all these other coins that run off of Ethereum. But the question is, just because they're co-opting it, do we just throw the baby out with the bathwater? We just throw it all out. We just throw it all out and lump it all into some big evil thing? Because what I would say is that the chance of going back to a physical currency like gold, like people are going to have safes of gold in their house or carry around some kind of physical thing, I don't even see as being viable at all. So then if everything's going digital, then could some cryptocurrencies and blockchain actually be a path to sovereignty for us? And if there's a blockchain or certain cryptocurrencies that actually are not run by the beast system, as it were, and can be transparent and honest, etc. Now, I know what you mean. If they try to make those illegal or they put you in prison for using those other ones, then yeah, that would be obviously problematic. But I think that everything is going towards blockchain. Everything will be that's the future on every level. So the question is do they just win and they get control over every blockchain, or are there blockchains and cryptocurrencies that actually could do what you were saying before, actually be a sovereignty liberation type tool? And really the only hope we have, because what are we going to do? Just knock it on their system and then try to convince everyone to trade hunks of gold?
Well, okay, so Satoshi Nakamoto, or whoever created Bitcoin, right? He was regarded as some sort of hero, right? Because he came out with this currency that now could usurp the fiat dollar, and that people could, for the first time in a long time, be able to use currency that wasn't propped up by by the American system. And if we understand the fiat dollar, the United States has basically enslaved the whole world through the fiat dollar. We've made the dollar the number one world reserve currency it was the currency that was traded by OPEC, backed up by oil, and it made the dollar like the strongest currency in the world. But then like you got this Japanese guy, Satoshi Nakamoto, that came out with I think he's Japanese. He came out with this Bitcoin, and it was like revolutionary. But we don't know who this guy is, and for all we know, it could have been a CIA op that released this currency. And at first, might sound good, like everybody's talking about crypto like it's like this freeing thing, but at the end of the day, it's going to enslave us even worse, bro. Like, I understand that there might be a black market in the future, like in the dystopian future, there might be a black market where people are trading Bitcoin in fear of going to jail, but that's not a life that I want to live, bro.
Well, okay, so the Satoshi Nakamoto is a story. I mean, that's a particular narrative. I don't necessarily believe that that's who created Bitcoin in the first place. I mean, the technology itself came into this world in some way, and I understand some people think it's some huge Illuminati, CIA psyop thing. And so people are obviously free to have their different opinions on it. Obviously, there's a lot of people who think that it's actually quite beneficial, could give us sovereignty in a lot of ways, and could actually be something very positive. So, I mean, people certainly have their viewpoint on it. But let me just ask you this, so, okay, there's one perspective that it's all bad. It's all just terrible. It's going to totally be the mark of the beast, and it's the worst thing in the world. There's that idea, which some people hold. Then there's a reverse perspective that actually could give us sovereignty and freedom. It could be something very beneficial, could actually give a lot of wealth to a younger generation, and could be something very, very positive. But let me ask you this, even within that spectrum of positive or negative, and just a question could go to anyone. If blockchain cannot be used for positive and it's only negative, then, and if they, quote unquote, the powers that be, are going to use it for negative, then what do you have as an alternative? Because what I would say I have as an alternative is blockchain technologies that are not built and run by them. Blockchains that they can't actually control. Like, the only way they could control it is to shut down the internet, meaning they can't hack them, they can't get into it. And there are certain blockchains that I don't think that the powers that be can control, which is why they're trying to co-opt it so severely. So if I'm wrong in that idea, and it's only if they just run it all and it's all this huge thing, then what is the alternative? Do you have any possible even hope of an alternative for us?
Yeah. So the scriptures are clear that the best alternative is literally go back to the olden days when people bartered, bro. They grew their own crops. They were completely self-dependent, and they would barter. That's it. Forget about fiat currency. Forget about Bitcoin, and it's just straight up bartering.
I was thinking that too, because that's ultimately no matter what it is, whatever currency it is, whether it's blockchain, the dollar, or gold, or whatever, what makes something a currency is the value you put on it. And we determine the value of something. I know it sounds weird, but that's whether I'm willing to buy some stock, to make money is, depending on how much I'm willing to pay for it, or like what am I willing to buy, If I'm starving, a loaf of bread could be a pound of gold, or an ounce of gold if I'm starving enough. So I'm willing to pay the gold to pay for the bread. Or I'm saying, I'll work for you for 2 years if you'll pay for this. And honestly, that's actually how slavery came about, by the way.
Like Paul could grow tobacco, I could grow coffee, somebody else could grow cotton, somebody else could grow, and then we barter with each other. Or somebody has farms, eggs, milk. Like, that's how people used to do it, bro, before any of this.
So you think that in the way that the modern world is set up right now, with all the complexities, you foresee that or perceive that as an actual viable solution to go back to, I grew a couple eggs in my backyard, somebody else grew a couple, some food, whatever it is, whatever other substance. And
Yeah.
I mean, how does that factor in with the fact that we have cars? And are you talking about just some totally different world that we're going back to just living off the land, and then we're not paying taxes to the, you know what I mean? How do you get money to pay taxes to the people that already own the land? You know what I mean? Like that's
yeah.
Is that what you're suggesting?
I get you, bro. It's difficult to transition at first, but it's not a bad life, bro. Because even when the Soviet Union collapsed, people were bartering coffee, bro. Lighters, just big lighters, were worth more than gold. Like, anything that you might think right now is stupid can be used for bartering, and it is worth more than a Bitcoin. It's worth more than gold. When you're dying and starving, bro, you got coffee, you got tobacco, you got beans, you got anything that, what's metal, dude? You can't eat metal. People rather buy an ounce of coffee than an ounce of gold when you're starving. You know what I'm saying? Or you're craving for caffeine. Like, it's just the reality, bro.
All right. Well, for that to happen, though, I mean, I hear you. I'm not against the idea of that. Someone's got, is that me or someone's got the Discord sounds popping off? Maybe that's me. No, it's
I
not.
heard it
Mine's
too.
muted. Yeah, someone. What is that? Is that someone hot micing? I don't know. I'm just hearing the Discord message sounds clicking nonstop. Anyways, I guess it stopped. It's just coming through someone's mic. No, I hear you, dude. I mean, I mean, I love the idea of natural living off the land and sharing, resources with your neighbors and all of that. But I mean, that's just a huge thing, like in today's world, to think of going back to that. I mean, I guess the only way to go back to that is if the powers that be stopped owning the land, meaning like they literally stopped making it so that we have to pay taxes on the land, So if they just totally removed that and said, oh, you don't have to pay taxes anymore with our money system, the police are not going to come and take you off your land if you stop paying, because if you have to pay them taxes, then you then have to be in their money system, whether it's a digital currency or the current, physical currency.
That's true.
So like that would have to be released, and then we'd have to be able to live off the land for free. And then I could raise my chickens and someone raises their tobacco and then we trade for those. And then there's even complexity with that. I mean, that would be going back to a totally different type of life though. I mean, my thought is that it's not going that way. It's going towards the digital. And so which digital, or is it, do we have a choice, or is it, so I just think it's inevitable. I mean, if I had to make a prediction, like a Nostradamus prediction, I literally think this entire realm is going to blockchains. Like that's what the entire thing. Now, whether it's all going to the evil side or whether there's going to be sovereign ones that are independent from that. I mean, I think the latter. I think there will be sovereign ones, but I don't foresee it going back to what you're describing, even though that's what I would prefer. I mean, if I could choose, yeah, I mean, for sure, live off the land.
I feel you, bro.
We could go back to that, but I mean, we're too specialized now. Like, you need dudes fixing sewer systems and making iPhones and shit. Like, you could go back to that, but we're gonna lose a lot of stuff that we've grown accustomed to.
No, yeah, most people will not go back to that. Will not revert back. They will be forced to join the beast system, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, only the few that are aware and have the wisdom in them to separate themselves from the majority, those people will be able to live off grid. But most people will not be willing to make that sacrifice, because it's not going to be easy. And if you can't beat them, join them.
Can I bring up another aspect of this? I think it usually doesn't get discussed. There's a passage, and I don't want to get too, we're already talking biblical, so I don't want to go too much more biblical, but this is in a sense like, the man of lawlessness will not come until he is taken out of the way, like somebody else is taken out of the picture, and I we can speculate what that means, but I was more thinking of when Jesus, tying the two together. I'm kind of got multiple thoughts going on at the same time, but the Bible says we're supposed to be salt and light. Well, salt acts like a preservative and gives flavor, but light also exposes what's going on in the darkness. And as long as I think people are pointing out things, like even us talking about blockchain, hey, the system's coming, this is what it could be used this way. As long as someone's pointing out that something can be used in a bad way, for whatever reason, it's gonna slow the progression of this system and prevent it from happening. I mean, if you go back for thousands of years, these system is trying to take root, but it's the people that are pointing it out, saying, no, this is not to happen, don't let this happen. It's kept it from taking hold. So I think there's something to that too. As long as we keep doing what we're doing, talking about it, pointing it out, when there's something wrong, I think that'll keep it from happening.
Yeah, I like that concept. Yeah, hold it. The spirit of that. Yeah, kind of. See, I even think like the ether, in my viewpoint, it's like an actual medium that interconnects us on multiple levels, like physical, spiritual. And so, yeah, like what we hold in our minds actually has a place. It's almost like a monopoly board, and it's like, all right, I own Baltic Avenue, or all of those, and sort of like our thoughts, our concepts, our understandings of things actually do hold ground. And whoever these kind of powers that be, I don't think they have ultimate power at all. I mean, they may have right now ultimate power over the money system, meaning they could drain your bank account if they want, or they could, take bring the police to your door. I mean, something crazy like that. So they do have like control in those ways, but on the actual spiritual levels, they actually don't hold ultimate control at all. In fact, I think they're quite flimsy on that level. And that's where the question of, the good and evil, that's where it's really happening. The physical world, they could bomb your house right now or something crazy. But I even think the spiritual world even has, is transcendent above that too. Like that won't happen if it's not sort of meant to on that higher level too. So I think what we hold in our minds and the spirits of all of that, does make a difference, and does, especially even just the concept of holding our ground as well. If they try to roll out certain changes or whatever they try to do, which happened during the whole pandemic thing, a lot of us held our ground, and I think it absolutely made a difference. And I think that they had to kind of back off from making the passports and all the stuff that they really were wanting to do. I think that enough people were resistant to it, and they kind of had to back off. I mean, that's ultimately what I think happened there. So I think every little bit does make a difference, even though it might seem like we're the underdog and that they have all this power or whatever. But I think it's actually the opposite, really. I think we actually are holding much more potential than they are. Not trying to make it us versus them kind of thing. I mean, I think we're all one, so I think it's all one. But at the same time, within the oneness, I do think that there's the game that's being played of kind of good and evil and these different sort of forces at play.
What I was wondering is we were talking, we had some subject going, and then North came in, and he said that he wanted to warn us that maybe dealing in this cryptocurrency somehow lead to us, or is making us support the system that will lead to the mark of the wild beast. I think that's how he was saying. I'm not too sure. But what I wanted to ask is, like, okay, so we've got fiat currency and then we've got cryptocurrency. Now, I guess North would say that fiat currency really isn't as bad as cryptocurrency, because
it's still bad.
Right, but cryptocurrency is leading us down the path towards getting the mark of the beast. Is that basically what he was saying? If we take part in cryptocurrency, that could be leading us down the path to be receiving the mark of the beast. Is that what he's saying?
If we can delay it, bro, right? By not taking part of it, then why not delay it? It's inevitable that's going to come. But like Gio was just saying, like, we kind of delayed the whole VAC passport shit, right? Because people were like resilient and resisting it, because we kept fighting back and people were wearing the masks and this and that. But if everybody just complacent or complicit, you would just like, they probably would already had these passports statewide, nationwide, right? But since if we don't take part of it, they can't really force it upon us. But if the more people take part of in crypto, which means crypto means death. Fiat dollar, fiat means fake. Crypto means death. Clearly, crypto is a lot worse than fiat. And then blockchain, I mean, the words alone tell you symbolically what it represents, bro. Death and enslavement.
Where are you getting that from?
Well, fiat means fake, right? And then crypto means death.
Why does crypto
and blockchain?
Mean well, there's different meanings of the word. Well, crypto comes from cryptography, so it doesn't have to do with death.
Yeah, but it also means death, though.
This isn't what I was talking about. See, what I want to know is, what is the scriptural basis? It says, we have two currencies now. What's the scriptural basis? It says that cryptocurrency, if we use cryptocurrency, will be led down to a path where we receive the mark of the wild beast. What are the scriptures that tell me that?
Can I get in on this? I think I know what you're asking. Well, I think there's a flow of thought that we're at the tail end of. Because if I go back, like I've been a Christian since in the late 80s, early 90s, late 80s. And I was around during Hal Lindsey's day, if anybody knows anything about Hal Lindsey, and it was Late Great Planet Earth, whatever it was. And there was a push back then about, the mark of the beast and all this stuff. And I think the logic comes into play You know, there was no fiat currency. Well, the fiat currency was around, but there's no cryptocurrency back then. But the only way to control people is to get rid of currency. So the term was going around for a long time, a cashless society. You need a cashless to control people. You need a cashless society, which means you got to get rid of paper currency. You got to get rid of coin, and then because that way you have more control. You know, even when the barcodes first came out, I remember when the barcodes on your goods, like when you go to the store and you scan the barcode to get the price, they thought that was the mark of the beast. It's like, well, there's a mark, you know. But so I think you're seeing the tail into that, and then when crypto came down the pike, you know, I think it's like, oh, this is the first stage of the cashless society, the way to control. When you don't have something in your tangible hand that you can trade for your goods. Like North was saying about removing the privacy of the transaction. You know, right now I could take you. You know, I'm trying to sell my griddle. You know, and one of the first things is, well, I take cash, PayPal, or Venmo, right? So I could take any of those. Well, if I give me cash, the government can't track that, but they can track Venmo and PayPal because it goes through my bank account, right? Well, this crypto seems to be the next stage in that evolution. You know, getting away from the barter system or cash system for transactions. I think that's probably the train of thought. So I don't think there's a scripture saying cashless society or cryptocurrency or anything like that. There's nothing specific in the scripture about that. But I think it's just a train of thought, the outcome of a train of thought.
But I mean, is it worth considering that just lumping all of cryptocurrencies into one big pile? I mean, is it worth considering that that's maybe a short-sighted consideration? Because
I don't know.
Because, like, for example, like if I was a blockchain cryptocurrency coder and I was able to create a blockchain, you know, myself, and then it was out in the world, and if I'm an honest person, I mean, I'm just using this as an example, obviously, but if the person who created it is an honest, good person and creates it in a way that is actually fair and honest and transparent, et cetera, using that technology, and then if that network could be used for good, then just lumping all of it into one category that it's all just evil would be short-sighted.
Yeah,
No, and I
you know
agree.
what? I actually I actually want to take that back because I looked up crypt. Crypto doesn't mean death. I'm sorry for saying that. It means underground room or vault beneath a church, a mausoleum, a chapel, or burial place. It doesn't actually mean death. I thought it meant death, but apparently not.
Yeah, like, you know, that like Tales from the Crypt or whatever. Yeah, I mean but that word has different meanings. Just like the word flat, like you can have like no carbonation in a drink, it means flat. You can also have something that's horizontally level and all that. So I mean, yeah, obviously words have multiple uses.
Well, and back onto what crypto was just saying, and I do agree with crypto too, because I don't think you can flat out say this is it. Don't do that. I don't think you can do that because I think it goes back to whatever we consider valuable, right? If me and you have cryptocurrency and we want to say, I want, you know, Paul, I want to buy your griddle, but I'll give you $200 in crypto, and I think crypto is valuable, and then I'll say, okay, here, you can have it for that much value. But I've also got to be able to find somebody that says, now I've got $200 of crypto in my pocket. Who's going to be able to take that for currency? Where I need something. I need gas for my car. I need food for my table. Who will take that crypto currency so I can buy whatever good I need? That's going to come down to that. And you're right. It could be something. Somebody, if it's a good thing, people can use it. As long as they have value, if there's value in it.
Oh, that's Geo talking, by the way. You said crypto.
Oh, Geo, I'm sorry. Sorry, Geo. I'm so sorry about that. I don't see who's talking. I'm driving, so I'm in my truck.
No, it's all good. I didn't know if you meant just crypto instead of like, you know, cryptocurrency or
No, I think the crypto got me thinking crypto, not Geo. Sorry.
Well, Paul, would you say there are no scriptures actually back up the claim that if we use cryptocurrency, we're supporting a system that's going to lead us to the mark of the beast? That's more of just a feeling that someone has about it. It's not really.
That's
scriptural.
an assumption. It's an assumption.
Yeah, it's an assumption. It is an assumption.
Is it based on any scripture?
Well, I gave you kind of the base. Well, I kind of gave you the base.
You told me about Hal Lindsey and all that. You didn't.
Well,
you didn't go into the. Didn't
Well,
go into the
remember,
Bible on it.
well, I did. If you go to the Bible, just in the text, and I'm going off the top of my head. I haven't read that passage in a long time, so I'm going. If y'all or somebody can correct me, but it talks about you can't buy or sell without the mark, right? That's what
Yeah.
it says. So it literally says that, which means if the system is in place right now, that means if I need to go buy some gas for my truck, if I didn't have that mark, I can't get gas, right? So whether I mean now, really, it doesn't matter if if I go to the gas station, we could be using crypto, and the guy at the counter says, "Well, that's 500 Bitcoin," and then he says, "But you have the mark, right?" And I look at him, I don't have the mark. Even if I have the crypto, is he going to sell it to me? No. It's kind of like this last couple of years. I mean, I might have $1,000 in my bank account, but if I go into a store and they say you don't have your mask on, you can't shop here. Doesn't matter how much money I have in my account. You know what I mean? I won't be able to buy anything from that store. But I think
And
it's just that logic. Go ahead.
he won't the clerk won't be able to do anything about it because everything's gonna be automated, probably ran by AI. And if you just don't have a certain signature, a certain mark, there's nothing that he can do to help you out. Because most of these purchases will be made automatically. Like he won't even have to do much. He might not even be standing there, to be honest. The way things are going, you won't need a clerk.
I mean, we could all
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's all worth speculation in terms of what may or may not happen. I mean, obviously, right now we're on this sort of fiat dollar thing, and the powers that be, you know, after they took over the Federal Reserve, they seem to have had this grasp over the financial system for at least 100 years. You know, from when the Federal Reserve, 110 years from when the Federal Reserve was established, and then God knows what was going on before then as well in terms of everything. But once the Titanic sunk, and then the Federal Reserve was established, you know, we've been under this system, and you know, the Great Depression, World War II, the whole thing leading up to now. And then the question is, are we just going to remain on this current system, or is there going to be some kind of shift or transfer? And then, you know, if we're talking about the cryptocurrency part, what role does that have to play? And I mean, yeah, I mean, everyone could have their different viewpoints on it, of course, but it's interesting how it's kind of split, though. I mean, some people really think it's terrible and the worst thing ever, and it's all some huge CIA psyop. And then many people think that it's actually like a liberating technology and has the potential, at least the potential to, like maybe it has the potential to enslave more, but it also has the liberation component to it as well. So I mean, it'll be interesting to see like how it all unfolds. But
Well, the only real problem I've ever had with it, in general, myself personally, is it's nothing tangible. I mean, I think it's on a computer somewhere, either on my desktop or my hard drive. You know, if that's lost, then it's gone, right, or whatever. I'm not sure exactly fully how it works, but you know that to me would be the issue. Is like it's like I mean, at least gold I can keep them. You know, I can keep in my safe. You know, I can keep bullets in my locked up. I can keep things that can have value to them, but that seems to be it's not tangible in a sense, that sense of the word. That's the only thing I've had. Now I own a little bit of Bitcoin because I just wanted to watch it. Of course, lost a lot of money over the last couple of years. Not a lot, but I lost some money over it. But just to dip my toe in it. But that's the only problem I've ever had with it.
yeah, I mean, that's understandable. It's sort of like digital real estate in a way. If you own a certain cryptocurrency, then it's like you have code essentially. You have a key, a private key on that blockchain. So yeah, it's almost like digital real estate where you don't necessarily have something physical, but I mean, it could also be almost suggested that it's like in the ether in a way, because it's not like it's held like right now. If you have money in the bank, if you have Bank of America or whatever banks you may have, if you have $1,000 in there, let's say, like that is really just digits on their server, so they could delete that. They could do whatever they want. They could add numbers, delete numbers, because it's literally digits on their servers. But with some of these blockchains, they're all different. There's literally hundreds, if not thousands of them in terms of different blockchains. But if you have, I mean, some of them are run in a way where it's not just it's not just stored on one person's computer somewhere or on one person's server. Like, there are hash functions that are being processed by nodes, by many, many nodes that are, you know, and the ones that are actually decentralized, like it's like, where does it actually exist? Like, it doesn't exist sitting on one person's computer. It's like parts. That's why it's a blockchain, because it's like there's parts of these blocks that are being built by these collective nodes, and then the ledger is being created. You know, there's a new ledger that's being created based upon all the transactions. So it doesn't really exist on any one person's computer. It's like fractions on multiple nodes. So then you could say, well, then where does it really exist? Is it like in the ether? Is it, you know, so yeah, it is interesting in terms of that part of it. But
there's an economist, his name is Peter Schiff. He's always been talking bad about cryptocurrency since it first came out. But like, Bitcoin really has no value. Like, cryptocurrency has no inherent value back in it, besides the amount of people that buy into it. So that's why Bitcoin seems to be the biggest one, because it has the most people buying into it. But like, it really has no inherent value. And then another thing is, like, it's based off of mining operations, like digital mining, right? Where like graphics cards. But like, theoretically, if a government comes out with something like a quantum processor that actually works consistently, they can break these hashes and, like, you know, it's going to make it worthless, bro. You know, they can break into these hashes and gather up all the rest of the Bitcoins in like a split second. Theoretically, I'm saying.
Hi, guys.
I don't know.
I want to. Can I bring it back to the scriptures again? And I you guys keep going off on this thing, but what I really want to know is, okay, so we've got that scripture that says, in sometime in the future, according to the Bible, we're not going to be able to make any transactions unless we have the mark of the wild beast. North came in here and said that if we trade in cryptocurrencies, we're supporting a system that will lead to that eventuality. What other scriptures does North use, or anyone else here? I don't think North is here anymore, but anyone else use to show me that to be true, that what North was saying was true, besides the one that says that we won't be able to make any transactions without the mark of the wild beast? Are there any other scriptures?
I don't think it's wild, by the way. I think it's just
not no.
It's not wild beast.
Sorry, don't trip over that, bro. Don't.
Sorry about that, wild beast.
Don't trip over that. Like, what I'm trying to say is, bro, like, we are all complicit in one way or another, whether we use the internet, whether you watch Pornhub, whether you use the fiat dollar. We're all participating in the beat system one way or another, bro. So don't feel bad if you're using Bitcoin, if you're trading crypto. That's not the whole point. The point is, like, the objective is to try to limit our participation in the beat system as much as we can, right? So we all pay taxes. We all use fiat dollars. Like, it's just as bad. Crypto is just a little bit worse when it comes to enslavement, theoretically. So don't trip over that, bro.
Yeah, but what if it's the complete opposite? What if it actually is the key to our liberation? I mean, the key. Like, what if cryptography and blockchain technology came into this world to literally free us from this entire fiat nightmare that's been going on for the last 100 to 150 years? Like, to that level, to that extremities. Now, I understand the Satoshi Nakamoto claim and all the other ideas and whatever else, but I'm just saying, what if it actually is an angelic technology that has come in to liberate humanity? Now, maybe it hasn't happened yet in that way, and it's being co-opted severely. There's no doubt about that. So I'm not saying all of it is positive. There's no doubt that the powers that be are co-opting it to severe levels, and they're going to want to use it for their devices. But I'm just saying, have you considered the perspective that actually it has come into this world to bring the potential for an immense break from this current system, and for sovereignty and for freedom and for betterment of humanity?
Yeah, so, like, I'm aware of the banksters, bro, the elite banksters, the Jews that are in control, the cabal that are in control of the fiat currency. You know, the Rothschilds own 60% of the Federal Reserve's printing presses that print our money. And they basically, and then you got, like, the interest rates that they control and they manipulate the Federal Reserve. Bro, like, I'm very aware that you have evil Jews that control the banking the banking system. With that being said, the Bitcoin, when it first came out, it was a decentralized currency that wasn't being backed up by evil bankers, or it wasn't being manipulated by evil bankers, which at first kind of seems like a good deal, right? But I'm not sure if that's like a facade, right, that we're supposed to buy into just yet. Like, I'm still skeptical. Like, it could very well free us from the evil bankers that are controlling the world. But it's, to me, it's like it's too good to be true, bro.
Hello, guys.
I don't play the stock market or any crypto. I'm not trying to get out of feeling guilty about doing it. I just wanted a scriptural basis for what North was laying on us.
It's just
So
interpretation.
that's all I wanted.
Man. Yeah, people just.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is he's interpreting that one scripture, and using. I mean, he's got other biblical things in his mind, how God works and how Satan works. You know what I mean? He's got a bias going on. Really, there's no scriptural evidence to say one way or another whether cryptocurrency is leading us down a bad path or not. I mean, go ahead.
Hear me out, right? This is the closest you've ever been to the prophetic cashless society, one world government, one world currency, right? Eventually, one of these cryptocurrencies, it might end up winning the competition, winning the race, and it will end up taking over the world, and most countries will adopt it as their main currency, bro. And like, eventually you will see a worldwide government, a worldwide cashless society based off of a cryptocurrency. Now, which currency that will be, who knows? Nobody knows. But it's going to end up saying what scripture states in Revelation 13, that he deceives the whole world, bro, into taking this mark, right? And it says here, he causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in the right hand or in their foreheads, that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. We don't really know what that means, but bro, like, this is the closest we've ever been in the history of the world, where we have one cashless society, like everybody using digital currency, one world currency.
I still feel like it's kind of a stretch. I mean, if I'm just trying to use the Bible to see what the future holds for me, it's a real stretch to say that scripture that you just read is telling me not to trade in cryptocurrency. You think that's a stretch?
No, we could be. Yeah, it is a stretch. We could be 80 years out. It could be, you know what I mean? It could be 100 years out from.
Or even not any years out. It could never happen, huh? I mean, it could never happen.
I wouldn't say that.
I mean, it could. I'm saying that the Bible says that we'll eventually get to a point where there'll be one currency for the whole world. Then maybe that would happen. But to say that cryptocurrency is our gateway drug into that is making a stretch, I would say, scripturally.
I mean, pretty much the entire Bible is interpretation, man. At the end of the day, how you interpret it. I mean, whether you think at the end of the day, I mean, let's like, it's a book that was written by some human many, many eons ago. And I'm not saying there's not wisdom and knowledge. There is. I think they were having mystical experiences in some of those cases and writing certain parables that are related to those. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's a tremendous amount of interpretation of how someone interprets those words to mean what they think it might mean in terms of all of those components. So
there are definites in the Bible, though. You know what I mean? Like, the 10 Commandments are a definite. The things that Jesus preached, like on the Sermon on the Mount, they're definite things. Don't require any determination that you shouldn't, use blood, you shouldn't murder, rape, all that, sodomy. He lays it out pretty plain in a lot of places. It seems like there's other places where it's just interpretation.
But not to get into the Bible, but like, look at China, man. Like, look at the terrorist state that they have over there, the prison colony, basically, what it is, because they've blocked out any entrance. You can't enter, you can't leave unless you have a certain. Well, most countries already have boundaries like that. But I'm saying, like, they have a social credit score. They have cameras in every corner with AI recognition, facial recognition all over the place. Like, you can't jaywalk without affecting your social credit score, right? and this affects your purchasing power. This affects your reputation. You can't do nothing, bro, without the government knowing what you're buying, what you're selling, what you're trading. Like that's what if that spreads throughout the world and Europe adopts that and Canada adopts it, like you don't think America's gonna adopt that eventually within a century?
Yeah, but
Hello,
I
gentlemen.
mean, we're talking about, we're not talking about, some kind of social structure in China or anything. What I was just talking about was what North was saying. We can add all these other things, what's going on in China, what might happen 100 years from now or whatever. I just wanted the scriptural. I'm into the Bible. I don't believe it 100%. I like to know what it does say about things. And if someone can point me in a direction to show me I can definitely look at the Bible and say I'm not supposed to murder people. But I can't really look at the Bible. I've never seen a scripture that says that if you deal in cryptocurrency, that you're going down the road, the mark of the wild beast. Like keeps saying, it's all
That's interpretation. Don't trip on it. Just forget it, bro. Just forget it, bro. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Just keep doing your thing.
I'm not
So
worried.
I just finished the other job. I've been at this other job for approximately 40 minutes. And before I got to the job, we were talking about crypto and if it was against God's word or not. And you guys are still on this. What's the outcome? Like, what do we come to realize?
It's interpretation, and the scriptures are pretty vague on the whole subject.
I said that basically whether you're using fiat dollar, right, or you're going on Pornhub, we're all complicit in one way or another supporting the beast system, bro. Because people are aware that if you watch porn, bro, you're supporting like sex trafficking, child sex trafficking, child pornography, because there's a lot of child pornography on Pornhub. Whether you're doing it consciously or indirectly. So hold on. If you're using the fiat dollar, right, you're supporting warlords. You're supporting the military-industrial complex. You're supporting the Federal Reserve, whether you realize it or not. If you're using Bitcoin, it's the same thing. So don't feel bad for using Bitcoin when the fiat dollar is just as bad, right?
Right.
But it's not to say that. All right. So the fiat dollar isn't as bad as Bitcoin. Bitcoin will enslave us a little bit more than the fiat dollar, just a little bit more.
That's the misconception, though. That's the problem. Is the fiat's already enslaved you. They've devalued the fiat to the point where you have to work full time just to be. You're still subjected to the potentiality of poverty. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I compared it to a sinking ship. The fiat is a sinking ship. The ship's going down. It's a matter of time. This is the life raft. Whether that life raft is gonna wreck on some iceberg or it's headed off a cliff, the whole point is you're already on a sinking ship, right? So this is a possible way out, and
You're breaking up, bro.
Yeah, I really want to hear what you're saying, but you are breaking up.
to invest in. I mean, if you.
Yeah, we heard the first. We heard the first half, but the second half cut out.
I don't know. Am I any better or still bad?
We heard that.
Yeah, you're better.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying, like we're already in a bad situation. This is a possible way out. Like that's what I'm seeing it. That's what I'm seeing in it. Like if you could gather enough wealth to completely separate yourself from the beast system, why not take that life raft? See where it takes you.
Definitely, and I see that, bro. I do. How it's decentralized and it's not being manipulated or controlled by these evil banksters. But I just feel like it's a facade, bro. Like it's too good to be true. But maybe that's just my intuition. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I don't know. I think the crypto, we were always going to head that kind of way. And I just want to say hi. So I've not been on for a while, but yeah, I mean, like at the moment, hardly anybody carries cash. Yeah, I mean, if I go into the shop, I just tap my card on the machine, and it takes the money straight out of my bank account. Is that not just the same as cryptocurrency?
Well,
I mean,
fiat,
I know what I know what the
fiat, yeah,
gentleman was.
fiat on the central and national level is digitized already. Like when the
Yeah,
World Bank sends money, you know, to the national banks, it's all through a ones and zeros on a computer screen. So in essence,
yeah,
it's already digitized.
Yeah,
yeah,
and they say
yeah.
like, I mean, I've heard different numbers, but around like 10%, 8%. I've seen anywhere from 6 to 10%. They estimate of the entire world, the money in the entire world is in cash. So let's say it's 8% to take the middle. So only 8% of all the money in the entire world is cash. I mean, the rest of it's all digital, but it's digital on their systems already. You know, the fiat dollar, the banks, and through the Federal Reserve and all that. So I mean, you know, possibly 92% of all of our money is already on their system. So I mean, it's not like, I mean, yeah, there is cash. You can take $100 bill and give it to someone for sure. There is that, but it's really a tiny percentage, even, you know, considering.
But I mean, I know what the gentleman was saying earlier. Where he likes the actual hard currency, something tangible you can actually hold on to. Yeah, I mean, it's. I mean, I like to carry a little bit of hard cash in my wallet, but one of the benefits to everything being digital is I don't know about in America, but here where I am, the amount of people that get mugged on the street now for their money has drastically dropped because nobody carries money anymore. So there's no point these people robbing someone. The thing that gets stolen nowadays is a mobile phone.
There's more money stolen through credit card fraud every year than all the bank heists in world history combined. So, I mean,
That's obviously something the human race has still got to deal with then, if that's still pretty high. But, I mean, I would rather that, you know, the governments deal with that problem and people feel safe walking the streets.
well, I think what's coming is going to send vast amounts of people, the majority of people, into significant poverty. And at that point, the streets ain't going to look pretty whether there's cash on it or not.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's an amazing thing. It's a good thing. You know, that's still to be seen. You know, we're still to figure that out. But I'm sure the human race will figure it out like we always do.
Well, one possibility that I've thrown out there, which is, of course, in the realm of speculation and so on, but like, okay, the idea that there are, let's say, you know, just to make it simple, like good blockchains and evil, you know, good and evil. There's ones that are good, that are honest and transparent and have value and could serve to help people in a positive way. And then there's blockchains that are evil, you know, totally just for control and 1984, you know, whatever concept that one would consider on the dark side of it. And then currently we're already in the kind of, you know, fiat system, as it were. And like Dyslo is saying, if the fiat system is sinking, if it's inevitable that it's going to sink in some way or another, if the powers that be are going to then try to transfer to some whatever of their, you know, just using these terms, you know, their kind of evil blockchain, as it were, you know, will the good blockchains be able to survive or thrive, or even thrive? Even to the point where, let's say there is some huge financial reset and they get everyone on some new central bank digital currency. And, you know, now when you go to the grocery store, you know, you can use, you know, you have to use that currency. But then here would then be the question, but what if there's good blockchains that are existing that you could also use to pay for your groceries? Now that would be a big thing, meaning if the grocery store would say, hey, we'll take either one, you know, we'll take this one, this one, this one, or that one. And then you would have the option which one you could pay with. I mean, that would be the best hope we would have, in a sense, as a transition of some sort, that yes, they roll out their whole thing, but that there's another option. You could pay with whatever the other one would be called, or maybe there's 5 of them or 10 of them, meaning that, you know, that there's other currencies that, digital currencies, as it were, of these cryptocurrencies and blockchains that companies would take as currency. Now it could get more complex. Maybe Amazon won't take those, but other companies will, and then that would cause other companies that want to, it's kind of like the mask or no mask. It's like you either have your mask and do your thing, or yeah.
What I see with what you just said is the potential possibility of like some third party merchant to where you send your money to it to make this transaction, and instead of using the proper currency or denominations for that particular company, this third party merchant will be able to swap and exchange based on what you have versus what they're willing to accept. And I think this is a great time to promote the Jesus coin, being that you said good and bad, blockchains. Supposedly this Jesus coin is supposed to specifically be for Christian communities to do transactions and business together. So I just
Well, hear me out. Can you use Canadian currency in America? You can, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by that,
like,
because you can exchange.
Well, the thing is,
it.
like, I don't know if they will be open to using all these different currencies. They might have like maybe 3 or 4 that'll be like the monopolies in the world, like Ethereum and Bitcoin. But then beyond that, it's like, nah, we're not accepting that here at the store. And then like every store will be regulated federally to accept a certain kind and deny others. And then you'll be screwed. You can only use like 3 currencies, if that.
But that doesn't mean you can't swap for those currencies based on what you have versus what they're willing to accept. Like, that's the point that I made.
No, yeah, that's true. But like, I just feel like the tyranny is going to be a lot worse than I think you might be perceiving. Like, I think it's going to be more tyrannical than we ever imagined. But maybe that's just me being like a negative. Maybe that's me being negative.
No, I think you're spot on. But the point to adhere to is the fact that there's going to be a small window of opportunity where you can gain that wealth free from that overbearing control, and that's the time where we all need to be, vigilant and executing those transactions and hoarding, the wealth, as far as separating from the system. The whole point is to get free from the system, and being free from the system requires some type of wealth. Even in biblical times, before Moses went off into other lands, you know what I'm saying? He brought things with him. So I'm just saying, it's
silver and gold
and
stuff.
Yeah.
The thing is, it doesn't matter what humans invent; it can be used for good or bad. I mean, take the engine for example. Yeah, that's a good thing. We put them in cars, and people get from A to B in a timely manner. But yet, you put an engine in something like a tank, yeah, that can be used for pretty nasty stuff. Yeah, it's so it doesn't matter what humans invent. It can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing depending on who's using it.
You guys were aware when Robinhood, the app, people were trading GameStop shares? You guys were aware about that? What happened?
Yeah, they shut down the app.
Dog, like, they're not supposed to be shutting down trading because they feel like it, bro. They stopped trading because they're like, no, we can't have this. You guys can't be trading GameStop shares. And they like just stopped it. They put a hold to it. That's like illegal.
Kind of not though, because it is their platform. It's their platform, so it's like if you were invested in BlackRock, and BlackRock is trading like a bunch of stocks and stuff. It's basically once you put your money in Robinhood.
You mean Blackstone? There is a BlackRock. BlackRock is who lent the money to Blackstone to. Anyway.
I was talking about BlackRock. I'm talking about BlackRock. I'm just saying that the money, it's basically their money to manage, even though it's your money if you put it in Robinhood.
So if the elites are losing money, bro, they can just hold it and save their money. Like,
no,
that's not fair.
Depends on where your money. It depends on where that money is. Like I said, if it was like in BlackRock, for example, they're responsible for managing it. So Robinhood isn't like a how you say, like it's not like a market, like, you know what I mean? It's not like the stock exchange. It's like a mediator. So they're
I
supposed to be
feel you.
responsible with funds, but
But it's supposed to be like the stock exchange. Like that's how people treat it. You know what I'm saying? Like TradeKing.com, and you can trade shares and all of that. But if you can't trust the people to be like, loyal, not loyal, but like just genuine in their trading, like if the rich are losing money and they can just pause the market, get their money out, or stop the people that are poor and gathering like that. Apparently what happened was is like it was a word of mouth thing where people started banding together to try to like go against the elites. Like I don't know exactly, it's been a while since I read about it, but like that's what they did. They banded together, they manipulated the market, and the rich were like, hell no, we're not gonna let you guys do that. And they halted the market so that the poor that banded together wouldn't make any money.
I mean, that should just tell you not to
That's
do business with
the
Robinhood.
summary of
Hopefully,
what
I think a
happened.
lot of people did.
Sure.
Didn't they
The
lose a lot
rich
of business?
Like we know this insider trading going on, bro. Like there's all kinds of corruption going on in the stock market, and it's people into it. Like, we're not letting that fly. Like that's kind of messed up, bro.
And that's the one thing about the rich. They won't let you fuck with their money, right? So there will always be some kind of money around, and the only way we'll ever get to a cashless society or a moneyless society is if you can offer people that are rich and wealthy some other kind of power and control over the people. Because if you can't offer them anything else, they will keep some form of currency going so that they can stay rich and they can stay in power.
That was a great discussion. No one got uptight or thanks, you guys.
What if? Okay, so let's just say that the fiat currency collapses, right? And everybody's goes into like automatic panic, and then they try to transition to the Fed coin within 2 weeks and reestablish the economy. But then Russia hits us with a freaking EMP and knocks out the grid. What are we gonna do then with the
Bro,
fiat
that's a
dollar?
crazy what if, bro.
I mean,
That was a
with the
crazy
crypto.
scenario. Listen, I just
I
want to
feel
say
you. I
something
feel you,
earlier.
but just
I just want to say something earlier. You can
go
do
ahead.
crypto transactions. Just from earlier, I was listening. You can do crypto transactions totally in private, like just like the dollar bill. Like, you can keep that all on the low, so it's not even hard.
That's true. Yeah, the Robinhood is like a mediator. It's like a intermediary. You don't have to actually use Robinhood to trade, right? You know who's in here right now? Coffee converter. Not only does he convert coffee, but he also converts blocks. I don't know. I was going to do something with that. But yeah, he works with the blockchain. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
What if, okay, so you know how there's you got those underwater cables that connect the World Wide Web? What if Russia cut that? Will crypto still be viable?
Sure, yeah, it's a big web of cables. You cut one cable, there's multiple paths to get around it.
Yeah, just use Scott Starlink. Like, dude, I still got Starlink, man. I'm getting ready to trade you.
Yeah, in fact,
All right.
I have a satellite dish that I receive Bitcoin blocks and transactions from a satellite called Galaxy 18 that's over the equator, geostationary, and so I'm kind of protected from internet outages. I can still receive the current state of the Bitcoin blockchain right from a satellite.
Yeah, I was
Sweet.
going to say, if let's say that we went to all cryptocurrency, and like that guy said, if Russia hits America with an EMP, would that take out the cryptocurrency? Well, would it not make sense for like America to have backup servers in other countries so that, if Russia did do something like that, then everything that they had would be backed up anyway?
Yeah, definitely good to have backup systems. And if we're talking about blockchain in particular, the whole network itself is just a bunch of backups of all the data. So every node is a full copy of the ledger, at least every full node. And there's thousands, tens of thousands of them across the globe. So EMPing one area will certainly disrupt communications in that area, but there's other ways to communicate beyond the wired network. You have mesh radio networks that are now becoming a little more popular. That's something I've been wanting to get into. It's kind of a peer-to-peer radio network over the airwaves. But yeah, I mean, the blockchain itself is just a bunch of duplicates of the same information. That's one of its core purposes.
Yeah, so everything's protected then.
I mean, from a scenario like that, like if you wanted to kill Bitcoin, you would really need to just destroy every copy of the blockchain, which there's tens of thousands of, because as long as there's some remaining, it's feasible that they could rebuild the network, however it needs to be done. As long as you have the state of the chain, then that's the current truth. So as long as there's at least one copy, it could be replicated again.
You said you helped develop Bitcoin somehow?
Yeah, I did a little bit of work on it in, what was it, 2016, I think it was. Did some work with it, but I've my day job is with cryptocurrencies.
How you?
Sorry, you're roboting a little bit. I didn't hear that. Sorry, you broke up a lot. Can you say that again?
Sorry. This is shit.
You ask me in text if your audio isn't working. Yeah, to Gio's point earlier, there's definitely some interesting projects with privacy and secrecy in mind. In Bitcoin, you could think of as pseudonymous, right? As long as you protect yourself really well, and no one can really tie you back to an address, but in practice, it's kind of hard to do that. But there are chains that have that in mind, and I know Kosha is interested in zero knowledge and things like that. really powerful ideas. I think could help a lot of people.
Yeah, I can't tell if I was roboting. Oh, it was me. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I don't know if you can hear me now, Coffee, but I was saying that, like, back then, if you had any Bitcoin in storage, wouldn't you be like a millionaire now? Or are you a millionaire now?
Well, I mean, I don't really like to talk about my finances in public, but yeah, certainly. I
No, you
got
don't
into
have to tell
Bitcoin.
me.
I got into Bitcoin in 2013 when it was about $10. But I didn't have a lot of money
Oh
at the
my
time,
gosh.
although I started buying small amounts, but I've also sold it over the years and bought and sold it at different times. So um, I'm certainly not a billionaire, but I'm doing okay.
It's all good.
Yeah, I also heard, I was listening on YouTube last hour and I heard someone talking about quantum computing, which is definitely an interesting area, and it does, at first glance, pose issues with cryptography in general, cryptocurrencies. But what you have to realize is that things like Bitcoin are evolutionary. They're not static. The code changes month to month, year to year. If something comes along that breaks the consensus layer, where someone could take all the Bitcoin, what happens is the honest part of the network, everyone that says fuck that, goes on a different client, adjusts it, writes a quantum safe algorithm. Like if we have quantum computers that can break encryption, those same computers can write quantum safe encryption methods. So it's conceivable that that's probably what would happen, is that it would just self-correct basically, and it would adapt to current
All right.
technology.
Yeah, I brought it up, but that's interesting to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's all kind of theoretical because nobody really knows what's going to be the capabilities of quantum computing. But that's the general idea, is that the Bitcoin code itself, like how it actually functions, is a consensus. And so if there's a 51% of the network that decides, no, 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 this is unsafe, we're moving to this, like that becomes the most widely accepted version of Bitcoin. It kind of is Bitcoin at that point. And the other 49% can live on. And you saw that happen with Ethereum and Ethereum Classic, same sort of idea. There was a chain fork, and some people decided that they didn't like the new rule, and some people decided they did like the new rule. And so both of them live on today.
It's actually quite complicated, all this Bitcoin stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely complicated. I've been into it so long that I've had so many friends and family like ask me to give them the like, can you explain it in 3 sentences? I'm like, well, it's kind of like saying like, can you explain, you know, the way a combustion engine works in 3 words? Like, yeah, sort of, but you're going to miss a lot of the interesting details. But it's definitely complex in a lot of ways.
I know when Bitcoin first started, one of my friends came up to me and said he was telling me about this cryptocurrency, and he wanted me to put some money into it with him. And I was like, digital currency, what a load of crap. That's never gonna fucking take off. Yeah. Man, if I'd have just gave him that 500 quid, I'd have been really well off now.
Yeah, man, I think everyone has that thought when they see something like that happen and look back. Yeah, it's definitely been a crazy ride so far, but for me, I think the most powerful thing about Bitcoin is that it has a mathematical supply cap. And we think about how governments have just printed fiat money year after year after year, accelerating and devaluing everyone's holdings. Basically, that can't happen with Bitcoin. I mean, now if 60% of the network decided to triple the supply, yeah, it would happen. But no one wants that. They don't want to devalue themselves. So the network has incentive to protect that cap. And in fact, it kind of becomes deflationary because some Bitcoin gets lost, right? Super powerful idea, and it's an interesting economic experiment. It comes with its own warts and issues, but it is kind of a powerful idea for people to protect their spending power in that way.
Here's something I've always wanted to ask someone. See, like, let's say I've got a friend and he says, "Oh, I've got some Bitcoin on an old hard drive and I've just found it." Yeah. Is that Bitcoin that he's got on his hard drive, is that now worth a lot of money? Or is it dependent on people buying it from him?
Well, yeah, it depends on how much he has, right? Let's say he's got 1 Bitcoin. Well, the market rate for a Bitcoin is what, like 27,000 or something. So there's a fairly rich market. So I mean, a fairly liquid market out there. So there's a lot of places in a lot of countries where you can get online and sell your Bitcoin. So yeah, I mean, if you can find a buyer, that's what it's worth essentially. And there's definitely plenty of buyers out there.
Yeah, so it's not like he just goes online and clicks a few clicks and then that's it, he's got the money. He actually needs to find someone to buy the Bitcoin from him.
Yeah, essentially use similar to like if you were to sell a stock, like, oh, okay, I have a share of Microsoft, I want to sell it. I don't physically go find anyone. I don't even need to search anyone online to sell it to.
There's
You
an
could
order
do it that.
book on an
Yeah,
exchange. It's
yeah,
all
exactly.
set up.
That's it.
It's literally a few clicks and you're out and you're out.
Right. Yeah, it's similar to a stock exchange.
Right.
Yeah, there used to be a service called Local Bitcoins. I think it's now shut down, or at least in most countries it is, at least in my country. I used to use it as a way to find people to actually meet in person to sell Bitcoin for cash. People are interested in getting Bitcoin, and probably more interested in just getting rid of their cash. That I didn't ask any questions where they got all those 20s, but it was a way for me to turn a little profit because I could charge a slight premium over what maybe they didn't have a bank account, they couldn't get on an exchange in the U.S. It was a way for them to get their hands on Bitcoin without dealing with that kind of technological red tape. So I'd transfer it to them right there, and they'd hand me the cash, and I'd check for counterfeit. It was kind of fun in a lot of ways, but also kind of nerve-wracking.
So you were dealing with the mafia.
Yeah, I mean, it seems more than likely that a lot of these people that had stacks of 20s were doing something illicit, but I didn't particularly care.
If you don't ask no questions, you'll get told no lies.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure would like to go over some globe math. Like the distance from the dirt to the clouds. I want to go over that math. The mile high mark, like 35,000 feet. Is that about where it's at? That 1 mile mark?
You're always
From the
going to be
dirt?
my.
Yeah, from the dirt vertically. Which way do we go from the dirt vertically? How far do we go to reach clouds, or 1 mile anywhere on this planet from the dirt? We go 1 mile, correct?
Depends what clouds you're talking about, because clouds sit at different heights.
I don't know what you said, but I'm pretty sure. Did you understand my question? If we leave the dirt and go vertical, how far is it to get 1 mile?
Did you really ask, if we go vertical for a mile, how far do we have to go to get to a mile?
Yeah, from the dirt ball that we live on, the turd dirt ball, from the turd, how far do we got to go to get a mile away from the turd dirt? Yeah.
Right,
That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah.
What, you
Hold
don't
on,
have an answer?
just an absolute random guess. I would say a mile.
So you'd say a mile, right?
To get a mile above the.
So not
dirt
39.59, right?
one. Did I not just say a mile?
To leave Earth 1 mile any direction from the dirt is 1 mile, not 39.59, correct?
If you travel upwards 1 mile, then you are upwards 1 mile. I don't know what 39.59 has to do with going up 1 mile.
Me either. You got to tell that to a Glober. They think you got to go 39.59 before you can hit the sky, before you can get to a mile away. Isn't that weird? When you and I just went over the math correctly, and it proved that from the dirt, it's only 1 mile to reach 1 mile. You don't have to go any further than that to get a mile away from Earth. We just proved it, correct? So when the ballers come and say, hey, man, you got to go 39.59 horizontally to get anywhere to the sky. No, you don't. You got to go a mile away from the dirt to get a mile away. 2 foot to get 2 foot away. This is simple math from the surface of a ball away, right? Just elevation away from the ball, correct? Hello?
What the hell?
Why do rockets have to go some magical number 39.59 supposedly or whatever and go up and do some whatever stuff when all they got to do is go a mile to be a mile away? I think there's something wrong with globe math. They told me to leave a dirt ball horizontally, I got to go some crazy amount. But one inch away from a dirt ball, hold on, 1 inch away from a dirt ball is 1 inch away from a dirt ball. I can prove this to you.
Right. You keep going on about globe maths, right? Now, before you carry on anymore, you have to tell me the difference between globe and whatever other kind of mathematics you're talking about. Explain the
360.
difference.
Talking 360 math from that surface of that circle to leave it. What other math you got for 360? You got something different for me? That is globe math. Last time I checked, 2D, 360, circle on paper, that's globe math. That's all the globe it can get.
Right. So if that's globe maths, what other kind of mathematics are you talking about, and what's the difference between them?
I'm talking 360. What mathematics are you talking about? A 360, that's the globe math, the 360 they use as a globe, 39.59 from the center out. Do you know of something different? That's 360, correct?
I don't know any different. That's why I'm asking you. You
Well, what are
obviously
you
know the
asking me that you
difference.
don't already know? You already have the answer. It's 39.59 from the center, 24,901 in your circumference. It's a 360-degree 2D sphere on paper. It's like a flat circle. That's what I draw out. It's perfect. There's no flaw.
But Mark, when you say globe maths, that implies that there's two different kinds of mathematics, and for
Well,
me
there
to
must
have
be. There
for me
must
to
be.
have
Paul. I think I gotta go some magic number, but I'm showing you that I don't. So here's my 360 real math of a real sphere. Now Globers have some kind of other one. That's what I'm asking for, is which one's different than this one? Which 360 math are you guys working with that's different than mine? That you gotta go a magic number, and I only need to go 1 inch away from dirt to leave the dirt.
1 inch away from dirt.
So I mean, you got something going on that I'm trying to figure that out. You're asking my question. I drew here a 360 sphere that matches every sphere in the world's history of time. Now, it's just a scaled down version. You scale it up, it's going to equal the 3959 to 24,901. You draw a little ring around it, that'll be your clouds. I mean, it's so simple.
And so, what's the problem?
I don't have any problem just leaving the dirt 1 foot to get 1 foot into space. I have no problem. The Globers have a problem leaving their turd ball 1 foot. They can't do it.
Well, I don't see why you can't. It's not hard.
You don't see why Globers can't shoot a rocket horizontally into space? Because they never have. And it's only, all they got to do is put it in that sweet spot right there that I draw on the circle I drew out. I drew the sweet spot. That's the only spot I would ever leave from right there. Why would you pick any other retard spot? I mean, that would be crazy.
Why would you, if you're sending a rocket anywhere, why would you fire it horizontally?
I don't know what horizontally means. Show me from the center of that sphere, show me a horizontal line. And then show me how that's not the same line for everybody standing there. I mean, what are you talking about? Isn't that a diagonal line when you turn the ball? Isn't that a vertical line when you turn the ball? Isn't that horizontal when you turn it to the right? So depending on which way you turn your clock with the little hand sticking off of it, that hand is any direction. You know that, right? You know, when you talk about arbitrary and relative and Newton, that means that hand is every direction. So you can't say that you need to go this direction when that point away from it's away from the turd. So that little point where you started from is away from the turd no matter which direction you spin it. There's no such thing as horizontal or vertical on a ball. You know that, right? You don't have that on a ball. There's only horizontal and vertical definitions on a flat earth. You don't have the two. You don't have a flat earth model, remember? That only works on my model. Going up vertically to sky only works on my model, not yours. You can go every direction, 1 foot from the dirt and hit the air. Do you understand this?
Yep.
Okay, so when you guys keep lying and saying you need to do something crazy to go horizontal into space, all you got to do is sit your rocket right there on the right side. That's your vertical, horizontal, magical, diagonal, too. It's all three for you. It's whatever one you want it to be, right? Right? It's whatever you need it to be, right? There's no such thing as a horizontal line. There's a fulcrum, there's a focal point, and then a line up from the Earth. That's it. You have one line, which is you. You're the horizon. You're the vertical. And if you lay down, you're the horizontal. That's how it works on a flat Earth. Now, on a globe, no matter which way you stand, you're vertical, horizontal, diagonal. Do you know that? You can't even show me which line is the only line.
Oh, did my cut out? I was enjoying that story.
You were following him. Don't act like you weren't. Or you wasn't. Yes, you was.
So I want to know where you guys got magic math that's different than my 360, that all I got to do is go any direction away from the dirt, and I'm away from the dirt. There's no problem.
It's no longer globe maths. It's magic maths now.
Real sphere math. Globe math is magic math because you can't demonstrate it with the real globe ball, with real globe stuff doing what you claim. You only have flat earth in reality going vertical. You don't have horizontal going anywhere. Isn't that sad? You can't go horizontally to 1 foot past the dirt and water. You can't even get 1 foot horizontally past this with a rocket.
Okay.
Well, that's why it's flat earth, baby.
Of course.
Of course, see, my math is real math. What you guys have is Scooby-Doo math, because you can't tell what a horizontal line is. You don't know that any line I draw away from that sphere is a horizontal, vertical, diagonal. You act like you don't comprehend that all of a sudden. Why is that? I mean, even when we demonstrate it to you, and I draw a circle on paper and put one line from the center out, and I turn the ball around, that line becomes any direction I want it to. How's that so hard for you Globers to comprehend? What magically stopped me from being away from the dirt, in any direction, away from the dirt? Like, you guys don't make any sense. Where are these magic spots that all this magic stuff has to happen where it's not going on in reality anywhere? Like a rocket or something has to be pulled down by gravity, but it went up in the first place. But then a butterfly's flying underneath the rocket, and the only reason the rocket came down is because it was out of fuel. So what's bringing the plane down? Fuel or gravity? No fuel or gravity? Because when you fill the airplane up and take off, gravity ain't affecting nothing. Why is that? What's gravity got a time?
What slows the car down? Is it
No
friction or
fuel.
no fuel?
Yeah, having no fuel is the only thing that slows it down. If you got fuel, you can go to 120 miles an hour. Why would you go slow with fuel in your car, Coach? You want me to prove it to you right now? With a real car? What are we talking about?
No,
Everything I say I can prove and demonstrate with real life stuff. Can you guys match me?
D-Mark, don't go 120 in your car. We're not going to encourage that.
Don't go off into la la land. Stay with me in reality. My car is real. You can touch it. We can measure it.
All
You
right.
can come look at the motor. You can get in it and ride with me, guys.
All right, Democ, do you want a response or you
Yeah,
just
maybe when I'm done
freeballing now?
talking. When I was done saying you could ride with me.
That's what I'm trying to ride with you, dude. I think you answered your own question though, dude. The car, right? The car is slowed down.
It's not a globe.
By the friction. Slow down by the friction. The fuel can overcome that. Okay. Same way a rocket. Rocket's being brought down by gravity, but the fuel will overcome that if you have enough and enough thrust. Then
No, gravity brings you down. Gravity doesn't let you go up. You can't break gravity. Gravity is only down. One way. Gravity is down. Now, what did you do with what? How did you get away from down? How did you leave down in the first place? Before you fueled up. Before you fueled up, where were you going with that rocket? Nowhere. So how did it leave? So you filled it up with water or liquid and made it heavier. Now it can leave once you added mass? You're not making any sense here, pal. And then energy, if you turn that mass that you added into energy, that equals more mass times acceleration. Now, how could you ever leave something when you made yourself too big to leave? You should be digging into the dirt now. You should never leave anywhere. You should be going more towards the center of the earth. You know, like the plumb bobs and the Cavendish. So if I pour gasoline, on that
you're gonna have to
lead
leave room for people to respond, Democ.
if I put, when I'm done talking, maybe. Because we don't want you making stuff up. We don't want any room for you to
You
make
gotta
stuff
decide
up.
to be done talking sometimes, man.
Yeah, I know. You got to decide that too, when to shut up when somebody's finishing their sentence, pal. So, when I pour gasoline on the Cavendish, does that make anything happen?
It's good. That was perfect, dude. And you don't need me to congratulate you, but that's exactly how you do it. You ask a question, you end it. The Cavendish. I wasn't listening, but yeah, the answer is yes.
So if I pour gasoline on it, then it's gonna fly off the table and stuff and just jump around and jiggle and wiggle, right?
Probably.
By your math, right? Just put some rocket
most
fuel in
likely.
there. Cool. Globe math, you guys. We're all smarter today.
That's got to be the best response ever. I wasn't listening, but the answer is yes.
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting him to be done so quick.
Fill yourself up with bricks in the ocean and gravity's going to help you leave. Fill yourself with gasoline in the bottom of the ocean and it's going to help you leave. Or would that be oxygen that you're creating to help you leave?
Well, it's funny you
Potential.
brought that up. You brought that up, Demont, but you ever heard of that? It's called like the tyranny of the rocket equation. You've heard of that?
Yeah, it means it's fake.
Well, no, it's actually sort of hinting at what you're talking about how you're adding the
Yeah,
more
it
fuel,
means
the more
it's not
fuel
existent.
required, the more fuel required to achieve thrust for a sustained amount of time or whatever is going to actually equal more mass, which requires more fuel. So it becomes a very big issue if you're not clever. But we got clever dudes.
If you're not
working on this
clever.
stuff.
So cartoon retards, right? They can't do it in front of you with no real shit, right? Got some clever dudes that get 10 miles away from you, so you can't see them, and then they put it on TV, cut, not live. They don't let nobody get close. They don't got no high altitude hot air balloons watching it. Some clever guys see some secret David Copperfield shit, right? Are these same guys related to David Copperfield since they're clever like that? This
Some of
magic
them,
that
yeah.
they can't show us? They're clever to do magic?
Yeah, so it turns out some of those rockets have been viewed from airplanes, let alone Cape Canaveral, of course.
Doing
but,
what?
People in planes taking off and
Doing what?
arcing into the orbit.
No, we want to see one going up into space straight. We don't want to
Yeah,
see
but see,
no
that's
McDonald's sign. A McDonald's sign means back to Earth.
Yeah,
If you
but
all want to know,
T-Mac,
Einstein will tell you. Einstein
T-Mac,
and Newton will tell you the Earth chases the apple. So if the Earth chases the rocket, where does the rocket going, Kosho?
yeah, but we use magic maths.
Yeah, you used magic math to figure out how a globe you never had in your hand was going to do gravity stuff too, didn't you, magic gravity? Magic math boy. How did you figure out gravity with no space, no balls, and no vacuums?
Well, the vacuum in space would be redundant, but what you said before about the issue
Everything
of
you said's redundant.
maybe, but we said about the tyranny of the rocket equation and the cleverness. It's
What's
actually
the word
fact.
tyranny mean, Kosho? That's the only word I need to know. What does that mean?
Yeah,
the word
I'll look it up. I'll look it up in a minute. But
well, you should know what it means when you speak on it and you say the tyranny of
I say a
something.
lot of words I don't know what they mean.
No, you shouldn't do that. That means you're stupid. You should not say the word tyranny in a sentence and then follow up with you don't know what tyranny means.
It means
What
I
does that
fake it
work?
till I
How
make
does
it.
that work for Globers? How does that work for you guys?
Hold on, Demarc, you're going into the weeds now because we're talking about the tyranny of the rocket equation.
You don't know what the word tyranny means. You took me into the weeds.
One way to overcome that was actually to take
Overcome
that
what?
argument.
We don't know what word we're overcoming. What does the tyranny word mean?
Demarc, I can't participate in conversations
I
like
can't
this.
participate when people who don't know the word they bring up. It seems pretty redundant that the incredulity of a person to say a word that we're going to be discussing and he doesn't know the word, but we're going to keep saying that word. Tyranny, tyranny, tyranny of what? Tyranny, what's tyranny? Why'd you say the word? What are we talking about? So I'm having a discussion with you about a word you don't comprehend. That's really helping us out, Kosho. Thanks, pal.
Demarc, here, the definition of tyranny is irrelevant because it's a figure of
No,
speech.
it's not. It's the
Yeah,
word you brought up. It's tyranny of the rocket equation. How could that be irrelevant? It's the very phrase you brought up. Are you okay? Do you know how to conversate? Stay on topic, Kosho. Tyranny. What is that word? We're going to go one step at a time, buddy. Quit jumping around like leapfrog. That's why you guys believe in globes, because you can't slow the fuck down. Quit leapfrogging. Slow down. You want to pay attention to the word rocket, but you don't want to pay attention to the word tyranny? Too bad. Tyranny, what does it mean? Oh, now there's no more debate because he doesn't know what the word tyranny means, huh? He doesn't know that the sheer phrase tyranny of the rocket equation means it doesn't
I think it has to
exist.
do with like you're just yelling.
What are you doing? Do you know what tyranny means?
I'm just listening to you yell, wondering.
Well, yell it out
if
for me.
somebody's gonna have to step in and just change the subject if you can't talk.
Coach, because white knight for Kosho because he doesn't know what tyranny means and he brought it up. Thanks, guys.
Dude, I'm not white knighting for nobody, bro.
Do you know what tyranny means?
Opportunity hater.
Well, what's your point?
I don't really care, dude.
Are you going to help with the conversation? I know you don't care about the flat earth debate. I know you don't care about
That's
Yeah.
jeez Louise.
Yeah. It's bad.
Denmark, you could convey your ideas in a way where you're not like yelling them at people, and you could. I know you're capable of waiting your turn, letting people finish. Just think about that, I guess.
Yeah, and monologue yell rantings are not really productive.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe, I don't know if you heard that video I made last night. It got like 6,000 views in a couple hours and then just flatlined. And Instagram had hid some of the comments. Well, one comment in particular, and it was one that said direct energy weapons.
Really? Yeah, I wondered what was going to happen. 'Cause, yeah, it was awesome. You guys were putting that together last night, and I was wondering, yeah, because I know you were like, well, we'll see how it goes, and because I think Ron was like, well, maybe it'll get shut down or whatever, so it went for a while until someone mentioned that, and then it triggered it, flagged it, and shadow banned it.
Yep, it got 6,500 views in like 4.5 hours, and then in the last 5 hours, it's gotten like 100 views. And that's just because the way the shadow banning works on Instagram is your reels will no longer show up in anybody else's feed. The only way to see them is they have to follow you and go to your channel and click on it, like through your reels, your post through whatever your reels. But it's cool. We're just gonna keep posting. They didn't take it down. 6,000 plus people saw it. That's great.
Was that a term that they used to like? Is that a new term because of maybe what's coming that they added to their shadow ban list, or like because I haven't really heard of that term necessarily being something that they would do that for, but I guess I'm not sure.
I just made it. Yeah, that's why I just made another video about it, explaining like basically what I just told you, and I got pictures of like Direct TV, SoCal Energy Company, and then like a gunsmith's logo that says weapons, and I just like circle like a schizo, like direct energy weapons, so people get the 3 words that were banned.
Oh,
direct. I said, look, I was like, yeah, if we're not allowed to talk about it, it's because we're hitting a nerve. So go out and talk about it. I posted that like 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. It's got a little traction. Let's see. It's got 62 views. Fuck it, dude. I was just so surprised when that happened, because is that a dead giveaway or what? That's a shadow banned word or like phrase? It's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, it's your one warning, bro. We can't talk about that, or I'm gonna have to ban you.
Well, the thing is, though, I mean, they admit in the military. I mean, that's what they even call them. They call them DEW weapons, like directed energy weapon. I mean, I'm just looking here, this whole Wikipedia page on it. I mean, it's all sort of mainstream to some degree. It says a directed energy weapon is a ranged weapon that damages its target with a highly focused energy without a solid projectile, including lasers, microwaves, particle beams, and sound beams. Potential applications of this technology include weapons that target personnel, missiles, vehicles, and optical devices. In the United States, the Pentagon, DARPA, Air Force Research Laboratory, United States Army, Armament Research Development and Engineering Center, and the Naval Research Laboratory are researching directed energy weapons to counter ballistic missiles, et cetera, et cetera. So, it's not like that. I mean, that phrase is even what the military uses. I mean, this whole, they talk about all these different ones on here: plasma, particle beam, lasers, sonic,
So, what they don't want you to know is that they're actually attached to the saddle loom.
Yeah.
That's just my thought.
And how deep it really goes. Yeah. Well, did you put like alien stuff in there, Platypus? Were you putting like fake alien invasion shit, or was it not linked?
No, I said nothing. Okay. The original video has no commentary whatsoever. It just says I noticed a beam of light just before the explosion, and then I play the clip 3 times at 3 different slowed down speeds, like fast, like normal speed, then half speed, then half. So that's all it was, and then the thinking emoji. Like that's all that it took to get that thing to spread. And just to give you an idea of the analytics, I got 4,000 plus followers. Only 63 of my followers saw it. The other 6,000 plus people that saw it were not followers. So it was in other people's feeds. It wasn't like it went to my followers' feeds and then they liked it and then it went to their followers' feeds. It was like it had traction immediately, and then it just stopped. It's just creepy. Like
Yeah, it's like they don't want anything getting traction.
No, they don't. But this new video I posted, it's almost got 100 views in like 10 minutes. So that's probably gonna that might hit a couple thousand people by the end of the day. Hopefully, just get the word out, get people talking about it. Because these fires are so sus, dude. I was looking at the satellite imagery. Ron sent me to this one YouTube channel, and I was clipping stuff from his videos. There's this cartoon in 1991 talking about forest fires being created by direct laser weapons. I'll post it in the chat here. It's called Lasers from Space. And this like group of kids is like stuck in the woods in this cabin, and they're like, the laser started a wildfire. Like it's crazy, dude. But it's in live stream right now.
Damn.
That footage from the California wildfires of a green laser coming from the sky.
You have footage of that?
On my laptop, yeah. It shouldn't take me a while to boot it up real quick.
Dude, I would be very grateful if you could send that to me. Let's get the word out, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna boot up my laptop right now. I'll post it when I can.
Awesome. Yeah, because there's no way one person can get the message out quick enough and fast enough. And if he or she gets even close enough to doing that, they usually end up like getting suicided or some horrible thing, some horrible accident happens to them. So we gotta, as a community, we gotta just spread truth, spread it hard, spread it fast.
So, you guys check any of this Trump news? It's interesting. I don't know.
What did he do?
Well, he just got the indictment from 7 different agencies for like 38 different counts of document holding or whatever, totaling something like 50 years worth of, like if he gets hit on all 3 counts or something like that. And yet he could still be convicted with that and then actually be president.
whatever's going on with that Trump character and whatever that whole situation is, it does seem like there's like an immense amount of division that is created around that his character. You know, like people, that whole thing of people either love him or hate him, and it's like created this divide. You know, like people always say the Trumpers and all of that. So if it is sort of part of a larger plan of division or something, it seems like it is set up for that. Because I can only imagine, if he was president again. Like, I'm not saying I'd take any of that in terms of who's president as mattering or anything, but I'm just saying that other people, seems like there would be some kind of huge either upset. A lot of people would be upset. A lot of people would be happy. It seems like it's like ripe for that.
But if he were president and then he were facing charges of espionage, then it would seem like he would probably move to strike the espionage out of the or modify that in some way. And it's really weird because just recently there's like a HBO Max movie called Reality about female NSA agent leaked the document, decorated Air Force person and translator and stuff, and for like a lesser crime or whatever, she was trying to expose some kind of reports about Russian hacking. She did so and then got like 4 years in a pretty bad place, I guess. But like Trump's gonna get away with all this stuff. They have like pretty like damning evidence. So it's like it's almost like if it, I don't fucking know. This is like pretty much unprecedented. It's like if Nixon won again, like came back and became president again. That would be like the. Oh wow. He's like Trump just seems destined to go down as one of these infamous presidents or something like that. Just you know what I mean? Like
I'd vote for Nixon.
You would, yeah. Okay.
As a joke. I mean, voting at this point is just conceding to corruption. Anybody voting is literally still.
Like I don't think we've ever had a sitting or a former. Like I don't think any president's been handed this type of such indictments, and you got all the. Jeez, man, this guy's just like historic. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, if we're gonna look at it like that, what about Biden? What about Clinton? The Clintons?
What's Biden ever done? Biden basically don't
Really?
even hear him doing anything.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought he had like mass collusion with like.
Yeah, like any politician, probably at that level, you could say some shit about, I'm sure. But like, what's really happened to him? He's like way older than Trump. I mean, like whatever he's doing, he's getting away with it better.
Yeah, that's for sure. Well, I think he's got less people up his ass.
Yeah. Like, what other president says grab him by the pussy? Like, since Washington, maybe. Right? Thomas Jefferson. I don't know. It's just
He didn't say that as president, though.
No, he said it before. Yeah.
Right.
Not like he wouldn't. He would say it now if he wanted to.
Maybe.
And like, remember like when he was like, when the whole woo business, and then he was like, and then like a reporter got to ask a question. He's like, Mr. President, what do you think about this? And he goes, oh, is that what they're asking you from Asia or is it China? You know what I mean? He's like, China. Do you remember that? Yeah. And then the guy that broke the story to CNN is the guy that works for like the Guardian. And they're the ones that pretty much knew that this indictment was coming down, but ahead of time was Asian, and he's breaking the story. And I'm like, wow, you just couldn't. And then, but like the HBO movie about the girl that served time for basically lesser crime than what Trump's being accused of is like that breaks also, like right around now. So like, Yeah, it's hard to say like what coincidences like couldn't happen. To be honest with you, like it's magical. I tell you, like I ain't counting him out. Maybe he will be president again. Fuck, do I know? That's some crazy business.
Yeah, I don't think it matters anymore.
It only matters for the general public, you know, that they don't freak out
Right.
is all that we really care about.
Pretty much. But yeah, dude, let's get this Jesus point pumping, yeah?
Oh, that's why Burrow was on this shit so much before. North's probably upset that he's not into Jesus coin so hard yet, and then Burrow's probably already bought some. So I get it.
You think he bought some?
No, I'm just joking, but yeah. This is a weird conversation before.
Oh, with crypto and the Bible?
Crypto mark is a beast. Like, that's weird. But I've heard other people say that it's the name of a guy, you know, and that it's meant to represent like one of the Caesars or something like that. That the mark is a number that identifies a man, but it identifies only one guy, a bad guy, I guess, is part of he's one of the somebody with a certain name that equals that out somehow. I just didn't remember what that is. But heard some other people work it out. They seem to be pretty up on this crazy way to look at it, but yeah,
The like gematria stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, it's over my head, man.
I hope not. Oh, yeah.
Like I said, dude, I'm not a big numbers guy, dude. I don't numbers just fucking piss me off.
I hear you. I was trying to get to that Fibonacci shit with you, you know, and you're just like not having it. But if you're a concepts guy, it's how I found my understanding of infinity and infinite order. Ain't that
Yeah,
cool?
I'm into that concepts, philosophy, things that are logical. I don't know. That's
Dude, if you can't tell me where Tesla stock is gonna go, what's the point?
I feel like I'm living Groundhog's Day. Thank you for taking me back, Codger. Lying in wait for hours to do that. You get you.
If you can do Fibonacci on Tesla stock, I'll buy one of those Egyptian golden masks.
your mic's rough there, Godfrey.
Codger's voice is a little rough right now. He's still on the mend. But your signal could be better.
Very rough. What's going on?
Supposedly, the kid that recorded those aliens in his backyard or made the 911 call actually has footage of those things or something. It just hasn't like surfaced yet. And I saw something else talking about like men in black showing up and shit. I don't know, bro. I don't know about all this, dude. What do you think about that, Snacks?
You can't just have a one-ring circus.
I heard the call on the news. It was terrifying. He's like, they're enjoying the backyard. They're like 9 feet. That big eyes. They're not human. Not human.
100% they're not human. What would you have done, dude? I don't know. I feel like I would have walked outside and shit, and like tried to like greet them or something.
Well, they're in the backyard. Maybe they're not as intelligent as they thought. Maybe they got lost.
I would immediately invite them to pray with me in the name of Jesus Christ, and if they were not down, I'd get my shotgun.
You Christian?
Pretty much, dude.
Just pull my pants down and get ready. Time for probe time.
Let the probening.
I know what you guys are here for. All right, okay, all right. I know.
You're just running up to them. I've been waiting for so long. I've been
like insulting
practicing
them with
for
my
years.
butt. Yeah, they run away. They're like, these people are fucked up.
Well, if they land at like a drag queen story hour, they might have some good recipients there.
Yeah, they might find that there are different aliens out there. We thought we were strange. Yeah. Damn. You guys are saying there's video of like things that look like real aliens? And it was made recently, though?
Well,
in this
the video.
Mid-Journey? Okay.
Yeah, the video hasn't surfaced yet. The only thing that surfaced is the 911 call, and then I guess there was a body cam footage from an officer moments before the 911 call, showing some like blue orb or something falling to the ground from the sky. So there was that connection. But supposedly the kid said he took video footage of these things, and then they went out. They looked outside again, and everything was gone. The only thing that was left behind was like an indentation within the ground from where the craft had like landed. But he said that one of the beings tried going over to like a skid loader tractor, and tried like fucking with the
Is
controls
this
or
our
something.
Mexican family, guys? Low. Is this the Mexican family greeting?
Yeah.
The letter circle. He said he rings it up, and he's like 9-10 feet tall. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
Giant sombrero hat they landed in. Trying to take our jobs. Bastards. Cool. Like, what's not fakeable though? Like with special effects and AI and stuff like that, is it? You think it's beyond the realm of our special effects departments to create a dual system of reality?
No, I think technology's prime for it.
Do you guys watch industrial surrealism on YouTube? Because that guy's been documenting cloaked aircrafts in the sky. Like apparently there are these aircraft super highly advanced that can cloak themselves by creating a cloud around them. And this guy's been documenting them for years. There's also footage of lightning literally coming out of out of the ground to possibly recharge these aircrafts in the sky. So look up this channel, Industrial Surrealism. And that's a big red pill right there for UFOs and cloaked aircrafts.
Yeah, I mean, could just be the MIG tech, military industrial complex technology.
Yeah. What? Do we really need like cloaking tech of that level?
I think we got better cloaking tech than that.
Yeah.
Here, once I get my laptop connected, I'm going to send some videos and pictures I have saved in my laptop.
Yeah. So this is like one ring of the circus, but yeah, definitely 3 rings. Oh, it's just going to be the weirdest political season ever, and it's so weird. Like they've taken all the normal anchors off, kind of where they were. You know, like most of the people that were like on the air, like when like Obama was trying to run or whatever, a lot of them don't have shows no more. Where's Chris Matthews? Can't find him anymore. He's gone. Not that it matters, but it's just weird because it's like at least you can kind of track these events through like one broadcaster if they stay on the air. With Chuck Todd just left Meet the Press, it's like a lifetime appointment or something like that. Like this is like a character witness to the events as they unfold, right? Like their call on the matters, kind of like in a way like a valuable opinion, maybe, you know, not completely cooked up. But that's not the deal anymore. That I don't think that if that ever was even a real thing, it's very formulaic now. And yeah, and then like the people that are like left over from that era are like they're all got like a bunch of work done and they barely like look authentic to themselves. They could be clones of themselves for a lot. I know, like that's how great they look. God. Can we put an end to the unnecessary plastic surgery uptake and just have like live deep faking of like when you were good looking? You used to look like this. Thanks. Just put that.
That'd be awesome, dude. Catfish hologram.
Just for the news people, you know, like, gee, it's almost or like Simon Cowell. What's up with tiny eyes over here? Like I would rather him not have had that done. Just make him look old. That would be better than making him look like a freak. Just a victim of bad plastic surgery, right?
Tiny eyes.
Tiny eyes. They're just not as big as they used to be.
Oh shit, my mic is on. Oh my god, dude, that just fucking had me dying, bro.
Oh, you loud eye.
I'm doing some work right now.
You try to make fuck on Chan?
Oh, dude. I know exactly what you're talking about, dude. He does have very tiny eyes. That's so funny.
It's like they got dehydrated and shrunk in his head.
Raisinets.
Yeah, he got raisinette eyes, man.
Hey, Platypus, I'm gonna send you that directed energy weapon video I was talking about in your DMs.
Let's fucking go, dude. I'll tag your account, bro. Let's get that shit out there. Yeah, that video that I posted of this, like, just about censorship, it has 391 views and 54 likes. So that's like one in 4 people like what they see. That's not bad. I usually average like 10% of the people, like less than 10%, will like something. So, yeah, dude. See, it's a green laser hitting a forest fire?
Yeah, it was green. You're gonna get it in a bit.
Well, I've seen videos of volcanoes erupting, and as they erupt, there's a green laser beam hitting the inside of the volcano. So I don't know if there's a connection there, but could be another direct energy weapon that's sparking a lot of the volcanic activity.
Yeah, so there's this one guy that I met on Instagram, and he gets into my freaking DMs saying the craziest shit. But literally, it's like one for every 4 things that he says that are like totally insane. Like he'll be like, "Bro, I've been astral projecting my entire life. I literally astral project every time I close my eyes, and like I had my blood tested, and my blood, it doesn't die. You can put my blood in a petri dish, leave it out in the sun, the wind and the rain, and it won't die. And then you can put it back in my body." And like he says this insane, like he says it like won't coagulate and shit. But then he starts talking about directed energy weapons and volcanoes. He says that basically volcanoes are the entrances to and exits to deep underground military bases because their craft can withstand the heat. Like he was saying, all the fake NASA stuff that they have, all the heat shield stuff, has nothing to do with re-entering the Earth's atmosphere and has everything to do with being able to withstand lava. I don't know, dude. it was so crazy. It started.
That's pretty
It was
interesting,
weird.
kind of like Batman's face and shit type deal.
Yeah, dude, and he was saying that like when volcanoes erupt, that's them like nuking each other. And like, I don't believe in nukes, but it's like I don't even know, dude. It's wild stuff.
It's got like Xenu flavors. I like it.
It does have a Xenu flavor. Like he's gonna be like, it turns out actually 9/11, those were DC-8s that hit the towers.
Doesn't that make you wonder a little bit? Because I was just listening. Because if he says, like, imagine like somebody's saying like 3 or 4 really crazy things, and then they say a 5th thing that you kind of agree with. But do you think there's any chance that 5th thing might just be just as crazy?
Well, yeah, that's why I said it. It's like, yeah, sure, it could be just as crazy. It's really hard. Like if somebody tells you that they drink pee and they get psychic, visions from aliens, it's kind of hard to believe the next thing that's going to come out of their mouth. But when you are in the conspiratorial world like we are, and you know that there's a lot of misinformation and that there are some like unknown unknowns, right? We don't really know how deep the rabbit hole goes. We can only just sort of we're fumbling around in the darkness.
I think it was Mark Twain. I'm not sure. He said that truth is stranger than fiction because fiction has to stick to like rules and truth doesn't. There's some shit like that. Because sometimes, have you noticed that sometimes truth is a lot stranger than fiction?
You're right. It is.
In the sense that you're saying crazy. He says crazy stuff, but sometimes the craziest stuff is what's true. And in this world,
Yeah, it's usually how you can tell when somebody's lying. I used to, in gems, people used to call me a liar because in gems I would tell these crazy stories, real shit that happened to me. But what I couldn't imagine is like, why would somebody make that shit up? Like the shit that I was saying. So you can, like, when you're lying or when something's not true, yeah, it's usually it follows a structure. Like there's a model of something that you're drawing from. Whereas things that happen in reality, there's no, there's nobody orchestrating reality. You know what I mean? So it's like random shit just happens sometimes. I'll look up Mark Twain's quote and see exactly how it's worded, but that sounds interesting.
But on a hunch, I was like, what happened like 911 years before 2001? And I'll Wikipedia that. We'll find something interesting because you always will. So, but it's interesting to note that the Order of Assassins was formed then in 1090.
If I post check your DMs, I sent you everything.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh, we're not friends. We're gonna change that.
Yep, this is a new account.
Yeah, mine's a new account as well.
Awesome.
Oh wow.
And what he says is, truth is stranger than fiction, but it is because fiction is obliged to stick to possibilities, and truth is.
just posted it in text chat.
Okay. Yeah, Mark Twain's a real G, dude.
I mean, he also went to Bohemian Grove, so no doubt he was into that stuff as well with kids and owl worship.
Was it was it Mark Twain that said I was educated once. It took me a long time to get over it.
Did he also say history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes?
I think Fundamental said that.
Yeah, I think that was Biggie Smalls, bro.
My bad.
He also said that, like, there's a bunch of parables and poetry and some good morals in the Bible.
Jace, it sounds like you got your head up your dog's ass, bro.
You're very quiet, Jace. I was able to hear you before you were interrupted, but you are very quiet.
All right, is it better?
Not really, but like I said, if nobody else talks, we can hear you.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're talking muffled, like through two pairs of winter socks. Go ahead.
You can try it again. I mean, I heard you said. You go ahead.
Better now?
Hey,
Like I said,
Platypus.
it's not much better, but like I said, I can understand everything you're saying as long as nobody else says anything.
Oh, it sounds worse.
Platypus, check out the live stream text. I posted a couple of videos there. And if you could you send these videos to that one guy you were mentioning that's in your DMs? Maybe he might know something about these aircrafts.
By the way, guys, do you know what one of my favorite quotes is by like a writer and stuff that I think is very deep? It's by George Orwell. I posted in text chat. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. George.
You want me to reiterate what I heard
The
Jay say?
present history.
Did you and No, that's better. That's better now. Yeah, you were just saying that Mark Twain also wrote poetry, short stories, and morals and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, he has a quote about the Bible where he says, the Bible has poetry and parables.
We can't really even
and
hear you,
morals.
Jay.
Yeah, you
I
sound
think
like
it was
shit,
Mark
bro.
Twain. I think it was Mark Twain who also said the best cure for the Bible, for Christianity, is reading the Bible or something like that.
Yeah, I don't even have you turned down or anything. I was like, oh shit, I just maybe have him turned down. No.
Well, I mean, I understood everything he said, dude.
I couldn't hear almost anything. It sounded like he's under a pillow.
That's what I was thinking.
He started talking about Mark Twain in the Bible, but then you guys started talking over him.
Take your 3 layers of masks off, Jason, then talk to us.
Reading the Bible would get more recruits than not.
I think Godric and Jace are under the same pillow. I don't know, bro. Could just be a conspiracy, though.
Yeah, I'll be right back, but I just want to say very quickly, this is going to be very controversial, and it's going to offend nearly everyone in here. But I'm going to say it anyways. Mark Twain, I don't know what you guys are saying about him in the Bible, but here's my theory. This is only my theory. I've never heard anybody else echo this. But I think that the part in Tom Sawyer, when Tom Sawyer's at his own funeral, and he's like, feels, that desire to go view his own funeral and stuff like that. I think that Mark Twain is hinting that that's what Jesus did. Jesus was basically Tom Sawyer was basically acting as Jesus. Like he was at his own funeral. Everyone thought he was dead, and he was like watching from the vents. But that's just me.
That offended someone?
It offended everyone.
Yeah, I was pretty fucking offended by that.
Did Jesus have a funeral, Kosho? When did that happen?
Yeah, there was. I mean, have you never read the Bible?
I mean, there was 3 women that mourned for him by the tomb, but aside from that, I don't think they had like an official funeral, Kosho. Maybe in like the Jewish Bible or something, there might be a different twist or something. I don't know.
Well, Jews, we actually call it a wake, and that's just where people are gathered together, in remembrance of this person they're basically just sad altogether, which is basically a funeral. But anyways, yeah, there was a bunch of people at his gravesite. There's a bunch of people at his gravesite mourning his death.
I mean, if you mean a bunch of people as 3 women, then yeah, I guess that's accurate.
If you have a wake, Kosha, don't you need the body for that?
What?
The body is required for the wake. Yes.
Yeah, wasn't his body behind that that giant rock?
No, it
Yep.
was gone.
No, there was like a cave, and there's a rock that was so heavy that no one can move it.
It was a Blackstone.
Hmm.
Anyway, Jesus didn't have a funeral.
What was that, Godfrey?
Jesus did not have a funeral.
Jesus did not have a funeral. Pretty sure that's what you said.
Sounded like
I'm sorry, I'm kind of messed up.
How's it going, Jackie? Let me guess, it's Ed Freeze posing as a woman. Yep.
Hey, so did you guys hear about this knife attack that happened recently?
Yeah, in France, right?
Yeah, did you guys hear about the backstory of the guy that fought the terrorist?
No, who's that guy?
So his name is Henry Vincelme. I'm gonna butcher this name. It's like a French name, and he was on vacation and he was traveling through France specifically to film cathedrals because he's a right wing Christian. Just think about that. A Christian man who loves God goes out in the world to film these cathedrals, these beautiful creations to glorify God and stop the terrorist attack. It's just like so tight, dude. Oh man. I've talked a lot of shit about French people in my life because they're fucking annoying. They talk funny. But yeah. I take it back.
The guy's hella base, bro.
Dude, I know, not a coward. Not a fucking coward, that's for sure.
Dude, like honestly, bro, like seems like that is why people should train in martial arts, at least in like in a weapon based martial art, because if a guy knew how to use a stick, for instance, he could have broken his hand, the guy attacking, and nobody would be getting stabbed anymore from that crazy asshole. So if you can go learn a weapon based martial art in case of shit like this happens.
Absolutely.
Hey, I know this is old news, but what do you guys think about the Georgia Guidestones being blown up?
directed energy weapons. That's what I
Honestly,
think.
yeah, that would make sense because we didn't get footage of the guy actually planting the bomb, as far as I know.
Yeah, and then they literally demolished it the next, showing any evidence there would have been.
And the funniest part is that I was looking into what was underneath the Georgia Guidestones, and the mainstream media claims that it was empty. So chances are, what was underneath the Guidestones was probably taken out for some reason.
Probably, yeah. These elites, bunch of sneaky weasels.
Yeah,
It
like
was
a
probably
crazy
time to,
underground complex.
get it all out. It was time to dig up the stuff that they've buried from years ago. Because, I mean, I think we all know something's going down, right?
Yeah, they probably buried some like object for a satanic ritual or something, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we've got that sacrifice next week. We're
Or
gonna
some
need that."
crazy technology nobody knows exists. It was safe there all this time. Next thing you know, I mean, look at the alien thing that's coming out right now, right? I mean, there's a whistleblower going around on mainstream media telling people that we 100% have alien crafts and alien bodies. Like, and they're putting this dude out on the mainstream media,
Yeah,
like
Project
as a
Bluebeam.
whistleblower.
When the mainstream media starts talking about it, you gotta pay attention for like the psyop potential, because they're
Well,
prepping
of
us.
course.
Yeah, they're laying that down the foundation for something incredible to happen, and the only reason why we would believe that that thing that's happening is real is if we had this foundation of like, oh yeah, well I heard there was aliens in the in the news last month. I remember there was the aliens with the weather balloon or whatever. Just
Yep.
prepping people.
Exactly. I mean, they're like straight up just saying it now. Like it's just crazy. Like I'm like, what the hell are they about to do? Like maybe they're gonna use the
Project.
music from the project from the
Yeah.
Georgia Guidestones. Who knows?
Have you've heard of Project Bluebeam before?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah, me
It's
too.
the only way. But the thing is, I don't think they're going to do Project Bluebeam until we're hearing more about this new one world religion.
Yeah, that's definitely
They
where
have
it's.
to. Yeah, they got to have the one world religion so they can
And the
have the
only way,
miracle.
that that anyone would accept that would be with an alien type thing. Like alien invasion, aliens are coming, or aliens said so. Look, right? I think that's the only way that anyone would even consider that option.
Have you guys heard about Witsit's interpretation of Project Bluebeam? Because I think it's very interesting, and I think we should all at least consider it a possibility.
Lay it on us, dude.
Yeah, tell us.
Well, Witsit thinks that instead of them claiming to be aliens, they're probably going to claim that they're spirits, and they're probably going to tell everybody that the Earth is flat and that NASA's lying, which will basically have us unite. And well, yeah, that's the deception. Instead of these beings, saving us, they're slowly deceiving us with the truth. Unfortunately, you know. So maybe they're gonna tell us that the Earth is flat and deceive us that way. Which honestly, we should consider that a possibility because I guarantee a lot of us, or maybe a few of us in here, are probably gonna fall for that deception if they do go that route.
That's very interesting. It would really depend on how they're telling us. Because if I'm seeing it on a TV screen, it's fake and gay. If it's flesh and blood in front of me, or flesh and goo, whatever spirits have, that's another story. If I'm seeing it like right in front of my face, if I can touch it, if it's breathing or whatever, okay, yeah, I might get tricked. You might trick me there, but
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah, that's
always
what
thought
Wicked
that it's a
thinks.
possibility that they would just like use like I mean why aliens, right? Why not angels? Why not, you know, something like that, you know? And everyone thinks, you know, oh, look, there really is angels, there really is spirit, there really is all this stuff, right? I know it's there because I know it's there, but if if they used, you know, projections in the sky to make us believe or to make people believe, and then you have so many people who are devout religious people who are going to see those images in the sky and automatically think, especially with how everything's going down lately, right, that these are our saviors.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like, I honestly think that's a real possibility. That's how they'll deceive at least the people who are mildly awake. Shit, man. If I didn't know that possibility, shit, they might even fool me. But now that I'm aware that's a
Yeah, me
possibility,
too. I'd
you
admit,
know.
I can admit to that. I could solely truly admit to that because I know that that's there, right? And when
Yes.
you know that that's there, and you're seeing it yourself, and you're, you know, like that, oh, that gives me chills.
Aliens flew came from Alpha Centauri
I don't know
all the
what's
way to Earth, and
alien
they
thing.
lived in the backyard.
Dude, somebody's trying to tell me that this do weapons video is a missile, which is hilarious because the article that I got it from says it's an IED. Man, people will stretch for anything to not see the truth. It's kind of crazy.
They don't want to, man.
No, they do not.
Another person you guys should be taking. You should be paying attention to is Benjamin Krem. He leads an organization called Share International, and their objective is to spread the word of their ascended master Maitreya. So basically, these people believe that they're going to set up the age of Aquarius, which is coming. And Benjamin Krem claimed that the first signs of Maitreya's arrival is the increase of UFOs in the sky, and look what we're seeing. So I think Benjamin Krem does have some merit to him. You guys should definitely look into that guy.
Interesting.
He also claims that he is the direct prophet of Maitreya, and that Maitreya gave him a vision where he was standing in front of the world next to Maitreya, proclaiming that Maitreya is God. Like that's what he says. His stuff is very interesting,
So
especially
this
the
Maitreya
case. He also claims that Maitreya
is God.
visited. Sorry, what?
Is that who they're proclaiming Maitreya is?
I think
God?
it's just Mitra.
Yeah, Maitreya. Yeah, yeah. So these people believe that every astrological age comes an ascended master, and the ascended master of the age of Aquarius is going to be Maitreya.
Oh,
But the
okay.
Christians
Sure.
believe Maitreya is
Now
the
I'm more clear.
Antichrist. Sorry, what?
I said now it's more clear. I'm sorry. Okay. And you said
I think you're pronouncing it
they're
with
going to
the.
be the Antichrist?
Well, yeah, because Maitreya is going to unify the whole world into a one world government, which would bring upon the golden age in these people's vision. But in the Bible, this is the Antichrist, like literally the Antichrist.
I bet that was Donald Trump.
Who knows? It could be. Maybe
Donald Trump
Maitreya
comes
might
back.
possess him or something.
I don't think that there's just one. I think that there's a possibility of many different ones. I think we won't know who it is, and I don't think that person is chosen just yet. I think they get, you know, like um possessed by, you know, and it's their honor to, you know, sacrifice themselves in that way when that time comes. You know, when the devil makes his choice, so to speak. You know. So I think it's a possibility of many different people that it could be, and I don't know, maybe they keep score or something. I don't know. Like, I did this and I did this, and who was the most evil? Who does it get to be?
Well, I think it's like they've already lost, and they know they already lost.
Yeah.
They know it's just a matter of time. It's like their days are officially numbered, and so their job as demons is to get as many
Yeah, you can.
of us before the end. That's because it's not even because they hate us. We're just a means to an end to them. They do hate us, but not as much as they hate God. Not as much as they hate the carpenter. And it's it's a spiritual war, whether you like it or not. And everyone is participating willingly or unwillingly.
Yeah, I can agree.
And even if this doesn't happen in our lifetime, the civilization as a whole is slowly fading away because there's less babies being born every year. The what's it called? The fertility rates are dropping and the birth rates are dropping worldwide. So no doubt the Agenda 21, the depopulation agenda is in full swing, and it's not going to be from a virus or from anything or anything external. Us humans are doing it to ourselves, and it's incredible.
Yeah, but it's not a numbers game. In terms of how many people are being born, it's a numbers game of in terms of how many people are going to the good place. This was never meant to be like just to go on forever and ever and ever, and humans will just be continually being born ad infinitum. You know, there's a point to all of this. There's a climax. There's a culmination of these events of every single soul that ever will be born. You know, it wasn't supposed to go on forever. We were originally supposed to just be with God. He gave us free will because he wanted to be loved, and love without free will is not love. It's not real love, you know.
Right. I just hope that I end up in that good place. Because I don't want immortality. Fuck immortality. I want out, man. I want out.
You're still here for a reason.
Mm-hmm. We came for a reason.
Oh, definitely.
Bro, you're on a mission. Like, if you ever feel like, oh, I want out of the mission, just ask yourself if Jesus wanted out of his mission.
Will do.
I mean, yeah, he was God, but he was also a man with a mom. He had to like watch his mom, watch him being like nailed to a cross.
Yeah. Shit.
He could have called it quits whenever he wanted to. The thing is, as things ramp up, as the happenings begin to happen more and more, the demonic influence will increase, and that's where we really need to like sharpen each other. You know, got to be kind. We got to be honest.